Guan found himself reborn in a parallel world, commencing his journey with the extraordinary elf sign-in system. What on earth is this world? The 9 years of compulsory education revolved around all knowledge pertaining to elves, with the college entrance examination focusing on elf battles. Astonishingly, university courses involved befriending beautiful young ladies and embarking on adventures. For someone like Guan, who had always struggled academically, this world seemed nothing short of an idyllic paradise. Wait a moment, Guan glanced down to see he was still clutching the recently acquired reward from the sign-in system. A Poké Ball that guaranteed a 100 capture success rate. Upon a second look, what on earth was that Lugia soaring through the sky? Damn it, time to make a grand move and ambush Lugia. Here I come. Guan shouted, "Go Poké Ball." Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Elf World. Go, little fire monkey. Hit it with a quick attack. Now's your chance. Little fire monkey, counter with a double strike. Boom. A brilliant flash erupted. The arena was filled with a deafening roar, smoke billowing, and stones scattering. The spectators erupted in cheers and applause, their excitement palpable. Little fire monkey has been defeated. Little Guan has claimed victory. With that loud announcement, the battle drew to a close. Yet the crowd did not disperse, rather. They eagerly anticipated the next match. On a bench in the battle park sat a young man, sporting a distinct red handprint on his face. Guan. The remnants of the thrilling battle still lingered in his mind, leaving him dazed and slack-jawed, unable to regain his composure for a considerable time. Unbeknownst to anyone around him, Guchen's mind was echoing with a series of profound questions. Where did I come from? Where am I meant to go? What has transpired? What in the world is this bizarre place? 10 minutes prior, Guan had leisurely opened his eyes on the park bench, only to witness an exhilarating battle unfold before him. Little fire monkey versus little Guan. Could it be that he had fallen into the tropes of Pokémon? Suspecting he was merely dreaming, Guan delivered a slap to his own face. To his astonishment, it was not a dream. The reality was strikingly vivid. Thus, his face bore the marks of his own disbelief. Pikachu, don't run off. Suddenly, a yellow-haired electric mouse darted past, poised to leap at Guchen's feet. However, its owner, who had been chasing closely behind, swiftly caught up and scooped it up in her arms. Guan looked up, and in an instant, memories flooded back. It was his classmate, Xiao Yashi, the belle of their high school in Suicune City. This young lady was indeed quite charming, with her long ponytail swaying, a delicate oval face, bright eyes like the starry sky, and a graceful, slender figure. For Guan, who had always preferred mature women in his past life, she seemed somewhat youthful, but undeniably possessed the makings of a beauty. "Hey, Guan," Xiao Yashi exclaimed, suddenly turning her attention to him. "Are you still lost in thought? The college entrance examination is just days away. What about the Pokémon you intend to battle with?" As she spoke, her delicate brows furrowed, a glimmer of disappointment evident in her gaze. "Surely, you are not contemplating giving up?" The girl's eyes sparkled with a hint of concern, but then her gaze fell upon the handprint emblazoned across Guchen's face, intensifying her disappointment. "You've gotten into another scuffle, haven't you? You truly are beyond help." With that, Xiaoya turned on her heel and dashed away. Not even glancing back, her ponytail swayed in the breeze, creating a striking silhouette. Guchen could only sigh. He realized that, despite being a soul well into his 20s in his past life, he had been derided by a mere girl. The essence of her gaze resembled that of a forsaken ex-girlfriend, imbued with a profound sense of sorrow. That feeling of lamentation was unparalleled. With a heavy heart, he decided to process the events that had transpired. After a mere 10 minutes of reflection, Guan finally grasped the reality of his situation. It turned out that he had been reborn into a parallel universe. He remained Guan, his friends unchanged, yet this world was no longer the one he had known. It was a realm where Pokémon had manifested in reality, an era where everyone aspired to be a trainer. The concept of 9 years of compulsory education now revolved entirely around Pokémon knowledge. From their appearance and characteristics to their unique moves, every detail was meticulously taught. In high school, the focus shifted to how to interact with Pokémon, strategize battles, and counter opponents effectively. The college entrance examination, once a pivotal moment for altering one's destiny, now revolved around Pokémon battles and knowledge assessments. As for the theoretical subjects, Guan had no issues. He had long since excelled in those realms. However, he now faced the formidable challenge of the battle examination in just 2 days. This brought to mind his most pressing dilemma. Every household was expected to prepare a battle-ready Pokémon for the exam. Yet Chen found himself devoid of any companions. With time slipping away, even last-minute preparations seemed futile. The Pokémon eggs he could purchase from the breeding center required a full day to hatch, and newborns lacked any combat prowess. To make matters worse, his family's finances had dwindled. Should he venture into the wild to capture a Pokémon? That would be an act of recklessness. Did he think everyone possessed the wisdom of a sage? Chen raked his fingers through his hair, engulfed in a sea of confusion. In truth, he had hatched his own Pokémon of Froakie half a month ago. This had been a gift from his family, who had spent 200,000 star coins to acquire the egg from the breeding center. However, during a field training session at school, his Froakie had gone missing. Since then, Chen had endured the ridicule and exclusion of his peers, and he himself had descended into a state of despair for over 2 weeks. To allow his Pokémon to stray was indeed a source of great shame in this era. What did this signify? Was it a sign that the Pokémon did not trust him? Was he unworthy of being its trainer? A trainer who cannot tame even a newly born sprite is bound to be mocked and ostracized. Damn it, Chen felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Rebirth was one thing, but starting off at hellish difficulty was quite another. What a farce! He tousled his hair vigorously, fixating on the impending battle ahead while pondering a solution. Chen, suddenly, a familiar voice resonated once more. Turning his head, he realized it was the previously departed Xiao Yashi. In her arms, she cradled not the Pikachu from earlier, but a long-legged rabbit, resplendent in white with crimson accents. An adhesive bandage adorned the rabbit's nose. It was the Flame Rabbit, a newly hatched fire-type sprite. What do you want? Chen regarded her, a vague intuition stirring within him about her intentions. This, Xiao Yashi appeared somewhat bashful, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. This Flame Rabbit is for you, take it with you through the examination. As she spoke, she extended the adorable fiery rabbit toward him. This was the sprite she had secretly prepared long before Chen's accident, intending to assist him in his hour of need. Gazing at the Flame Rabbit, worth a staggering 250,000 star coins, Chen's lips parted, ready to express his gratitude. However, just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Ding! Detection of host Rebirth has reached 1 hour, officially commencing a new chapter. Ding! Event encountered, triggering event. Ding! Host is required to make the following choices. Choice 1. Boldly and decisively refuse the school bell Xiao Yashi's gift, thereby acquiring the sprite sign-in system and embracing a life of system privileges. Choice 2. Weakly accept the charity, resigning himself to a lifetime as a pampered man without worries. Ding! Host must make a choice. Promptly failure to do so will result in a random selection. Ding! Countdown commencing, 10 seconds. A series of voices echoed in his mind, leaving Chen utterly bewildered. Chapter 2. Look, there is Lugia. The countdown is 5 seconds. Damn it, there's no time. Choose the longest option. I refuse to be a soft man. I don't need it. Chen shouted loudly at Xiao Yashi. His roar not only attracted the attention of the onlookers, but also startled Xiao Yashi and the Yen Tour in her arms. The system chimed, rejection successful. The host will receive a super invincible, extraordinarily cool Pokémon sign-in system. The next notification followed, system binding in progress. System binding successful. Today, you can sign in to receive rewards. Will the host use the opportunity? Sign in. Having read numerous sign-in novels in his previous life, Chen was already quite familiar with this routine and quickly chanted in his heart. Sign in. First day, sign in at the battle park. Sign in successful. You have received a super invincible Poké Ball. As he spoke, an orange Poké Ball appeared in his mind's eye, accompanied by a thoughtful introduction. A miraculous Poké Ball. 100 capture success rate, regardless of divine beasts, mythical beasts, or super divine beasts. Amazing. Chen was about to exclaim in awe. However, before he could take note of the small print beneath the Poké Ball, he was pulled back to reality by a loud voice. You bastard. What have you done to Xiao Yashi? Just from the tone, one might assume it was another infatuated admirer around the goddess, but when Chen looked up, he saw a woman. Moreover, she was even more mature and beautiful than Xiao Yashi. An elegant lady. Chen was astonished. She was his greatest love in his previous life, standing approximately 1.72 meters tall, with a flawless oval face, complemented by a cascade of slightly curled flaxen hair. Her skin was fair and luminous. She wore light makeup that accentuated her beauty without being overly alluring, dressed in a loose bohemian-style gown, crowned with a beige sun hat. Her eyes were hidden beneath dark sunglasses, yet her brilliance could still be felt. This woman was both captivating and poised, perfectly aligning with Chen's criteria for a partner. His heart raced uncontrollably. Cousin, what are you doing here? Xiao Yashi was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of her cousin, as she thought she was still at school. Initially feeling a tinge of sadness, her emotions vanished in an instant with her cousin's arrival. Hey, I'm talking to you. Luo Wuxi nodded at Xiao Yashi, unable to suppress her frown as she turned her gaze towards the silent Gu Chun. What was this guy's intention with that look? She felt a twinge of displeasure. Luo Wuxi had just returned from Yangzhou City, intending to discuss the challenges of the college entrance examination with her cousin. It was a request from her aunt, so she had no choice but to come back. Unexpectedly, she encountered Xiao Yashi on the street, and seeing her hurried demeanor, Luo Wuxi worried something was amiss. Thus, she had followed her. Little did she know, trouble awaited. What can I do? Of course, I'm here to talk and communicate. Faced with her inquiry, Gu Chun felt a surge of annoyance. So what if she was his ideal type? Her aggressive demeanor was enough to be off-putting. Therefore, Gu Chun didn't hold back and retorted directly. Is this how you speak? I clearly saw you yelling at her. As she spoke, she glanced at the yen tour in Xiao Yashi's arms, her eyes flickering as she added, Yashi, did he threaten you? Extort you for a Pokémon? If that's the case, don't hesitate to tell your cousin, and I will make him regret it. Luo Wuxi glared at Gu Chun, her silver teeth clenched, her face painted with anger. Clearly, she was a fiercely protective woman. In fact, Luo Wuxi had already concocted a scenario in her mind, a rebellious school bully intimidating a gentle rich girl in a gripping drama. Gu Chun thought, is this what they call a gradual shift in mentality? I have no words for this woman's imagination. Just as he was about to retort, a gasp arose from the crowd. Look, what is that? In the sky. Everyone looked up. Even Gu Chun, Luo Wuxi, and Xiao Yashi couldn't help but mimic the action. Above the azure sky, a blue and white giant beast performed a magnificent 360-degree turn before soaring forward. As it passed, a silver storm erupted, and even the trainers below could distinctly feel the powerful gust. Oh my gosh, is that the divine beast Luokia? Wow, I've never seen Luokia in my life. This is so exhilarating. I could talk about it forever. It's so cool. I'm in love with it. Hey, what are you all thinking? It's a divine beast. Go catch it. Someone shouted, finally awakening the crowd. What are you waiting for, Rush? Capture Luokia. Damn it. Don't tug on my underwear. Who's the bastard, my bra? Who touched my butt? What the hell? They don't even spare the men. Beasts. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled. The trainers, initially focused on the battle, had gone completely mad due to Luokia's appearance. Of course, with titles like God of the Sea, God of the Wind, and God of Ocean Currents, capturing this divine beast meant a life of luxury and success would be within reach. How could the trainers not go wild? Hey, where's Gu Chun? Xiao Yashi looked down, her eyes filled with confusion. She noticed that Gu Chun, who had just been in front of her, had vanished without a trace. Not only that, but her cousin Luo Wuxi had also disappeared. The two had vanished simultaneously. Meanwhile, Gu Chun had already dashed off. The moment he spotted Luokia, the desire to capture it ignited within him. This was no joke. The Poké Ball in his hand was a rare item with a 100 success rate. Would he use it to catch a green caterpillar instead of a divine beast? The thought of capturing Luokia sent a thrill through Gu Chun. His feet moved like he was on fire, racing forward at breakneck speed. At that moment, Gu Chun was akin to a champion athlete on the Olympic stage, full of vigor. All he needed was one chance, a single opportunity to throw the Poké Ball. Chapter 3, Everything for the Sake of Saving a Life. What a first kiss. Damn it, Luokia actually got away? The young man gritted his teeth, fiercely kicking a stone beneath his foot. With a crisp sound, the stone plummeted into the sea. Just moments ago, Gu Chun had exerted all his strength to chase Luokia. However, how could a mere human outrun something flying in the sky? Moreover, Luokia had been soaring over the ocean. As it floated and soared, he could hardly catch a glimpse of it. Ultimately, he lost track of it. Nevertheless, Gu Chun had performed admirably. At the very least, he had chased it to this beach. The trainers behind him, who had been shouting to capture Luokia, had long since given up or lacked the energy to keep up. Only he had pursued it to this point. Surely Luokia must have sunk to the ocean floor. How could he find it? Gu Chun furrowed his brow, his clothes flapping in the wind, as he pondered his next move. He was certain that Luokia was still somewhere on this beach. However, the area was rife with treacherous reefs and dangerous Pokémon lurking beneath the waves. What should he do? Plop. Once again, a sound reverberated, distinct from the earlier thud of falling stones. This one was considerably heavier. The volume was immense, reminiscent of a person plunging into the sea. Gu Chun furrowed his brow. Help! Help! The vaguely familiar cries pierced the air, prompting Gu Chun to turn in the direction of the sound. Indeed, someone had fallen into the ocean. And it was someone he recognized, the woman who had previously berated him, likely Xiao Yashi's cousin. Life and death hung in the balance. Despite her prior insults, Gu Chun hesitated not a moment, shedding his clothes as he sprinted towards the water. With a leap, he plunged into the depths. Whether in this life or the last, he was a proficient swimmer. The waves surged around him as he strained to reach Luo Wuxi, but she was thrashing desperately and suddenly sank beneath the surface, placing the situation in peril. Gritting his teeth, Chen inhaled deeply and dove after her without a second thought. Beneath the ocean, he encountered ethereal beings of the sea, such as agate jellyfish, starfish, lanternfish, and seal balls, yet they all kept their distance, wary of the unfolding drama. Not far from them, the elusive Lugia appeared, and their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, Lugia turned and departed without hesitation. Chen surmised that it had noticed the human in distress and intended to assist. Unexpectedly, however, a complication arose. Glancing at Lugia as it drifted deeper into the ocean, Chen clenched his jaw, abandoning the pursuit of the creature and directing his efforts towards the woman in need. After expending considerable energy, he finally managed to bring Lugia to the shore. Her complexion was pale, her chest heaving, indicating she had inhaled a significant amount of water. Damn, my first kiss. Must it be surrendered so easily? Chen mumbled, finding himself in a profound internal conflict, even more so than the moment he courageously leapt into the sea to save her. Ultimately, he resolved that the urgency of the situation outweighed such concerns. With determination, he placed his hands on Lugia's chest, applying pressure several times. Finally, taking a deep breath, he pinched her nose and blew air into her lungs. This was a rudimentary method of resuscitation he had learned, though he was by no means an expert. After several attempts, Lugia jolted awake, expelling copious amounts of seawater. Yet, she remained unconscious. It seemed her breath was insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Chen, without hesitation, kissed her again, transferring his own breath in hopes that this time would be effective. To his astonishment, as their lips met, Lugia opened her eyes wide. The soft sensation of his lips startled her. She instinctively pushed away the man who had invaded her space. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, furrowing her brow in anger and wiping her mouth in disgust. "What do you think I'm doing? I'm saving you. Don't you understand artificial respiration?" Chen retorted, feeling entirely justified in his actions. "You?" Lugia stammered, recalling that she had accidentally fallen into the ocean while pursuing Lugia, with no one else around. Only this young man could have rescued her. However, what had he been doing? Was his passionate kiss merely an opportunity to take advantage of her? The thought incensed her further. "Hey, how rude. I'm your savior, and this is how you treat me? Not even a thank you." Chen frowned, feeling aggrieved. He had sacrificed his chance to chase after Lugia for her sake, even if he hadn't been able to catch it. "Thank you." Lugia reluctantly uttered the words, her tone dripping with reluctance. "Forget it. I'm too tired to argue with you," Chen said, his gaze drifting back towards the sea. For there, in the depths, he once again caught sight of Lugia, which was now gliding towards a nearby underwater trench. Chen's mind raced with excitement. Did this mean that Lugia was searching for something? Did it periodically emerge from the trench? With this thought, a grin spread across his face. Lugia observed the sudden smile on the young man's face, finding it both unexpected and somewhat unsettling. Was he harboring ulterior motives? In this desolate area, it was not entirely impossible. At that moment, Chen sprang to his feet, startling Lugia. "What? Do you think I would do something to you?" He grasped her thoughts instantly. "I'm leaving. You can find your way back alone. No good deed goes unpunished." With a huff, Chen turned, swiftly retrieving his clothing and disappearing behind the nearby rocks. In mere moments, he was out of her sight, preoccupied with laying a trap for Lugia, having no time to waste on this woman. Chapter 4. Setting a trap for Lugia? Who else? This must be the trench. Chen held his breath, hidden behind a rock at the edge of the towering cliff. He lay still, waiting for that moment of magic, clutching his flawless capture Poké Ball tightly. After an hour of waiting, he remained undeterred, convinced that Lugia would emerge from this very spot. This was his unwavering commitment, his tenacity, even his stubbornness. He lay in wait, patiently biding his time, until the underwear he had sacrificed to save her had dried completely. But still, there was no sign of Lugia. As time ticked by, the sun that had shone brightly transformed into the hues of dusk, and soon the moon emerged in the star-studded sky. Could it be that Lugia had slipped away from the ocean depths? Chen gritted his teeth, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. His lips were parched, and he was clearly dehydrated. Should he descend into the water to investigate? Fortune favors the bold. He recalled how he had squandered his previous life, shackled to a mundane routine for meager pay. This was a rare opportunity to live anew. What was there to hesitate about? With renewed resolve, Chen crouched, preparing to strip off his clothes and plunge into the sea. Just then, the previously calm surface of the water began to ripple, prompting him to duck back behind the rock. An unmistakable presence approached. A deep, resonant call echoed, and a colossal blue-white figure burst forth from the depths, creating a powerful current that sent the surrounding rocks trembling. It was Lugia. Chen felt his blood surge with exhilaration. In that instant, the familiar battle music played in his mind, accompanied by the words of the sage that always accompanied his successful captures. "Go, Poké Ball!" Chen let out a thunderous roar, hurling the Poké Ball high into the sky. In that fleeting moment, he transformed into the finest baseball player. The soaring Lugia turned its gaze upon hearing the sound, quickly noticing the Poké Ball racing towards it. In an instant, a look of sheer terror and astonishment washed over its face. With a crisp sound, a beam of red light emerged, in sync with Chen's heartbeat. Lugia was captured within the Poké Ball. The ball landed with a thud upon a nearby rock, gently shaking twice. A triumphant chime resonated, signifying a successful capture as the Poké Ball sealed shut. Yes, success. The legendary beast Lugia was now his. Chen raised his arm in elation, unleashing a roar to express the overwhelming excitement within his heart. At that moment, all the waiting was worth it. A reward had finally come. Without hesitation, Chen climbed onto the rock with agility akin to a nimble monkey, seizing the Poké Ball containing Lugia. The weight of it was substantial, and a satisfied smile crept across Chen's face as he pressed a kiss to the Poké Ball. This was his future and his destiny. Come forth, Lugia, he commanded, and a flash of silver light illuminated the scene, revealing a blue and white figure before him. This was not right. The majestic Lugia he had just witnessed had transformed into this. It looked just like its offspring, with a naive expression to boot. Chen felt his composure shatter. Lugia was indeed Lugia, yet the father had become the son. This miniature version of Lugia was a disaster. Was there a malfunction with the Poké Ball? Chen's mind raced back to the Poké Ball's description, recalling a line of small text he had neglected to read. System, what exactly is happening? He couldn't help but inquire. After all, if there was an issue, who else but the merchant to blame? Beep. The system detects the host's profound skepticism regarding the product. Fortunately, your system, have preserved a screenshot for you. Observe for yourself. No further explanation needed. A haughty voice echoed in his mind, and soon the description of the Poké Ball appeared before him. He hastily glanced at the small text. To his dismay, it was utterly illegible. System, this is completely unreadable. Haven't you ever used a smartphone? You can zoom in, you know? Offended by his doubts, the system had turned sour. In exasperation, Chen quickly magnified the tiny text, revealing usage instructions. The captured Pokémon will revert to its original state. Use with caution. Blast it. Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This line of minuscule text required a 20-fold enlargement to be comprehensible. Was this how the system operated? Resentment bubbled within him, yet he could only endure. After all, even if it was a mere child, it was still the offspring of the legendary Lugia. He could always train it anew. With the system at his side, how could he fall short? After bolstering his spirits, Chen refocused on Lugia. The round little creature gazed up at him with its sparkling eyes, exuding a blend of innocence and a hint of coolness. Strangely enough, the more he looked, the more affection he felt. Little Lugia, Chen called out. The little creature seemed to understand its master was calling and joyfully responded, flapping its wings in excitement. Truth be told, it was the first time Chen had heard little Lugia speak. He recalled the character had appeared in the Pokémon television series. While the larger Lugia was notably reticent, this little one, however, was quite lively. With its spirited demeanor, Chen's earlier frustrations dissipated entirely. Little Lugia, I look forward to working together, he said, a smile illuminating his face as he extended his hand. This iconic line from the great master must be recited on the first day of his rebirth. After all, it was a tribute to his youth. Boo-woo-woo. The little creature, still young and somewhat perplexed by human emotions, tilted its head in confusion at its master's gesture. Yet, being a legendary beast, it was intelligent. After a moment of hesitation, it extended its own wing, towards Chen. Under the full moon, with stars as their backdrop, their hands clasped together. At that moment, Chen took a significant step forward in his journey as a trainer. This continent would soon belong to him. This was the beginning of his path as a trainer. Starting with little Lugia, one day, his name would be etched in the annals of trainers' history. And here, at this moment, was his starting point. Together, let's strive for greatness. Little Lugia, Chapter 5. Young Pokémon, do not fear, just strive. First, he chased Lugia into the sea. Then, his communication devices were rendered useless by the salty water. To top it all off, he twisted his ankle. The situation could only be described as the darkest hour of his life. When would he be able to return? Lugia muttered under her breath. Gazing ahead at the seemingly endless expanse of Xiao City, she had made every effort to return, but her ankle was swollen like a pig's head, and the other foot was scraped. Yet, she bore no blame towards anyone but herself for hastily seeking Xiao without bringing her Poké Ball bag along. Had she done so, perhaps she wouldn't have found herself without help. Gritting her teeth, Lugia pressed on. Every inch forward was a victory. Perhaps she would encounter campers soon? If so, she could contact her friends and family. With this mindset, she persisted, gradually making her way towards Xiao City. Suddenly, a blue figure leaped out from the side. Its hard blue shell and powerful right arm, larger than its entire body, emitted a chilling glow in the darkness. Its eyes were locked onto Lugia. Steel Cannon Shrimp. The name sprang to her mind instantaneously. Her expression turned serious. This creature was known to attack trainers. Truly, misfortune loves company. Nothing had gone right today. Lugia bit her lip, her mind racing for a solution. Yet, she found herself devoid of options. She could only inwardly pray for someone to arrive on a rainbow cloud, clad in golden armor. Alternatively, perhaps this steel cannon shrimp was blind and hadn't noticed her. But judging by its gaze, the latter seemed far less likely. Steel cannon. It seemed the creature had heard her curse and became enraged, gathering a pale blue light in its right arm. Water gun attack? A name flickered in her mind. But the next moment, she realized her mistake. This was no mere water gun befitting of the steel cannon shrimp's stature. It was an ice beam. Starting off with such ferocity, Luo Wuxi was genuinely taken aback. A regular Pokémon could hardly withstand even a single hit from this move, let alone her fragile body. Boom. As she stood dumbfounded, the ice beam was unleashed. Luo Wuxi froze in place, wanting to dodge, but finding her legs weighed down as though filled with lead. Her body could not keep pace with her racing thoughts. Had she been struck dumb with fear? A booming voice rang out. Immediately, Luo Wuxi discovered that she was tightly embraced and toppled onto the rocky ground beside her. The assault of the freezing beam struck precisely where she had just stood, an area now entirely covered in ice crystals, and the extent was far from negligible. The power was terrifying. It was difficult to fathom the grim fate that would befall a flesh and blood body subjected to such an attack. Is it you? Luo Wuxi gazed at the young man before her, and it was none other than him. He had appeared at such a critical moment. With no time to spare for her, Chen focused intently on the battle ahead. A cry echoed, and the young Lugia, believing its master was under attack, became furiously enraged. Its blue and white figure soared forth, wings shimmering with silver light, directly launching the steel cannon-armed shrimp away. This strike from its steel wings truly took the enemy by surprise, even causing Chen to feel a surge of joy. He had originally thought that the young Lugia would start from scratch, but to his astonishment, this little creature possessed considerable capability. Indeed, it was the offspring of a divine beast. The steel cannon-armed shrimp, struck by the attack, became exceedingly furious in that instant. Its massive pincers gleamed with blue light, and a water gun was instantaneously unleashed, aimed at the young Lugia soaring in the sky. Just as Chen intended to caution the little creature to be careful, he discovered that it was remarkably agile, effortlessly evading the water gun's assault without any guidance, darting and flickering with grace. While dodging, it spun continuously, resembling a natural warrior. And once again its wings glimmered with silver light, boldly charging toward the steel cannon-armed shrimp. The latter was no pushover either, as its colossal pincers also radiated silver brilliance. Boom! A violent crash resonated. The young Lugia ascended toward the sky, while the steel cannon-armed shrimp, struggling to maintain its balance, collapsed to the ground. Chen's eyes sparkled. In the midst of the recent clash, he discerned the young Lugia's unique trait. It was a hidden ability, multi-scale. Defense increased, damage reduced. Thus, this little creature was indeed a remarkably perfect configuration. High attack with substantial resilience. Before he could express his admiration, Chen noticed the young Lugia darting upward, dancing toward the heavens. It was enveloped in a visible aura of wind. Could it be divine bird special attack? Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Surely, it was not that ferocious. After all, it was still a young one. However, he soon realized that the wind aura transformed into a brilliant blue light. As the young Lugia executed a 180-degree turn and dove downward, the blue light erupted, revealing a dragon-like silhouette. A faint sound resembling a dragon's roar seemed to resonate. Dragon dive. Luo Wuxi gasped in shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, utterly astonished. The young Lugia was his Pokémon. How could this be possible? Boom. A flawless hit. Sand and stones flew. The enormous force sent the steel cannon-armed shrimp soaring into the air, ultimately landing gracefully in the ocean. Powerful. Stunning. Truly, it was worthy of being a divine beast. Even as a youngling, this little Lugia surpassed ordinary Pokémon by leaps and bounds. Chen's face brimmed with exhilaration, for this was his Pokémon. The joyful cries erupted as the young Lugia reveled in the victorious sensation of battle, enjoying it even more than Chen had anticipated. It flapped its wings in the air, striking a pose before landing back in front of its master, seemingly awaiting praise. Well done, young Lugia. That battle was magnificent. For a fervent combat enthusiast, one must generously offer praise to instill confidence in their fighting spirit. Thus, Chen lavished compliments upon it, gently patting its head as a gesture of encouragement. He recognized that this young Lugia possessed a combative nature, growing more valiant with each battle, fearless and undaunted. As the ancient saying goes, teach according to the individual's aptitude. A competent trainer must embody this principle. Beside them, Luo Wuxi continued to stare in disbelief at the interaction between the young man and his Pokémon. How could this be? Who on earth was he? How could he possibly have a Lugia as his Pokémon? Chapter 6. Out into the wilderness, signing the Rotom Pokédex. Thank you for bringing me here. Luo Wuxi inclined her head politely towards Chen. Throughout their journey, despite harboring numerous questions, she refrained from voicing them. After all, being carried back by a boy several years her junior left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. She remained silent, and naturally, Gu Chun did as well. Thus, they exchanged no words during the entire journey. Nevertheless, Gu Chun had managed to learn her name. No need for thanks. He glanced at Luo Wuxi and remarked, "Next time we meet, just refrain from being so aggressive at the outset." With those words, he turned gracefully and waved casually. His figure lengthened in the glow of the streetlights. Luo Wuxi understood what he meant. Upon reflection, she realized that her sensitivity upon first encountering Xiao Yashi may have been excessive. With this thought, a twinge of remorse arose within her. However, Gu Chun had already departed, leaving her with no opportunity to apologize. Yet, Luo Wuxi was aware that they would surely meet again. "Miss, let us go." The voice of the butler reached her from behind, prompting Luo Wuxi to retract her gaze and turn around. Gu Chen's parents were alive, and he was their only child, coming from a modestly comfortable family, lacking for nothing in terms of basic needs. However, when it came to significant wealth, there was truly none to speak of. The largest investment had presumably gone into his pet frog, Gua Gua Pao Hua. Yet, he had still managed to lose that little fellow. Gu Chun had never dared to tell his parents about this incident. Perhaps it was for the best. Now he had found a better companion. Upon returning home, Gu Chun found his parents absent. Recalling from memory, he deduced that they were likely working the night shift. Moreover, their workplace was probably the Pokémon breeding center. This establishment required personnel to remain on guard each night. And it was indeed a delightful arrangement for the couple to work together. After rummaging through the refrigerator for something to satisfy his hunger, Gu Chun promptly retreated to his room. He first released the young Lugia, then opened his computer to explore information about this world. It turned out that wild Pokémon existed in this realm. However, unlike the Pokémon world, these creatures were not universally docile. In fact, some Pokémon exhibited remarkably aggressive behavior. Particularly, those of the dark type possessed the strongest offensive capabilities. Additionally, ghost-type Pokémon, known for their mischievousness, posed extreme danger when encountered in the wild. Another unique aspect of this world was the occasional emergence of Pokémon secret realms, housing Pokémon of archaeological significance or those yet to be discovered. Furthermore, one could obtain magical Pokémon eggs or amplification devices from these secret realms. Overall, other elements bore a striking resemblance to those found in games and anime. This included the existence of Pokémon traits, skills, and more, all authentically present. As Gu Chun perused the news from this world, he discovered that the frequency of secret realms appearing was quite high. However, trainers like them, without even having attended university, lacked the qualification to enter these secret realms, unless one were to be unexpectedly swept into one while in the wild. Otherwise, to gain entry into a secret realm, one would need to acquire a trainer's qualification certificate. This certificate could only be obtained through the league. After gaining a general understanding, Gu Chun patted his face and finally invigorated himself. He resolved that starting tomorrow, he would work diligently, determined to achieve the accomplishments he desired in this world and scale the peaks he had never reached before. Glancing back, Gu Chun noticed that Xiao Luokia, perhaps feeling neglected by its master, had already fallen asleep on the bed. Despite its fierce and cool demeanor during battles, it looked adorably silly while sleeping, even somewhat endearing. After watching for a while, Gu Chun finally revealed a benevolent smile akin to that of a doting father. Picking up the little creature and placing it on the other side of his bed, tucking it in snugly. He had made up his mind to take Xiao Luokia into the wilderness the next day. He needed it to adapt quickly to battles. And the best way to do that was through combat in the wild. There was no other option. Everything was for the sake of the college entrance examination. Although based on its performance in tonight's battle, it seemed there were no issues, it was still prudent to be cautious. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Gu Chun set out. His parents had yet to return home. "System, can I check in now?" Just as he exited the city, Gu Chun remembered that he hadn't checked in today. Ding. Correct. Please remember to check in on time, every day. Check in for today? Gu Chun waved his hand grandly. Ding. Check-in successful for the second day, wilderness check-in. Ding. You have received a super powerful, transformable Rotom Pokédex. Ding. Would the host like to claim it? Gu Chun recalled that this Rotom only appeared in the Sun and Moon anime as an attached Pokédex form. If that was the case, his days wouldn't be so lonely anymore. Claim it, he declared. Ding. Claim successful. Suddenly, a flash of silvery light appeared before Gu Chun, and soon a red, robot-like Rotom emerged. At first glance, it looked just like the one on television. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared slightly more feminine. Indeed, as soon as it spoke, Gu Chun understood what was happening. Hello, master. I am the super intelligent, adorable, lively, understanding, obedient, and gentle Rotom Lilia. You can call me Lilia. This little red robot circled around Gu Chun multiple times, clearly ecstatic and overjoyed, as if it had just seen the light of day again. In the next moment, it transformed into a fairy-like girl, wearing a red mini-skirt, sporting delicate fairy ears, and fluttering translucent wings, hovering right in front of Gu Chun. She bent slightly forward, gazing at him with her big, adorable eyes, seemingly relishing his astonished expression. Then she covered her mouth and giggled. Indeed, Gu Chen was taken aback. This sudden transformation was astonishing. The product of this system was truly extraordinary. He remembered that Rotom was genderless, yet now. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? I can transform freely between Pokédex and fairy forms. Lilia twirled around, evidently eager to showcase her feminine charm. Come here, Gu Chen beckoned, extending his hands. He couldn't help but feel that this system truly understood his desires, bestowing upon him such a delightful companion. What a peculiar request. Lilia mused aloud but obediently landed in Gu Chen's hands, nestled gently in his palms. Don't move. Let me take a look. Curiously, Gu Chen poked her little face. Instantly, a soft, plump sensation surged through him. I expected there would be an electric current. Just as Gu Chen finished speaking, he felt a tingling sensation in his hand. It was Lilia allowing him to sense her electric intensity. However, it posed no harm. I carry an electric charge, but I can control it well. Otherwise, it could easily harm my master, Lilia explained, extending her arms to wrap around Gu Chen's fist, gazing up at him with a hint of charm that brought joy to his heart. At the very least, Gu Chen adored her immensely. Let us go? It's time for us to battle in the wild. Gu Chen waved his hand, placing Lilia on his shoulder, and he released Xiao Yashi from its Pokeball. He had not forgotten why he had ventured into this forest. By midday, Gu Chen had already taken Xiao Yashi on a tour around the forest's perimeter. Creatures like Caterpie, Pidgey, and Beedrill had almost predictably fallen to Xiao Yashi's prowess. The most formidable opponent encountered that morning was undoubtedly the Pachirisu. This electric squirrel maneuvered through the jungle with great agility, employing cunning tactics while engaging in guerrilla warfare against Xiao Yashi. However, it was precisely this challenging opponent that fueled Xiao Yashi's competitive spirit. Gu Chen could sense its speed and agility improving through the battles, and this was the essence of combat he wished to witness. Meanwhile, Lilia kept chattering away, enthusiastically educating Gu Chen about Pokémon battles and knowledge. Whenever they encountered a new Pokémon, she would provide a detailed explanation. Gu Chen found her incessant chatter quite pleasant, enjoying the sound of her voice in his ear. Finally, after noticing that Xiao Yashi was thoroughly exhausted, Gu Chen returned it to its Pokeball, ready to depart. However, at that moment, sounds of battle echoed from ahead. Witnessing trainers duel in the wild was indeed a delightful experience. Thus, Gu Chen made a shushing gesture to Lilia and stealthily approached. Damn it! How is this Ralts so strong? Exclaimed a male trainer, who appeared to be a novice like Gu Chen. Beside him stood a female trainer, seemingly of equal standing. In front of them were two Pokémon. One was a triumphant Ralts, while the other lay defeated on the ground, a Charmander. Are you even capable? Your Charmander can't even defeat a Ralts. Pathetic. The female trainer was evidently displeased, complaining vocally. Come on, what do you know? Ralts is a fairy and psychic type. Charmander is at a disadvantage. The male trainer retorted angrily. What does it matter that she is a girl? Can she not express her inadequacies? Doesn't she realize how hurtful those words can be to a man? And by the way, do you know that fairy types have an advantage over dragon types? What kind of education did you receive in school? If Charmander is at a disadvantage, how can it fight? You must be out of your mind. The male trainer grew increasingly agitated, as if all reason were on his side. The female trainer pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in his words. After all, with a name like Charmander, it was indeed a dragon-type Pokémon, thus at a disadvantage. Feeling guilty, she bowed her head, unable to retort against the male trainer's scolding. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, hidden in the bushes, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. A Charmander as a dragon type? No wonder these two were a good match. Their logic was completely muddled, prompting Gu Chen to laugh out loud. His laughter successfully caught the attention of the trainers. The whimsical little sprite, Yashi, adorned in hues of green and white, gazed over with its lips slightly pursed, as if questioning, what is this human laughing about? Pray tell, what is so amusing? Am I mistaken? A flicker of indignation crossed the male trainer's face as he rebuked. Of course, you are wrong. Witnessing such aggression directed towards Gu Chen, Lilia grew displeased. She promptly ascended from her owner's shoulder and declared, Xiao Hualong is a fire-type sprite. Upon evolving into Charizard, it becomes a fire and flying-type sprite. Who dares to claim it is a dragon type, or that it is countered by Yashi? With her hands firmly placed on her hips, Lilia challenged the two trainers before her. Her commanding presence left them momentarily speechless, unable to muster a response. Let us depart. Lilia. Gu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yashi, recognizing it as a remarkable sprite, yet it was not part of his capturing strategy. Moreover, he lacked any Pokeballs at the moment to capture anything. Thus, he called for Lilia to follow him, though the little sprite was visibly irate. She flitted eagerly to Gu Chen's side, ready to accompany him as they left, leaving behind two trainers who exchanged perplexed glances. Male trainer, what was that sprite just now? Female trainer, I have no idea, it seemed to be speaking. Indeed. What about Yashi? It appears to have fled. You promised to help me catch it. Catch a ball. My only battle-ready sprite, Xiao Hualong, is in such a state. Master, Yashi is following us. Lugia noticed something and swiftly descended from Gu Chen's shoulder, pointing ahead. Sure enough, not far ahead, Lalu Leisai stood, gazing intently at Gu Chen. Is it seeking a battle? Gu Chen remarked, extending his hand towards the Poké Ball at his back. Although Xiao Lokia had just returned to rest, it would undoubtedly be willing to fight if called upon. Come forth, Xiao Lokia. He hurled the Poké Ball forward, which shot through the air like a cannonball. Ralu. A cry of pain erupted as Lalu Leisai was struck, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground. Surely not. Gu Chen exclaimed, realizing he had forgotten that throwing a Poké Ball in such a manner would not release the sprite within. The correct method involved pressing the button. Blast it. This isn't an animated world. Gu Chen felt dizzy, questioning how he could act so foolishly. Master, do not throw Poké Balls like that in the future. It could easily break. As she spoke, Lugia returned, clutching Xiao Lokia's Poké Ball. She continued to admonish Gu Chen, clearly embodying the role of a concerned sprite for her often bewildered master. How could it be so weak? Just a simple hit, and it cannot rise. Gu Chen observed Lalu Leisai, who lay motionless after being struck by the Poké Ball, given that it was already injured from battling Xiao Huolong. How could it recover so swiftly after your sudden attack? Gu Chen thought to himself, feeling wronged. Lugia pouted, fluttering her wings to take a closer look, before exclaiming, "Oh master, it seems to have sustained significant injuries, and has fainted. What shall we do?" Lugia spun around in a flurry, her voice filled with urgency. Gu Chen approached, and confirmed that Lalu Leisai was indeed unconscious. After a moment of contemplation, he finally suggested, "Let us take it to the Pokémon Center." Chapter 8. The Drama Queen, Proud Lalu Leisai. At the Pokémon Center in Shishui City, Gu Chen inquired, "Nurse, is Lalu Leisai going to be alright?" He gazed at the sprite lying on the small hospital bed, unable to suppress his concern. "It is not severely injured. It simply sustained some wounds from battle and is exhausted," the nurse replied after examining the sprite. "We have already administered a restorative potion and treated its injuries." She handed Gu Chen a receipt. "This is the bill. Once payment is made, you may take it home." Gu Chen's sharp eyes scanned the numbers on the bill. Goodness. This is more expensive than gold. For such a minor injury, the treatment costs 1888. He lamented, realizing why being a trainer was considered a costly profession. Why isn't it like on television, where treatment is free? Frustration overwhelmed Gu Chen as he recalled the wild Pokémon rescue regulations he had read the previous night. It explicitly stated that the Pokémon Center was obligated to treat wild sprites at no cost. Lalu Leisai clearly fell under this category. Therefore, Gu Chen felt compelled to explain his situation. "Were you referring to a wild sprite?" The nurse regarded him skeptically, her expression rife with doubt. Though the regulations existed, who would bother to bring a wild sprite here rather than let it rest outdoors? She suspected that this young man might be attempting to deceive the Pokémon Center. "I swear, I am a person of integrity and would never lie. This Lalu Leisai has no connection to me." Gu Chen raised his right hand. But before he could finish his oath, Lalu Leisai called out to him, stretching its tiny hands towards him in a playful, pleading manner. Gu Chen was taken aback as he turned to see the nurse's expression shift dramatically. Lalu Leisai, appearing utterly adorable and clingy, seemed to plead, "Do not abandon me." At that moment, the nurse's demeanor transformed entirely. "Such a cute little sprite. You wish to abandon it. You claim it is wild." Her piercing gaze felt like daggers piercing Gu Chen's heart. He raised his hand in surrender, realizing there was no escaping this. "Fine, I will pay." Reluctantly, the nurse shoved the bill into his hand and departed. Ultimately, Gu Chen paid the hefty sum of 1888 for the treatment. This was the money he had painstakingly saved, intended for purchasing several Poké Balls or provisions for Xiao Lokia. Now, he was left with nothing. In stark contrast, Lalu Leisai exhibited no signs of injury after exiting the Pokémon Center, brimming with vitality, likely ready to engage in a fierce battle with Xiao Lokia. Could this little rascal be feigning injury to trick me? Gu Chen pondered silently. Yet, how could such a charming sprite possess any ill intentions? He chose to believe it was an innocent misunderstanding. In a moment of whimsical contemplation, Gu Chen cast a glance at the cheerful Lalu Leisai prancing ahead. Its demeanor seemingly quite delightful. He had made a decision. Given the fortuitous twists of fate that had led to this current scenario, he resolved to forego returning the little sprite to the wild and instead keep it with him, whether to tame it for his own use or to sell it. Or perhaps even to capture multiple Lalu Leisai of the opposite gender for breeding and selling. The little sprite surely would attract many admirers, wouldn't it? A rather nefarious scheme was brewing in Gu Chen's mind. At that moment, he felt compelled to commend himself for his astute economic acumen, likening himself to the likes of Ma Huateng and Jack Ma of this era. With this thought in mind, he was determined to first win Lalu Leisai's favor and then decide what to do next. However, before he could take any action, the Lalu Leisai ahead suddenly halted, turned to glance at Gu Chen, and then, to his surprise, opened its arms towards him. Not only that, but its small face was slightly raised, exuding a mix of pride and undeniable shyness. Clearly, it was indicating that it was tired and wished to be held by Gu Chen. After a moment's consideration, Gu Chen prioritized the greater good and squatted down to embrace its petite form. The The Lalu Lacy appeared to revel in his embrace, gently patting his chest as if to convey its satisfaction. This little creature was remarkably anthropomorphic. Chen couldn't help but think of its ultimate evolution, Shanai Duo. With that thought, an involuntary flutter stirred within his heart. Shanai Duo, the lifelong aspiration of countless Pokémon enthusiasts. He dared not dwell further on it. Shaking his head, he swiftly carried the unresisting Lalu Lacy back home. Chapter 9. The Cozy Daily Life of a Sprite. Chen, I heard from my cousin that you've resolved your exam sprite situation, right? Upon arriving downstairs at his home, Chen encountered Xiao Yashi. This girl had evidently been waiting for quite some time, perfectly coinciding with his return. Speaking of his cousin, Chen's mind drifted to Luo Wuxi, whom he had carried back to Shishui City last night. That woman, well, her figure was indeed impressive. Ah, is that Lalu Lacy in your arms? Xiao Yashi finally noticed the slumbering Lalu Lacy in Chen's embrace and continued, yes, it's all sorted out, don't worry. Glancing at the adorably sleeping sprite in his arms, Chen couldn't help but smile. From Xiao Yashi's words, he inferred that Luo Wuxi had not disclosed to her that his sprite was a little Luo Chia. It seemed that woman had a reliable tongue after all. Thus, Chen opted not to elaborate. By the way, I genuinely appreciate your intention to gift me the Yen 2 heir. He recalled that Xiao Yashi had offered him a sprite worth 250,000 star coins the previous day. Truth be told, upon reflection, Chen felt a twinge of warmth, so he couldn't help but express his gratitude. It must be said, Xiao Yashi was undeniably a little heiress. Yet, this also indicated that Chen's situation in this era was not too dire, as there were still those who cared for him. Quite splendid. No worries at all. Feeling the warmth of his gaze and smile, a rosy hue appeared on Xiao Yashi's cheeks. After a brief moment of hesitation, she nervously fiddled with her clothing and inquired, so, do you feel confident about your exams? Absolutely. As he spoke those 3 words, a surge of confidence enveloped Chen, significantly enhancing his aura. He became particularly charismatic. Indeed, Chen felt exceptionally confident. Not only was he confident, but he also intended to seize the opportunity of the upcoming entrance exam to make a remarkable impression. Good. Seeing you like this makes me very happy. Xiao Yashi beamed, raising her fist in encouragement. Do your best the day after tomorrow. You too. Don't forget to give it your all. Chen reciprocated her sentiments. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yashi, he made his way home. Upon his return, he discovered that his parents were indeed absent, having left for work unusually early today. Accustomed to their absence, Chen said nothing and gently placed the Lalu Lacy on his bed. Just then, Lilia, who had been transformed into a watch-like form, finally reverted to her true self. Master, it's so stuffy. I detest that form. The little sprite pouted, her large eyes glistening as she floated before Chen. Earlier, her master had instructed her to remain low-key. Hence Lilia had to transform into the form of a Rotom Pock Dex, which had stifled her spirit. It was well known that this little one was quite the chatterbox. Shoo, Chen gestured for silence, pointing towards the peacefully sleeping Lalu Lacy on the bed, and whispered, let us keep it low-key for a couple more days. After that, you can do as you please. Prior to the exams, he wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Although there existed Rotom Pock Dexes in this world, none could compare to Lilia's uniqueness. All right, Lilia acquiesced, pouting once more, as she flapped her wings and settled on Chen's shoulder, tugging at his ear. Whatever the master says goes. I wouldn't dare oppose. Adhering to the rhythm of the previous night, Chen continued his simple study and understanding. Today, the wild sprite rescue regulations remained unused, yet it indirectly highlighted how beneficial it was to be knowledgeable about such matters for his daily life. At the very least, he would be able to resolve any issues that might arise. With Lilia's companionship, learning these tedious subjects felt far from boring. On the contrary, he was brimming with enthusiasm. Without a training plan, Chen intended to indulge in a lengthy slumber, yet evidently, Lalu Lacy had other plans. Early in the morning, Chen sensed someone gently rubbing his face. Despite his irritable attempts to shoo them away several times, he was met with failure. Ultimately, he had no choice but to open his eyes. Wow, what a surprise. The Lalu Lacy was perched right on his chest, its tiny hands busily rubbing his face. Upon noticing Chen awake, it promptly withdrew its hands and plopped down onto his chest, sporting a charming smile. Such peculiar behavior must be for some ulterior motive. Despite their brief acquaintance, Chen had already discerned that this little creature was quite the dramatic performer. It was undoubtedly striving to achieve some goal, just as it had been when he carried it home yesterday. Lalu the little thespian propped itself up, patting its white belly to indicate its hunger. Its adorably innocent demeanor made Chen unable to resist lifting it up and teasing. Hey, little one, you're a wild sprite, aren't you? Could you not exhibit a bit of wildness? If you keep this up, I might think I just saved the galaxy. The first part of his remark resonated with Lalu Lacy, prompting it to respond with a resigned shrug. As for the latter part about saving the galaxy, it was utterly perplexed by the reference, its face a portrait of confusion. You win this round. Although awakened, Gu Chen's spirits remained high. Fortunately, he had some sprite food prepared for the Guagua Pao frog. After portioning out 2 servings, he presented one to Lalo Lasai and summoned the little Luo Chia for the other. This little one had fought hard the previous day and thus had been allowed to rest in its Poké Ball overnight. However, judging by its energetic demeanor this morning, it was evidently in splendid form, diving eagerly toward the offered food. Casting a fleeting glance at Lilia, who remained nestled by the pillow, the little sprite, existing as part of the Rotom Poké Dex, presumably had no need for sustenance, unless, of course, it craved electricity. After tending to his Pokémon, Gu Chun had just emerged from the bathroom, only to discover that his parents had finally returned. "Ah Chun, we've brought breakfast. Come and eat," spoke Gu Chen's father. Gu Haifeng, a man in his early 40s, displaying a hint of fatigue, yet wearing a warm smile. "Yes, do hurry for breakfast," chimed in Qi Mengxian, stepping forward to gently tug at Gu Chen's arm. "We didn't see you at all yesterday. Where have you been?" The couple had their work hours turned upside down, and with Gu Chun now an adult, they tended to be less concerned about him. Seeing his parents, Gu Chun felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Blood ties are peculiar. Even across worlds, they evoke a sense of familiarity. He smiled and replied, "Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I was out training." Gu Chun was somewhat evasive, omitting the fact that he had been training in the wilderness, as such endeavors appeared perilous in his parents' eyes. After all, he was a novice trainer. "Training is splendid. Be sure to share your battle insights with your classmates." Gu Haifeng replied with a smile. "Rest assured for the exam. Your father believes in you." "Exactly. Just do your best. Which Pokémon university you attend is of little consequence. True talent will always shine through," Qi Mengxian added. Echoing her husband's sentiments, Gu Chun hadn't yet responded when his parents launched into an earnest pre-exam encouragement spree, reminiscent of their previous life. Indeed, regardless of the era or world, parental reassurances in the face of similar dilemmas remain unchanged. "Rest assured, Mom and Dad, my goal is Yangzhou Pokémon University, Magic City Pokémon University, or Emperor Capital Pokémon University. I shall not settle for anything less." The couple exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, Gu Haifeng cleared his throat and said, "Ah Chun, do not place such immense pressure upon yourself. University merely determines where you engage in Pokémon battles and the friends you make. It is not everything. Yes, maintaining a calm mindset is essential. We will support you no matter what." Qi Mengxian hurriedly concurred with her husband. Gu Chun understood their reassurances stemmed from his success in the liberal arts written examination. As previously mentioned, Gu Chun had aced it. Why was it considered perfect? Because, out of a total of 600 points across 4 theoretical subjects, a score of 450 was required to pass. Gu Chun, however, had achieved precisely 450, but with perfect scores in 3 subjects, he had missed one. It was indeed a perfect score, had he not missed the examination due to pursuing a similar figure to his quagsire outside the city. He might have qualified for special admission to the university's specialized studies. One could say that Quagsire had nearly disrupted his life on 2 occasions. Thankfully, Gu Chen had been reborn. "Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities," Gu Chen confidently stated, ignoring his parents' subtly concerned glances. "Very well," the couple exchanged another glance, choosing to remain silent, though they felt a degree of pride in Gu Chen's spirited determination. Their unusual expressions were primarily due to the fact that to gain admission to the 3 universities Gu Chen mentioned, his liberal arts score would need to exceed 550. Otherwise, his battle rating would need to reach at least the SS level. However, achieving an SS rating in battles was significantly more challenging than securing a liberal arts score above 550, 2 realms entirely incomparable. The battle rating system ranged from C to SSS, with Pokémon University admissions based on a comprehensive assessment of both liberal arts and battle ratings. Thus, with a score of 450, Gu Chen aspired to attend those 3 universities. It would be easier to pluck the moon from the sky. Hence, his parents exhibited their bewilderment upon hearing his ambitious declaration. Suddenly, amidst their breakfast chatter, a joyful cheer erupted. The door at the corner of the room swung open, revealing the jubilant figure of Lalo Lalas. This little performer had clearly finished its Pokémon food, as evidenced by its round belly. Upon spotting Gu Chen, it scampered over with glee, leaping into his arms, eagerly reaching for the moo-moo milk in his hand. Gu Chen's parents exchanged astonished looks, their surprise evident. Their son's initial Pokémon was supposed to be Quagsire. What was the deal with Lalo Lalas? With no way to refuse Lalo Lalas, Gu Chen reluctantly offered the half-finished moo-moo milk. The little creature's face lit up with delight upon receiving it, and without hesitation, it shoved the straw into its mouth, disregarding that it had once been Gu Chen's drink. "What on earth is going on here, Ah Chun?" Gu Haifeng could no longer contain his curiosity. "I traded Pokémon with someone." Gu Chun decided to weave a harmless fib, adhering to the principle of sparing his parents unnecessary worry. After all, Pokémon in this era were quite expensive. How could he explain that his Quagsire had gone missing only to be replaced by Lalo Lalas? His parents might suspect foul play. He certainly could not divulge that he had a system. Traded Pokémon. Gu Haifeng's eyes reflected a hint of skepticism. He remembered Gu Chen expressing his fondness for Quagsire, which was why he had chosen it as his initial Pokémon. Now he had traded it away? Oh, trading is fine. Lala seems quite adorable and well-behaved. Isn't that wonderful? Qi Mingxian quickly interjected, nudging her husband gently, as if to say, what's with the fuss at this moment? Lalas, sipping its milk adorably, perked up at the praise, flashing a charming smile and offering a few gentle calls, even tilting its head in an endearing manner. It was utterly irresistible. This display melted Qi Mingxian's heart, while even Gu Haifeng, who had been skeptical moments ago, now wore a tender smile, realizing that this little creature was indeed delightful. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, filled with unspoken thoughts, recognized that his parents had already succumbed to the charms of this little performer. Lalas, looking quite pleased with itself, glanced back at Gu Chen with a sly smile akin to a little fox, then slowly turned its head again. In that fleeting moment, it resumed its previously innocent and endearing demeanor, glancing at Gu Haifeng and then at Qi Mingxian. This little creature was truly embracing its role as a performer to the fullest. Soon, Gu Chen realized that he had been abandoned by his parents, Gu Ba and Gu Ma, who had ceased to mention the upcoming college entrance examination. Instead, they focused their attention on La Si. It was only after the couple felt fatigued and decided to rest that they handed Gu Chen some star coins, urging him to take La Si out for some treats. Chapter 11. The college entrance examination begins. Elven Year, 2021, June 7th. Today is undoubtedly an immensely significant day, as it marks Gu Chen's entrance examination. Early in the morning, he set off with La Si. There was no way to shake off this little creature. If he left it behind, chaos would ensue at home, potentially raising his parents' suspicions. Thus, Gu Chen had no choice but to bring it along. Fortunately, Lilia had transformed back into her wristwatch form. Observing La Si prancing ahead, its little backside wiggling, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile. He had resolved to purchase a Poké Ball after the examination to capture this little thespian. After all, having it loitering about was hardly ideal. Speaking of buying a Poké Ball, Gu Chen realized he had yet to check in for the day. He promptly thought to himself, system, check in for today? Ding, checked in on the 4th day, Urban Street check-in. Ding, check-in successful, received 250,000 star coins. Ding, due to the host's successful check-in for 4 consecutive days, the reward is doubled. Gu Chen was utterly astonished. The check-in system was so user-friendly that it even rewarded him with star coins. This was precisely what he needed most at the moment. Moreover, the amount was quite generous, an impressive 50,000. Glancing at the system's list, he noticed an unclaimed items section, in addition to the 50,000 star coins. It also contained 20 sets of Moo milk. These 20 sets had been acquired during his previous check-in with La Si, but he had hesitated to claim them, fearing La Si might overindulge. After all, one set of milk contained no less than 12 cans. Therefore, 20 sets amounted to 240 cans. However, based on the pattern of check-ins, Gu Chen deduced that the location might influence the items received. It seemed prudent to select optimal locations for future check-ins. With this unexpected influx of wealth, Gu Chen felt even more cheerful as he hurried towards the school. Upon arriving at the number 3 examination hall of Shui City Elite Pokémon High School, he realized he was somewhat late, as most candidates had already gathered. Only those as unconcerned as he remained unperturbed. Approximately 200 individuals filled the number 3 examination hall, and as the examination bell rang, everyone assembled. Du Haisu was the team leader among the 3 invigilators at this examination hall. He and the other 2 teachers were responsible for compiling all the video data and scores from the examination before submitting them. It was indeed a solemn task. Having served as an invigilator for 5 years, Du Haisu had witnessed countless emotions over the years. The results of the battles were immediately processed by the system after completion, allowing students to know their scores right away, a rather ruthless process. Gu Chen stood alone at the side of the hall. Due to the presence of students from other schools, he did not recognize anyone. However, this was inconsequential to Gu Chen, for the Pokémon battle examination could be completed in just half a day. It was rather straightforward. As the examination commenced, Du Haisu's voice resonated, calling for students by their identification numbers to enter. The students quickly quieted down. Zhang Shuahai, present. You are prepared to enter for the examination. Du Haisu gestured towards the machine ahead. The student named Zhang Shuahai wasted no time and approached the silver-white steel apparatus, stepping inside. At that moment, everyone anxiously fixed their gazes on the machine's black screen, for the scores would be displayed there. Gu Chen understood that the Pokémon battle examination was not conducted against other candidates, but rather against the system. The steel machine was known as the Pokémon battle detection device, specifically designed for the college entrance examination. Once inside, students needed only to release the Pokémon they wished to battle, engaging in a simulated fight. The system would then assess their performance and assign a score. This was precisely why the Pokémon battle examination was deemed challenging. Obtaining a score from such an unfeeling system was no trivial matter. Additionally, it was crucial to note that the simulated battles within this device would be recorded and submitted along with the scores, making cheating impossible. Score level B. The machine announced the result. Zhang Shuai exited shortly thereafter, the entire process taking no more than 5 minutes. Upon seeing his score of B, a satisfied smile graced his face. It seemed his academic performance was likely sufficient for the school he aspired to attend. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such confidence. However, the surrounding students remained silent, consumed by their own anxieties about how they would fare. Subsequently, several more students entered the machine, all emerging with scores predominantly in the B range. To date, no one had achieved an A, nor had there been any C scores. Du Haisu shook his head, noting that the performance of these students was consistently mediocre. Score level A. The machine announced once more. A boy with long bangs and a self-assured smile stepped forward, drawing the attention of the crowd. Given the foundation laid by the preceding students, his score should indeed be impressive. Even Du Haisu nodded in approval, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. This boy, if his academic scores were not lacking, would likely have no trouble gaining admission to a prestigious Pokémon university. At last, a noteworthy student had emerged. Observing the invigilator's reaction, the other students cast envious glances in his direction. It was evident that achieving an A grade was indeed a rare accomplishment. As expected, several more students followed suit, most receiving B scores, and even some C scores emerged. Thus far, no one had surpassed the A grade. Chen glanced at his examination number, realizing he would be among the later candidates to be tested. Therefore, he remained unhurried. Meanwhile, La Si, the little thespian, nestled in his arms, slept soundly, resembling a child. Its adorable demeanor brought Chen immense joy. He felt compelled to retract his earlier statement about La Si not being part of his nurturing plan. In truth, having this little creature by his side was quite delightful. Nevertheless, Chen tightened his grip on the Poké Ball in his pocket. This time, the star of the examination would be Xiao Yashi. Chapter 12. Why has this student been inside for so long? Score level S. The machine once again announced a score within the third examination hall, capturing everyone's attention. Initially, the candidates, having mostly received B scores, had been rather disinterested. However, the announcement of the S rank descended upon the crowd like a depth charge, capturing everyone's attention almost instantaneously. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the machine, eager to discern the identity of this illustrious individual. After all, it was an S rank. Even Du Haisu, who was supervising as an invigilator, found himself intrigued. Glancing at the attendance sheet, the name Luo Zetian leapt off the page, striking a chord of familiarity. Was he not somewhat acquainted with this name? As he pondered, the steel doors of the machine swung open, revealing a striking young man with a stylish haircut. He possessed handsome features and a tall stature, and the quality of his attire suggested a remarkable lineage. I see, it turns out to be him. A student whispered among the crowd. Do you know him? Of course not. I'm not worthy of knowing him, but I know who he is. His father is the chairman of the Luotian Group in Shishui City, a wealthy individual. Luotian Group, is that the one specializing in fairy food? Yes, that is the very one, incredibly affluent. This is absurd. Not only is he rich, but he is also exceptional, achieving higher scores than us. How does he manage? I've heard their chain of fairy food stores is about to surpass 200 locations. I think he resembles my boyfriend. Get lost. I think he looks like my husband. In an instant, the third examination hall erupted in fervor due to the S-rank announcement. Du Haisu found himself at a loss for words, merely calling for the students to settle down. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as an S-rank battle score was among the top results he had witnessed in years of overseeing examinations. Naturally, Luo Zetian was aware of the praises directed towards him. Wearing a subtle smile as he stood composed to one side, he graciously acknowledged those who approached him to offer congratulations, appearing humble and polite. Du Haisu observed this scene, nodding in approval. A young man who was handsome, academically gifted, and affluent, yet remained modest, was indeed a rarity. However, Du Haisu maintained his composure, recognizing that noble lineage and academic prowess were not particularly extraordinary. Subsequently, several more students entered the machine, with scores ranging from B to C, further emphasizing Luo Zetian's prowess. Observing the dwindling attendance sheet, Du Haisu surmised that this examination would likely conclude in similar fashion. The highest rank would probably belong to Luo Zetian. He sighed, reflecting on his years of supervising the college entrance examination without witnessing the emergence of a genius. Feeling a sense of regret, he recalled that during his early days as an invigilator, a former teacher had mentioned witnessing the birth of an SS-rank genius. Individuals of such caliber possessed exceptional combat talent and remarkable methods for training fairies. Eventually, they became top-tier champions. To witness the emergence of a champion-level student was an honor beyond compare. Du Haisu envied his teacher for that experience. Casting a glance at Luo Zetian, he mused that this young man's talent was commendable. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to strive for greatness in the future. With a resigned sigh, Du Haisu called out another name from the attendance sheet. Chen. Prepare to enter for the examination. He added a reminder. Chen, at that moment, slowly emerged from the rear of the crowd. Preferring solitude over being amidst a throng, he had delayed his response to Du Haishu's call. Du Haishu scrutinized the lethargic student as he stepped forward, frowning slightly and shaking his head, privately lamenting. Another student casually drifting through. Chen, unfazed, walked directly into the machine. Ding. Iris and facial recognition successful. Student ID 6012 x times 666. Chen. The cold mechanical voice announced, signaling the start of the examination. Ding. Please summon the fairy you wish to battle with. Without hesitation, Chen summoned his little Lugia, the spirited creature appearing ecstatic and eager. Ding. Fairy detected. Ding. Detected fairy is a newborn fairy. Chen understood that the indication of a newborn fairy was significant. The examination required the use of a fairy deemed a newborn. Otherwise, one could not pass. For the system and everyone involved, the starting point for newborn fairies, regardless of type, was the same as fledglings. They would not heed commands unless nurtured. Moreover, this examination involved not only commanding one's own fairy to battle, but also directing a system-provided fairy for a simulated contest, culminating in a composite score. Thus, it was a rational and equitable process. This fact underscored why Du Haishu emphasized the importance of combat talent. Ding. Detecting fairy at this juncture, the examination system's voice faltered momentarily. Ding. Fairy search failed. Please manually input the fairy's name. Chen was taken aback, realizing that the examination fairy database lacked information on little Lugia. Consequently, he had no choice but to input the name manually. Teacher Du. Why has this student been inside for so long? Could he be struggling with the process? In that moment, Teacher Su, who was accompanying the invigilator, approached with a question. It shouldn't be the case, right? Du Haishu responded, though he felt a twinge of concern. How long has he been inside? About 10 minutes. Which is longer than usual for students. 10 minutes. Du Haishu glanced at the still machine doors, pursing his lips. Let us wait another 2 or 3 minutes. After all, there are only a couple of students left. All right. As the lead invigilator, Du Haishu's words held weight, and Teacher Su did not oppose his sentiment. After all, he had merely inquired out of a sense of responsibility. Du Haishu's gaze returned to the machine doors, filled with uncertainty. Was something amiss? Chapter 13. The astonishment of the third examination hall. At this moment, the surrounding students grew impatient. They had expected to conclude their examinations and head home, yet found themselves delayed by this unexpected situation, with Chen taking over 10 minutes to finish. Is he perhaps the first person in examination history to take such a long time? The students murmured among themselves, mocking Chen for his peculiarities. Goodness. This kid must be confused about the procedure and is likely sweating bullets inside. I suspect he's not even taking the exam. Maybe he's in the restroom. This is wasting my time. I was looking forward to hanging out with my classmates. I had plans to confess to my crush during this last stretch. The students' chatter escalated, while the teachers could hardly contain their impatience. Teacher Du, it's been 3 minutes, and he has still not emerged. The conscientious Teacher Su could not help but speak again. Is something wrong with that kid? Du Haishu furrowed his brow. I must forcibly open the doors. As he spoke, he slowly approached the imposing machine. Detected scoring level, SSS. Detected scoring level, SSS. Astonishingly, the scoring level of SSS was announced. Suddenly, the specialized examination machine for the college entrance examination began to broadcast frantically, akin to a burst of exuberance, unable to cease. Du Haishu, who had just reached the entrance, was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion. What level is this? Yet, the voice continued to resound incessantly in his ears. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the large screen above. Instantly, his pupils dilated in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. What? Level S? Level SSS? There it was, clearly inscribed with the 3 prominent letters SSS. The most alarming aspect was that the machine continued to announce this, as if fearing others would remain unaware. Not only Du Haishu, but also the 2 proctoring teachers behind him were stunned. Their mouths agape as if they could swallow a fairy egg. In all their years of supervision, they had never encountered such a student. In fact, they had never even heard of it. How could someone achieve SSS level? What sort of prodigy is this? Is it even possible? In a system of supervision, can there truly be no faults found? Is there someone capable of perfection? In that moment, all 3 proctors, including Du Haishu, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Yet, the students below were even more astonished. Incredible, SSS level? How is this achieved? It's too formidable. Goodness, I only managed AB level. How can I bear this? Which school does this genius belong to? They are simply invincible. My goodness, a prodigy worthy of reverence. I wish to befriend him. Within a minute, the third examination hall resembled a festive celebration, bustling with excitement. The candidates and proctoring teachers, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment, were on the verge of madness. They felt as though they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Previously, Luo Zetian, who had attained an S grade, was equally flabbergasted. unable to fathom that another could achieve such a feat. SSS level? In an instant, his once proud heart plummeted. With such a heavenly being present, what did he have left to take pride in? He was acutely aware that attaining an S grade was already a monumental achievement, having given his all, let alone SSS grade. Even with his pride and confidence, he did not believe he could accomplish such a feat, because it was exceedingly difficult. A soft sound abruptly echoed amidst everyone's gaze. Chen's figure appeared before all. He had already heard the announcement and the bustling discussions outside while inside. This was also the reason for his slight delay in coming out. However, upon facing the crowd in the examination hall, Chen was taken aback by the scene before him. Every individual present radiated an unusual gleam in their eyes, akin to starving beasts encountering meat after a 10-day fast. It was as terrifying as a vicious predator spotting a bare beauty. Such horror. In an instant, he felt his heart race several beats. Yet, the only thing that provided Chen with some comfort was that they did not rush towards him to tear him apart, nor did they display any extreme behavior. Instead, they maintained a respectful distance. Naturally, in this era, who does not revere the strong? With Chen's results, his image had been magnified infinitely in everyone's hearts. Only astonishment. Only awe. Only admiration. How could they dare to act rashly? Just like Luo Zetian, who had initially achieved an S grade, a small circle had formed around him, nearly equivalent to his own domain. Although the students were boisterous, none dared to cross that threshold. Chen knew his results would incite shock, but he never anticipated such an overwhelming effect. He then turned his gaze towards the three proctors, discovering they mirrored the same astonished expressions. Their eyes and faces filled with disbelief. Taking a silent breath, Chen advanced forward. Instantly, everyone spontaneously stepped aside, creating a wide passage for him to traverse unobstructed. Chen could not help but recall how he had to push through the crowd fiercely to reach the front when he entered for the exam. Now, all the students willingly parted to let him through. The disparity between these two moments was immense, and the cause of all this was indeed his results. For a moment, Chen's heart was filled with complex emotions. Meanwhile, the machine's announcements finally ceased. However, the three letters scrolling above remained, vividly affirming to everyone that this was all true. The young man before them, this student, had achieved the astonishing SSS level. At this moment, Du Haishu's mind was already in a state of chaos. He had developed a profound interest in this student named Chen. He was eager to uncover everything about him. Even the footage of his examination, what could it have been like? Du Haishu harbored no doubts of cheating. In the presence of this college entrance examination machine, cheating was nearly impossible. This device had been in use for nearly 2 decades, with the cheating rate virtually at zero. Therefore, compared to cheating, Du Haishu preferred to believe that this world held mysteries. Chapter 14. The astonishing results of Shi Yizhong. The Pokémon Battle College entrance examination had concluded. Du Haishu uploaded the examination results and video materials to the database. Within 10 minutes, the teachers awaiting results would promptly learn how their students had fared. This was a long-standing convention whenever the college entrance examination results were released. Not only did students not need to wait to learn their results, but teachers did not either. However, the various Pokémon universities would only receive the students' results 2 days later for admissions. Ding! A crisp sound emanated from the computer in front of Principal Wang Jinyun of Shi Yizhong. The 12 teachers beneath him almost immediately turned their gazes towards him. They all knew that the results of today's Pokémon Battle College entrance examination had arrived. Wang Jinyun licked his lips and said, "Teachers, I have forwarded the results to the group chat. You may check how your students performed." As he spoke, he pressed the send button, and instantly, all students' results were shared in the group chat. Wu Zigong, the homeroom teacher for Class 5 of Shi Yizhong, and also Chen's teacher, shared the same curiosity as the other homeroom teachers, eager to see how his students had performed. Why was he so eager? Because of the presence of Xiao Yashi. She was the most likely student in their class to achieve excellent results. After all, she had attained the top score in theoretical knowledge in the humanities at Shi Yizhong. Wu Zigong scanned the results, his eyes searching for Xiao Yashi's name. At long last, he found it. Xiao Yashi, Pokémon Battle Examination Rating, S grade. What a relief. A smile crept onto Wu Zigong's lips. Although it differed slightly from his expectations, it was still a commendable result. Overall, Xiao Yashi should be ranked first in the entire school, right? She would surely be coveted by all Pokémon universities. As her homeroom teacher, he would also experience a rise in status. Ensuring his position within the school would become more secure. Wu Zigong licked his lips. He had been a teacher for 15 years in the college entrance examination class. However, despite his experience, he had remained rather unremarkable within the school. Even benefits and policies had not inclined in his favor. It is precisely because he cannot produce students with commendable results. Nowadays, Wu Zigong cast a glance at Xiao Yashi's grades. A smile crept upon his lips. It was a moment to revel in glory. He recalled his persistent requests to the school for housing allocation, which had yet to bear fruit. Surely this time, there would be no hindrance, right? Wu Zigong yearned to immediately present these results before Principal Wang Jinyun, urging him to open his eyes and behold. This is a student he had nurtured. Principal Wang Jinyun had consistently dismissed his housing applications, citing the lackluster performance of his class. Wow, Teacher Wang. Your student Zhang Wufeng is remarkable, achieving an SS rating. How did he manage that? Suddenly, a voice broke through, capturing the attention of all the teachers, including Wu Zigong. An SS rating? Wang Jinyun was equally astonished. There has long been a saying in academia. A student who attains an SS rating is assured a future as a top-tier talent. The school was on the brink of cultivating a future luminary. How could Wang Jinyun not be thrilled? This was a matter of prestige. He promptly rose and hurried to Teacher Wang's computer. Is it true? Wang Jinyun spoke, his voice trembling with excitement, his gaze fixed on the screen. Zhang Wufeng, SS rating confirmed. Yet, Wang Jinyun furrowed his brow. This student seemed somewhat familiar. Principal Wang, it is not surprising that you recognize Zhang Wufeng. He has consistently ranked among the top in theoretical examinations at our school, though regrettably, he only secured second place this time. Zhang Wufeng's homeroom teacher remarked, sighing. Though his expression betrayed immense pride as he glanced at Wu Zigong from a distance. It all makes sense now. Wang Jinyun clapped his hands, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, haha, I never expected that our city S#1 high school would finally produce a potential superstar. Dekai, it seems your class is indeed exceptional and possesses great potential. In front of all the teachers, Wang Jinyun patted Wang Dekai's shoulder, his excitement mingling with a sense of deep satisfaction. Principal, regarding my housing application, could it possibly be approved? Wang Dekai suddenly inquired. Given the results of your class, it should pose no issue. Wang Jinyun's words were decisive, indicating who would benefit from the housing allocation today. The teachers present exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and envy. They too yearned for a slice of this fortune. However, Wang Dekai had a strong backing, and his students were thriving. What could they say? Not far away, Wu Zigong felt as though he had consumed something unpleasant. He had just been elated, only to be swiftly struck back into reality. Yet, more than that, he felt a surge of indignation. What qualifications did Wang Dekai possess to apply for housing? He had been at the school for less than 2 years. Had it not been for the fact that Wang Jinyun was his uncle, could he even lead a college entrance examination class? Did he deserve to apply for housing benefits? Wu Zigong was incensed. He observed the teachers around him, some congratulating, others offering well wishes, or even flattering Wang Dekai, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The smile on Wang Jinyun's face was equally repugnant. He felt queasy. Teacher Wu, there seems to be an anomaly with your student S results. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. The preceding statement had been selectively overlooked, but the subsequent remark rendered the entire conference room eerily silent. How could there possibly be a student with an SSS rating? 3SS? Surely. This must be a mistake. The teacher who spoke again focused intently on the computer screen. What? 3SS? Not only did all the teachers, but even Wu Zigong himself was left dumbfounded. He turned abruptly. Guchun, SSS rating. Shock, pure shock. Wu Zigong had fixated on Xiao Yashi, unaware that the true prodigy in his class was this student. An SSS rating indeed. An older teacher nearby exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, mouth agape. After 20 years of teaching, he had never encountered a student capable of such a feat instantly. More and more teachers gathered around the computer in front of Wu Zigong. A collective gasp filled the air. Quickly, make way, let me see. Wang Jinyun, breathless with excitement, pushed aside the teachers in front of him. Guchun, SSS rating. These words flashed before Wang Jinyun's eyes. He felt as though he was on the verge of madness. Their city, yes, no. One high school was about to explode with excitement. An SSS-rated student. How incredible. With the emergence of this SSS rating, Wang Jinyun lost all interest in the previously mentioned SS rating, for no other reason than that the difference of a single S represented a monumental divide. At least, no one had ever reached such heights in all this time. But now, their school had produced such a talent. How could Wang Jinyun not be ecstatic? How could he not be thrilled and astonished? Chapter 15. Xiao Yashi's invitation, quick, contact him. Wang Jinyun urged, his voice trembling with excitement. Teacher Wu, we must reach out to him and arrange for an exclusive interview for our school. Wang Jinyun clutched Wu Zigong's shoulder, his voice quaking. Principal, regarding my housing application, Wu Zigong swallowed hard. Although he too was astounded, he did not forget this matter. I will give you whatever you need. Just bring him here. I will provide anything. Wang Jinyun exclaimed with fervor. Then, he seemed to recall something and added, no, I must accompany you. This will demonstrate our school's sincerity. Wang Jinyun insisted. Meanwhile, Wang Dekai remained fixated on the massive words on the computer screen, unable to comprehend. This is impossible. The system must be malfunctioning. Wang Dekai could not help but voice his disbelief. Nonsense. As soon as he uttered those words, he was met with Wang Jinyun's furious rebuke. The system has never recorded an error in 20 years. How could it possibly be wrong? Such a scenario is unfathomable. He could not hold back his anger. This was the future of their school, and consequently, his own advancement. How could Wang Dekai dare suggest a system error in his presence? If it were not for the fact that he was his nephew, he would have slapped him. Wang Dekai retreated, knowing better than to provoke further. He had achieved his current status in this school largely due to Wang Jinyun's protection. How could he dare to act recklessly? Yet, Wu Zigong, Wang Dekai felt an intense loathing for him. By the way, Teacher Wang, what are Gu Chen's theoretical scores like? Another teacher suddenly posed a question. However, before Wu Zigong could respond, Wang Jinyun waved his hand dismissively, stating, that is of no consequence. These 3 SS are the best evidence. Even if his theoretical scores are subpar, those 3 SS are sufficient. Having served as principal for so long, Wang Jinyun understood well that performance in competitions outweighed theoretical scores. If one lacked talent in practical applications, how could they compensate? Conversely, would someone who achieved such remarkable results in competitions have poor theoretical knowledge? He refused to believe it. Without further discussion, the mere existence of these 3 SS would render him a prime target for recruitment by all elite universities. The mere thought of this brought a smile to his lips. He estimated that his position as principal would not last much longer. However, Principal, are you not curious? This statement indeed piqued Wang Jinyun's curiosity. He licked his lips, unable to restrain his inquiry. Teacher Wu, how did Gu Chen perform in the theoretical exam? Wu Zigong had long been searching for Gu Chen's theoretical transcript. To his recollection, Gu Chen had consistently excelled in theoretical subjects, remaining quiet in class and not particularly engaging with the group. He could be described as a rather conventional student. Nevertheless, Wu Zigong's impression of him was deeply influenced by this recent theoretical examination. He distinctly remembered that Gu Chen was the only student to score full marks in 3 subjects while missing 1 due to time constraints. I recall his theoretical score was 450, he said hastily, fearing that Wang Jinyun might grow impatient. 450? Upon hearing this score, Wang Jinyun's tone shifted, revealing a hint of disappointment. Clearly, he was quite concerned about this result. The surrounding teachers also exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. It seemed this student was not as extraordinary as they had thought. Perhaps it was merely luck? No. He scored 450 in 3 subjects while missing the last exam. Wu Zigong understood their thoughts and had already located Gu Chen's transcript, pointing to the screen. 3 subjects scored 450. Wang Jinyun swallowed hard, quickly looking over. Shocked. Not only was he astonished, but the other teachers were equally taken aback. The large office grew silent, as if the cicadas had suddenly ceased their song. What an extraordinary student. Did he intentionally skip the last subject? In an instant, as everyone was struck with astonishment, questions arose in their minds. Did you come to see me for something? Gu Chen returned home after the exam and spotted Xiao Yashi waiting nearby. He was somewhat curious as to why she sought him out. Could it be that she had developed an addiction to his company? Upon seeing Gu Chen, Xiao Yashi's eyes sparkled, and a sweet smile adorned her face, revealing a slight dimple. She approached him, saying, Gu Chen, how did you do on the exam? Not bad, Gu Chen replied, scratching his nose. You must have done well, right? Judging by the smile on Xiao Yashi's face, he could make an educated guess. Just average, I got an S. Didn't he see that coming? You're quite the master of understated confidence, Gu Chen teased with a grin, feeling in high spirits. Master of understated confidence? A hint of confusion flickered in Xiao Yashi's large eyes. Gu Chen suddenly realized that such a concept did not exist in this world. What does that mean? Xiao Yashi asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the affectionate term girl he had used. Surely, that was a term of endearment? For instance, if someone told you they performed poorly on an exam and you comforted them by saying you felt the same, expecting low scores, only for the results to reveal them failing while you scored 149, you understand now? Gu Chen provided a simple example to elucidate the meaning of the master of understated confidence. At first, Xiao Yashi did not grasp it, but after contemplating, she covered her mouth and giggled, shooting Gu Chen a playful glare. Where did you learn such an odd analogy? Nowhere, I just have a rather active mind. Gu Chen shrugged, then inquired, what brings you here? Their essay gathering for our class tonight. Are you going? Xiao Yashi finally remembered her purpose for visiting. A gathering? Gu Chen frowned. To be honest, he had little interest in such events. He glanced at the little Lalu Ras clinging tightly to his pant leg. This little actor had grown accustomed to being held by him. Once he stopped, it began to cling to him instead. Gu Chen was about to mention retrieving money from the system to purchase more Poké Balls. You will go, right? Xiao Yashi asked suddenly, her eyes sparkling with an eager glimmer. All right, Gu Chen sighed. When is it? He decided to attend. After being reborn, he had yet to reunite with his former classmates. It would be nice to see how they had changed. Now, upon hearing Gu Chen's agreement, Xiao Yashi was evidently thrilled, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Chapter 16, The Outdoor Class Gathering. Gu Chen, why are you buying Poké Balls? In the Pokémon supplies store, Xiao Yashi watched as Gu Chen purchased 10 Poké Balls. Unable to contain her curiosity, just in case, you never know when you might need them outdoors. In this world, Poké Balls function similarly to those in games. If they fail to capture a Pokémon upon being thrown, they lose their effect. Thus, it was prudent to have a few spare. All right, Xiao Yashi nodded. patiently waiting for him. Want to come in? After exiting the shop, Gu Chen crouched down and placed a Poké Ball in front of Lalu Ras, speaking softly. Lalu. The little actor turned its head away, clearly upset over Gu Chen's earlier refusal to hold it. It was quite displeased. Gu Chen chuckled, unfazed, and placed the Poké Ball before it again. Lalu Ras turned its face away once more. Xiao Yashi found it puzzling. Had Gu Chen not already captured this Pokémon? Or did he wish to switch the Poké Ball? Full of questions, she remained silent, observing the interaction between Gu Chen and the Pokémon. Gu Chen had a unique method for dealing with the little actor. He pretended to be angry, placing the Poké Ball on the ground, stating, "Fine. If you want to go in, I want to take care of you anymore. You can find someone else to cling to." He began to stand up. However, Lalu Ras, thinking Gu Chen was genuinely upset, quickly grabbed his hand with a soft call. Lalu Lalu. The little one seemed to complain, insisting it had done wrong and that Gu Chen should not be angry. With a pitiful expression, it tugged at Gu Chen's heartstrings, even causing Xiao Yashi to feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, Gu Chen was resolute. He pointed at the Poké Ball, firmly stating, "Get in." Seeing his stern tone, Lalu Ras did not dare to resist any further. It turned around and, with a sad demeanor, picked up the Poké Ball from the ground. Then, it gently pressed the button on top. With a soft click, Lalu Ras's figure vanished from Gu Chen's sight. The Poké Ball spun a couple of times on the ground before displaying a successful capture. Gu Chen picked up the Poké Ball, straightened up, and said to Xiao Yashi, "Let us go?" Just as he finished speaking, a soft pop echoed, and Lalu Ras reappeared before him. The little one had escaped. It could do that. Gu Chen was taken aback. He had encountered the classic scene of a Pokémon escaping its ball. This gathering is in the outdoors. Gu Chen, holding Lalu Ras, glanced toward the city exit of Shishui City, inquiring. He did not wish to hold this little actor, but it was too good at being adorable. And Gu Chen felt utterly defeated. In the end, he had no choice but to once again take on the role of a caretaker. Yes, they mentioned wanting to experience a night of outdoor camping, so they decided to spend the night outside. Xiao Yashi replied, "That simply won't do. I am utterly unprepared." Gu Chen shook his head, expressing that while outdoor accommodation was feasible, it required ample preparation, which he lacked. "There's no need," Xiao Yashi replied, shaking her head before adding, "I have already prepared everything for you." Gu Chen felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he had unwittingly become a kept man. Something felt amiss. Had his charm reached an unprecedented peak in this lifetime? In his previous life, though acquainted with Xiao Yashi, he had never received such favorable treatment. Their paths had merely crossed after the college entrance examination, fading into the annals of memory. This time, it seemed to be the opposite. Moreover, how could she be certain he would attend? Having exited the class group chat half a month prior, Gu Chen was oblivious to the fact that the organizer of this gathering was none other than Xiao Yashi herself. "Let us go?" Noticing his daze, Xiao Yashi urged him again. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen decided to follow her lead. Though it felt somewhat like accepting a handout, he reconciled with it. He would repay this favor in the future. The outdoor gathering location she mentioned was by the Luo Shui River, not far from Shishui City. One must admit, the setting was exquisite. With mountains and water, the terrain was open and inviting. Upon his arrival, Gu Chen found several classmates already gathered, with a few tents sparsely set up nearby. He also noticed that their gathering was not exclusive. On the opposite bank, there was another group, though he could not discern their school affiliation. At the moment Gu Chen appeared, few seemed to notice. However, when Xiao Yashi arrived, it was a different story. Almost everyone flocked to her, eager to offer assistance. Among them was their class monitor, Mulunghai. "Xiao Yashi, I brought your things," he announced, gesturing to a powder blue backpack placed in front of a dark tent. "It was delivered by your family's steward, but I held onto it for you." He elaborated, subtly conveying to those nearby that he was well acquainted with Xiao Yashi, even familiar with her steward, something they could only envy. "Thank you," Xiao Yashi replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Her polite smile quickly dissipating, creating an invisible chasm between them. Mulunghai, perceiving the change, awkwardly chuckled and, as if discovering a new continent, glanced at Gu Chen, saying, "Gu Chen, you've come too. Why didn't you bring any luggage or a tent? It's quite inconvenient without those." He did bring them. Mulunghai's comment was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Yashi. "His belongings are in my backpack." Her words were laden with implications, instantly altering the onlookers' perceptions of Gu Chen. It appeared he had swiftly connected with their class beauty right after the college entrance examination. Could it be that they were already together? In an instant, the air was thick with the sound of shattered hearts echoing among the boys. Gu Chen had quietly secured Xiao Yashi's affections? Doubt flickered in Mulunghai's mind. Truthfully, he found it hard to believe, as did many others. Realizing the envious, jealous, or disgruntled gazes directed at him, Gu Chen understood that misunderstandings abounded. However, he deemed it unnecessary to clarify, as such matters often spiraled out of control with explanations. Silence was the most eloquent response. Xiao Yashi, too, recognized that her words had been misinterpreted. After a discreet glance at Gu Chen, who remained unperturbed and offered no explanation, she exhaled softly. After some contemplation, she chose to remain silent. Chapter 17. I am Gula Duo, the Blade of the Abyss warns. A significant event unfolded. Just as Guan was assisting Xiao Yashi in setting up the tent, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. He turned to see a classmate named Zhang Yunfeng exclaiming excitedly. What on earth happened? Mu Lunghai, as class monitor, was the first to rush over, his foremost concern being whether a classmate had encountered an accident. No. Zhang Yunfeng hastily shook his head, calming himself before announcing. Did you all hear? I've heard that in this year's college entrance examination, a genius from Shishui City achieved a score of SSS. What? Mu Lunghai was equally astonished. SSS? Is that true? Impossible, shouted another student. Do you even know how difficult it is to attain an SSS rating? It has never happened in the history of college entrance examinations. This was spoken by Lu Yudi, the class's resident skeptic. I might believe that Gula Duo can fly, but that someone received an SSS? Absolutely not. True to form, he held his ground firmly. However, for reasons unknown, Guan couldn't suppress a light chuckle at the unfolding scene. Yet, the arguing group remained oblivious to his amusement, while Xiao Yashi, observing him, inquired. Guan, does your laughter suggest you also disbelieve? No. Guan shook his head. I find Gula Duo rather pitiable, constantly being the subject of jokes. Indeed, Gula Duo's flight seems an impossible feat. Guan mused, a wild idea taking root in his mind. If he could capture Gula Duo, would there be an opportunity to make it fly? After all, he possessed a system. Perhaps he could orchestrate something extraordinary in the future. Oh, so that's what made you laugh, Xiao Yashi remarked, smiling at his joy. For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, Guan's happiness brought her delight. Yes. While Lu Yudi often plays the contrarian, I must admit I stand with him on this matter. Gradually, more bored classmates joined the gossip. I agree, this is entirely implausible. Zhang Yunfeng exclaimed, exasperated, raising his hands defensively. When I first heard, I was just as incredulous, but many have corroborated the story, including one of my cousin's classmates who was present at the examination. Zhang Yunfeng quickly defended himself. If that's the case, I demand you bring your cousin's classmate here for a confrontation. This is simply outrageous. Lu Yudi, ever the skeptic, remained steadfast in his beliefs. If it turns out to be true, I will withdraw from the realm of skeptics and turn my back on you, Zhang Yunfeng. At this point, Lu Yudi added, I've already signed you up for a 2-week Pokémon summer camp. Impressive. The onlookers erupted in admiration, recognizing Lu Yudi's boldness. This summer camp, lasting 2 weeks, was organized by the school to help students adapt to combat scenarios, paving the way for college. Professional trainers were invited to conduct rigorous training for the participants. The cost for 2 weeks was a staggering 40,000 star coins, a significant financial consideration for many. However, is it not audacious of Lu Yudi to dare propose such a wager? Truly, Zhang Yunfeng seemed quite elated. He had contemplated this summer camp activity for quite some time. Lu Yudi, can indeed afford this wager. The argumentative male patted his chest, producing a resounding sound that cast doubt on its authenticity. Yet upon looking again, Guan had already walked away, oblivious to their betting. He needed to fetch 2 large stones first. You are doomed, Lu Yudi, Zhang Yunfeng chuckled, pointing towards the opposite riverbank, saying, my cousin and his classmates are over there, just you wait. Waiting is no issue. Lu Yudi's resolve was unwavering. He paid no heed to whether this bet was unfair to him. He merely wished to prove his point. Without further ado, Zhang Yunfeng dashed off to find his cousin. Meanwhile, Mu Lunghai gazed at Zhang Yunfeng's departing figure, lost in contemplation. Is it truly possible for someone to achieve an SSS rating? To be frank, he harbored doubts. Yet Zhang Yunfeng's conviction caused him to waver. Nonetheless, this matter did not concern him. He was merely the class monitor before, now that everyone had graduated. He had no authority over their wager. It must be said, Zhang Yunfeng was indeed zealous in his pursuit of the summer camp event. Not long had passed before he returned with 2 boys in tow. I brought them back. Where's Lu Yudi? Though the person had yet to arrive, Zhang Yunfeng's voice preceded him. Father is here. Lu Yudi wasted no time, emerging from his tent. The students gathered once more by the riverside, eager to witness the spectacle. Cousin and young Master Luo, you must tell them if there truly is a student with an SSS rating. Although Zhang Yunfeng spoke of his cousin, his gaze was fixed upon the handsome youth beside him. Had Guan been present, he would not have recognized this young man as Luo Zetian, the one who achieved an S rating in their 3rd examination venue. Indeed, a student has achieved an SSS rating, right from our 3rd examination venue. Luo Zetian nodded affirmatively. He then continued, I heard it was from your city's one high school. As a close friend of Zhang Yunfeng's cousin, he was obliged to bear witness to this, but he bore no ill will. In private, Luo Zetian was quite amiable, though many kept their distance due to his esteemed status. The revelation from Luo Zetian sent the crowd into an uproar. No way. Someone truly achieved an SSS rating. And from our school? Goodness, the world is utterly insane. It seems that Gula Duo can indeed fly. This student was clearly using Lu Yudi's words to make a veiled mockery. My worldview has been entirely reshaped. The surrounding students engaged in a cacophony of discussion, their voices overlapping. Chapter 18. So you are the master of Versailles literature. Listening to the surrounding students' chatter, Lu Yudi clenched his teeth and declared, just because you say it, does that make it true? You must provide evidence. Convincing evidence. Luo Zetian, clearly a composed individual, pondered for a moment before responding. If anyone from your class took the exam at the third venue, they would know. Otherwise, it will be revealed in a couple of days. This is the truth. I am not lying. An SSS rating has indeed been born. With this pronouncement, Xiao Yashi could not help but glance over, her focus on the third examination venue. She recalled that Gu Chen, who had gone to gather stones, seemed to be. Class monitor, is there anyone in our class who took the exam at the third venue? Lu Yudi's argumentative prowess was quite formidable. He did not dwell on whether he was right or wrong. He merely sought the answer. This is the high level of self-cultivation of an argumentative individual. A remarkably elevated spirit. The third venue? Mu Lunghai furrowed his brow, pondering before shaking his head. I need to check the tablet to know. I can't recall off the top of my head. No need. I saw it. Teacher Wu announced it. Suddenly, a student spoke up. Gu Chen. It was Gu Chen who was in the third venue. Gu Chen. Mu Lunghai did not anticipate such a coincidence. He scanned his surroundings, realizing Gu Chen had not yet arrived. He saw Xiao Yashi, but not Gu Chen. However, Luo Zetian's expression brightened slightly upon hearing that name. He still remembered that examinee, who indeed was called Gu Chen. Could he be a student from this class? In that moment, Luo Zetian's mind began to race with thoughts. Gu Chen was not present now. They would have to wait a while for his return. Seeing everyone clamoring for this name, Xiao Yashi bit her lip and stepped forward to speak. Luo Zetian glanced at the girl before him, his eyes revealing a hint of admiration. However, it was merely appreciation. He considered her a beautiful girl. Alas, I need him right now, Zhang Yunfeng shouted, his impatience palpable. He has returned. At that moment, an observant student spotted Gu Chen, who was leisurely striding back from the forest. He cradled stones in his arms, accompanied by a small Ralu at his feet. The little creature was also carrying a small stone, appearing somewhat strained yet diligently committed to assisting its owner in alleviating some burden. That adorably earnest demeanor made many boys' hearts flutter, wishing to immediately adopt a Ralu. Luo Zetian observed the approaching figure, his expression gradually shifting. Indeed, it was this boy. He was the one who achieved the SSS rating. Luo Zetian remembered his features clearly and would not forget. As Gu Chen drew near, he noticed all eyes were upon him, as if they awaited his arrival. He too was somewhat astonished, tossing the stone aside, and asked, "What is the matter? Gu Chen, you have finally returned." Zhang Yunfeng rushed forward, exclaiming, "I heard you were from the third venue. Do you know that someone achieved an SSS rating?" Lu Yudi's gaze was also fixed on Gu Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Before Gu Chen could answer, Luo Zetian interjected with a smile. "You need not inquire." Upon hearing this, the onlookers fell silent momentarily. This line heralded a twist in the narrative. Sure enough, the next sentence left them utterly stunned, causing an uproar. The student who achieved the SSS rating from number 1 high school is him. Gu Chen. Luo Zetian pointed at Gu Chen, slowly declaring, "Hiss. Gu Chen achieved the SSS rating. A student from our class." The students of Class 5 felt this was the most explosive news they had encountered this year. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Gu Chen began to shift. Some sought to draw closer. Others expressed reverence and admiration, while some were deeply shocked, disbelieving, envious, or even resentful. Beside them, Xiao Yashi also covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. It seemed to add an air of charm and cuteness to her demeanor. She finally understood why Gu Chen had been so vague when discussing his results. It turned out that even if he revealed them, few would believe him. Perhaps it was better to remain silent. Gu Chen bent down to scoop up the Ralu, which had been playfully demanding his attention at his feet, and slowly uttered the most pretentious words of the year. "Indeed, I have attained the esteemed SSS rank. Is it not merely a matter of having hands?" The entire crowd was taken aback, rendered speechless. Having hands, one might say. Farewell. Gu Chen merely wished to present a jest, to appear less aloof and to bridge the gap between himself and the others. However, he misjudged the jest. What he remained oblivious to was the significance of the SSS rank in the eyes of the students in this era. Yet, in Gu Chen's mind, it was merely a score, nothing more. In his previous world, there were always those who achieved perfect scores in the college entrance examination. Once everyone adjusted, it became inconsequential, did it not? But this world was different. Thus, in an instant, the gaze of everyone towards Gu Chen transformed. Following the betting uproar, Gu Chen had already set up the tent in which he would temporarily reside that evening. This endeavor was troublesome. The thought of having to repeat such a task in the wilderness made Gu Chen's head throb. Forget it. Sleeping beneath the sky and on the ground would suffice. Gu Chen, Xiao Yashi suddenly spoke in a languid manner. "What is it?" Glancing up at her, Gu Chen could not help but inquire. "It turns out you are the true master of Versailles literature." Gu Chen, he understood what Xiao Yashi was implying. "Oh, I did not expect her ability to draw inferences to be quite so strong. It appears I belong to the group without hands. Xiao Yashi continued in her leisurely manner. Chen, a miscalculation. Chuckling softly at the slight awkwardness adorning his face, Xiao Yashi could not suppress her laughter. Her smile blossomed like a flower, rendering Chen momentarily entranced. I am merely jesting. Congratulations on achieving such commendable results. Now, even if your theoretical score is only 450, you should be able to attend whichever school you desire, right? As Xiao Yashi spoke, she glanced at him, seemingly lost in thought, her face suddenly flushing. That should be the case? Chen nodded. Which school do you wish to attend? She gazed at Chen, appearing quite eager for his response. I wish to. Meanwhile, at Chen's home, a different scene was unfolding. Chapter 19, The Night of the Bonfire. Gu Haifeng was in a daze at home when he heard a knock at the door. He glanced at his phone and noted it was 6 in the evening. Due to Chen's examination today, both he and his wife had taken the day off together. They had planned to prepare a delicious meal for their son as a reward. However, in the afternoon, Chen announced he would be attending a classmate gathering and would not return, understanding that his son was growing up and could make his own decisions. Dad did not impede him. On the contrary, he was quite supportive. After all, taking the day off was no issue, and it provided a good opportunity for them to rest. Nevertheless, the knock at the door was rather untimely, disturbing his peaceful slumber. Gu Haifeng had no choice but to dress and answer the door. May I ask who you are? Gu Haifeng inquired, observing 2 middle-aged men outside. Feeling they appeared somewhat familiar. Mr. Gu, you truly have a remarkable son. The visitors were none other than Wang Jinyun, the principal of Yizhong, and Chen's homeroom teacher, Wu Zigong. Upon seeing Gu Haifeng, Wang Jinyun could hardly contain his excitement. Without even inquiring, he had already concluded that this man must be Chen's father, and he stepped forward to shake his hand vigorously. This was quite a bold move. Nonetheless, it sufficiently demonstrated his inner excitement. Gu Haifeng was bewildered. This balding man had entered his home proclaiming that he had a remarkable son. What on earth? Sensing his confusion, Wu Zigong hurriedly stepped forward to explain. You are Chen's parent, correct? I am Chen's homeroom teacher, Wu Zigong. And this gentleman is the principal of our city's Yizhong. Only then did Gu Haifeng realize why he found the man somewhat familiar. It was indeed Chen's homeroom teacher. Dad recalled attending a parent-teacher meeting, where he must have seen Wu Zigong and retained some impression. Is something wrong with Chen? Seeing that both the teacher and principal had come in person, Gu Haifeng grew concerned, fearing something had happened to Chen. However, that could not be right. He had just seen his son at noon. Do not worry, Mr. Gu. The situation is as follows. Wu Zigong then recounted the details of Chen's scores. Listening to this, Gu Haifeng felt as if he were reading a fantastical tale, his heart racing. His son had achieved 3 S's. Moreover, he was the only one to have done so in many years. At that moment, Gu Haifeng felt as though he were living in a dream. Teacher, are you saying Chen scored 3 S's in the college entrance examination? Having overheard everything from the inner room, Qi Minghan could no longer restrain herself and opened the door, her face equally astonished. Initially, upon hearing that the teachers had come, she feared something had happened to Chen. Little did she expect it to be due to such news. Indeed, Wang Jinyan finally seized the opportunity to speak, stepping forward to grasp Gu Haifeng's hand again, saying, Therefore, you both must ensure that Chen accepts our school's interview request. This will not only greatly benefit our school, but, more importantly, will assist Chen himself. It will undoubtedly pave a smoother path for his future. To express our sincerity, I can guarantee that our school will provide substantial financial assistance for Chen's university expenses. At this point, Wang Jinyun bit his lip and continued, 100,000. No. Our school will provide 200,000 per semester. Wu Zigong was equally taken aback. He never anticipated that their usually frugal principal would suddenly be so generous. However, he quickly recognized the implications. This was a commitment to support Chen for several years. Wang Jinyun clearly valued Chen's potential highly. Gu Haifeng and his wife exchanged glances, both astonished by the expressions reflected in each other's eyes. From the news of Chen's 3 S's to the principal's offer of financial assistance, they both felt the need to process this information thoroughly. The so-called camping was merely an opportunity for a group of individuals to experience the sensation of setting up camp, along with a chance to learn how to survive in the wilderness. However, the students of Class 5 had all failed in their endeavors. Their attempts to catch fish for roasting or to prepare food they brought along had all ended in failure. Either the food was undercooked or reduced to a charred mess. Ultimately, they had no choice but to concede defeat and return to content themselves with bread. In contrast, Xiao Yashi had planned well, purchasing pre-packaged cooked food and a variety of beverages. Chen, in this regard, clearly preferred to go with the flow. He had no desire to engage in such futile struggles. Why not enjoy some provisions? There was no need to make a fuss over it. After all, it was merely one day, just to set the mood. Xiao Yashi was likely the happiest of all. Chen noticed that her smile had not faded. Additionally, the little drama queen, La Lu La Si, appeared to thoroughly enjoy this lifestyle. As night fell, several bonfires illuminated the campsite of Class 5. Those who were enjoying themselves huddled together, engaged in conversation. Chen, pulled along by Xiao Yashi, joined one of the groups, which included Zhang Yunfeng and Lu Yudi, as well as Mu Linghai, several classmates. Unexpectedly, Chen also spotted Luo Zetian and Zhang Yunfeng's cousin among them. These two, are they intruding? Chen, I am quite curious, how did you achieve those 3 S's? The more outgoing Zhang Yunfeng remarked. As soon as he opened his mouth, all eyes turned to Chen, eager to hear his response. Even Xiao Yashi, seated beside him, was no exception. One should not merely state that having hands suffices. Fearing another cryptic remark from Chen, Zhang Yunfeng hastily quashed that notion. In truth, I, too, was uncertain how I achieved it. Yet, Chen spoke amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. I only know this. You must strive, and leave the rest to fate. The crowd, this, in an intangible way, served as a soulful inspiration. One cannot blame Chen. He certainly could not proclaim, with my system in hand, I possess the world. To be candid, he attained this SSS rank solely through his own insights. And who would have guessed he would achieve such a grand slam? Initially, he had only aspired to attain an SS rank. A miscalculation. Thus, when Zhang Yunfeng posed this query, Chen had no choice but to resort to his motivational rhetoric. Unbeknownst to him, others might not be swayed by such words. However, Xiao Yashi was quite taken by it. The admiration in her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chen. Meanwhile, Mu Linghai across the way felt a pang of disappointment and furrowed his brows. So, Chen, did you take the exam with Rezu? He inquired. In that case, your Pokémon must be quite formidable. Zhang Yunfeng chimed in. Upon hearing her name mentioned, the little actress, who had been playfully tugging at Chen's clothes, cast an annoyed glance at Zhang Yunfeng, clearly displeased to be the topic of conversation. Chapter 20. I have no interest in the King of Heaven. No. When Zhang Yunfeng broached this subject, Chen chose not to conceal the truth, stating plainly, I did not use Rezu for the exam. I used Lugia. What? Lugia? Zhang Yunfeng was astonished. Not only he, but all present were taken aback. However, their surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by collective laughter. Chen, who would have thought? You truly possess a sense of humor. Mu Linghai remarked, having previously perceived Chen as rather solemn, now surprised by his eloquence. As he laughed, his gaze involuntarily shifted toward Xiao Yashi, as if to convey, see, this is Chen, such an ostentatious character. This inner monologue was more pronounced than anyone could guess. Indeed, Chen, Zhang Yunfeng added, chuckling, now I understand why you said having hands suffices, for you are indeed that type of person. How amusing, haha. His words were genuinely intended, with no malice, contrasting sharply with Mu Linghai's tone. Beside them, the contrarian Lu Yudi had initially planned to interject, but, upon hearing the laughter, decided against it. Chen shrugged, saying nothing. Even when he spoke the truth, no one seemed to believe him. He was at a loss. Only Xiao Yashi, glancing at Chen's impassive demeanor, felt a flicker of belief in his words. Lo Zetian, who had intruded upon the gathering, shared this sentiment. Having lingered to discern Chen's true character, by your achievements, Chen, you surely have your pick of schools, Mu Linghai continued. You could even aspire for the King of Heaven's throne. You must have such ambitions, right? Given your current battling prowess, those individuals will eventually become your rivals. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled, seemingly convinced that Chen would utter something even more grandiose, thus diminishing his appeal in Xiao Yashi's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yashi's furrowed brow stemmed from their unrestrained laughter. Mu Linghai's veiled flattery towards Chen did not escape his notice. However, would a dragon dispute with a mere insect? I have no interest in the King of Heaven, Chen replied in that charged atmosphere. Nor will I deliberately challenge the king. What I cherish most is battling and growing alongside my Pokémon partners, continuously surpassing myself. He said this while affectionately stroking the little actress nestled in his arms, eliciting a light-hearted giggle from her. This moment was profoundly moving. Initially, Mu Linghai felt a degree of satisfaction at Chen's first statement. Yet, upon hearing his subsequent words, it felt as if everything had reverted to the beginning. Not only did it revert, but it subtly stirred the emotions of many present. Why? They were all students, still ensconced in their ivory towers, and their concept of Pokémon had yet to become so pragmatic. Perhaps in the future, they would regard Pokémon as mere tools for fame, wealth, and power. Yet, at this moment, all students viewed their Pokémon as companions, friends. This is the reason Chen's words resonated so deeply with them. Mu Linghai glanced at Xiao Yashi, noticing that the light in her eyes had not diminished. Rather, it intensified. Even the female students, who had been quietly seated, now regarded Chen with a glimmer of admiration. In an instant, Mu Linghai was overwhelmed with resentment, silently regretting his untimely words. Ah, enough of this. What a splendid bonfire gathering. In such a delightful ambience, we must share something entertaining, Zhang Yunfeng suggested, grinning as he glanced at the nearby female classmates. How about we share some ghost stories? Upon this proposal, the boys erupted in silly laughter, while the girls frowned in disapproval, collectively rejecting the idea. However, the more they refused, the more excited Zhang Yunfeng became. Today was a joyous occasion. He had not only won a bet, but had also completed his college entrance exams, feeling utterly liberated. Was he not at the pinnacle of his life? Thus, he eagerly began recounting every terrifying tale he had heard, disregarding whether others were frightened. The boys, indeed, showed no concern, engrossed in listening, while the girls found it increasingly unbearable. Zhang Yunfeng was, after all, quite adept at creating an atmosphere. His flamboyant ghost stories genuinely frightened some. They were so enthralling that one could easily become ensnared. Chen could sense that Xiao Yashi was equally frightened, as she nearly clung to him. Just as the excitement reached its zenith, Chen suddenly seemed to notice something, exclaiming, "Zhang Yunfeng, look behind you. There's a white shadow." He pointed ahead. The crowd, initially engrossed in the bonfire or captivated by the ghost stories, had not paid attention to what lay behind Zhang Yunfeng. Thus, upon Chen's words, they all turned to look. In an instant, terror swept across their faces as they cried out and leapt to their feet, retreating. Xiao Yashi, in her fright, grasped Chen's arm tightly. Glancing behind Zhang Yunfeng, they discovered a piece of white cloth floating in the wind, suspended in the air, resembling a ghost in the darkness. "Oh my, you all truly coordinated well. Your acting is impressive," Zhang Yunfeng remarked, rising with a smile. "To scare me, you've gone to great lengths. Today, I shall see what ghost dares to confront me." Zhang Yunfeng, "Do not speak. It is approaching you," Chen interjected, furrowing his brow and cutting off Zhang Yunfeng's words. "Surely not. Chen, even you, the Great One, will join them? Ralu attack it," Chen commanded without hesitation. At that moment, the little actor sprang from his arms, instantly illuminating the surroundings with a ghostly purple light, which then shot forward like a cannonball. Zhang Yunfeng was taken aback, wondering if it was really necessary to treat him this way while telling a ghost story. He quickly crouched down. A resounding boom echoed as the white cloth was instantly blown away. The white figure, seemingly startled, swiftly fled towards the forest. However, Chen's sharp gaze still caught sight of it. It was an unusual colored Gaisai Tong. Chapter 21. The Gradual Emergence of Danger. "I can't believe there was really something there. I almost fell victim to it. What a rascal." Zhang Yunfeng gazed at the retreating figure, feeling a pang of fear. He had thought his friends were just teasing him, but it turned out to be true. Nevertheless, he realized it was not a ghost, but rather a spirit. However, he could not discern what kind of spirit it was. "Thank you, Chen." Zhang Yunfeng quickly expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for Chen, he would have been at a loss. His classmates had all reacted like fools when faced with danger, truly deserving of the 3SS title. Chen remained remarkably composed. Beside him, Luo Zetian's eyes flickered as he observed the approaching Lalo Leisai. This spirit was formidable. It appeared to be newly born, yet had already mastered the psychic-type move. Truly terrifying. In that moment, Luo Zetian finally understood why some individuals could attain SSS ranks. Their calmness in the face of adversity, rapid responses, and sharp judgment were all far superior to his own. He could not help but feel admiration. A smile crept onto Luo Zetian's lips. To be honest, among his peers, he had never felt inferior to anyone regarding family background or strength. However, for the first time, he felt a desire to yield to someone else. It's best to remain cautious in the wild. Chen redirected his attention. He was indifferent to the gazes of those around him or their thoughts. His curiosity lay solely with the unusual Gaisai Tong. Would he encounter it again? To be honest, Chen truly wished to capture such a rare spirit. After this minor incident, the group's enthusiasm waned, and after a brief chat, they all returned to their tents. The excitement of the day could not be sustained for long, as everyone had undergone a significant ordeal. Chen also planned to return to rest. Exhaustion had set in. However, at that moment, Xiao Yashi obstructed his path. "Chen, I think I saw a shadow moving in the forest. Could there be any danger?" The girl frowned, appearing earnest. "Was it a person? Are you sure?" "Not entirely sure, but I did see a shadow flash by, then dart into the underbrush," she replied, glancing back towards the depths of the forest, a hint of worry in her eyes. "That must be Gaisai Tong," Chen concluded. "Gaisai Tong?" Xiao Yashi's eyes turned, and she asked, "Is the figure behind Zhang Yunfeng earlier Gaisai Tong?" "Yes," Chen nodded, "but I saw it was white. It was an unusual colored Gaisai Tong." "It is indeed white." Chen glanced into the forest. Even if he entered now, he might not find that creature. The Gaisai Tong spirit could easily conceal itself. Unusual color? A white Gaisai Tong. Seeing Chen nod, Xiao Yashi seemed to understand. It was not surprising for the world to contain spirits of unusual colors. "So, what you saw was likely it." Chen shrugged. "It must be quite a mischievous fellow, fond of pranks." "All right." Hearing this, Xiao Yashi felt considerably reassured. After all, it was less concerning if it was a spirit. If it were a person, that would be terrifying. "Rest assured, our tents are adjacent. If anything happens, just let me know. I should be able to react promptly." Chen assured her with a glance. "Okay." Xiao Yashi nodded, a smile finally gracing her face. Indeed. Their tents were right next to each other. If she spoke, Chen would likely hear her, right? With that thought, Xiao Yashi felt her cheeks warm. Surely she didn't snore, did she? How embarrassing that would be. Hopefully not. She fell into a whirlpool of thoughts as she slowly approached her tent. Chen, oblivious to her musings, shrugged and led Lalu Laisai toward his own tent. The night had deepened, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. After all, they were just a bunch of students. What could they possibly have of value? From the edge of the forest, a voice emerged slowly. It belonged to a bald man, his face twisted in a grimace, known to all as Sanba. However, it was not the 3/8, but rather Sanba, named for the 3 scars on his face. What of these student brats? They might have many Poké Balls, but whether they had money was inconsequential. The speaker was another burly man, known as Valiant. These two were infamous habitual offenders in the Shishui city area, specializing in ambushing trainers in the wild to seize their possessions, including Poké Balls. They were notorious and consistently on the wanted list. This evening, they had set their sights on the camping students of Class 5. I already sent Gaisai Tong to scout earlier, among 30 to 40 people. Only a few will have combat prowess. Moreover, I've quietly noted that Brad's tent. We'll deal with him first, Baoyang declared. You're clever. Leaving that Gaisai Tong behind. Sanba lowered his voice. Although it is an unusual color and can sell for quite a sum, its hypnosis is also a valuable asset. This spirit had been seized from another trainer they had robbed a few days prior. After some training, this Gaisai Tong had evidently begun to obey their commands, assisting with their schemes. Yes, tonight we shall surely reap a bountiful harvest, Baoyang said, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He glanced at the white Gaisai Tong beside him, which only seemed to grow more appealing with each passing moment. We'll act soon, starting with that Brad's tent, Baoyang instructed, pointing to the distant blue tent. They were situated far enough away on the outskirts. It was best to take care of them first. You will use hypnosis on the occupants of the tent, understood? Baoyang commanded the Gaisai Tong beside him. If you dare refuse to cooperate, you're finished. Gaisai. The spirit murmured in response, as if recalling something, and nodded in agreement, a panicked expression on its face. All right, let us move. Baoyang clearly held a significant position in this duo, leading the way. Sanba followed closely behind. Chapter 22. Stay silent. There are bad people. Damn it. Why hasn't that Gaisai Tong returned yet? In the low grass, Sanba and Baoyang were crouched down, their postures comically protruding. Isn't that guy always slow in doing things? It's normal, Sanba quickly reassured. Once this is over, I'll give it a good beating. Baoyang gritted his teeth. Little did they know, a pair of eyes had been closely watching them. It was Chen. Upon hearing the words of Xiao Yashi, he returned to his tent, pondering the matter, and could not shake off a sense of strangeness and unease. Chen, being over 20 years of age, was bound to approach situations differently than the current students. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to stealthily venture out to investigate. Indeed, he soon spotted the 2 burly men, SNB and B Li Ying, nestled among the bushes. Perhaps due to the cover of night, their vigilance had diminished significantly, allowing Chen to trail them closely. It became evident to him what they intended to do. At that moment, a ghostly white figure appeared ahead. It was the peculiar ghost. Ying. It had returned. So, have you completed the task? Ying paused, a flicker of panic in its eyes, rendering it momentarily speechless. Speak quickly, Bi Ying urged again. Ying hurriedly nodded, indicating that the task was accomplished. Did you handle the tents around here? Another rapid nod followed. What about the ones over there? Bi Ying pointed towards the eastern tent area, only to receive a shake of the head from Ying. Useless wretch. Bi Ying could not help but curse. That's about enough. Using hypnosis is quite exhausting. SNB remarked, observing Ying's submissive demeanor. We cannot waste any more time. Let us deal with the unconscious ones first, and bind them all. Bi Ying instructed, gesturing towards a tent ahead. Begin with that boy's tent. Understood, SNB replied, and the 2 quietly advanced, watching this unfold from a distance. Chen was utterly unprepared for the fact that he had become their target. However, upon seeing Ying beside them, he understood the reason. It was likely the impact of LLLS's psychic force that had instilled fear in them, prompting their decision to strike first at him. It was then that Chen realized he had been so engrossed in thought that he had failed to notice Ying's gaze directed towards him. Cursed wretch. Have I been discovered? Just as Chen intended to summon LLLS for assistance, he noticed Ying merely cast a glance at him before following the 2 burly men into the tent. Is it feigning ignorance? This thought sparked in Chen's mind, and without hesitation, he continued to trail them. Initially, he had planned a surprise attack from behind, but upon witnessing the 2 men enter his tent, he altered his strategy. Casting a glance at Xiao Yashi's tent, he made no delay in slipping inside. Although he was careful, the entrance of a person stirred Xiao Yashi from her slumber, her eyes snapping open to behold Chen's startled visage. Reacting swiftly, Chen clamped a hand over her mouth, inadvertently pressing their bodies closely together due to his excitement. "Shoo, there are bad people, do not scream," he whispered urgently in her ear. The warmth of his breath brushed against Xiao Yash's ear, sending tingles through her, and her face flushed a deep crimson. They were so close. Xiao Yash nodded quickly, signaling her understanding. Only then did Guan release his grip. Initially, he had assumed that Xiao Yash had succumbed to hypnosis, but evidently, she had not. Perhaps Guan had refrained from doing so? There was no time to contemplate further. Guan's intention in entering was to ambush the two men. He aimed to launch an attack the moment they entered the tent. "What is happening?" Xiao Yash whispered, lowering her voice. "There is no time for elaborate explanations. Summon your Pokémon," Guan instructed, promptly calling forth LLS. He refrained from summoning his small LQY as it could not unleash its moves within the tent. Xiao Yash asked no further questions, immediately summoning her Piku. Guan stared at the diminutive creature, recalling that Xiao Yash's Pokémon was not a Pikachu. Truly, the life of the affluent was one of indulgence, possessing Pokémon aplenty. However, in fact, Xiao Yash had always had a Piku. The Pikachu was merely a pet she kept at home. Meanwhile, upon entering the tent and failing to locate Guan, Li Ying and SNB decided to remain on standby for the moment, assessing the situation. "What the hell? The kid's not here, what's going on?" Li Ying muttered quietly. "Could he have gone to the restroom? Should we wait for him?" SNB proposed a possibility. Li Ying furrowed his brows, realizing he hadn't paid attention to whether anyone had exited the tent. Yet, at that moment, faint sounds emanated from the adjacent tent, muffled but unmistakable. Li Ying's eyes lit up, and he spoke again. "I remember now. What is it?" SNB inquired. "Listen closely. Can you hear something from next door?" Li Ying gestured towards him. SNB focused intently and quickly nodded in affirmation. "Damn, these students are quite bold, even in the wilderness. They cannot help but indulge in each other's affections." Li Ying remarked. "Is that what you mean?" SNB began but did not finish. Instead, he brought his hands together and lightly clapped, a lewd glimmer in his eyes. Li Ying nodded affirmatively. "I noticed their relationship was quite close. This confirms it. That kid is quite fortunate." Li Ying mused, stroking his chin with an inscrutable expression. "Should we take a peek?" SNB suggested. They exchanged glances, both sharing a mischievous smile, almost synchronously agreeing. Chapter 23, Evolution. The instant annihilation of the entire field by LQY bang. Crackle. The sound reverberated through the stillness of the night. Two cries of distress erupted, shattering the camp's tranquility. Numerous students poked their heads out from their tents. Outside, Li Ying and SNB sat on the ground, expressions twisted in pain, their bodies faintly smudged with charred marks, though not severely. They had fallen victim to Piku's electric attack. In contrast, SNB appeared to be the more gravely injured of the two, having absorbed a psychic blast from LLS. Just a minute or so prior, Li Ying and SNB had flung open the adjacent tent. But before they could even comprehend the situation inside, they were assaulted. Guan was unyielding, directing LLS and Piku to strike at the two without regard for the potential harm inflicted. After all, to him, they were merely ruthless thugs deserving of their fate. As Guan swiftly emerged from the tent, Li Ying and SNB exchanged knowing glances. Realizing they had been ambushed, "Damn it, let's teach this brat a proper lesson." Li Ying surveyed the surroundings. The students remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. They promptly resolved to settle the matter through combat. The glow of Poké Balls lit up the arena, and 6 Pokémon materialized on the scene. DYNSH. Li Ming, TUJNHNHN, TNKCHU Li, TYing, and PZH in SLing. Of the 6 Pokémon, 5 bore the dark type. "Well, kid, are you stunned?" Li Ying gloated, his gaze fixed on the silent Guan, a seething desire to eliminate him coursing through him. Not only had this brat disrupted their plans, but he also had the audacity to ambush them. Yet, what he yearned to uncover most was when this kid had become aware of their intentions. As Guan gazed intently, his brow furrowed lightly, his gaze unfocused, silent, and seemingly lost in thought. Naturally, Valiant and his companion assumed he had been rendered speechless with fear. "Everyone, come quickly to assist us," they urged. Just then, before Xiao Yashi could finish her sentence, the Yanshi descended with a heavy thud, startling her into a shiver. "No one is to interfere. This is a personal grudge between us and that brat. If anyone dares to meddle, don't blame us for being impolite," Valiant threatened, casting a menacing glance at the surrounding students. Despite the chaos, there were still a few students present, albeit in a scattered fashion. Most looked bleary-eyed and oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon hearing Valiant's threat, the students were intimidated by his formidable presence, retreating hastily, some even retreating into their tents. Yet, one individual boldly stepped forward, summoning his Pokémon Long. It was Luo Zetian, the first to offer aid to Guan. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted. Guan summoned his own Pokémon, the diminutive Luochia. The students still outside gazed in astonishment at the sky, where the scaled-down Lugia hovered, their eyes wide with disbelief and murmurs of awe. Luo Zetian, who had been poised to intervene, found himself frozen in place, captivated by the sight of the blue and white creatures soaring above. Yet, it was Sanba and Baliang who were most astounded, as if they had discovered a veritable treasure. Just imagine how much we could sell that little Lugia for, they thought. They paid no mind to how the boy had managed to capture such a Pokémon. To them, it was a clear path to riches. As for Guan, he was not frightened at all. He had merely been signing in. Having passed midnight, a new day had dawned, and the system had provided him with a notification. He felt fortunate to have completed his sign-in, for he had received an unexpected boon. Lugia now? Guan exclaimed, tossing a jade-like key into the air. Defective evolution key. Allows a Pokémon to undergo evolution. Returns to its original form after half an hour. Uses remaining. 3. This was the item he had received from his sign-in, the defective evolution key. With this in hand, he felt more confident in his ability to defeat Baliang and his wicked Pokémon. Quick, attack Lugia! Baliang shouted, hastily commanding his Pokémon. But they were too late. In the sky, Lugia had already clasped the defective evolution key in its beak. Instantly, a silver-white light enveloped it, radiant as a corona, illuminating the entire campsite. At that moment, the background music of evolution should have played. When Lugia reappeared before everyone, it had reverted to its former majestic form, the one Guan had first encountered. Damn! Sanba and his companions' expressions soured as they cursed. How did this little creature suddenly transform into such a powerhouse? This defies logic. They were bewildered, but before they could express their disbelief, Lugia fixed its sharp gaze upon the Pokémon below, its eyes glinting with intensity. With a swift motion, Lugia radiated white light, summoning a fierce cold wind that enveloped the area. Guan felt the chill permeating the air around him. A blizzard. We need to get out of here. Sanba shouted in alarm. Quick move. Baliang pulled his teammate along. The silver-white gust, mixed with snow, fell like an avalanche, transforming the previously warm weather into a frigid nightmare. In Guchen's eyes, Lugia unleashed a singular strike, completely freezing the 6 Pokémon of Sanba and Baliang in place. The Dianshi and the Paijan Ling fared slightly better due to their respective attributes, while the other 4 were nothing more than fodder against Lugia's overwhelming blizzard, instantaneously defeated. As the battle raged on, Lugia was not finished yet. It gathered a sky-blue energy in its mouth. Boom. The water cannon erupted, striking the Dianshi and Paijan Ling, the 2 Pokémon that had just managed to survive. Those present had never witnessed such a display of power from Lugia before and were left utterly astonished. It was astonishingly powerful. In just one appearance, 6 Pokémon were vanquished. Amidst the chaos, Baliang and Sanba realized they had no time to tend to their Pokémon. They turned to flee. Yet, standing in their path was Guan, flanked by a defiant La Si with an angry expression and a confused Paichio. Behind them stood another boy with a Pokémon at his feet. The previously intimidated students now regarded them with predatory eyes. Baliang and Sanba realized they had met their match. In the aftermath, Guan and his companions had successfully bound the 2 villains with ropes. Xiao Yashi had contacted the Pokémon Inspection Bureau, and upon learning that they had apprehended 2 wanted criminals, they were utterly astounded and dispatched personnel immediately. Having accomplished this, Guan returned Lugia to its Poké Ball, finding it too conspicuous and radiant. Just moments prior, he had felt the envious and jealous gazes of countless onlookers upon him. In a humorous twist, Zhang Yunfeng, who had awakened from the effects of hypnosis, was incredulous to see Guan interacting with Lugia. He thought he was dreaming and asked his classmates for a slap to wake him up. Initially, 1 slap might have sufficed, but he soon believed that everyone around him was also dreaming. Ultimately, nearly every classmate slapped him, and he reluctantly accepted the reality. I thought Guan was joking when he said he would take Lugia for the exam, he lamented, but it turns out he was being utterly sincere. Zhang Yunfeng never anticipated that he would be the fool in this scenario. However, he accepted the truth wholeheartedly. As for Mu Linghai, upon learning of these events, he was utterly flabbergasted. What kind of prodigy is Guan? Capturing Lugia? While there are those who have used divine beasts, they are treated like national treasures. And here you are, a novice trainer, an absolute rookie, wielding Lugia? Is this some kind of mockery? This is a crushing blow. Mu Linghai's heart was filled with despair. In the background, Xiao Yashi spoke up, her lips slightly pouting, her eyes glimmering with a hint of playful reproach. I was worried you wouldn't have a Pokémon for the exam. I never imagined you would actually manage to get Lugia without saying a word. Faced with her inquiry, Guan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, upon her rebirth, this girl was the very first to wholeheartedly endeavor to assist him. I mentioned that the appearance of Lugia followed the battle at the park that day. Do you believe it? He shrugged helplessly. I would have believed it before. But now I do not. Xiao Yashi placed her hands on her petite waist, not genuinely angry, but rather feeling that Gu Chun was too inscrutable. Nevertheless, deep down, she felt joy and comfort, as if Lugia belonged to her. It was as if such a formidable being was indeed her own. This peculiar sentiment was truly the strangest kind of psychology. Not far away, Luo Zetian glanced at Gu Chun and Xiao Yashi, feeling indifferent. Yet suddenly, a surge of combat spirit welled up within him, not out of a desire to challenge Gu Chun, but rather to grow stronger like him, to possess his own divine beast. Originally, Luo Zetian had wished to get to know Gu Chun, but now he felt it unnecessary. For he believed he was not yet worthy. When the time came that he felt ready, he would certainly seek out Gu Chun. It can be said that within this student camp, every individual harbored an incredibly complex inner world. Today had ceased to be a genuine post-exam gathering, transforming entirely into Gu Chen's personal showcase. At least, from the very beginning until this moment. They were all continuously digesting the shock and surprise that Gu Chun had brought them. The personnel from the Spirit Supervision Bureau arrived with remarkable speed. Shortly, Gu Chun beheld the 3 fiery dragons that had appeared in the sky. 6 inspectors clad in black and white uniforms were aboard. In this era, there were no Jun Sha or Miss Xiao Yi, only a supervision system formed by ordinary individuals. The speaker was an inspector, approximately 30 years of age, with a smile adorning his face and a straight posture. Not us. It was solely his achievement. Strangely, the students willingly attributed the credit to him. Although it was indeed Gu Chun who had accomplished it all, it was rather interesting. This caused Mu Linghai, who initially intended to step forward and declare himself the class leader, to pause momentarily, contemplating for a while before quietly retreating to the back. He thought better of it, deciding not to wade into these murky waters. After all, he had merely been asleep when the incident occurred and had only heard about it from others. The true details were known solely to Gu Chun. You caught them all by yourself? The middle-aged inspector glanced at the boy before him, and then at the bound figures of San Ba and Bao Yang, visibly surprised. Well, sort of, Gu Chun nodded. It was not that he sought recognition. Everyone had said so, and indeed, he had captured them. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The Yangtze River's waves pushed the previous waves aside. Haha. The middle-aged inspector appeared quite pleased, extending his hand toward Gu Chun. I am the team leader of the Spirit Supervision Bureau in Shishui City. My name is Hao Zhenxuan. Gu Chun, a student. Gu Chun also extended his hand and shook it. Subsequently, at Hao Zhenxuan's request, Gu Chun was to return with them to record a statement regarding the events. He had no objections to this. Thus, Hao Zhenxuan and 2 other inspectors took the prisoners and Gu Chun back to Shishui City first. The remaining inspectors were responsible for escorting the students back. The statement recording was a straightforward process, not overly complicated. However, when asked which spirit he had used to defeat them, Gu Chun hesitated slightly. The recording inspector assumed it was something he could not disclose. Furthermore, since their captain had instructed them to take good care of Gu Chun, they did not press too deeply. After all, based solely on the previous crimes of these 2, they could not escape justice. 7 spirits in total, one of which was a shiny Gue Si Tong. As Gu Chun entered the case handling hall, he spotted Hao Zhenxuan communicating with others. Although shiny spirits are rare, once they commit a crime, the outcome is singular. Eradication. This implies execution, akin to humane annihilation. For humanity firmly believes that spirits possess autonomy. If they do not wish to commit a crime, no one can coerce them into doing so. Thus, both spirits and humans must bear the consequences. It is a harsh reality, yet undeniably true. Therefore, it is crucial for a spirit to choose its master wisely. Hearing that Gue Si Tong was to be eradicated stirred Gu Chen's compassion. To him, Gue Si Tong was not inherently malevolent and was not one of that criminal group. Captain Hao, does this shiny Gue Si Tong also face eradication? Gu Chen directly inquired. Hao Zhenxuan turned to glance at him, nodding. Indeed. Gue Si Tong is affiliated with those individuals, hence. No, they are not affiliated. Gu Chen interjected hastily. When I tracked them, I overheard that Gue Si Tong was stolen from its previous owner, and it was present during my pursuit of those 2. However, it did not exhibit any aggressive reaction, suggesting its inherent nature is not bad. It merely requires training. Hao Zhenxuan frowned slightly. In truth, he was a rather rigid individual. To him, a criminal was a criminal, without distinction of good or evil. Thus, he leaned more toward eradication rather than training. Guiding this Gue Si Tong onto the righteous path would be immensely challenging, requiring substantial human resources, material, and time. Therefore, Hao Zhenxuan. Yes, Captain Hao, this young man speaks the truth. Another young inspector chimed in. This Gue Si Tong was captured using a Lei Fan Xiao. Lei Fan Xiao? Hao Zhenxuan appeared somewhat taken aback. Gu Chun beside him shared the same sentiment. In this era, there are ordinary Poké Balls, higher grade balls, but none resembling Master Balls. Among them, Lei Fan Xiao is a type of Poké Ball. However, it is not a tool that aligns with the spiritist philosophy. Spirits captured by Lei Fan Xiao cannot stray too far from the ball, otherwise, they will be automatically recalled. Additionally, this Lei Fan Xiao contains an electrical device that can be used to torment the spirits within. Thus, it has also earned the infamous moniker of Thunderball. In any case, it is a notoriously infamous item that was once banned for a period. Yet, some still dare to use it, whether they are ordinary trainers or criminals. Moreover, individuals from the black market also trade in such items. Over time, the Spirit Supervision Bureau has had no choice but to turn a blind eye. In light of this, it does seem that Gui Sitong may have been coerced. Hao Jinchuan sighed, then added, nevertheless, it remains a dangerous spirit. I will reconsider its fate, so rest assured. This was merely passing the buck. Gu Chan understood all too well, and he immediately spoke. Captain Hao, may I take Gui Sitong? I can help train it and become its master. You wish to train it? Although it is true that Gu Chun is a young man who has captured these individuals, his age still causes Hao Jinchuan some concern. After all, Gui Sitong is not an easy opponent to deal with. Just give it to him, Captain Hao. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered. His uniform noticeably different from that of Hao Jinchuan, clearly indicating a difference in rank. However, following him was a young girl, Xiao Yashi, who had previously been at the outdoor camp. She hid behind the middle-aged man, waving her hand at Gu Chun, her face brimming with joy. All right, Director Deng. With her superior personally issuing orders, Hao Jinchuan had no reason to be anxious and immediately arranged for his subordinates to take action. Gu Chun, this is my uncle He. Xiao Yashi stepped forward to introduce him to Gu Chun. Hello, Uncle Deng. Gu Chun politely nodded. He had heard Hao Jinchuan mention Director Deng before, so he was aware of his surname. And you as well. Deng Tianqi glanced at Gu Chun, offering a kind smile. He had just heard his niece speak of the young man before him, who not only apprehended vicious criminals, but also had a Lugia as his Pokémon. While he was surprised, Deng Tianqi understood that Xiao Yashi would not deceive him or exaggerate the truth without reason. However, he could not simply ask Gu Chun to summon Lugia to verify this. Nevertheless, he was genuinely curious about the young man before him. I heard from Yashi that it was your boldness and attention to detail that subdued those two criminals. Not only did you apprehend the wrongdoers, but you also successfully protected everyone. It is quite impressive for someone your age. Deng Tianqi spoke again, his words laced with praise. Taken aback by the sudden compliment, Gu Chun felt a bit shy and rubbed his nose in response. Actually, it was just a stroke of luck. After hearing Xiao Yashi's concerns, I felt uneasy and unexpectedly encountered them. Gu Chun opted for modesty, refraining from delivering any grand statements as he might have done in front of his classmates. After all, the man before him was Xiao Yashi's uncle, and the atmosphere was rather serious. Regardless of how you put it, there are not many who can achieve such a feat. Deng Tianqi remarked, stepping forward to pat Gu Chun on the shoulder. Young man, well done. I will request a commendation for you. He glanced at Xiao Yashi, adding, you youngsters can chat for a while. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he strode deeper into the premises, not waiting for Gu Chun to respond. Take care, uncle. Xiao Yashi called out quickly from behind. Gu Chun surmised that the commendation would likely come in the form of a monetary reward or a small banner. Thus, he readily accepted it, finding no reason to waste time refusing. However, he did not anticipate that it might not be as straightforward as he thought. With Deng Tianqi's involvement, the efficiency of the Inspection Bureau had more than doubled. Gu Chun, you need to use a new Poké Ball to contain Gui Sitong. We must transfer it to you. This Thunder Return Ball cannot be used anymore, Hao Jinchuan said as he approached. Sure. Gu Chun's newly purchased Poké Ball was finally put to use, reminiscent of the scene when exchanging Pokémon. After placing his Poké Ball in position, Gui Sitong from the Thunder Return Ball was successfully transferred into it. This Gui Sitong must have evolved into Gung Gui, but regardless, he needed to be cautious. If any issues arise, seek me out, Hao Jinchuan reminded him, not forgetting his responsibilities. I understand. Thank you, Captain Hao. Gu Chun nodded, lifting the Poké Ball from the transfer machine. Chapter 26. Is this Gung Gui? Indeed. Gu Chun almost forgot that Gui Sitong evolves into Gung Gui through communication. This meant that the one inside should now be Gung Gui, right? With this thought, Gu Chun felt a surge of excitement. Gu Chun, quickly release it so we can see. Xiao Yashi urged, I want to see what this unusual Gung Gui looks like. Alright. Gu Chun, equally curious, did not hesitate. He pressed the button on the Poké Ball to summon the Pokémon within. What? Upon Gung Gui's appearance, Gu Chun was momentarily stunned. Is this really Gung Gui? Hao Jinchuan, who had not yet departed, also looked on in astonishment. What is happening? The Gung Gui before them was entirely silver-white, its body ethereal, resembling a ghost. Even more alarming was its face, which lacked the usual softness of a typical Gung Gui, and instead bore a menacing and grotesque expression. Its crimson eyes glimmered ominously, reminiscent of blood. Its sharp fangs appeared to evoke the image of a bloodthirsty demon. The spikes protruding from its back resembled sharp blades. If Gu Chun were to describe it, he would say that this Gung Gui embodied a demonic presence, instilling fear at first glance. Noticing Xiao Yashi's furrowed brow and slightly fearful expression confirmed his impressions. At that moment, Gung Gui's gaze fell upon Gu Chun. It neither attacked nor made any aggressive moves. Instead, it appeared to retreat slightly, seemingly in fear of them. Why is this happening? This question arose from Hao Zhenchuan. Just as Gu Chun was at a loss for answers, a figure suddenly appeared. I know. It was Lugia. Although she had been instructed by Gu Chun to remain low-key and revert to her Rotom Pokédex form, she could no longer contain herself. This Pokémon has undergone aberration. Lulia's delicate voice chimed in. Gung Gui is a Pokémon born from negative energy. It is most receptive to the negative emotions humans convey. Lulia continued, settling on Gu Chen's shoulder, because it has undoubtedly endured much torment. This Gung Gui exhibited those emotions during its evolution, resulting in aberration. Is it due to the resentment and vengeance towards those two? Gu Chen glanced at Gung Gui. Although he had been startled at first sight, he now found it increasingly appealing. There was an undeniable charm to it. While previous Gung Gui often exuded a certain cuteness, this one was entirely devoid of that quality. On the contrary, it appeared quite imposing and striking, at least from Gu Chen's perspective as a young man. He found it quite appealing. The more he looked, the more he liked it. Observing the spirit on Gu Chen's shoulder, Hao Zhenchuan inquired, does it pose any danger? He remained mindful of his duties. Danger? Lulia lightly touched her cheek in thought and replied, it should be fine. Gung Gui's temperament is not problematic. Besides, with my incredibly beautiful and adorable little spirit protecting you, there will be no issues. Lulia declared, patting her chest proudly, exuding an air of confidence that left Gu Chen both amused and speechless. All right then. Hao Zhenchuan felt somewhat awkward at her comments. The key was, he had no idea what kind of spirit this was. It could even speak. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from asking. After all, Gu Chen knew his superior. There was no need to pry into others' affairs. Once they exited the inspection bureau, Gung Gui had already been returned to its Poké Ball. Gu Chen planned to conduct further research at home, as it was far too inconvenient at the bureau. Gu Chen, what is this on your shoulder? Xiao Yashi, unlike Hao Zhenchuan, who hesitated to ask, directly inquired. It is the LTing DGN, isn't it? Don't we have it in our world? The LTing DGN? Is it supposed to look like this? Xiao Yashi gazed curiously at the sprite with slender, delicate legs swaying on GCHN's shoulder. This is rather anthropomorphic, isn't it? It merely appears smaller in size. Otherwise, Xiao Yashi might have mistaken it for a human. I am somewhat unique, GCHN remarked as he lifted LLY from his shoulder, suggesting, transform back into the form of the DGN. Though he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at having to perform in front of a girl, LLY obediently reverted to the red LTing DGN form. However, it was only for a fleeting moment. Xiao Yashi managed to catch a glimpse. How marvelous. Where did you find it? It was indeed Xiao Yashi's first encounter with a LTing DGN capable of changing its shape at will. Just a little wild girl I picked up in the wild. GCHN chuckled as he said this. Only LLY remained on GCHN's shoulder, sulking and shouting, I am not a little wild girl. I am the super cute, gentle, and beautiful LLY. Furthermore, she repeated this numerous times. Fortunately, it was still around 3 or 4 in the morning, and the streets were relatively deserted. Thus, LLY's exclamations were unlikely to attract much attention. Not long after, Xiao Yashi's butler arrived with a car. Due to the previous invitation, GCHN also decided to ride back in their vehicle. After a busy night, he felt quite exhausted. Upon arriving at the foot of GCHN's residence, he intended to express his gratitude to Xiao Yashi and encourage her to return home early. However, to his surprise, the girl followed him out of the car. Is there something else? GCHN glanced at her, noticing her hesitance, which suggested she had something to say. GCHN, do you have time the day after tomorrow? Xiao Yashi fidgeted but mustered the courage to inquire. What is it? GCHN asked, puzzled. As the day after tomorrow was the date for submitting applications to the Pokémon University, he would need to return to school then. After I submit my application, I would like to invite you to watch a Pokémon movie with me. Xiao Yashi finally blurted out after a moment of hesitation. A Pokémon movie? GCHN's eyes brightened. It was not for any particular reason. He was simply curious if this movie would feature Pokémon in their true forms, akin to an anime. Of course, I would like to see it, GCHN readily agreed. Really? Xiao Yashi expressed her surprise. Having not anticipated GCHN's acceptance, she had thought he would be too busy or have other reservations. Indeed, GCHN nodded seriously. That is splendid. Xiao Yashi beamed, her face alight with excitement. She even began to contemplate what might transpire that day and what attire she should wear, eagerly anticipating its arrival. Chapter 27. The Little Drama Queen's Gesture of Affection. When GCHN opened his front door, he was utterly astonished. Why was he astonished? There were 2 large men sprawled out on the floor. At first, GCHN thought intruders had entered his home, and as he instinctively reached for a nearby trash can to defend himself, the survival instincts of WZG-ing and W-ing-J New York N propelled them to leap up from the ground. Mr. W? Principal? The memories of these 2 individuals immediately flooded back to GCHN. GCHN, you have finally returned. W-ing-J New York N exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. At that moment, The door to Ji's parents' room swung open with a loud bang, and their gazes converged upon GCHN. This left GCHN bewildered. What on earth is happening? It turned out that yesterday, after WNJ New York N and WZG Ing explained their intentions to GCHN's parents, they received the response that everything would respect GCHN's own wishes. In other words, G's parents meant that their son would make the final decision. How can this be? WNJ New York N and WZG Ing were, of course, unwilling to accept this. They promptly resolved to adopt the spirit of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage, determined never to give up. Hence, they set up camp at G's home. They thought that when GCHN returned, they would immediately clarify their intentions to him. Surely, this would demonstrate their sincerity. So that's how it is? Upon hearing their explanation, GCHN finally understood the reason for the visit from his homeroom teacher and principal. They hoped to showcase him as the face of the city's premier high school while delivering gifts. To be honest, GCHN felt somewhat tempted. The reason was simple. He was originally a student from this esteemed institution. Even if he did not directly participate in an interview, the school could still utilize his name for promotion. But now, not only could they promote, but there was also financial gain involved. How delightful. Why is the flower from home less fragrant than the wildflower? Because it is not one's own. That which belongs to others is always more alluring. Nevertheless, while he was willing to accept, he had a condition. GCHN spoke up. What is it? Upon hearing that negotiations were possible, WNJ New York N was naturally thrilled. Interviews are acceptable, but I do not wish for my daily life to be disrupted. Additionally, I require prior notice to arrange a suitable day for all of this to be settled. After a moment of contemplation, WNJ New York N promptly nodded. No problem. No problem. This is all quite manageable. The requests made by GCHN were not particularly difficult to fulfill. By the way, WNJ New York N continued, his eyes lighting up. Are you aware of our school summer camp activities? They are set to commence in just a week, and we would like to offer you a complimentary spot. What a clever principal. While appearing to offer a gift, he was merely hoping for GCHN to promote the upcoming summer camp. After all, with the participation of such an outstanding student as GCHN, even if the fees were slightly higher, many would still be inclined to join. In that case, their summer camp would undoubtedly thrive. Just thinking about it made WNJ New York N giddy with excitement, as it represented a substantial achievement. GCHN was well aware of his intentions. However, he was not particularly concerned with such matters. How could someone focused on reaching the pinnacle be entangled with trivialities? Moreover, this training camp may yield numerous benefits. Considering the long summer vacation, GCHN agreed. I am willing, but I require a private accommodation. I am not accustomed to sharing space with others. He articulated his request. Naturally, given that his Pokémon included LQY, a unique variant of YN Go, LLLSI, and LLY. Each one was quite extraordinary and not suitable for public exposure. Thus, he needed his own independent environment. Of course, that is absolutely no problem. WNJ New York N promptly consented, and his expression suggested he felt he had struck a major deal. In truth, he had indeed struck a significant bargain. After WNJ New York N and WZG Ing departed, GCHN intended to retire to his room for some rest when he was halted by his parents. Tomorrow, your uncle has invited us to a family gathering, and we should attend, GHFing announced. What gathering? GCHN immediately furrowed his brows. This was because, in his recollection, his uncle had always been a rather unpleasant individual, both now and in the past. He was narrow-minded and fond of showing off. He was precisely the type to flaunt a large gold chain, fearful that others might not notice, and would even pull it out to play with. However, this was not the primary reason for GCHN's aversion. More crucially, this uncle had never been particularly friendly towards their family. Just having a meal, nothing much, Gu Haifeng remarked. Yes, indeed, just consider it an outing with us for a meal tomorrow at noon, Qi Mengxian asserted, pushing Gu Chun into the room before he could respond. Go rest now. Didn't you say you were tired? As a mother, she was well aware of her son's aversion to this uncle. However, familial relationships can be delicate. Gu Haifeng was too shy to intervene, so Qi Mengxian naturally took the initiative. Thus, Gu Chun was unceremoniously ushered into his room, sealing his plans for the following day. With a long sigh, Gu Chun wasted no time and summoned his spirits. He comfortably reclined on his bed. Laluras, evidently the most familiar with the surroundings, let out a gentle sound and discovered a bottle of Moo Moo fresh milk hidden beneath Gu Chen's cabinet. This little actor had stealthily concealed it. Gu Chen understood now. Lilia, primarily consuming electricity, showed no interest in this and lay down beside Gu Chen, mimicking his pose, sprawled out like a starfish. Little Lokia had reverted to its original form, appearing somewhat fatigued. It cast a sidelong glance at the bed before choosing to curl up on the nearby Snorlax sofa to sleep, clearly aware that it had no rightful place there. That spot belonged to the one enjoying the milk. Hence, little Lokia possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. Conversely, Gung Gue scanned the surroundings with a blend of embarrassment and trepidation, momentarily at a loss and remaining rooted to the spot. Just as Gu Chen intended to speak, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lalurus, the little actor, waved at Gung Gue, seemingly beckoning it over. Was this little actor about to bully Gung Gue? A flurry of questions swirled in Gu Chen's mind. Yet, Gung Gue, still unaccustomed to the unfamiliar environment and spirits, took a step back. Seeing this, Lalurus grew visibly frustrated. It quickly stepped forward, offering its milk to Gung Gue. Gu Chen was slightly taken aback. After all, this was Lalurus' favorite treat. Gung Gue hesitated, gazing at the milk before it. Observing its reluctance, Lalurus decisively took Gung Gue's hand and placed the milk into its grasp. Then, it turned and dashed back to the cabinet, retrieving yet another bottle of Moo Moo fresh milk. Gung Gue stared down at the milk in its hand, its crimson eyes subtly shimmering with a glimmer of emotion, an indication of heartfelt gratitude. This tender moment truly warmed Gu Chen's heart. However, he was also surprised to discover that Lalurus had not consumed all the Moo Moo milk at once, but rather had stored it away. This little creature displayed a commendable sense of organization, radiating a hint of a big sister's charm. Meanwhile, Lokia was in tears. Why was it not afforded such treatment? Was it not said that divine beasts would enjoy certain privileges? Chapter 28. How did it end up online? Zhong Yufeng was Gu Chen's classmate. This individual was reserved and rather introverted, possessing a peculiar hobby, photography. However, he was not drawn to capturing images of beautiful young women, but rather to photographing various spirits and landscapes. This lad harbored no grand ambitions, simply wishing to capture every spirit in the world through his camera or DV device. To realize this lofty aspiration, Zhong Yufeng had even taught himself the art of filming. On this day, having just returned from a camping trip, Zhong Yufeng was practically brimming with excitement. Why? Because he had finally captured some fantastic material. He felt that once this footage was uploaded online, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. His various social media accounts would surely experience a surge in popularity, attracting a multitude of followers. The thought invigorated him. However, he knew the video required some editing. At the very least, the main character needed to be pixelated. The footage he had obtained featured Gu Chen in a rather notable scene. After some editing, the video was finally complete. Zhong Yufeng replayed it and saw the screen darken, followed by a line of white text and a voiceover. Here's the story. Our classmate made a bet. Someone argued they scored 3 S's in the college entrance exam, resulting in a heated debate. Next, the pixelated figure of a youthful individual, cradling Lalurus, spoke. Yes, that's right. I received an SSS rating. Isn't it all about having hands? This audacious retort exuded unparalleled confidence, tinged with a hint of arrogance. Following that, the video showcased the young man commanding Lokia in battle during the night. Indeed, Gu Chen's iconic moment. Just a pity that the moment when little Lokia evolved into big Lokia was omitted. Zhong Yufeng had missed capturing that quintessential scene. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly satisfied with this production. After watching it several times, a smile of contentment graced his face. Perfect. He chuckled and promptly uploaded the short video to his social media accounts. As he pressed the upload button, fatigue overtook Zhong Yufeng, and he succumbed to slumber at his desk. For the past couple of days, Luo Wuxi had been utterly bored, due to a leg injury. She had been confined to her home, scrolling through her phone and sipping coffee. However, in her mind, an unshakable image lingered. Gu Chen. She was perplexed as to why thoughts of that troublesome individual kept resurfacing. Was she genuinely curious about the bond between him and Lokia? Or was she conflicted over the fact that he had stolen her first kiss during artificial respiration? Regardless, Luo Wuxi reassured herself. Otherwise, why would she continually think of him? That noon was yet another tedious one. Luo Wuxi was browsing Douyin, observing the delightful daily lives shared by various handsome young men and beautiful young women with their spirits. While she could smile at the sight of the pretty girls, her expression faltered when she encountered the young men. Suddenly, one of them bore a striking resemblance to Gu Chen. No, it was as if she was seeing Gu Chen himself. Panicking, Luo Wuxi questioned her sanity. How could she think of that guy while merely scrolling through Douyin? Hastily, she slapped her cheeks, realizing they were warm. Frantic, she rose to pour herself a glass of cold water. Upon exiting the kitchen, she heard a somewhat familiar voice. Yes, that's right. I received an SSS rating. Isn't it all about having hands? Had she lost her mind? Luo Wuxi stood frozen, recognizing the voice that echoed like a haunting refrain. After listening several times, she gradually realized this was not a figment of her imagination. It was indeed Gu Chen's voice. She hurried over and finally watched the complete video that the system had recommended. Luo Wuxi confirmed that this was indeed him. Despite the pixelation, his irksome voice and that of Lokia unmistakably revealed his identity. Even though the Lokia in the video had already grown larger, it was undeniably him. However, Luo Wuxi was convinced that this belonged to his Douyin. Nevertheless, she could discern that it was unlikely to have originated from him. After all, he did not strike her as the type. Luo Wuxi glanced at the small red heart on the screen, utterly astonished. It had garnered a staggering 200,000 likes. The comments exceeded 5,000. This short video, released just this morning, had exploded in popularity by midday. Luo Wuxi hastily opened the comments to scroll through them. Damn. This video isn't staged or photoshopped. I'll twist my head off for you to sit on it. Wow, the world's strongest show-off. As long as you have hands. Who else is sitting here? 3S? My buddy used to show off like this a couple of years ago. Now the grass on his grave is already 2 meters high, and I still often go dancing in the wild. I often appear out of place because I can't show off. Did someone really capture a divine beast? I'll believe you when pigs fly, you old rascal. 1,000 people have written in blood. I want to see the male lead's handsome face. Dog up owner, this marketing strategy is impressive. When are you cashing in? Luo Chia has been captured? My youth is over. 3S have been claimed. Should I still believe in love? A slew of irreverent comments clamored for attention, yet throughout, Luo Wuxi could sense an underlying skepticism. These individuals commented joyfully, but their words conveyed distrust toward the claim of 3S and disbelief that anyone could capture Luo Chia. Seeing this, Luo Wuxi let out a long sigh. At least in this manner, netizens would perceive it merely as a video trying to ride the wave of popularity, soon to fade. Originally, she had worried it might cast a negative shadow over Guan, but now she felt significantly more at ease. Nevertheless, this was still a significant event. Luo Wuxi bit her lip. She had no means of contacting Guan and was uncertain whether he was aware of the situation. However, she believed that if this matter were to be exposed, it would greatly impact him. After all, the tall tree catches the wind. After some contemplation, Luo Wuxi decided to call her cousin. Surely, she would know Guan's contact information. With that thought, she hesitated no longer and dialed the number. Chapter 29. The Zen Guan Love Flickers. Today, due to Guan's remarkable achievements, Gu Dad and Gu Mom had requested an extended leave from the Spirit Cultivation Center. Their intention was to take good care of Guan, prepare a delicious meal for their son, and attend a family gathering. That afternoon, the home phone suddenly rang. Moreover, it rang more than once. Qi Mengxian found it peculiar. In an age where everyone possessed a mobile phone, who still called the home landline? Wasn't it merely a device for connecting to the internet now? Despite her confusion, Qi Mengxian answered the call. As soon as she picked up the phone, a delicate and sweet female voice resonated. Although she only uttered a simple greeting, Qi Mengxian immediately sensed that the girl on the other end must be beautiful and possess a gentle demeanor. She felt a surge of delight. Hello. Who are you looking for? The girl hesitated for a brief moment before her pleasant voice took on a hint of shyness and nervousness. Hello, Auntie. I am a classmate of Guan's. May I ask if he is available? Hiss. A girl was looking for her son. Qi Mengxian's eyes widened in surprise. This was intriguing. Just then, Gu Haifeng walked out, asking, Who is it? Qi Mengxian quickly covered the phone and gestured for him to be silent, whispering, It's someone looking for your son. Then hurry up and speak. Don't waste his time. Gu Haifeng frowned, urging her. He assumed it was another school-related matter, which he deemed urgent, hence his anxiety. Little did he know, Qi Mengxian added, It's a girl. Hiss. This time, Gu Haifeng was astonished. This was something significant. Hurry up and talk. Don't leave the young lady hanging. Yes, yes. Qi Mengxian suddenly realized and quickly brought the phone back to her ear, saying, Hello, young lady. What do you need to discuss with Guan? Annie, I have something very important to tell Guan in person. On the other end, Xiao Yashi, although curious about why Guan's mother was silent for so long, still politely responded. Oh, you need to speak in person? Please hold on. All right, Qi Mengxian replied, covering the phone again, glancing at her husband. What is going on? Gu Haifeng urged, now even more anxious than before, worrying about delaying Guan's important matters. I don't know. Qi Mengxian shook her head. She said it's very important and must be conveyed directly to your son. Gu Haifeng furrowed his brow and remarked, Isn't this kid supposed to have a phone? Why reach out here? Could it be they had a falling out? That brat won't answer the phone. Gu Haifeng's imagination was running wild. Are you saying this is Guan's girlfriend? Qi Mengxian whispered. Yet, her tone revealed surprise and even a hint of excitement. Not surprising at all. Gu Haifeng clapped his hands, stating confidently, even if she's not a girlfriend, she's at least a close friend, right? What is the difference between a close friend and a girlfriend, except for the name? If she's calling the house, do you think their relationship is shallow? I suspect Guan is having a quarrel with her, feeling down, and not answering the phone, which is why the young lady had to call the house. He chuckled and continued, Who would have thought that this brat would be like me? Always managing to astonish and surprise people. Very well. Qi Mengxian shot him an exasperated glance. Even if you say that, it still doesn't dampen my spirits. I'm happy, and that is what matters. Gu Haifeng was genuinely delighted. He was thrilled for his son. It said that there are 4 great joys in life: achieving academic success, the wedding night, the welcome rain after a long drought, and reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land. His son had already experienced 2 of those joys. Thus, Gu Haifeng was elated. Quickly, go call your son over. Don't delay, Qi Mengxian urged. All right, I'm going. Gu Haifeng said, not daring to delay, muttering to himself, that brat, hasn't he learned anything? But he sure knows how to throw a tantrum at a girl. Meanwhile, Qi Mingxian naturally resumed her conversation with Xiao Yashi, attempting to engage in casual chit-chat, inquiring about how long they had known each other, and so forth. On the other end, Xiao Yashi, though puzzled by why Gu Chun's mother was asking such questions, still obediently answered. After some time, Gu Chun, puzzled, glanced at his parents, who were peeking from within the room, their heads barely visible. Only then did he answer the phone. Who is it? Just awakened, Gu Chun answered with a hint of morning grumpiness, his tone naturally not very pleasant. I told you. Your son's tone is so bad. He must have argued with some girl. Gu Haifeng whispered to his wife. Qi Mingxian nodded, agreeing for the first time with her husband's statement. Gu Chun, you have been exposed. Right now Douyin, Manshou, and Pajan are all ablaze with videos about you, and it's gone viral. The voice of Xiao Yashi came through the phone. Oh, it's you. Gu Chun's mind was still somewhat foggy. What do you mean gone viral? I'm the one gone mad. What is going on? It seems quite noisy. Did they call to accuse your son of being insane? At this moment, Gu Haifeng began to unleash his imagination again. It seemed unlikely. I had just exchanged a few words with that young lady, who was both sensible and sweet, and I couldn't fathom her uttering such words. Qi Mingxian asserted. Oh. Sometimes when you scold me, do you show mercy? It's the same principle. Gu Haifeng had to use himself as an example. Well, fine. Hearing his words, Qi Mingxian pondered and realized that it indeed seemed accurate. Sometimes, when one is angry, words can escape without thought. It's not that you have gone mad. It's just that your video has gone viral. Xiao Yashi's voice resounded once more. However, the good news is that you were blurred out. So many people still do not recognize you, thinking it's just a staged video capitalizing on the college entrance examination hype. At this moment, Gu Chun had already regained a fair amount of clarity. Listening to Xiao Yashi's words, he furrowed his brow in quiet contemplation. Little did he know that with that frown, the hearts of Gu Haifeng and his wife also hung in suspense. This wouldn't lead to an explosion, would it? They were just contemplating whether to speak up and advise their son. However, Gu Chun had already opened his mouth, albeit in a low voice. Since it's blurred, let it be. It's no big deal. I'm too lazy to care. All right then, I will keep an eye on it for you. You should rest now. You must be quite tired. Xiao Yashi's voice chimed in again. And there's also the matter of your phone being unreachable. You need to address that. Understood. Gu Chun replied, then refrained from saying more as he ended the call. He glanced at his parents, who were still peeking over, scratched his head, and headed back to his room. So tired, I'll just sleep it off. Gu Chun was indeed a rather laid-back individual. Chapter 30 Gu Chun's video had gone viral. Did you hear that? It seems he said he would let it go, right? Qi Mingxian cast a glance at her husband. It seems so. I didn't catch it all that clearly. Gu Haifeng frowned. This rascal, just sweet-talking the girl would suffice. To give up so easily is truly unlike me. Once he wakes up, I must have a serious talk with him. He couldn't help but grumble about his son. His face filled with disappointment. Oh, how is that unlike you? Qi Mingxian couldn't help but ask. Of course, it is unlike me. Gu Haifeng frowned again and spoke rapidly. Back then, to win back my first love, I persistently pursued her for half a year. Although I failed, I was quite determined. At this point, Gu Haifeng dared not continue, realizing he had let something slip. Qi Mingxian's gaze began to shift in an unsettling manner. Gu Haifeng, you scoundrel. Didn't you claim you had no first love? Didn't you promise that I was your first love? A cacophony of sounds erupted. An unbearable drama of familial ethics was unfolding. Don't slap my face. We have a gathering to attend tomorrow. Allah! The cries of despair rang out. In Shishui City, at a certain teacher's apartment, smoke swirled. Du Haishu sat before his computer, puffing one cigarette after another. On his screen played a certain video that belonged to Gu Chun. It goes without saying that Du Haishu, as the supervising teacher, had recognized Gu Chun from this viral sensation. This kid turns out to have a Lugia as his Pokémon. I suspected as much. Du Haishu shook his head, pondering for a while. Finally, he made a decision. Du Haishu picked up his phone and dialed. What's the matter? A man's voice came through. How's the enrollment office treating you lately? Du Haishu inquired. Ah, it's the same as ever, normal enrollment, every year. Our university remains unchanged. Those who wish to come will always come, and those who don't will go to another university. That is true. Your Yangzhou Pokémon University always remains stagnant, unable to stir much of a wave. Du Haishu remarked wistfully. Haha, though I dislike hearing you say that, it is indeed the truth. So, what brings you to think of an old classmate today? Do you need assistance with something? The voice on the other end grew brighter, perhaps due to the length of their conversation. Wu Qi, there's an opportunity to transform this stagnant situation into something vibrant this year. Would you like to know? Du Haishu smiled and suddenly spoke. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding. What do you mean? I'll send you a short clip. Take a look for yourself. Du Haishu finished speaking and pressed send. A notification chimed on the other end. This Wu Qi's astonished voice rang out. But he quickly followed with, is this for real? Indeed. Du Haishu replied succinctly. How is that possible? Wu Qi's voice rose with excitement, filled with eagerness. Haishu, tell me, what exactly is going on? You must know, right? Du Haishu smiled, of course. He slept until the afternoon, finally waking up. In a daze. Zhong Yufeng glanced at the computer still running on his desk. What? Zhong Yufeng was astonished. An increase of 600,000 followers. Douyin likes soared to over 1 million. Trending on the homepage. Everyone opening the app could see this video. Moreover, the view count on various platforms reached an alarming level. He had unexpectedly become a social media sensation with millions of followers. The same could be said for other platforms. Zhong Yufeng was stunned. He checked the backend data. Overwhelmed with astonishment. Amidst the shock and excitement, Zhong Yufeng felt a twinge of panic. Why? Because he had achieved this level by secretly filming Guan. Initially, he thought a little fame would suffice, but he never anticipated this. The situation had escalated significantly. He would now face a series of repercussions, including accountability from Guan. However, Zhong Yufeng was acutely aware that the virality stemmed from the video itself, having little to do with him. If he failed to produce another explosive topic in the future, this might be the end. After contemplating for a while, Zhong Yufeng finally made a decision. He must seek out Guan. Meanwhile, Guan lay on his bed, scrolling through his Douyin. Lalas rested on his 8-pack abs, gazing at him with an innocent expression, surrounded by a starry sky. This was the little drama queen's favorite pastime. Lilia spun in circles on the bed, seeking Guan's attention, but it seemed ineffective. Little Luokia continued to embody the essence of relaxation. Gung Gue stood alone in the corner, holding the milk given to him by Lalas, his crimson eyes shimmering with emotion. This gentle barrier was insurmountable. He had stared at the milk for 7 or 8 hours, and still couldn't bring himself to drink it. Guan, with a contemplative expression, watched the viral video of himself on Douyin, along with various absurd and hilarious remixes that had swiftly swept the platform. Various video sites, including the notorious ones, were filled with his comedic edits. In fact, some of them made even him chuckle. Goodness, these netizens are incredibly creative, thinking outside the box. Guan felt he could scroll through them all day without fatigue. If someone were to ask him, aren't you afraid of being exposed? That everyone knows you have a Luokia and that you achieved 3 SS in the college entrance examination? Aren't you anxious? To be honest, Guan felt not an ounce of worry. He has no intention of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, quietly amassing wealth. As long as he knows Lu Qy, that's enough. One day, I will secretly capture a GL do, a Suargil, and YPIRTR, a Yanged, and a super green caterpillar. I will develop my skills in obscurity and astonish you all. Thus, GCHN remains unfazed. In fact, he is curious about what the celebrity effect entails. Does it signify that a plethora of star coins will flock to him? If so, that would be splendid. I wouldn't want to find myself unable to afford food for my Pokémon in the future. That would be disastrous. After all, in this era, being a trainer is a costly endeavor. News often reports on individuals so impoverished they cannot even afford sustenance for their Pokémon, leading to their betrayal. This explains why trainers continuously rush to participate in various competitions. Star coins. This undoubtedly proves that ZHY is indeed wealthy. Otherwise, he could not possibly sustain so many Pokémon. Indeed, it is confirmed. While GCHN was lost in thought, a sudden shout from his father, GB, interrupted him. GCHN, someone is looking for you. The exuberant shout was unlike anything GCHN had ever heard from his father, causing him to startle and nearly tumble from his bed, prompting a soft cry from LLS. With curiosity, GCHN opened the door slightly. Hiss. This woman. What brings her here? Chapter 31. My aspiration is the stars and the sea. Standing at the door was none other than Lu WX. Someone he had encountered before, but was not yet well acquainted with, albeit with some intimate exchanges. GCHN could not comprehend how this woman had suddenly appeared before him. Marvelous. What brings you here? His confusion led him to speak quite directly. Although GCHN's parents were present, Lu WX was clearly a person of experience and spoke with composure. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Do you have a moment? GCHN glanced at her. Her foot injury still seemed to be healing, and her determination to seek him out suggested something significant was afoot. Considering this, GCHN replied, please wait a moment. He then turned to wash up. Judging by Lu WX's demeanor, he knew she would not engage in conversation at home. So he was quite decisive. Outside, GB and GM pretended to watch the television in the living room. Yet their gazes often wandered to the striking figure of Lu WX. She was well aware of this. Fortunately, GCHN was quick in his actions. And in about 15 minutes, they departed. Was that girl speaking to you on the phone? As soon as the door closed, GHFing could not contain his curiosity. No. QM Anxi In quickly shook her head, stating, the voice of that girl sounded even more mature. There is a distinct difference. However, she certainly was quite beautiful. Reflecting on this, GM could not help but recall Lu WX's figure. Well, She has a generous bosom and ample curves. She is certainly a fine specimen, she remarked appreciatively. Yet, GB's imagination began to run wild once more. Do you think your son might be involved in a love triangle? Could this girl be the catalyst for their previous argument? Surely not. Your son isn't that much of a scoundrel. N replied candidly. It seems he is not your son. Ifing shot her a glance. I think it fits. Your son was likely quite fond of the girl on the phone, and then she intruded upon their relationship, leading to the events we are all aware of. As GB said this, he suddenly slapped his hand. That rascal, in this regard, he is nothing like me. I prefer to be more devoted. He paused, glancing at his wife, attempting to placate her. I would rather be more steadfast, haha. Enough. N shot him a reproachful look. What brings you to me? In a nearby GCH and looked across at Lu WX and inquired. Beside him sat the little drama queen, LLLS. This little one could barely reach the coffee table, but was desperately trying to grab the glass of fresh milk. One could say he was quite fixated. You can't have that. You've had enough milk for today. GCH and quickly scooped him into his arms, and the little drama queen settled down considerably. Witnessing this scene, Lu WX could not help but smile. You must have seen that video. I did. It was quite amusing. GCH recalled the outrageous footage from his little site, a smile creeping onto his lips. And you can still laugh? Lu WX furrowed her brows. As she had anticipated, GCH would be flustered and unsure of how to respond, dazed and overwhelmed. After all, it was akin to a vast fortune being discovered. Surely, there would be those who coveted it. Thus, she had come to seek him out. Yet, the reality was far from what she expected. GCH appeared remarkably at ease. If I don't laugh, should I weep? GCH retorted, gently stroking LLLS's head. As the little one enjoyed the affection. Do you understand that such exposure is exceedingly detrimental to you? Lu WX assumed he was unaware of the implications and was preparing to elucidate when GCH interjected. I am aware. A tree that stands out is bound to be uprooted, is it not? In the absence of strength, revealing one's wealth is evidently unwise. However, I never claimed I would simply sit idly by. Lu WX's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated such a response from GCHN. Nevertheless, he continued, rather than guard a precious gem in fear and anxiety, my approach is simpler. I will make it known that it belongs to me, allowing it to become my hallmark. Should anyone wish to target me, there will surely be those who will come to my defense. This logic is quite apparent. GCH did not elaborate further, yet Lu WX grasped his intent. Undeniably, his words were astute and hit the mark. However, all of this hinged on his possessing such value. Are you truly so confident? Lu WX inquired, gazing at him. Absolutely. GCH smiled. Because your focus is limited to Lu QY. However, my aspirations extend far beyond this. Lu WX trembled slightly. She finally comprehended the essence of GCH's statement. Do you believe I can only possess Lu QY as my sole divine beast? No. I can acquire much more. It is akin to my ambitions reaching the stars and the sea, while your gaze is fixated on but a mere swimming pool. The two are simply not comparable. After a moment of silence, Lu WX took a sip of her coffee and suddenly revealed a smile. Why not consider attending YNGZHU Pokémon University? She invited GCHN. Oh, why? GCHN was taken aback. How did we suddenly transition to discussing universities? Because perhaps I could become one of those individuals you speak of before you fully spread your wings. This sounds rather much like being taken under one's wing, GCHN retorted provocatively. Upon hearing this, even with her calm demeanor, Lu WX felt her cheeks flush, nearly spilling her coffee. This fellow, do not overthink it. We are in a mutually beneficial relationship, Lu WX stated, biting her lip, and continued, I am a senior at YNGZHU Pokémon University and also a Class A Pokémon researcher. Her words indeed took Chen by surprise. A Class A Pokémon researcher in this era is akin to a character like Professor Okido from anime. They often delve into the mysteries of Pokémon evolution and behavior, publishing papers that garner substantial acclaim and social standing. Moreover, they are even afforded protection by the state. Yet, Luo Wuxi is so young. There must be more to her than meets the eye. This woman is formidable. Chen, may I have a word with you? At that moment, another voice chimed in. Chen turned to see who it was. Chapter 32. My daughter received an S and wants to repeat the year. I will seriously consider it, Chen said, gazing at Luo Wuxi from downstairs. Very well, as long as you come to Yangzhou Pokémon University. I will take that as your agreement, Luo Wuxi replied, gently tucking a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear. Can't you just assume that I genuinely wish to attend Yangzhou Pokémon University? Chen said with a hint of resignation. It felt as though a woman had presented herself, declaring, I will take care of you from now on. Remember to seek me out. Although it seemed like a sweet dilemma upon glancing at Luo Wuxi, Chen was, after all, a free-spirited young man. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed by as a small car sped past, splashing water from an unknown source onto the roadside. Almost instinctively, Gu Chun pulled Luo Wuxi into his embrace and swiftly pivoted 180 degrees. A chill enveloped him as his trousers became drenched. Lalu, came the aggrieved voice of Lalu Loss, feeling slighted that its master's first reaction was to protect the woman rather than it. After all, it too was nearly splashed. Thus, the little drama queen expressed her discontent, crossing her tiny arms and gazing up at Gu Chun. However, her master's thoughts were evidently elsewhere. On the upper floor, Gu Haifeng had just stepped onto the balcony to hang clothes when he witnessed the scene unfold. "This is outrageous," he exclaimed. "Darling, come quickly. You must see this." "What is it?" Qi Mengxian frowned, but set her phone aside and approached. Gasp. She was taken aback. For there, downstairs, her son was tightly embracing the very girl from before. "I knew it would be like this." Gu Haifeng shook his head, clearly impressed by his own insight. "Oh, who would have thought? My son has finally grown up." Qi Mengxian sighed softly. Reminiscent of Gu Chen's journey from childhood to now finding a girlfriend and even embracing someone in public. What audacity. That little rascal has good taste. Though he is far too distracted. Gu Haifeng sighed again. "I must have a word with him." "Don't be ridiculous." Qi Mengxian quickly patted his hand and admonished. "This is a matter of emotions. You should not meddle." "What?" Gu Haifeng retorted, displeased. "I merely wish to encourage him to be brave and take the initiative. Given how the situation escalated, how could he not take the chance to kiss her? Just embracing for a moment, and then letting go is utterly embarrassing for our family." Gu Haifeng was visibly frustrated. Meanwhile, Gu Chun had already slipped away, holding the still pouting Lala Loss. In that fleeting moment, he felt an unexpected flutter in his heart, which had long been calm and untroubled. It was indeed a wondrous sensation. In a hotel banquet hall, Gu Chun had accompanied his parents to this gathering, summoned by an uncle for a family reunion. Although it was said to be an invitation for relatives who took the college entrance examination, Gu Chun knew his uncle merely wished to flaunt his daughter. After all, if he genuinely wanted to connect with relatives, would he not have chosen a more intimate setting rather than a banquet hall? It was simply a ploy to showcase his daughter. Familiar with such tactics, Gu Chun could only strive to remain inconspicuous. "Sign in," Gu Chun used internally. Ding. Signed in on the 6th day at the hotel banquet hall. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. Ultra luxury raspberry energy cube set. The notion of an energy cube set puzzled Gu Chun. He glanced around before focusing on the item description. Marvelous raspberry energy cube. Fire a small cube that grants Pokémon full stamina for an entire day. Highly effective for fire-type Pokémon. Gu Chun observed that there were not only fire types, but also many others, easily distinguishable by their colors. The quantity appeared ample as well, likely enough to last half a month for each type. However, he was intrigued by what highly effective truly meant. Would it enhance a Pokémon's elemental power? If so, the Raspberry Energy Cube would indeed be remarkable. As Gu Chun pondered, his uncle Gu Haitao stood up to address the guests. "I sincerely thank all relatives and friends for taking the time to join us today. The purpose of gathering everyone is simply to remind you all to maintain connections with your relatives, regardless of how busy life may get. I want to say much. I raise this glass to all of you. Let us eat and drink well today," Gu Haitao declared, lifting a glass of red wine and taking a hearty sip. Strangely enough, his words and actions garnered a favorable impression, albeit only among those unfamiliar with him. Sure enough, just as the meal progressed, the inquiries began. "Wei Ming, what scores did your son achieve in this year's college entrance examination?" Gu Haitao directly asked the middle-aged man beside him. "Ah, don't mention it." The relative named Wei Ming sighed, glancing at his son, who was ravenously consuming food. He only managed a B grade, with a theoretical score of 400. There's no chance for a good school. Wei Ming, rather naive, divulged the details without hesitation. "That won't do." Gu Haitao shook his head, sighing. "Such scores certainly won't suffice for a prestigious institution. Why not consider repeating the year?" "He won't endure the hardship of repeating," Wei Ming lamented. "And that is not feasible." Gu Haitao sighed again. "My daughter received an S and scored over 500. She is contemplating repeating the year as well. You cannot afford to fall short." The awkwardness extended beyond just this relative. Even his son felt the pressure. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Gu Chun stole a glance at his cousin Gu Fei Er, who was now proudly arching her long neck, basking in her triumph. This family was utterly in cahoots. "How about this?" Gu Haitao interjected once more. "Our company is currently hiring. If your son is disinterested in studying or wishes to start working directly, have him contact me. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Wei Ming's eyes lit up, and he quickly offered a grateful grin. "Thank you so much." Gu Chun remained silent, fully aware of the reality. Even after being publicly humiliated, one must wear a smiling face, simply because the other party possessed connections and resources. However, Gu Chun understood that his uncle's claims about the company were mere bluster. He was merely a managerial figure. Chapter 33. Gu Chun, one must be honest. Du Haisu was invited to dine at the hotel today. Initially feeling disinterested in such gatherings, he had other plans. However, it was merely a midday meal, and the results would not be officially announced until after 2 o'clock. They had already surged ahead of everyone else. Thus, Du Haishu felt considerably reassured. After engaging in a prolonged exchange of pleasantries, Du Haishu was suddenly captivated by a voice. It emanated from a large table capable of accommodating 20 to 30 people, where a middle-aged man, flushed from drink, gestured grandly, passionately expounding his views with fervor. The surrounding individuals either displayed reverence and humility or donned sycophantic smiles, creating a stark contrast. Upon closer listening, Du Haishu realized they were discussing the results of the college entrance examination. Initially, he had assumed they were talking about employment matters. It seemed he had been mistaken. Without further ado, just as he was about to turn away, a figure caught his peripheral vision. Was that not the student Guan, who had achieved 3S grades? Du Haishu immediately recognized him, though he was somewhat concealed within the crowd, with his neck slightly retracted in an attempt to remain unnoticed. He still resembled a firefly illuminating the dark night. Du Haishu's excitement surged. Coincidentally, his phone rang. After politely acknowledging the call, he hastily stepped aside to answer. Glass after glass of red wine was consumed. Gu Haitao was equally exhilarated, treating the gathering as his personal podium, questioning and belittling everyone in attendance. He exuded an air of regal authority, as if proclaiming, "I am the king." At that moment, Chen noticed that their uncle had not arrived. It was likely that he had been deeply hurt and had severed ties with Gu Haitao. Speaking of which, Chen's uncle was truly not a brother. He recalled that 2 years prior, when his uncle's wife fell ill and required a substantial sum for surgery, his father had unhesitatingly relinquished all their savings. After all, matters of life and death held paramount importance. If help could be offered, it should be. However, when it came to Gu Haitao, he had bluntly stated he had no money to contribute, not a single cent. Ironically, he promptly invested 500,000 in purchasing stocks in the elves, ultimately suffering significant losses. Although Chen's uncle managed to borrow money from various sources and eventually secured treatment for his wife, the bond of brotherhood had been irrevocably shattered. Nevertheless, this incident was merely a minor blemish in the extensive history of Chen's uncle. There were far more grievances he wished to forget. It was incomprehensible to him why his father continued to associate with such relatives. What did brotherhood matter when they did not regard you as family? By the way, hi phone, how did Chen perform? At last, Gu Haitao's gaze shifted towards Chen and the others. Gu Haifeng stammered, struggling to articulate a response. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to say, "Well, big brother, perhaps it's best not to ask." He felt a bit awkward. Considering the pressure of the moment, his niece had been lauded so highly, and now to inquire about Chen's results would be tantamount to slapping himself in the face. Nonetheless, out of respect for their brotherly bond, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. However, Gu Haitao chuckled. Haifeng, this boy's mischievousness and lack of understanding were merely childhood traits. Now that he's taken the college entrance examination, he is an adult. We cannot coddle him so. We are all relatives, all part of the same family. What is there that cannot be discussed? Although you previously mentioned that Chen's results were poor, regardless of how disappointing they may be, he is still my nephew, Gu Haitao, and I will lend him a hand. Rest assured, I am not one to forget my roots. As Gu Haitao spoke, he thumped his chest emphatically, as if desperate for others to take note. In truth, Gu Haifeng felt equally awkward. Chen had consistently performed well academically, yet his father was modest, so whenever Gu Haitao inquired, Gu Haifeng would deflect with a vague response, indicating poor performance. Little did he anticipate that his offhand remark would be taken seriously. At that moment, Qi Mengxian, who was nearby, could hardly contain her disdain for Gu Haitao's demeanor and was about to speak when her husband restrained her. I achieved 3S grades. A voice rang out. Chen declared. Gu Haitao nearly spat out his red wine in disbelief. What? How many did you say? He turned his gaze toward Chen. I said, my results are 3S grades. Chen reiterated before the watchful eyes of his parents. This time he stood tall. He was no longer the person who would bear everything in silence. He was determined to live life with audacity. Unbeknownst to him, his stance commanded a degree of respect, leaving those present in astonishment. 3S grades? Could it truly be? Just the mention of 3S grades was impressive enough. Even Gu Haitao's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. You are lying. You are boasting. Gu Feier abruptly stood up, pointing accusingly at Chen. How could anyone obtain 3S grades? It's impossible. In the history of the college entrance examination for elf battles, no one has ever achieved 3S grades. You are a fraud. The parents present were largely unfamiliar with the rules of the college entrance examination for elf battles, which had only been implemented for 20 years. Initially, they had been somewhat astonished, even shocked, but upon hearing Gu Feier's outburst, their gazes toward Chen transformed. Gu Haitao shook his head and remarked, I never expected this from you, Chen. As a young man, why be so vain? Do you not fear exposure for your lies? Just look at your parents. They are embarrassed for you. What purpose does this serve? He feigned deep disappointment, adding, Chen, one must be honest. With your behavior, there is nothing I, as your uncle, can do to help you. Wouldn't you agree? He attempted to incite the surrounding relatives to question Gu Chen's integrity. As expected, the group complied, rising to assert that Gu Chen was merely a vain, uneducated youth of poor character. Thus, he became the target of relentless criticism, a pariah among the assembly. The hostility drew the attention of unrelated individuals nearby. Silence. A thunderous roar erupted, not from Gu Chen, but from Gu Haifeng. He could no longer contain himself. No matter what others said about him, he could endure it. However, disparaging his son was entirely unacceptable. Moreover, Gu Chen had not lied. He had indeed achieved 3S grades. I can attest to that. Gu Haifeng surveyed the crowd and declared, "Yes, my son attained 3S grades." And his teacher personally confirmed it. At this moment, Qi Mingxian also stood up. The atmosphere at the table transformed dramatically. "Haifeng, I understand that you have only one son, and thus you are protective of him." Gu Haitao began, shaking his head. "However, you need not resort to such measures. This does not assist him, it only harms him. He is still young. If he clings to such vanity, how will he fare in the future? We speak only the truth. There is no pretense of vanity here." Gu Chen truly achieved 3S grades. Gu Haifeng asserted firmly. Furthermore, the principal of the school personally came to announce that he would receive a stipend of 200,000 each semester. Gu Ba, fearing that others might remain skeptical, straightforwardly presented the promise made by Wang Jinyun at that time. 200,000? Gu Haitao exclaimed in astonishment, quickly followed by a hint of a smile on his face. It was not only him. Those around them wore expressions of disbelief. They had heard of school grants before, but such an amount was simply unfathomable. Consequently, everyone at the table instinctively believed that Gu Haifeng was boasting. Although they had doubted him from the beginning, they now found the situation even more absurd. Fine. Believe what you want. Gu Haifeng gritted his teeth, not one to engage in disputes, so he chose to concede. Unbeknownst to him, his resignation led others to perceive him as guilty, inviting scornful glances in return. At that moment, Gu Feier spoke up. "Dad, we can check the scores now. If they insist on claiming 3S's, let them verify." Turning to Gu Haifeng, she continued, "Don't say I'm not giving you a chance to prove it. Are you brave enough to let Gu Chen check the results?" Gu Haitao's words about giving him a chance to prove himself were laced with mockery, evident even to the most naive observer. He assumed that Gu Haifeng's family would be intimidated at this point. However, to his surprise, the couple exchanged glances, their faces lit with a smile and excitement. This expression stirred an ominous premonition within Gu Haitao. Meanwhile, Gu Chen interjected, "There's no need to check any scores. I have nothing to prove to you. It's pointless." He glanced at Gu Haitao and asserted, "You ask me, and I will simply tell you my score. Whether you believe it or require proof, you are unworthy." At this juncture, Gu Chen shook his head and surveyed the room, declaring, "No. It is all of you who are unworthy." This remark from Gu Chen chastised everyone present. His sudden outburst plunged the table into an intense silence. Gu Haitao furrowed his brow, his expression shifting rapidly. Just as he prepared to reprimand Gu Chen for his insolence, a voice unexpectedly chimed in. "Yes, it's me who achieved SSS level." The room fell silent, wondering why this voice sounded so familiar. Gu Haitao turned towards the source, realizing it was the son of Wei Ming, who was engrossed in Douyin, the sound emanating from him. Gu Haitao detested people playing Douyin loudly in public. Just as he was about to reprimand him, the voice rang out again. "Yes, it's me who achieved SSS level. Isn't it just about having hands?" Everyone turned to look, only to find that the hotel's banquet hall screen was currently displaying news. A host sat upright, stating, "The short clip we just broadcast has swept across major short video platforms in less than 2 days. As soon as this clip was released, it exploded across the internet, with thousands demanding the uploader to remove the mosaic and reveal the protagonist's true identity. Moreover, this clip has garnered significant attention from our journalists, prompting the establishment of a verification team. We wish to ascertain whether this individual, who claims to have scored 3S's in the college entrance examination and successfully captured the legendary Pokémon, Lugia, as a novice trainer, truly exists. Or is this merely a ruse and conspiracy?" The host spoke with palpable indignation, instantly stirring the emotions of the audience. Next, let us take a closer look at the video that was obscured. As the screen displayed the edited clip of Gu Chen twice, the atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. Achieving 3S's is just about having hands? Moreover, Lugia's dazzling and dominating combat style captivated the attention of everyone present. In that moment, the hall was silent enough to hear a pin drop, all eyes fixated on the unfolding news. The camera shifted back to the host, who resumed speaking. "While all our netizens are questioning the authenticity of this video, our team has already commenced an investigation. Ultimately, we discovered that the video, indeed everything, is genuine." A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall as the spectators absorbed this revelation. Their faces bore expressions of shock. As our working group struggled to make sense of this short clip, we finally managed to contact the uploader, who promised to release the original footage by noon today. Now, we have acquired the video's information. Let us enjoy it together. The screen then replayed the earlier video, but but this time unedited. The novice trainer who claimed to have achieved 3 S's, now revealed in full view for all to see. What? Gu Haitao was astounded. He was gazing at Gu Chen, thinking he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the video continued to replay before him. It was still Gu Chen's face, the face that spoke, the face commanding Lugia in battle, all vividly displayed for the world to witness, as if fearing others might miss it. The news program repeated the footage several times. Meanwhile, Gu Chen felt the weight of many gazes upon him. They had recognized him. The young man featured in the news was indeed Gu Chen. However, just then, the news footage shifted again as the host reappeared. Subsequently, we learned that this young college entrance examinee is a student from Shishui City No. 1 High School, Gu Mao. We have contacted his principal, and further reports are forthcoming. However, the authenticity of the event has been confirmed. This controversial incident has finally revealed its truth over time. Stay tuned for our Pokémon news segment, as we will bring you more exciting follow-ups. Who exactly is this Gu Mao? We will unveil the answer in our next episode. The camera shifted back, continuing to air the video, gradually drawing to a close. Chapter 35, Astonishment, a succession of astonishments. As the news concluded, all eyes at the table turned to Gu Chen, including those of Gu Haifeng and his spouse. When had Gu Chen acquired Lugia? They were equally clueless. They were taken aback. Their son was now on the news. Yet, the most shocked of all were Gu Haitao and his daughter. The atmosphere at the table shifted to a delicate tension. Just then, the screen echoed with sound once more. The crowd instinctively turned their heads. Pokémon News Legal Awareness segment. The bold letters flashed across their view. Following that was an interview featuring a familiar figure to Gu Chen, Director Deng Tianxi of the Pokémon Inspection Bureau. Director Deng, we heard that you apprehended 2 heinous criminals yesterday? The host inquired. Indeed. Deng Tianxi nodded, adding, however, it wasn't us who captured them, but a courageous college examinee who brought these 2 criminals to justice. Oh, a college examinee? The host appeared astonished. Could you please elaborate on what transpired, Director Deng? According to our investigation, these 2 criminals were responsible for numerous murders and had long been operating in the forests surrounding Shishui City, displaying remarkable counter-surveillance skills. It can be said that our inspection bureau is quite troubled by them. In fact, we have already issued a warrant for up to 400,000 yuan. However, there has been no significant progress. As Deng Tianxi spoke, a serious expression finally gave way to a hint of a smile as he continued. However, in the early hours of yesterday, we received a report stating that 2 criminals had been apprehended near Shishui City. Moreover, their intended target was a group of students who had just completed their college entrance examinations. Consequently, our inspection institute immediately dispatched 20 personnel to the scene, only to discover that the assailants had been successfully subdued. Deng Tianxi paused at this point. Even Gu Chen could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow. This Xiao Yashi's uncle is indeed quite remarkable. Dispatching 20 people? He truly dares to say that. It is said that those who subdued them were none other than the students from the Gao Kao class of the city's No. 1 high school, Gu Mao. The name Gu Mao echoed, drawing the eyes of everyone at the table towards that singular figure. Could it be the same Gu Mao? Yet, the clues all seem to point to one and the same Gu Mao. Oh, so, this act of subduing a vicious criminal was solely the endeavor of a high school student? The host inquired. Indeed, it was the work of just one individual. And this is a consensus among everyone. While there may be elements of coincidence, he is truly a young hero. Deng Tianxi remarked with a sense of satisfaction. Director Deng, we have received a video message from the front, and we are unsure if this captures the scene of the battle at that time, or if this is indeed the Gu Mao you mentioned. As the host spoke, the camera shifted, and a video file was opened and played. To everyone's astonishment, it was the viral short video that had just been viewed on various platforms, featuring Gu Chen. The video played only once, yet everyone was unmistakably familiar with that face. So, Director Deng, is it this one? The host asked once more. Deng Tianxi's expression showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly nodded. Yes, it is indeed him. I did not expect your legal awareness program to be so powerful, managing to locate the original source so swiftly. However, will it not be inappropriate to air this without a mosaic? Despite the live nature of the program, Deng Tianxi could not help but raise the question. This very inquiry won him Gu Chen's favor. Our legal awareness program aims to combat crime, promote the spirit of the rule of law, and ensure that unlawful acts cannot escape justice. The positive image of this young man aligns perfectly with our program's standards. Our station director has just informed me through my earpiece that we will be inviting him to serve as our program's ambassador. Therefore, the host's words trailed off. Yet everyone understood the implication. Serving as an ambassador? That signifies a collaborative relationship. This is a living embodiment of both fame and fortune. Most importantly, this legal program is widely recognized, representing the spirit of the Alliance of Spirits, which is essentially the nation. The ripple effect of this could be monumental. In an instant, the gazes directed at Gu Chen were filled not only with shock, but also with envy and jealousy, even a desire to curry favor. This scene was something Gu Chen himself had not anticipated. He was entirely unaware that Deng Tianqi would appear on a legal program and involve him in such a manner. The coincidences were astounding. Glancing at his parents, Gu's father and mother, their expressions towards their son were evidently changing. What else was this young man hiding from them? Achieving a 3S in the Gao Cao, befriending the spirit Luokia, and subduing criminals. Each of these feats would be monumental events for an ordinary person. Yet, they all transpired simultaneously in their son's life. To be honest, if Gu's parents weren't exceptionally resilient, they would likely have needed immediate assistance by now. The ups and downs of the day were simply overwhelming. The legal program continued, explaining that Gu Mao had become an internet sensation, and it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Thus, the lack of a mosaic was quite understandable. Deng Tianqi also expressed his understanding. However, Deng Tianqi further stated that the bounty for this wanted notice would be awarded in its entirety as a bravery award to Gu Mao. A staggering sum of 400,000. This news was like a colossal stone dropped into Gu Haitao's heart. Even with his thick-skinned demeanor, he turned beet red. After all this, it was as if he had been slapped countless times. It turned out he was the fool all along. Yet, at that moment, all eyes shifted away from the screen and focused on Gu Chen's family. If not now, when should they ingratiate themselves? If not now, when should they flatter? They were all eager to act. Just then, a voice rang out once more. "Student Gu Chen, you are indeed Gu Chen, correct?" This voice was filled with excitement, as if a remarkable discovery had just been made. Instantly, all gazes were drawn towards the source. Two middle-aged men stood behind Gu Chen. He turned around and recognized one of them. He seemed familiar. After careful thought, Gu Chen realized it was the chief examiner from the day of the exam, named Du Haishu. Before Gu Chen could speak, the two men introduced themselves. "Hello, student Gu Chen, I am Wu Qi, the director of the admissions office of Yangzhou Spirit University. I am Du Haishu, your invigilator from that day. Do you remember?" Du Haishu attempted to jog Gu Chen's memory. "I have some impression." Gu Chen, feeling perplexed, nodded. Could it be that all these events converged on this day? What an extraordinary coincidence. "Do you two have something to discuss?" Gu Chen asked out of politeness. "Well, I am here on behalf of Yangzhou Spirit University to extend a special invitation for you to join our family." Wu Qi spoke diplomatically. Yet everyone understood the underlying meaning. It was an invitation for enrollment. Moreover, it was not just any ordinary recruitment. Just as Gu Chen was about to respond, Wu Qi seemed to notice something, raising his hand slightly, and said, "You must be Gu Chen's parents. You have truly raised a remarkable son." Having served as the admissions director for many years, Wu Qi's discerning eye was keen. He stepped forward and shook hands with Gu Haitao, saying, "While Gu Chen is undoubtedly exceptional, I believe it is also a reflection of your nurturing and guidance. On behalf of myself and our university, I extend my utmost respect to you." As Wu Qi spoke, he slightly bowed and performed a courteous gesture. "You are too kind, Director Wu." Gu Haitao, still trying to grasp the situation after the whirlwind of events that day, felt dazed. However, he had a sense of who this person was, prompting him to respond graciously. "It is not mere courtesy, it is the truth," Wu Qi asserted with a serious expression. "Mr. Gu, are you aware that with Gu Chen's current display of talent and accomplishments, his future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary? He may even surpass the heavens. In the field of spirit cultivation, he is an exceptional talent, and his understanding possesses a unique quality. He is like a piece of gold covered in dust, a pearl waiting to be discovered. He is a golden scale, transforming into a dragon at the first sign of wind and clouds. He possesses immense potential, akin to a dormant dragon, destined to stir the heavens and earth one day. This world will eventually be unable to obscure his vision." "My goodness," Gu Chen exclaimed. "Wu Qi is indeed a remarkable talent." His voice resonated, showering praises that left those present momentarily stunned, their gazes towards Gu Chen subtly shifting in hue. This is the rising star of the future. How could they have once treated him with skepticism? Can this relationship ever be mended? In that instant, all hearts brimmed with regret. A glance at Gu Haitao, standing nearby, revealed a hint of hostility. If it weren't for that old scoundrel, would they have made such an egregious choice on this fateful day? Yet now, they yearned only to atone for their past misjudgments. Therefore, Mr. Gu, we implore you to ensure that Gu Chen, this gem, shines brightly at our institution. We shall devote all our efforts to prevent him from being tarnished." Wu Qi, having circled back to the main point, indeed managed to sway Gu Haifeng. He cast a glance at his son and began, "Gu Chen, I believe Yangzhou Jingling University is quite commendable, not far from home, and genuinely wishes for you to join us. What do you think?" Gu Haifeng's statement remained unfinished, yet its implication was unmistakable. Just as Gu Chen was about to say he would consider it, Wu Qi seemed to perceive the hesitation on his face and interjected, "As parents, you must respect your child's wishes. Allow me to demonstrate our school's sincerity." With that, Wu Qi unveiled their proposal. Should Gu Chen decide to enroll in Yangzhou Jingling University, he would receive a scholarship of 500,000. Moreover, our institution offers an annual scholarship of 150,000, specifically reserved for Gu Chen. Internally, We have resolved not only to exempt Gu Chen from all tuition and miscellaneous fees, but also to provide him with considerable freedom. Whether he wishes to pursue competitive battles or delve into research, our school will ardently support him and spare no effort in offering assistance, be it financial or academic. Including access to specialized research facilities, we are open to negotiations. Wu Qi continued passionately, oblivious to the astonished expressions surrounding him. The most crucial aspect is, if you wish to accompany your child during his studies, we can arrange a faculty residence for your use throughout these 4 years, at no cost. Should you have concerns about employment, we can even assist in securing a simple and comfortable job for you within the university. Clearly, this statement struck a chord with Gu's parents. Setting aside whether they would accept, the fact that a school could extend such warmth and regard for human dignity was evident. This genuinely warmed the hearts of Gu Chen's parents. It must be said, this was also a compelling condition for Gu Chen. A school that respects you is one thing, but one that considers all aspects is truly commendable. Frankly, Gu Chen felt somewhat swayed. After all, the conditions offered by Yangzhou Jingling University were extraordinarily generous. They could be considered the epitome of humility. Initially, Gu Chen had pragmatically contemplated comparing offers from other institutions. However, he surmised that it was unlikely any other school could match the generosity of Yangzhou Jingling University. The astonished expressions of those around him made this abundantly clear. They evidently had never heard of a school going to such lengths for a single student. Yangzhou Jingling University had indeed secured an advantageous position in the competition for Gu Chen's enrollment. Meanwhile, Gu Haitao felt a dull ache in his heart. Unable to fathom that this was not the end, but rather a perfect strike awaited him. Although he was part of the management team earning a 6-figure salary, it paled in comparison to Gu Chen's earnings over these few days. Money was secondary. The question of future potential was the most critical. Beside him, Gu Fei'er had long ceased to speak, no longer daring to regard her cousin with any disdain. However, what was even more intriguing were the gazes of those around them. They regarded Gu Chen's family as if they were treasures, their eyes gleaming with ambition. They were all contemplating how to connect with this family. Chapter 37, The Final Decision. So, Gu Chen, will you join us at Yangzhou Jingling University? After laying out all the conditions, Wu Qi could not resist casting another glance at Gu Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Wu Qi was aware that they were already ahead of the curve. While other schools were just learning of the students' scores, they had already reached Gu Chen's side. The gap was palpable. However, once they exited this hotel, circumstances could change. Thus, he needed Gu Chen to make a swift decision here. This was not only the desire of the school leadership, but also pertinent to his own interests. Gu Haifeng and his wife had entrusted this decision entirely to Gu Chen, essentially awaiting his verdict. The surrounding crowd remained silent. Even the neighboring table shared this unspoken agreement. They had recognized who this young man was. All right, I will apply to your school. Gu Chen ultimately chose to acquiesce. This was not solely due to the enticing conditions, but also influenced by his conversation with Luo Wuxi the previous night. Ultimately, Yangzhou Jingling University truly suited him. Really? Wuqi exclaimed, almost doubting his own ears. Du Haisu hurriedly stepped forward, stating, it's true. Gu Chen has agreed. What further doubts could there be? What if he changed his mind later? Thus, he rushed forward to lend his support. Wonderful. Wuqi wasted no time, stepping forward to grasp Gu Chen's hand firmly. It is indeed a tremendous honor for our school to welcome Gu Chen. This scene left Gu Haitao and Gu Fei'er trembling in astonishment. An honor. Gu Chen's enrollment was a privilege for Yangzhou Jingling University. Little did they know, this institution was one that many yearned to enter, often to no avail. Although Gu Fei'er had achieved an S grade, her theoretical performance was subpar, making her own application to Yangzhou Jingling University somewhat precarious. And then there was Gu Chen, who had been ushered to the doorstep. The disparity was striking. However, what pierced Gu Haitao and his daughter's hearts even deeper was when Wu Qi unexpectedly produced a brown paper envelope from his briefcase. After some fussing, he finally revealed a large, glaring red admission letter. Boldly inscribed upon it was, Special Admission for Student Gu Chen. We are honored to welcome you to Yangzhou Jingling University. This exceptional notification was astonishing. Even Gu Chen himself had not anticipated that Wu Qi would carry this with him. It was evident how profound the school's sincerity was. They had even prepared such a document in advance. Gu Chen, you no longer need to apply. Our school has even prepared a special admission letter for you. Wu Qi stated earnestly, holding the letter out for Gu Chen to take. Dad, let us hurry and leave. It would be so embarrassing. Gu Fei'er quickly tugged at her father. Leave? Why should we leave? Gu Haitao gritted his teeth and murmured, your uncle's family is taking off now. Shouldn't we hurry to establish a connection instead of just leaving like this? Are you foolish? However, he felt a pang of embarrassment, recalling how he had just treated the other person. Embarrassment, my foot. What do you know, you child? Gu Haitao scolded, then quickly rushed ahead, unabashedly grasping Wu Qi's hand and saying, Director Wu, I am Gu Chen's uncle. Greetings to you. This scene made Gu Chen frown, and even Wu Qi appeared bewildered by the situation. Nevertheless, upon learning that Gu Chun was his nephew, Wu Qi politely responded with a greeting. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Haitao was becoming increasingly shameless. Director Wu, my daughter is also taking the college entrance examination this year. She has long admired your esteemed school. I wonder if there is a chance for her to join? He continued. Moreover, she and Gu Chen share a very good relationship. What does it mean to leverage connections? This was it. Observing Wu Qi's somewhat flustered expression, Gu Chun directly interjected, Director Wu, you need not concern yourself with these people any longer. Let today's matters conclude here. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi visibly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he feared such nepotism, using Gu Chun to pressure him into admitting his child to Yangzhou Spirit University. Fortunately, Gu Chun had smoothed things over. Hey, Gu Chen, how can you act this way? That is your sister. You aren't even helping. Gu Haitao was about to say something when he was interrupted by Gu Haifeng. Enough. Have you made enough noise? His loud reprimand truly startled those around them, especially Gu Haitao, who was in the midst of his fervor when his brother interrupted him. However, upon seeing Gu Haifeng's furious countenance, he reluctantly closed his mouth. Over the years, he had never witnessed such a side of Gu Haifeng, which genuinely frightened him. At that moment, guests in the back were whispering among themselves, secretly criticizing Gu Haitao for his shamelessness and ignorance. Though they spoke softly, their words pierced Gu Haitao's heart like daggers. He had not anticipated that today, which was supposed to be his day of glory, would instead serve to elevate others. In an instant, he was rendered speechless with anger. Well then, Gu Chen's parents, let us hope we have the opportunity to meet again. Feeling the awkwardness in the air, Wu Qi quickly spoke up. He was eager to report the latest news and felt it was truly not his place to linger any longer. After Wu Qi departed, Gu Haitao found himself unable to stir up any further commotion. Besides, the crowd had already begun to distance themselves from him. The guests were eager to cultivate a relationship with Gu Chen's family, leaving no opportunity for Gu Haitao to speak. Almost instantaneously, Gu Chen and Gu Haifeng were surrounded by well-wishers, showered with congratulations and accolades. Additionally, some guests from other tables, who did not even know Gu Chen, were approaching to strike up conversations, exchanging contact information and business cards. In a matter of moments, Gu Chen's family became the undeniable center of attention in the hall. This sight made Gu Haitao grit his teeth in frustration. His brother's family was on the verge of soaring to new heights. Gu Haitao had thought to wait until the crowd dispersed to mend relations between the two families. Yet, that opportunity never presented itself. In fact, it was his daughter, unable to bear the situation any longer, who pulled him away. As Gu Feier put it, out of sight, out of mind. She did not wish to remain in such an uncomfortable atmosphere for even a moment. Chapter 38, The New Toy of Lalalas. That evening, Gu Chen finally returned home, and, after freshening up, collapsed onto his bed. The people he had encountered that day were truly terrifying. They had exposed him to the genuine effects of fame. However, everything that transpired today was under Gu Chen's control. In truth, the sudden reveal of the video was all part of Gu Chen's scheme. Yesterday, he had met with Zhong Yufeng, the one who had propelled him to online fame. At a CAF. To be honest, Gu Chen had planned to seek him out as well. Yet, this young man was clearly quite astute, taking the initiative to approach Gu Chen. Consequently, they reached an agreement to release the authentic video after the college entrance examination results were announced. Moreover, Gu Chen would receive 60% of all revenue generated from the video, while Zhong Yufeng would primarily handle the post-production and management. Should Gu Chen wish to produce more videos in the future, Zhong Yufeng would be given priority for filming opportunities. Thus, their relationship could be deemed one of collaboration. This was also the reason Gu Chen ultimately chose to reveal himself. Everything was within his grasp, save for the unexpected legal column and the swift approach of Yangzhou Spirit University. This was truly astonishing. Gu Chen never could have anticipated such a turn of events. He was completely unaware that the Magic City Spirit University and the Imperial Capital Spirit University were in turmoil, all due to him, the student who had achieved 3S grades. After viewing Gu Chen's battle footage, the Imperial Capital Spirit University had even declared their intention to recruit him. Consequently, both schools had secretly prepared numerous plans, instructing their admissions officers to visit Shishui City to persuade Gu Chen. They had even purchased plane tickets and were ready to set off. Yet, at that moment, Yangzhou Spirit University released news claiming that Gu Chen had already agreed to become their student. They had even sent out acceptance letters. Upon receiving this information, the Magic City and Imperial Capital were furious. They could not fathom how Yangzhou Spirit University had managed to get ahead of them. However, after contemplating the situation, the two institutions resolved not to concede. Thus, they decided to set out that very night to see if they could persuade Gu Chen. Other schools naturally harbored similar intentions. However, upon discovering the conditions offered by Yangzhou Spirit University, they fell silent. They simply could not compete. At Gu Chen's home, Gu Chen glanced over at Lalalas, who was sprawled on the bed playing with his tablet. He frowned slightly. This little creature seemed to have an intense obsession with that device. Since his return and after bathing, The little one had not let go of the tablet. It even managed to capture the attention of Gung, who was floating on the ceiling, watching Lalalasa's little feet sway as he played. Curious about what the little actor was up to, Chen stealthily approached for a peek. What he saw was astonishing. The little one was watching an idle romance movie about spirits, thoroughly engrossed. In fact, Lalala's had developed this habit of using the tablet ever since Chen had first neglected to curtail it. He thought to himself that this clever little actor could hardly cause any trouble, right? Little did he know, this small creature was indeed quite intelligent. It could find its own shows to watch. What a surprise. Chen felt a headache coming on. Thus, he, lacking any sense of humor, took the tablet away from in front of Lalala's. Lalu, the precious little one, cried out in distress, suddenly anxious. Just as it was reaching a thrilling part, the tablet was snatched away. How could this be tolerated? The little actor immediately clung to Chen, demanding it back. Unfortunately, given its small stature and the distance between them, there was no way it could easily succeed. Lalu. In this moment, Lalala's grew anxious, no longer hesitating. She reached out her small hand and grasped the fabric of Chen's shirt, indulging in a display of cuteness and charm. Her lips continuously murmured complaints, filled with a sense of grievance. However, Chen remained resolute. No, you've already played for quite some time. It's essential to take a rest and not be fixated on this device. Lalala's pouted, still desiring the presence of Gung. Just as Chen thought he was close to persuading her, Gung unexpectedly appeared on his bed as well. Observing its expression and gestures, it seemed to be pleading on behalf of Lalala's. In its crimson eyes, there appeared to be a glimmer of tears. This was, truthfully, the first time Chen had experienced Gung approaching him of its own volition. Previously, he had been the one attempting to get closer, feeding it. Yet this time, the roles were entirely reversed, all because of Lalala's. Evidently, the bond between these two little spirits was quite strong. Chen sighed and glanced at his tablet, stating, "Since Gung is advocating for you, I'll allow you to play for a little longer. Just finish this episode, understood?" He softly addressed Lalala's, primarily concerned that this little creature might become too engrossed in modern technological distractions. After all, their true mission should be to engage in battles. Upon receiving Chen's consent, Lalala's eagerly nodded her head in understanding. Seeing her pitiful demeanor, Chen handed the tablet back to her. Gratefully, she called out to Gung a couple of times, likely expressing her thanks. Gung, in turn, patted its own head, displaying a bashful smile, and nodded at Chen before vanishing into the air once more. This heartwarming scene was something Chen genuinely appreciated, as it indicated that his spirits were getting along quite well. Turning his attention to Xiao Yashi, it too had found a companion. Lilia was seated on its back as if riding a large dog. Surprisingly, it did not mind. Instead, it squinted its eyes contentedly, nestled among Chen's Snorlax plush. It was said that opposites repel, and this was likely the reason Lilia and Lalala's were not playing together at the moment. Although these two little beings did not create chaos upon their first meeting, their interaction was not particularly harmonious either. However, Chen was not anxious. After all, their relationship was just beginning, and adaptation would take time. Focused on his own matters, Chen browsed the internet to see how his recent endeavors were unfolding. Chapter 39, A Date with Xiao Yashi. To his astonishment, the extent of the situation's escalation far exceeded his expectations. Online forums were buzzing with discussions about him. They were no longer questioning the authenticity of the events, but were instead debating how Chen had managed to capture divine beasts. Were there any methods or tricks involved? Some even claimed that thousands of people were petitioning Chen to share a tutorial on capturing divine beasts. Others urged him to share his daily life with Lugia, or even to start live streaming. Furthermore, it was perplexing how news of his choice to attend Yangzhou Spirit University spread so quickly. It became apparent that many individuals were planning to target Chen at this school. He realized that the enrollment rate at Yangzhou Spirit University would likely be unprecedented today. Nevertheless, Chen had indeed become quite renowned. While browsing the online gathering of talents, Lalala's, seemingly aware, tapped Chen's thigh with the tablet. Clearly, she had finished the episode and wished to return the device to her owner. Chen felt immense satisfaction at this, as it demonstrated that the little actress was quite obedient and understanding, a quality worth encouraging. He set the tablet aside and picked up Lalala's, who was at his pant leg, stating, "From now on, I will establish a time limit for you to play with this. Understand? These technological products can easily lead to obsession, which is not good for you. Do you comprehend?" This clever little creature surely understood Chen's intentions. Despite feeling a hint of grievance, she nodded vigorously in agreement. "Very well," Chen said, embracing her petite form as a gesture of encouragement. Lalala's appeared to relish her master's embrace, snugly resting against his chest. Meanwhile, Chen continued to peruse his messages. The tranquil moment shared with the little actress was indeed a serene time for both him and his spirit. The next day, originally, today was supposed to be the day to return to school and fill out applications, but Chen was evidently beyond that realm. He He had already become a member of Yangzhou Spirit Academy. To avoid unnecessary complications, he chose not to return to school, but to remain at home. Nevertheless, he received a call from Xiao Yashi. The girl shyly inquired if he remembered their agreement. Chen, of course, had not forgotten. It was merely to watch a Pokémon movie together. Moreover, he was genuinely curious, so he replied that he would see her later. This response brought great joy to Xiao Yashi. Chen's parents had returned to their normal work routines, although they were still on the night shift. Thus, they remained at home during the day. They, too, hosted a visit from Principal Wang Jinyun of the first middle school. Wang Jinyun did not come alone. He was accompanied by the admissions directors from Magic City Spirit University and Imperial Capital Spirit University. It was evident that Wang Jinyun was quite put upon. Given the situation, Chen understood immediately that they had come to persuade him. He was aware that the news of his acceptance into Yangzhou Spirit University had already reached a semi-public status. Now, the powerhouses from Magic City and Imperial Capital had arrived. As expected, they brought with them their own enticing offers. Some proposals were even more favorable than those from Yangzhou Spirit University. They boldly claimed not to mind that Chen had previously committed to other schools. However, Chen was uncertain whether these offers had been crafted from the outset or revised after reviewing Yangzhou Spirit University's proposal. Furthermore, he still leaned toward his initial choice. After all, this was the institution he had always aspired to attend. Thus, Chen politely declined the overtures from his parents. Ultimately, the admissions directors from the two prominent universities had no choice but to leave their business cards, urging Chen to contact them should he reconsider. They were acutely aware that their visit was likely destined for failure. After all, a student of such caliber could hardly be swayed like a reed in the wind. They were simply unwilling to accept being outmaneuvered by Yangzhou Spirit University. After all, the three universities had always been competitors. At 6 o'clock, Chen arrived punctually at the shopping center where he had arranged to meet Xiao Yashi. Initially, he believed he had arrived early, but to his surprise, he discovered that Xiao Yashi had been waiting for him. The girl, adorned in a flowing white dress, accentuated her slender and graceful figure. It even highlighted her purity and beauty. From a distance, she truly resembled a blossoming flower. The scene undeniably captivated the attention of numerous onlookers. These individuals were left pondering how a girl of such beauty could possibly wait for someone else. Should she not be the one deserving of anticipation? Who could that infuriating rogue be, worthy of her affection? In that moment, many strangers silently condemned that wretched fellow in their hearts. Yet, they would rather believe that this enchanting girl was, in fact, awaiting her close friends or family. Amidst the subtle gazes surrounding her, Xiao Yashi felt a slight flush on her cheeks, though she had long since acclimatized to such attention. After all, she had grown accustomed to it over the years. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Xiao Yashi's eyes as she caught sight of Chen in the distance. A radiant smile graced her face as she gracefully approached him. In that instant, many men who had been observing Xiao Yashi felt their hearts race uncontrollably. However, that flutter soon shattered as they watched the beautiful girl walk directly up to a young man. "How did you recognize me?" Chen inquired. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he had donned a mask and disguised himself to remain inconspicuous, believing that Xiao Yashi would not recognize him at first glance. Yet, to his surprise, he had miscalculated. Of course, I recognized you," she replied, her words ringing true. Chen's figure was imprinted in her memory, so familiar that she could identify him from afar. "Chen, we will soon be classmates again," Xiao Yashi exclaimed, extending her delicate hand toward him. She had applied to the same university, YNGZHUSHNGL University. Thus they would soon share the same campus, which brought her great joy. "All right. I look forward to it," Chen replied, returning her smile and shaking her hand. Little did they know, that simple handshake shattered the hearts of countless admirers. How infuriating, they thought, clinging to a glimmer of hope that perhaps he was merely a cousin or a friend. Yet, they were dismayed to realize that the goddess was indeed taken, and she had initiated the contact herself. Chapter 40. The revelation, a hint of embarrassment washed over Chen as Xiao Yashi seemed to have meticulously planned their entire outing. They first dined together before queuing to enter the cinema. Xiao Yashi had already purchased the movie tickets and arranged the showtime with precision. She had previously asked Chen about his movie preferences, but being the straightforward individual he was, he had replied that anything would suffice. She could choose whatever she liked best. This was genuinely Chen's sentiment, as he was not well versed in fantasy films. However, Xiao Yashi interpreted his words as him considering her feelings, which delighted her immensely. Thus, she selected a romantic film suitable for couples, despite the fact that their relationship was not yet that of a couple. Nevertheless, Xiao Yashi believed that since they were out on a date together, it might signify a potential for their relationship to develop further. As they approached the entrance, Chen noticed the popcorn machine and hesitated before asking, "Shall we get some?" Although he was somewhat oblivious, he understood that girls often enjoyed snacks while watching movies. Since Xiao Yashi had arranged everything so carefully, He felt it was only right to indulge her. Yet, Xiao Yash's thoughts were far more complicated. She realized that most people buying popcorn were couples. And given that they were watching a romantic film, purchasing popcorn together would imply they were a couple as well. The mere thought of this made her cheeks flush. Her heart racing. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Xiao innocently suggested, "Let us buy some. You hardly ate anything earlier. You might get hungry later." It must be said that Xiao's observational skills, despite his straightforwardness, were quite keen. Earlier during their meal, Xiao Yashi had been concerned about him going hungry and had ordered an array of dishes, yet she had barely touched any of it. Of course, Xiao was unaware of her reasons. The truth was simple. A girl on a date with a boy would hardly indulge in a feast. Xiao Yashi was anxious about making a poor first impression, so she had kept her eating to a minimum. Thus, when Xiao made his observation, she felt a flicker of joy in her heart, believing he was being considerate of her feelings. Unfortunately, the truth was far from that. He merely felt guilty for not wanting to appear like a freeloader. As they waited for Xiao to buy popcorn, Xiao Yashi felt her heart race with anticipation. At that moment, she resembled a girl patiently awaiting her boyfriend. "Yashi, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice broke her reverie. She turned to find Dzhn, a family friend, approaching her. "Die, what brings you here?" Xiao Yashi asked, glancing at Dzhn, suddenly feeling as though she had been caught doing something scandalous. "Oh, I was just planning to watch a movie with your uncle when I unexpectedly ran into you," Dzhn replied with a smile, then glanced around before asking, "So, have you brought a classmate along?" To be honest, Dzhn was genuinely curious about who Xiao Yashi was with. After all, she had always perceived Xiao Yashi as a well-behaved and polite girl. Going to a cinema was not something she would typically do, especially since Xiao Yashi had access to a private theater at home where she could watch any film she desired. The fact that she was here indicated that her companion held significant importance in her life. "Yes, I brought a classmate," Xiao Yashi replied quickly, her gaze darting towards Dzhn. She silently prayed he would not return too soon. However, the reality proved to be quite different. Dzhn was not only returning, but was also completely unaware of the situation. "Yashi, is that your classmate?" Dzhn remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed the approaching Dzhn. Could it be that Xiao Yashi had begun dating right after the college entrance examination? How bold of her to openly attend the cinema with a boy. In that moment, Dzhn found it hard to accept, as she still held on to the image of Xiao Yashi as a sweet and obedient girl. "Yes," Xiao Yashi affirmed, gritting her teeth and nodding. "Well, I won't interrupt you. Have fun," Dzhn said politely, smiling as she glanced at Dzhn, before leading her companion away. Xiao Yashi let out a deep sigh of relief. She was acutely aware that, following today, Aunt Du would undoubtedly relay the events of the day to her family. This was an inevitability. However, now that the incidents had transpired, Xiao Yashi could only accept them. After all, she was now an adult, free in her own right. Could her parents still interfere with her autonomy? Is something wrong? Guan, holding a bucket of popcorn, glanced at the departing graceful woman and couldn't help but inquire. He truly found himself perplexed by the situation. He could not discern whether the woman was an acquaintance of Xiao Yashi or merely someone seeking to strike up a conversation. Yet, the girl's expression was less than favorable, as if something unexpected had occurred. "It's nothing. Let us go," Xiao Yashi bit her lip, forcing a smile as she walked ahead. Although she sensed a change in her demeanor, Guan did not dwell on it and followed closely behind her. Meanwhile, Du Zihan observed the pair enter the venue before hurriedly pulling out her phone to dial a number. In her perspective, Guan embodied the archetype of a troublesome youth, disorganized in thought, silver-tongued, and prone to deceiving young girls. Hence, she felt it her duty to inform her good friend, who happened to be Xiao Yashi's mother, about the situation. After nearly 5 minutes of conversation, Du Zihan whispered a few words to the man beside her before hastily departing with her small bag. Chapter 41. The Darkness, Heart Racing. The atmosphere within the cinema was enveloped in shadows. As it was Guchen's first experience watching a fantasy film, he found himself thoroughly engrossed. In contrast, Xiao Yashi's thoughts began to wander. Given that this was a romantic film, nearly all the attendees were couples, intimately entwined, their hands clasped tightly, exuding a profound closeness. Many of them appeared to be of a similar age to her. Xiao Yashi keenly observed a couple in front of her, who repeatedly leaned in for secretive whispers and stolen kisses. This scene ignited a blush across her cheeks, her heart racing like a startled deer. Her small hands instinctively clasped together. At that moment, her mind was far from Du Zihan's affairs. All her thoughts were consumed by the cinema ambience. Xiao Yashi could scarcely fathom how these individuals could be so audacious. Although she felt her thoughts should not linger here, she found herself unable to resist peeking, even catching sight of another couple nestled in a corner, passionately kissing. This spectacle caused her heart to quicken even further. She had never encountered such scenes before. In an instant, Xiao Yashi felt her face flush, her ears burning. She couldn't help but think of Gu Chun and ponder what he might be like in such a situation. Stealing a glance, she found Gu Chun intently focused on the film, completely unfazed by the surroundings. His resolute, handsome visage radiated an unusual charm as he immersed himself in the story. Unconsciously, she found herself gazing at him more than once. When their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze, her face blooming with color. Fortunately, in the dim light, it was hard to discern. Gu Chun, though puzzled, shrugged it off. He had brought along the little Larulas and a Poké Ball to ensure a peaceful viewing experience, thus remaining unaffected by the distractions around him. Just then, Xiao Yashi observed the couple ahead feeding each other popcorn and sharing a drink, a display of their intimacy. This sight made her heart race even faster. What if she and Gu Chun were to share such moments? Or perhaps, one day they would? No. This was something couples naturally did. With her mind racing, Xiao Yashi felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her. At that moment, she found it impossible to concentrate on the film. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Taking a deep breath, she dared to glance at Gu Chun again, this time with greater discretion. Yet, despite her subtlety, Gu Chun noticed. He glanced at the popcorn in his hands, contemplating whether Xiao Yashi might feel shy about asking for some, given her timid nature. Would you like some? Gu Chun extended the popcorn towards her. Sure. Xiao Yashi nodded obediently, accepting the offering. However, her mind immediately drifted back to the earlier scene of couples feeding each other. Is it hot in here? I see your cheeks are quite red, Gu Chun remarked, frowning slightly, assuming her warmth was due to the heat. Yet, he felt the air conditioning was rather brisk, even bordering on chilly. No, it's nothing. Xiao Yashi quickly shook her head, flustered as she took a couple of bites of popcorn and hastily sipped her drink. She sensed Gu Chun's gaze still resting upon her. However, Gu Chun, slightly taken aback, spoke again. It seems you've taken my drink. Huh? Xiao Yashi was momentarily bewildered, realizing she had indeed sipped from Gu Chun's cup. Her own drink was on her left, and she had inadvertently grabbed his instead. In an instant, her breath quickened. I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Embarrassment washed over her. How could she have drunk from Gu Chun's drink? It's all right, Gu Chun reassured her, shaking his head. After all, he was not the one at a loss. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what was troubling Xiao Yashi. Was she struggling to adapt to the cinema environment? Gu Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating this. Yet he dismissed the thought. Surely Xiao Yashi had been to a cinema before. This brief episode was undoubtedly the climax of their movie experience. Gu Chun soon returned to the film, while Xiao Yashi remained lost in her tumultuous thoughts. Even after the film concluded, she remained in a daze, preoccupied with the notion that having drunk Gu Chun's beverage might be akin to an indirect kiss. It is often said that a woman's thoughts are far more intricate than a man's, and Xiao Yashi was no exception. In contrast, Gu Chun found himself at ease, still absorbed in the film they had just watched. Having stepped out to use the restroom, Gu Chun noticed a hint of sorrow etched on Xiao Yashi's delicate face. Though he was a straightforward individual, he possessed a keen sense of observation. Her demeanor was markedly different from before, indicating something amiss. Is something wrong? He asked, looking at her. Nothing, she replied. Xiao Yashi naturally shook her head. She had just received a call from her mother, and it turned out that Du Zihan had indeed discussed her matters with her family. Even Gu Chun was mistakenly referred to as her boyfriend. Feeling unjustly misrepresented, Xiao Yashi was understandably upset. Consequently, she found herself in a heated argument with her mother, and for the first time, she hung up on her. Of course, she could never divulge these matters to Gu Chun. Gu Chun furrowed his brow, and then his eyes brightened as he said, You don't want to go home yet, do you? Let me take you somewhere. Saying this, he took Xiao Yashi's hand and ran ahead. Chapter 42, The Elegant Figure of Shui Jun. Shishui City has always been a coastal city. Xiao Yashi did not anticipate that Gu Chun would bring her to the promenade by the sea. What struck her even more was the fact that Gu Chun had been holding her hand tightly as they dashed forward. Just thinking about it made her cheeks flush with warmth. Although her complexion had not returned to normal all evening, the cool sea breeze would surely alleviate her worries. She often did this in the past. Gu Chun's voice rang in her ears. His intent was quite simple. He believed Xiao Yashi was troubled, and he wished to help her in his own way. Clearly, he had guessed correctly. Xiao Yashi finally came to her senses, realizing that, just as Gu Chun had said, the sea breeze was indeed quite refreshing. Moreover, gazing at the vast ocean allowed one to momentarily forget all troubles. However, before she could fully appreciate the scenery, she noticed that the promenade was still bustling with people, even though it was already past 10 o'clock. Yet, they were all couples. They nestled close to each other, whispering sweet nothings. Witnessing this scene made Xiao Yashi's heart race several times. Gu Chun seemed to notice Xiao Yashi's gaze and chuckled, saying, Don't mind them. With that, he suddenly jumped onto the promenade, startling Xiao Yashi. Come down, it's dangerous. She furrowed her brow and exclaimed anxiously. Not at all. This is much more comfortable. He replied with confidence. The spacious promenade could hardly be deemed dangerous, yet Xiao Yashi's concern was palpable, especially since she had never experienced such a scene before. Do you want to come up? Seeing her frown, Gu Chun couldn't help but ask. Huh. Xiao Yashi was clearly taken aback by his suggestion. Come up, it's quite pleasant. Chen extended his hand towards her. Xiao Yashi glanced around and noticed that others were doing the same. Gritting her teeth, and after a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand in his. With a gentle pull, Chen helped her onto the promenade. How does it feel standing here? Quite nice, isn't it? Chen smiled, and then released her hand, turning to face the sea breeze, stretching his arms wide and closing his eyes. The wind billowed through his clothes, creating a rustling sound. He spoke slowly. Whenever I felt down in the past, I often came here, and it felt like my worries diminished by half. Would you like to give it a try? However, after a long while, Chen received no response. When he looked back, he found Xiao Yashi crouched on the promenade, her body trembling slightly. The girl's eyes shimmered with a hint of fear, and after a moment, she timidly said, I'm scared. Chen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Xiao Yashi's apprehension. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he extended his hand again, saying, let me help you up. The first time can be a bit daunting, but you'll get used to it. Looking into his steadfast eyes, Xiao Yashi pondered for a moment and, with a blush on her cheeks, placed her hand in his once more. She surveyed her surroundings and felt she was likely the most timid one here. The couples around her were either embracing or sitting closely together, unlike her. Although she and Chen were not officially a couple yet, being pulled up by Chen, she summoned her courage and felt a bit more at ease. At least, her body had ceased to tremble. See, once you get used to it, it's not so difficult. Chen's voice came again. Xiao Yashi nodded, her face still adorned with a lingering blush. Shall I let go of your hand now? Chen asked. And no, not yet. Xiao Yashi quickly shook her head, strangely feeling no embarrassment in her response. All right, Chen nodded, still holding on to her. With a gentle smile gracing his face, he radiated warmth. In that moment, Xiao Yashi felt as if she and Chen were indeed a couple. For an instant, she even thought those 4 words might slip from her lips. She suddenly realized that this was an incredibly fitting atmosphere. Although Xiao Yashi often lacked assertiveness and was somewhat shy, she had always been resolute in her feelings. The mere thought of uttering those 4 words in such a setting made her heart race once more. However, she steeled herself and began, Chen. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted her words. Look quickly. Another voice joined in. What kind of spirit is that? Chen and Xiao Yashi's gazes were drawn towards the commotion. There, under the moonlight and amidst the stars, a graceful and noble spirit was walking elegantly. Its flowing ribbons danced in the wind, emanating a soft glow, appearing utterly divine. Chen instantly recognized the spirit. It was Suicune. He was witnessing Suicune in reality. This elegant spirit, revered as one of the 3 sacred beasts, had captivated him in his past gaming endeavors, as he had often searched the grasslands in hopes of capturing it. Now, seeing it in person filled him with uncontainable joy. Wow, I can't believe I've seen Suicune. This is so incredibly cool. Quick, take a picture. Suicune, I love you. Come home with me. Suicune, look over here. Just one glance. The remaining onlookers on the promenade erupted in excitement. Perhaps due to their calls, Suicune's gaze indeed seemed to drift in their direction. It lingered there for a moment before continuing its graceful stride. Yet, Chen felt a peculiar sensation that Suicune's gaze was somehow directed at him. Xiao Yashi shared the same feeling. Chen, is it looking at you? She couldn't help but ask. Seeing Suicune in this sea was a first for Xiao Yashi, and she was naturally exhilarated. However, she too sensed that, for a brief moment, Suicune's gaze had landed on Chen. Was its attention drawn to him for some reason? Xiao Yashi pondered this notion. I doubt it. Chen shook his head, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. He observed Suicune's retreating figure, his lips pursed in longing. The 3 sacred beasts. How wonderful it would be to capture one. Unfortunately, he currently lacks the ability to even approach his goals. He remains too weak. Chen gritted his teeth and, at this moment, felt a surge of determination. Starting tomorrow, he would train vigorously. Chapter 43, The Chain Reaction. Suicune had already departed, yet the coastal embankment had become considerably lively due to its presence. Everyone engaged in animated discussions about this elegant sprite. By the way, what were you about to say? Chen suddenly remembered that Xiao Yashi seemed to have something to express earlier. However, that thought had been overshadowed by Suicune's appearance. Caught off guard by the question, Xiao Yashi's face flushed slightly. She fidgeted with her clothes, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, she shook her head and said, it's nothing. The atmosphere had indeed been perfect just moments ago, but now it had dissipated entirely. More crucially, the courage she had mustered had long since evaporated. Is that so? Chen smiled and replied, look, you can stand on your own. Only then did Xiao Yashi realize that Chen had already released her hand, and she was standing steadily on the corridor. Witnessing this, she couldn't help but smile. Not lingering long on the embankment, Chen escorted Xiao Yashi home, as it was already quite late. Nevertheless, tonight had brought unexpected joy, having encountered the sprite Suicune, which ignited Chen's ambition to capture a legendary beast. I'm home now. You should head back, Xiao Yashi said shyly, with her hands clasped behind her back. As they strolled home together, it felt as if they were a genuine couple, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She even pondered, is this the experience couples share after a date? To be honest, Xiao Yashi didn't fully comprehend it, yet she sensed she was beginning to understand something. You've reached home? Guan glanced back and noticed, without realizing it, they had arrived at the entrance of a luxurious community. Merely observing from the outside, one could tell that the residents here were either wealthy or noble. The entire place exuded an air of opulence. A security guard stood at the entrance. Ensuring safety was not a concern. Yes, Xiao Yashi nodded, then looked at Guan and asked, by the way, will you be participating in that Sprite summer camp? Her gaze held a hint of anticipation. I should. Guan recalled having promised Wang Jinyan. That's great. Upon receiving his answer, Xiao Yashi's face lit up with joy. She smiled, turned, and dashed a few steps away before turning back to wave at Guan. I'm off now. Be careful on your way back. Good night. After dropping those words, she swiftly departed. In that moment, Guan felt as if he were reminiscing about the beautiful days of youth. He watched until Xiao Yashi's figure vanished before summoning Rezu from his Poké Ball. Now, let this little actor accompany him on the remainder of his journey. Ralts. The little creature seemed to have been napping in the Poké Ball and appeared slightly dazed when summoned. After wobbling around a bit, it adorably plopped down, startled by its own actions. Observing its antics, Guan chuckled and bent down to lift it off the ground. Ralts. The little one snuggled against Guan's shoulder, instinctively grasping his clothing. This seamless interaction appeared as though it had been practiced 1,000 times. Guan couldn't help but smile. The little creature was undeniably adorable. He felt like a doting father. However, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Sure, you hurried me to come home, yet you're so late? Upon arriving home, Xiao Yashi was greeted by her mother. Deng Yaki immediately approached her daughter. Tonight, she had been anxious all evening. Ever since a friend informed her that Xiao Yashi had gone to the cinema with another boy, she had been restless. What kind of place is a cinema? On one hand, it's a venue for friends to enjoy a movie, but on the other, it's a common dating spot for couples, especially when watching a romance film. Mom, I didn't do anything. I just went out to watch a movie with friends, Xiao Yashi replied, her brows furrowed. Exasperated with Aunt didn't do anything? Deng Yaki immediately bristled at her response. In such a dark environment, you went with a boy? What if something happened? I don't even know if you were safe. How could you be so reckless? Deng Yaki's frustration escalated. Her daughter had always been obedient, and this was the first time she dared to contradict her. Moreover, she had even hung up on her earlier. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Yashi's father emerged from the upstairs corridor. All right, sure, go rest. Don't mind your mother. Xiao Longyu said from above. Hearing this, Xiao Yashi's eyes brightened, and she quickly dashed upstairs, not forgetting to say sweetly, Thank you, Dad. What are you doing? Deng Yaki shot a displeased glance at her husband. Why are you enabling her? Enough, sure is already grown up. You needn't worry about everything. She can handle it herself. Xiao Longyu replied, glancing at her. Besides, it's just a movie with friends. It's nothing to make a fuss about. Young people need their social circles, and it's beneficial to meet more people. While saying this, his gaze conveyed that he had everything under control. Do you know something? Deng Yaki was not naive. Having been with her husband for so long, she understood his character well. Why was he suddenly so agreeable? Although Xiao Longyu usually doted on their daughter, he had never been this trusting. After all, Deng Yaki believed Xiao Yashi's behavior today was indeed quite unusual, something they as a couple would not easily accept. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. Let us discuss this later. Xiao Longyu looked at his wife and slowly spoke. Chapter 44, The Choice of Techniques. In Shishui City, at the Xiao family villa. So, sure went on a date with this boy from the video? Deng Yaki glanced at the tablet in her hand, still finding it hard to believe. The video playing featured Guan, showing off his skills. Moreover, it was a clear shot of his face. However, this was not the main point. The crucial aspect was the battle against the 3S and commanding Lugia. Yes, Xiao Longyu shrugged. You can take a screenshot and show it to your friends if you want, he said confidently. After hearing her husband's words, Deng Yaki realized and immediately followed suit. The response she received was undoubtedly affirmative. How did you know? Deng Yaki couldn't help but inquire. Your brother told me, Xiao Longyu replied, picking up a magazine nearby and lying down to read. Tianchi. Deng Yaki frowned. The student sure has become quite popular online. A simple search would reveal the extent of his fame. Xiao Longyu refrained from elaborating further. Intrigued by her husband's words, Deng Yaki did not hesitate. Meanwhile, Guan, having returned home and completed his grooming, remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired. At present, he was preoccupied with the rewards he had just claimed upon signing in. The item was a Pokémon skill learning machine, Gratitude. This meant that by using it on a Pokémon, it could learn this skill, but only once. Guan was familiar with the skill of Gratitude. The strength of this skill would increase with the bond between the Pokémon and its trainer. Indeed, this skill could be deemed extraordinary, versatile, and quite formidable. He glanced at the little Lottie S. Clearly, This creature was not suited for gratitude. After all, as a legendary Pokémon, it would eventually require far more potent skills. While it is true that in this world, Pokémon can possess more than 4 skills, having too many might lead to a lack of proficiency. Chen understood that the realities of life cannot be equated with those of a game. The latter consists of cold, hard data, where miscalculations can lead to failure. However, in reality, many limitations can be transcended. Hence, he felt that the focus should not be on the rationality of skill combinations, but rather on whether the Pokémon could effectively harness the skill itself, which is far more significant. As for Gingawei, it seemed unsuitable for this skill as well. Instead, the little actor, Lalu, who was currently fixated on the tablet, appeared to be a more appropriate candidate. Typically, it enjoyed being close to Chen, indicating a high level of intimacy. Thus, it might be even more fitting for this skill. Given that this was a reward obtained through signing in, Chen felt no need for hesitation. It was possible that this skill might present itself again in the future. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that in this world, Pokémon skills are exclusively acquired through the trainer's own manual and training rather than simply leveling up as in games. This lack of convenience is precisely why trainers must invest time and effort into nurturing a Pokémon. For instance, to teach a skill like Seed Bomb, one might need to employ a method similar to how Ji Yi instructs his Pokémon. After all, these little creatures possess little understanding in their nascent stages and require hands-on guidance. Therefore, Chen's system-provided skills offered a significant advantage. Little actor, how about I teach you a new skill today? Chen said, gently setting aside the tablet and cradling Lalu in his arms. The little creature looked quite perplexed about Chen's intentions. Without hesitation, Chen chose to use the skill. Beep. Target, Lalu. Beep. Do you wish to use the skill Gratitude? Chen confirmed. Immediately, a silvery light flickered to life. Beep. Skill Gratitude learned successfully. With the system's notification, Lalu finally mastered the skill of Gratitude. Just then, Lilia suddenly popped up beside them. Master, I can help you check the skills currently possessed by Lalu. Is that possible? Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Indeed. Lilia, clearly interested in Chen's activities, transformed back into her Rotom Pokédex form. A string of data appeared before Chen's eyes, listing the skills currently possessed by Lalu: Psychic, Magical Leaf, Pout, and Gratitude. This was precisely 4 skills. Moreover, they included Grass, Psychic, Fairy, and General attributes. It could be said that for the current stage, Lalu's skill set was quite impressive. The only drawback was the absence of a skill that could induce confusion. If only it had a move like Shadow Clone or Teleportation, it would be perfect. At the same time, Chen understood why previous trainers struggled against this little actor. Clearly, its combat aptitude was not to be underestimated. Contemplating this, Chen resolved to take it to the battle park the following day. Meanwhile, Lalu remained blissfully unaware of her trainer's intentions, happily nuzzling against his chest. Subsequently, Chen examined the skills of the little Latias, discovering that it had also acquired 4 skills: Steel Wing, Dragon Dive, Gust, and Water Cannon. To be frank, aside from Dragon Dive, the other 3 skills could be considered rather ordinary. Moreover, it seemed that during battles, the little Latias preferred using Steel Wing and Dragon Dive, while Gust and Water Cannon were rarely seen in outdoor combat. However, the evolved form of Latias appeared to be considerably more formidable. Turning his attention to Gingawei's skills, Chen noted that they were indeed powerful. Shadow Ball, Mud Bomb, Thunderbolt, Hypnosis, and Destiny Bond were all present. Particularly, Destiny Bond was quite a strategic move, almost guaranteeing the opponent's defeat. Nevertheless, Chen recognized that Gingawei needed to work on its temperament, as it appeared rather timid, possibly due to its past experiences. Ultimately, it was an altered Pokémon, and its potential could be deemed exceptional. Chen even pondered whether Gingawei could be considered a form of Mega Evolution, given the similarities in appearance. The following day, Chen set off for the battle park with Lalu. Although he had become somewhat of a celebrity, with many recognizing him, he chose not to disguise himself this time. Upon arrival, however, he found himself rather isolated. The trainers present were predominantly newcomers, while seasoned trainers typically participated in leagues or indoor Pokémon battle arenas. Consequently, those who recognized Chen felt too intimidated to approach him, while those who did not know him were equally deterred. There were even instances of individuals approaching him for photographs or attempting to capture candid shots, resulting in a rather awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, the ice was broken by a brave girl who, upon seeing how adorable Chen's Lalu was, insisted on challenging it with her own EV. It goes without saying that this EV was exquisitely adorned, representing a battle between women, and a premeditated one at that. As the battle commenced, both sides exerted their utmost effort. Despite Lalu's playful demeanor, when it came to combat, it was nothing short of formidable. After dodging Eevee's sand attack, the little actor launched a psychic attack that struck the opponent directly. In that moment, Chen gained a newfound appreciation for Lalu's psychic move. It was executed with remarkable speed, almost instantaneous. The little creature's combat prowess was indeed impressive. However, to everyone's surprise, Eevee managed to withstand the attack and continued to fight. It can be said that both of these sprites are exemplary representations of high spirits. However, it appears that Eevee's judgment in battle is somewhat lacking. In such a dire situation, it opted to utilize the skill Lightning Flash, which is a technique that can only be executed exceptionally well under optimal conditions. Unsurprisingly, it was swiftly defeated by Lalu Leisai's magical leaf, which was cast with remarkable speed. Chen observed this with astonishment. Could it be that Lalu Leisai possesses an innate talent for combat? Every skill it employs seems to be executed with both swiftness and great power. After the victor was determined, Lalu Leisai exhibited a sense of pride, striking a cute pose with its little hands on its hips as it gazed at Chen, its master. Only after receiving a reassuring smile of encouragement did it reveal its own triumphant grin, perhaps due to Lalu Leisai's outstanding performance. The number of curious trainers eager to challenge it suddenly increased. Indeed, someone stepped forward to issue a challenge. Chen was naturally pleased. His purpose today was to practice with Lalu Leisai and engage in battle alongside it. Thus, he eagerly accepted the duel. After providing Lalu Leisai with a grass-type energy cube, Chen encouraged it to continue fighting. This energy cube was a reward from his previous signing in. Indeed, upon consuming it, Lalu Leisai appeared to be rejuvenated with vitality. The opponent was a small flame monkey. One must admit, this little monkey is quite formidable. Its skills, digging holes, chaotic scratching, and flame wheel, were executed with fluidity and excellence. Chen felt a wave of concern for Lalu Leisai. However, this little actor remained unfazed. At the moment the flame monkey emerged from its hole, Lalu Leisai unleashed a powerful psychic blast, launching the opponent from the ground. Moreover, this little creature perfectly demonstrated the concept of pursuing victory. It swiftly advanced within reasonable attacking range and unleashed another magical leaf to secure the match. The arena erupted in cheers. After all, Chen, as the master, had hardly given any commands. All the battles were conducted by Lalu Leisai on its own. Chen, witnessing this scene, was naturally astonished. Yet, this was precisely the purpose of his visit to the battle park. He intended to allow Lalu Leisai to rely on its own instincts in combat until it could no longer withstand the pressure or until a decisive opportunity arose for him to interject. Unexpectedly, this little one did not grant him that opportunity. Chen, as the master, could indeed sense Lalu Leisai's intelligence. Its usual demeanor revealed a remarkable level of human-like understanding. Thus, it was evident that its autonomous combat awareness surpassed that of many other sprites. Continuing the battle. This time the opponent was a small Quan Shi. This sprite, appearing to possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, was initially perceived by Chen as a challenging adversary. However, to his surprise, Lalu Leisai excelled once again. This little one's charming skills proved to be significantly more potent than Chen had anticipated. It could almost be said that the small Quan Shi, enchanted by Lalu Leisai, exhibited a lackluster offense and defense. It could barely withstand 2 rounds before surrendering. The key was that even the Quan Shi's trainer could not bear to watch. His sprite stood as a target for Lalu Leisai's attacks, akin to a lovesick fool. How embarrassing. Nevertheless, the subsequent battle finally allowed the Quan Shi's trainer to regain some confidence. For not only did his small Quan Shi falter against Lalu Leisai, but so too did the others, including a small Charizard, a grass tortoise, and a small Cabogan. None could withstand the charm attack. It seemed that this skill significantly strengthened against the opposite gender. Witnessing this, Chen was filled with confusion. Logically, this charming skill should not be so captivating. Why was it so effective against the opposite gender? This little actor undoubtedly astonished everyone, even when a trainer deployed a round land shark. It could not overcome Lalu Leisai. By the end of this day of battles, everyone had come to remember the name Lalu Leisai. Some even jokingly declared that after watching Chen and Lalu Leisai's battles, they resolved to teach their sprites the charming skill as well. Is this skill truly that formidable? Chen did not share this belief. He merely considered Lalu Leisai to be the most ordinary sprite by his side, typically responsible for being cute, and, when grown, possibly becoming a partner. Yet, it seemed to have strayed from that path. This little sprite was far stronger than he had imagined. After engaging in battles at the park for 2 consecutive days, Chen and Lalu Leisai maintained an impeccable record of victories. In fact, the little actor was even dubbed the heartthrob of the battle park. Its charm had rendered it invincible. Many flocked to the battle park simply to witness its outstanding performances and learn a thing or two. However, after 2 continuous days, an intriguing challenger finally arrived. Chapter 46. And now, the challenger was yet another unfamiliar novice trainer, a spirited young man with a buzz cut. Initially, Chen thought nothing of it, but later learned that this young man, Jiang Wufeng, had achieved an SS rating in the high school entrance examination at Shirizhong. In other words, had Chen not been present, this year's top student would undoubtedly have been Jiang Wufeng. He would receive an invitation from Wang Jinyan to represent Shirizhong, gracing the headlines of major newspapers. Additionally, he would secure the largest scholarship, with various universities eager to recruit him. It could be said that Jiang Wufeng was destined for boundless glory in any other year. However, not this year, for there was an unexpected contender in Gu Chen, a dark horse who emerged abruptly, seizing everything in his path. Compared to Gu Chen, the gem that is Jiang Wufeng was inevitably overshadowed. Thus, when Jiang Wufeng approached, it was certainly with ulterior motives. At least, that was Gu Chen's perception. However, this information was relayed to him by Xiao Yashi, who had seen Gu Chen's posts on the forum in Shishui City and knew he had been present for the past 2 days. Therefore, she sought him out. Gu Chen, are you sure you want to send Lalo Leisai to battle against him? Xiao Yashi inquired, glancing at the opposing Zhu Dao Xiaobing. This sprite, possessing both dark and steel attributes, posed a significant disadvantage for Lalo Leisai in combat, not to mention the fact that it would be countered. This was quite disheartening. Absolutely. Go for it, Lalo Leisai. Gu Chen was unconcerned about the attribute disadvantage or the likelihood of victory. What he wished to witness was the spirit of his sprite, that unstoppable drive to break free from all constraints. If the real world were to mirror the game, merely a collection of cold data, it would be utterly meaningless. Lalo Leisai, resembling its master, strode confidently onto the battlefield, undaunted, even when the opposing sprite appeared to have a clear advantage in both attributes and momentum. This little actor maintained its composure, charming and endearing off the field, yet capable of fierce combat on it. No ambiguity whatsoever. Observing this scene, Xiao Yashi could not help but smile, seemingly understanding something. Meanwhile, Jiang Wufeng displayed a smirk that appeared more mocking than anything else. His initial sprite was a wood guardian. The JD-011O being is a product he captured in the wild. Coincidentally, upon discovering news of GCHN on the forum, Jiang hurried to the battle park to request a duel. As he deployed his JD-011O being, he pondered what kind of Pokémon GCHN might send forth. Perhaps it would be the LULSI. If that were indeed the case, Jiang would feel exceedingly fortunate, for he sensed victory was within his grasp. His JD-011O being was no ordinary creature. The trainers by the sidelines seemed to sense the unique significance of this confrontation. At least one side was shrouded in the smoke of battle. Without further ado, the fight commenced. Under its master's command, the JD-011O being wielded its blades with both hands, radiating a shimmering silver light. In an instant, several long swords were raised in a flourish. Below, GCHN understood precisely the nature of the technique. Sword dance. Once executed, this move would significantly enhance the opponent's attack power and momentum. This JD-011O being was undoubtedly not Jiang starter Pokémon. GCHN could almost immediately ascertain this. After all, a starter Pokémon could not possibly learn Sword Dance. Interrupted. Do not allow it to use Sword Dance a second time. Finally, GCHN uttered his first command of the day, LULSI, with a gentle call. Unleashed Magical Leaf, sending forth a fierce offensive. At that moment, the JD-011O being surged forward, seemingly ready to engage in a head-on assault. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this dark-type Pokémon split into 2, then 4, multiplying into numerous illusions. The onlooking trainers gasped in astonishment. The use of Shadow Clone was truly dazzling. The attack of Magical Leaf struck these clones, while the true form of the JD-011O being remained unscathed. Witnessing this scene, the smile on Jiang lips grew ever broader. It was a genuine sense of pride, for at this stage, who else had a Pokémon that learned such a technique? His. As the clones were dispersed, the JD-011O being pressed forward boldly, raising its blade and cleaving towards LULSI. This strike, glimmering with silver light, would undoubtedly place LULSI in a precarious position if it landed. Moreover, it was empowered by Sword Dance. However, at this moment, the little actress sprang into action. Ignoring the dirt beneath, it rolled on the ground. Although somewhat awkward, it managed to evade the fierce strike. Quickly, continue the attack. Jiang did not anticipate that his Pokémon's assault would be dodged, urging it to pursue. The JD-011O being abruptly turned back, ready to cleave once more, when LULSI seized the opportunity and employed a charming maneuver. Originally a devastating move against the opposite sex, it merely caused the approaching Pokémon to hesitate. Nevertheless, GCHN noted that the JD-011O being's attack had evidently shifted from a cleave to a standard strike. The little actress was sent tumbling through the air. Jiang expression brightened with a smile of triumph, for he believed that under such circumstances, LULSI could hardly resist. JD-011O being, use cleave once more and finish the battle. Jiang shouted, as if calling for victory. The JD-011O being heeded its master's call, its scythe-like arm aglow with silver light. The trainers by the sidelines were nearly convinced that the outcome of this battle had already been decided. After all, how could LULSI, lifted into the air, possibly evade? Was GCHN's undefeated legend about to come to an end? What a pity. Even Xiao Yashi beside GCHN could not help but clench her small hands, anxiously observing the center of the arena. Naturally, she hoped for GCHN's victory. Yet, it seemed that all unfavorable factors were converging upon him. She had already begun to contemplate how to comfort GCHN afterward. However, no one noticed that LULSI, suspended in the air, felt no fear whatsoever. Even GCHN's gaze suddenly sharpened. He finally spoke up. Now is the time. Chapter 47. The Tsundera's obsession with the little actress. Now is the time. GCHN's voice rang out with fervor. Suddenly, a green light flashed from LULSI. Magical Leaf was unleashed in an instant, bombarding the JD-011 being. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, as the clash of attacks nullified each other. Yet the JD-011 being evidently sustained damage. Observing LULSI, it had skillfully utilized the residual force to create distance. Landing gracefully on the ground, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Shockwaves reverberated. In that fleeting moment, everyone believed LULSI was finished, and GCHN was destined to lose. Yet, the narrative had twisted once more. What prowess! Even while off balance, LULSI managed to perfectly control its body and execute its technique. Finally, a trainer who had grasped the situation spoke up. Indeed, it not only escaped the predicament, but also inflicted damage on the opponent. It was remarkable. Damn, that moment stirred my blood. It felt like watching a championship match. Another trainer chimed in. My goodness, is this the allure of Pokémon battles? The outcomes are always so unpredictable. Why are others so strong while I remain so lackluster? I have fallen for LULSI. It shall be my next Pokémon. Though it is powerful, it cannot be mere coincidence, can it? Will LULSI be able to replicate such performance next time? Some trainers voiced their skepticism. Indeed, the demands on this Pokémon are exceedingly high. It cannot perform so exceptionally every time. Regardless of the favorable or unfavorable comments, the trainers along the sidelines erupted in excitement following this dazzling counterattack. Little did GCHN know, due to his actions, the wild LULSI population was in peril. Beside him, Xiao Yashi, witnessing the counterattack, felt her face flush with excitement, nearly unable to restrain herself from leaping to embrace GCHN. Fortunately, she managed to halt herself midway. Opposite, GWF clearly did not anticipate that GCHN's LULSI could achieve such feats. He clenched his teeth in frustration. The damage from Magical Leaf to the JD-011 being was not substantial, yet the feeling of having lost the first round was quite disheartening. You won't be so fortunate next time, GWF declared, attempting to regain some momentum. He believed that GCHN's LULSI achieved this counter only by chance. Hearing the uproar from the crowd and observing the unpredictable expressions on his opponent's face, GCHN remained remarkably composed, for he understood that such a counterattack was neither an accident nor mere fortune. It was the culmination of his and LULC's efforts. There are not so many coincidences in this world. GCHN replied calmly. Enough of your nonsense. GWF's emotions were successfully stirred. JD-011 being, use cleave after shadow clone. He shouted. The JD-011 being, upon hearing its master's command, executed it perfectly, due to the earlier damage sustained in battle. This Pokémon was now filled with rage. Its surging spirit caused LULSI, not far away, to feel a hint of trepidation, causing it to slightly retreat. For the first time, it was faced with a skill like the shadow clone, which naturally left it somewhat hesitant. In contrast, Guan was truly composed at that moment. Even when Xiao Yashi beside him wanted to remind him that it was time to give orders, she dared not disturb him. For Guan appeared to be deep in thought. Lalalalis, the fourth one on the left, used the skill Revenge. At last, Guan spoke. Upon hearing his command, the little actor seemed to know exactly what to do, and the entire spirit instantly became resolute. In a flash, a brilliant green light erupted from its body, and a massive sphere of light was unleashed. It crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! An astonishing surge of energy erupted, sending sand and debris flying into the air. A gust of wind blew by, swiftly dispersing the dust. The center of the battlefield was finally revealed for all to see. The Ju Dao Xiaobing lay sprawled on the ground, appearing unable to continue fighting. As for Lalalalis, although it looked somewhat weary and bore traces of dirt, it stood firmly on the ground, exuding the air of a victor. The gathered trainers erupted once more into cheers and exclamations. Wow, that skill was incredibly powerful. Is it called Revenge? The one where different spirits exhibit different forms of power. It seems so. I heard that the deeper the bond with the trainer, the stronger the power that is unleashed. How impressive. I want that too. But I've heard that this skill is quite difficult to master. Come on, you fools. Guan is the strongest. After all, he identified its true form. Right, he saw through it. The chatter among the crowd was a flurry of admiration for Guan, revealing their deep respect for him. Meanwhile, Zhang Wufeng stared blankly at the scene before him, a wave of defeat rising within him. Amidst the discussions, Chen stepped into the already determined battlefield and gradually approached Lalulalis. At this moment, all the noise seemed to come to an abrupt halt. Every trainer turned their gaze toward Chen. Finally, he reached Lalulalis, bending down to embrace it. What a proud little creature. In whispers that others could not hear, Chen held Lalulalis tightly and gently patted its back. All right, time to rest, Lalu. It seemed as though Lalulalis's stubbornness and pride had been seen through. With a soft sigh, it leaned against Chen's shoulder, clutching his clothing with its tiny hands, exuding an air of endearment. Even its voice carried a hint of shyness. At that moment, the previously quiet atmosphere erupted once more. Everyone cheered for Lalulalis's victory. But only Chen understood that this little fellow had also sustained considerable injuries. In fact, it had fought to the point of exhaustion. It had been gritting its teeth, determined to remain standing and not fall. This was Lalulalis's own conviction. It was its little pride. Chen had merely seen through everything and swiftly embraced it. Otherwise, this little actor would have collapsed long ago. Truly, what a proud little creature. Chen smiled, feeling a surge of tenderness as he held the small body in his arms. While everyone was preoccupied with victories and defeats, Chen's focus had always been on it. This is the bond and emotion shared between a trainer and their spirit. Chapter 48. The fortunate ones are never accidental. The battle at Shishui City South Combat Park raged on fiercely. Even after Chen's recent match, everyone was enjoying the lingering thrill while their desire for battle intensified. This is the melody of this era. Everyone is a trainer. Everyone rushes into battle for their spirits, advancing without hesitation, disregarding everything. Before Chen stood Jiang Wufeng, who had just completed his match. Chen, you truly are formidable. Jiang Wufeng felt a sense of defeat within, yet a faint smile graced his face. He had not fully reconciled with his loss, but suddenly, he seemed to understand something. He realized why Chen could replace him and become the much-admired dark horse. A true trainer would feel envy toward those stronger than themselves. However, a genuinely strong individual would ponder how to reclaim their victory in the next battle after experiencing failure. Jiang Wufeng was unwilling to accept defeat, filled with resentment and eager to win. Yet more than that, he felt a sense of kinship. It was the connection of strength recognizing strength. Just moments ago, Chen had managed to identify the true form of his Zhu Dao Xiaobing. Just this alone had earned Jiang Wufeng's respect. Upon reflection, he realized it was indeed the case. He deserved to lose. There was nothing to feel disgruntled about. Thank you. You are also very strong. With the other party acknowledging him, Chen could only politely express his thanks. However, he did not exaggerate. Jiang Wufeng was indeed strong. If he were not Chen's opponent, his Zhu Dao Xiaobing would likely fear no one. The key factor was Chen's exceptional talent. But it was undeniable that Jiang Wufeng was formidable. Jiang Wufeng glanced at Xiao Yashi beside him and continued, I won't disturb you any longer. Next time, I'll challenge you again. You better keep running, or I'll catch up. As he said this, Jiang Wufeng unexpectedly smiled. Chen did too. This Jiang Wufeng was indeed interesting. Logically, Chen and he were in a competitive relationship, making him somewhat of an antagonist. Yet this fellow had a certain charm. I'm off, Jiang Wufeng said, turning and waving his hand as he departed gracefully. Chen, how did you do that? After Jiang Wufeng walked away, Xiao Yashi couldn't help but ask. She had been pondering this question earlier. What do you mean? Chen momentarily did not grasp her intent. I mean your Lalulalis. How did it manage to counterattack in such a situation? Xiao Yashi was no fool. She did not believe it was mere coincidence or luck. Chen glanced at the little actor in his arms, who was sleeping soundly, a smile on his face as he said, because we have been training for the past 2 days. Chen was not lying. Rather, he was being truthful. While they had engaged in normal battles, he had not forgotten to conduct special training for Lalulalis at night. What kind of special training? It was simply about how to counterattack while losing balance. Just like earlier, Chen had long since devised a strategy regarding this topic. He was acutely aware that Lalulalis's current weaknesses lay in speed and defensive capabilities. The way to mitigate these weaknesses was to enhance its offensive abilities, ensuring it could counterattack in any situation. Lalulalis evidently possessed this potential. Its skills were always so precise and could be unleashed swiftly. Thus, Chen had come to this realization. Consequently, he began to train Lalulalis to unleash its skills even when its body was off balance. In the beginning, this little creature struggled to perform adequately and even contemplated giving up at one point. However, under the encouragement of Chen, it gradually regained its fighting spirit. Once revitalized, the little performer demonstrated remarkable prowess. Before long, it was able to adeptly manage its balance and unleash its unique abilities. Thus, during the last couple of days, under Chen's guidance, the duo focused intently on honing this skill. This was also where Chen's mischievous idea took root, to thoroughly train the Larulas so that it could match the overall level of the team. Fortunately, this little creature executed everything flawlessly. The recent counterattack was a testament to that. When Gu Chun uttered those words, he was filled with immense confidence in it, which in turn provided the desired feedback. Therefore, he asserted that the world is not riddled with coincidences. Indeed, where do so many coincidences come from? Luck has never been a matter of chance. As I said, Xiao Yashi gently placed her hands behind her, pursed her lips, and smiled, remarking that not only was the recent counterattack impressive, but Gu Chun had also accurately discerned the true form of the Kidayakong and perfectly timed the release of the gratitude skill. In truth, Gu Chun had calculated everything precisely. Hadn't he? Her sparkling eyes glanced at Gu Chun, shimmering with admiration. Gu Chun, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his nose and humbly dismissed her praise, claiming he wasn't that remarkable. Yet, the truth was that he had indeed anticipated everything. Even the final release of gratitude was executed with impeccable timing because only at that moment could it deliver the most precise and lethal blow. However, could he articulate all of this? If spoken aloud, others might perceive it as pretentiousness. He had not expected Xiao Yashi to see through him. Gu Chun, will you continue training Lariulus? Xiao Yashi suddenly inquired, not dwelling long on the previous topic. Yes, Gu Chun nodded, but his main focus would not be on it. He intended to adjust the personality of his Gungue. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes as if he had thought of something. Shall we train together? Xiao Yashi bravely proposed her desire to join him. This might indeed require assistance. Gu Chun chuckled. Then let us embark on this journey together. His response was straightforward. Great. Hearing his affirmative answer, Xiao Yashi beamed with joy. However, before training Gungue, Gu Chun was aware he had more pressing matters to attend to. That was the interview arranged by Wang Jinyun, scheduled for tomorrow. Additionally, the presentation of the Bravery Award would also occur the following day. Deng Tianqi and Wang Jinyun had seemingly coordinated their efforts, reaching out to Gu Chun, both arriving on the same day. Chapter 49, Pokémon journalist Guo Xiaoqin. Guo Xiaoqin, a recent graduate from Pokémon University, had proudly become a Pokémon journalist. Despite her fresh-faced appearance, she possessed ample field interview experience. Coupled with her beauty, melodious voice, and charming demeanor, she had firmly established herself at the Yangzhou Pokémon News Center since her internship began. This time, she was dispatched by her superiors to interview the student from Shishui City who had achieved a 3S rating and was rumored to have captured the legendary Lugia. Guo Xiaoqin was genuinely intrigued by this young individual, especially since this Gaokao student named Gu Chun was actually her junior. After all, Guo Xiaoqin was also an alumnus of Yangzhou Pokémon University. Upon arriving at Shishui City No. 1 Middle School, Guo Xiaoqin encountered her two competitors, reporters from the Dijing Pokémon Central News Television and Shishui City Pokémon News Television, both sending two female journalists to the scene. When Guo Xiaoqin saw her rivals, she felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed the task assigned by her station head was indeed achievable. After all, her competitors lacked her visual appeal. It is said that beauty can evoke a visual pleasure, leading Guo Xiaoqin to believe that she was the ideal candidate for the interview. In other words, she was the only one among the three who could conduct a close-range interview. This was a directive from their station head, emphasizing the need to be the first to seize this opportunity. Previously, the principal of Shishui City No. 1 Middle School had stipulated that only one person could speak during the interview, a request made by the student Gu Chun. Confidently, Guo Xiaoqin awaited quietly in the conference room, following the arrangements of the school staff. As anticipated, at 3:30 in the afternoon, Gu Chun finally appeared in the conference room, accompanied by Wang Jinyun. Witnessing this, the reporters from Dijing and Shishui City immediately rushed forward, vying for the opportunity to interview him. Originally, Guo Xiaoqin was expected to follow suit, but for reasons unknown, she suddenly felt as if enchanted. She believed she should maintain a degree of composure and wait for Gu Chun to choose. After all, with fewer people present, she held an advantage. Yet, Gu Chun did not so much as glance in her direction, directly opting for the Shishui City Pokémon News reporter without hesitation. Naturally, to Gu Chun, this was merely a task. Why not select the Shishui City Pokémon News television station? After all, it was his hometown station. Thus, he chose without hesitation. It was only when he settled beside the reporter that he noticed Guo Xiaoqin lingering behind, unsure whether to step forward. This female journalist was indeed strikingly beautiful, exuding a sophisticated charm akin to Luo Wuxi, embodying the essence of an elegant beauty. However, after merely a glance, Gu Chun averted his gaze. Guo Xiaoqin certainly noticed this moment. Initially, she had thought she still had a chance, that Gu Chun might alter his choice upon seeing her. But no. He merely glanced at her before proceeding to engage in a series of interviews. These were routine, courteous inquiries, such as how he achieved the 3S rating, whether he had the potential to score full marks in all subjects, the story behind his Lugia, the impact of his online fame, and why he chose Yangzhou Pokémon University, among others. Throughout the recorded interview, Gu Chun maintained a calm demeanor, displaying none of the anxiety or urgency typically associated with students. Instead, he responded with remarkable composure and poise. This performance left Guo Xiaoqin quite surprised. Truly, he was a student of notable achievement, standing apart from others when faced with questions. Before long, the interview concluded. As Chen prepared to rush off to his next appointment at the Pokémon Inspection Bureau, he had no time to linger. After a brief exchange with Wang Jinyun, he readied to depart. The principal of City No. 1 Middle School was understandably cautious and refrained from imposing too many demands on Chen. Nonetheless, he did inform him of the upcoming Pokémon summer camp dates. Observing Chen's intention to leave, Guan Xiaoqin was determined not to miss this opportunity. After all, if she let this chance slip by, it could be ages before she encountered him again. Engaging in such underhanded tactics was beneath her as a serious journalist. Thus, Guan Xiaoqin entrusted her companion with the responsibility of interviewing Wang Jinyun while she stealthily slipped away to keep pace with Chen. Initially, Guan Xiaoqin intended to rush forward and call out to him, but upon reflection, she opted to follow him discreetly to observe his actions. After all, her camera was ready, and she might stumble upon some extraordinary news. Anything associated with Chen would undoubtedly be a major highlight. At that moment, Guan Xiaoqin was blissfully unaware that she had transformed into a paparazzo. Winding through the streets, Chen naturally arrived at the Spirit Inspection Bureau. Observing this scene, Guan Xiaoqin concealed herself behind a nearby structure, surmising the purpose of Chen's visit. She had done her research and knew he was set to receive a commendation for bravery. To her surprise, it was indeed today. What a stroke of luck. Guan Xiaoqin patiently awaited his exit, contemplating whether to approach him directly for an exclusive interview, eschewing any unnecessary embellishments. After nearly an hour of waiting, Guan Xiaoqin grew anxious as she had yet to catch a glimpse of Chen. She could not help but furrow her brow. Surely, he wouldn't take this long? At that moment, she felt something brush against her hair from behind. Whirling around, she found nothing there. Was she simply being overly sensitive? Once again, she turned her gaze toward the inspection bureau, but the peculiar sensation returned, as if someone were caressing her neck and shoulders with a gentle touch. She even sensed a chill emanating from behind her. With a sudden jerk, she spun around again, only to find herself still alone. The area behind the large tree where she stood was devoid of both people and vehicles. Guan Xiaoqin found this unsettling. She felt uncharacteristically on edge. Shaking her head, she resumed her surveillance of the bureau. However, the eerie feeling returned the instant she turned back. Without hesitation, she whirled around once more. A gasp escaped her lips as she stumbled backward, falling heavily to the ground. Blood gushed forth in an instant. But what truly instilled terror within her was the creature before her, pale as a ghost, with a grotesque visage and blood-red eyes. It was already past 6 in the evening. While the sky was not yet fully dark, it was dimming enough to cast a chilling aura. "What are you?" Guan Xiaoqin stammered, her teeth chattering and her words a jumble as she disregarded the pain in her foot and scrambled away from the monstrous figure. The creature, sensing her fear, felt its crimson eyes welling with tears. Suddenly, it turned away in sorrow, preparing to dissipate into the air. "Jingwei," a voice called out. Chen's. He had just emerged from the Spirit Inspection Bureau and witnessed the scene. It seemed something was amiss with Jingwei. Responding to its master's call, Jingwei slowly turned around, though its demeanor appeared pitiful, prompting Chen to furrow his brow in concern. At that moment, the little actress made her entrance. She hurried forward to Jingwei, waving her arms and striking poses with her hands on her hips. After a spirited performance, she managed to coax Jingwei back to Chen's side. Exuding an air of authority, Chen had not anticipated that Jingwei would emerge from its Poké Ball, and he sighed softly as he returned it. Fortunately, with Lala's assistance, he was able to console Jingwei, which, though still somewhat disheartened, appeared considerably improved. "You are the reporter from before?" Chen finally approached the previously overlooked Guan Xiaoqin, realizing she was someone he recognized. However, he wondered why she was here. In an instant, his expression shifted as he deduced the situation. The reporter had followed him here and, for some reason, had been frightened by Jingwei, resulting in her injury. This simple logic clicked into place for Chen. "I just wanted to ask if I could conduct an exclusive interview with you," Guan Xiaoqin confessed, feeling an inexplicable surge of anxiety under Chen's penetrating gaze, as if her intentions had been laid bare. She subtly moved her injured hand behind her back, not wanting him to see. Despite being several years older than Chen, she felt nervous in his presence. Why was that? Was this the reason people avoid guilt-laden actions? Yet, she had done nothing wrong. The thought made Guan Xiaoqin's head spin. "You're injured. Let me take you to the hospital," Chen offered. He had initially wished to avoid involvement, but realizing that Jingwei's feelings needed addressing, he acknowledged her usefulness. "This minor injury doesn't require a hospital," Guan Xiaoqin responded, momentarily surprised by the kindness in his suggestion, which made her perceive him as rather accommodating. "Then let's go to my house. It's not far. And I can help you bandage your wound," Chen proposed, glancing back at his home, which he believed was empty and convenient. "Your house," Guan Xiaoqin exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. What was she thinking? He was still a student. Yet, going to his house could provide an opportunity to unearth some juicy information. Thus, she agreed. With Chen's assistance, she soon found herself at his home. Just as she had imagined, it was empty. His parents had already left for work. Please remove your clothing. Gu Chen instructed, glancing at Guo Xiaoqin seated on the sofa before turning to his room. Remove what? Guo Xiaoqin was taken aback. His words were far too suggestive. What did he want her to take off? She glanced down at her feet. She was already in slippers. Surely he didn't mean her clothes? Applying ointment and bandaging her hand Shun Ti required disrobing. A sudden wave of panic washed over her. Did he harbor ulterior motives? At that moment, the atmosphere in the room felt increasingly bizarre. While Guo Xiaoqin typically carried herself with poise, she was still rather timid, as evidenced by her fright from Jinggui. Are you not going to remove it? Gu Chen emerged from his room, brow furrowed in impatience. What should I remove? Guo Xiaoqin quivered, her voice trembling. If you do not remove your stockings, how can I treat the injury on your foot? Gu Chen replied with a look of exasperation. Your foot injury is far more serious than your hand. He could faintly see the blood seeping through the silk stockings. It appeared that a cut had been made. Oh, so this was what Gu Chen was referring to. In that moment, Guo Xiaoqin felt her cheeks flush with heat. However, as she was about to utter a word, Gu Chen had already crouched down beside her feet with a first aid kit in hand. With a crisp sound, he tore her stockings apart. And he did so without seeking her consent. Guo Xiaoqin was taken aback. What are you doing? She protested verbally, yet her body did not react with distress. For she was still mindful of her mission. This is just a pair of stockings. It cannot be removed. It is better to proceed quickly, lest it becomes thoroughly wet. Why did his words carry such ambiguous implications? Guo Xiaoqin felt her face heat up, even her ears blushed. Moreover, how could he understand about stockings? She had said nothing. Wasn't he just a student? For a moment, Guo Xiaoqin was left stunned. She had no time to voice her objections before Gu Chen completely shredded her stockings and carelessly tossed them aside. Why was this entire sequence of actions so fluid? It felt almost effortless, as if he had done this many times before. Chapter 51. A thing I never wish to repeat in my lifetime. Is this force sufficient? A voice broke the silence. It belonged to Gu Chen. It hurt a little. That was Guo Xiaoqin's voice, soft and tinged with a slight tremor. How about this? Would it be more comfortable? Gu Chen inquired again. It seemed to be a bit more comfortable like this. Guo Xiaoqin's voice responded, accompanied by a soft sigh. Enough. If we continue, I will be drenched in sweat. Gu Chen said at this moment. Then let us leave it at that. Guo Xiaoqin's voice had an undertone of lingering desire. It's all right now. Gu Chen pressed his lips together and glanced at the bruise on her ankle, saying, This isn't a sprain, just a bruise. It should be better by tomorrow, and you will be able to walk normally. I'll wash my hands, and then help you bandage the wound, he remarked while observing the medicinal alcohol on his hands. Thank you, Guo Xiaoqin replied softly. Her face ablaze. She realized she had misjudged Gu Chen. Regardless of how fluid his actions were, he genuinely only wished to help her treat her wound. It was indeed thanks to Gu Chen that she discovered the severity of her injury on her calf, as the blood had almost soaked through her shoes. No wonder it hurt so much. At that moment, Guo Xiaoqin felt like a complete na-f. This bit of knowledge was even less than that of Gu Chen, a high school graduate about to enter university. Furthermore, Gu Chen had just helped her apply medicinal alcohol to the bruise on her ankle. Although having her foot cradled in someone else's hands felt strangely awkward, Guo Xiaoqin could only comfort herself inwardly, telling herself that Gu Chen was merely like a younger brother and did not need to be regarded as a true man. Moreover, when Gu Chen had helped her massage earlier, she hadn't had time to refuse, and thus, she simply surrendered her resistance. After all, she was comforting herself in that way. However, after everything concluded, Guo Xiaoqin found herself undeniably flushed. There was no denying it. Gu Chen was still a man. No matter how much she tried to convince herself otherwise. As she lost herself in thought, Gu Chen returned after washing his hands. He glanced at the wound on Guo Xiaoqin's calf, which had stopped bleeding, and said, We need to clean the surrounding blood before bandaging. Bear with it. With that, he took out cotton swabs and alcohol. Don't worry, I can handle it, Guo Xiaoqin managed to say, but as Gu Chen applied the alcohol-soaked swab, she let out a small gasp. The area around her wound had some abrasions, so the moment the alcohol touched it, the pain was inevitable. This caused her to emit a soft sound. However, that gasp, in Gu Chen's ears, sounded exhilarating and intense, akin to a moan. The most crucial aspect was that he was still cradling Guo Xiaoqin's foot, feeling the astonishing smoothness of her skin. His eyes fell upon her fair, dazzling calf. Additionally, the quiet, solitary environment heightened the atmosphere of intimacy. Yet, what was even more tantalizing was that with a slight lift of his gaze, Gu Chen could catch a glimpse beneath her skirt. Although it was shrouded in darkness and unclear, the vague allure was utterly irresistible. Damn it, Guo Xiaoqin, could you not be a bit more discreet? Could you not make such sounds that provoke the imagination? Gu Chen silently cursed while maintaining an impassive exterior, unfazed as if a mountain crumbled before him. In truth, he had scolded Guo Xiaoqin multiple times internally. Of course, he was a normal man. Moreover, he was a man who transformed into a regular pillar of strength every morning. Yet the reality was that while Guo Xiaoqin might be somewhat blunt, she was not particularly open-minded. Perhaps it was due to Gu Chun's age that she felt a little more at ease. Cough, cough. After finally bandaging her leg and tending to his own injuries, Gu Chun let out a long sigh of relief. He felt as though he had fought hundreds of battles. Exhausted to the core, perspiration beaded on his forehead. I'm sorry for making you work so hard. Seeing this, a hint of guilt involuntarily appeared on Guan Xiaoqing's face. Clearly, she believed that helping her bandage was quite an undertaking. Indeed, it was quite a task, but certainly not due to the bandaging itself. Of course, Gu Chun would never disclose this to her. Otherwise, how awkward would that be? Since I've helped you a lot, shouldn't you assist me with my matters? Gu Chun spoke. Your matters? Guan Xiaoqing clearly didn't understand what he meant. However, she did not ponder further. It was my Pokémon, Jingguei, that startled you earlier. Gu Chun slightly bent down and sat on a nearby sofa. This was something he truly never wished to repeat in his lifetime. Jingguei? Guan Xiaoqing seemed not to have noticed, her eyes brightening as she recalled the earlier figure. Yes, it is Jingguei. It is an altered Pokémon that has always felt somewhat insecure due to its appearance and is highly sensitive. Gu Chun pressed his lips together and said, the way you acted earlier must have hurt it. So I hope you can accept it and become friends, or at least have a conversation. This was Gu Chun's true intention. He understood that Jingguei's mindset needed correction. He had been striving for this and was prepared to undertake this task, but unexpectedly, such an incident occurred. Thus, it seems that I must enlist the assistance of Guan Xiaoqing. Otherwise, this will remain a thorn in Jingguei's heart indefinitely. Is that so? Guan Xiaoqing did not anticipate that she had unintentionally wounded the heart of a spirit. Reflecting on the recent scene, it appeared that Gu Chun was indeed correct. Jingguei had been hurt by her. Consequently, a sense of guilt arose within her. However, a stronger sense of responsibility emerged. Do not worry, I will certainly assist you, she declared, suddenly striking her chest, which elicited a tremor that left Gu Chun momentarily stunned. This woman, what on earth was she doing? Chapter 52, The Jealous Little Thespian. What? You intend to stay overnight? Gu Chun gazed at Guan Xiaoqing, baffled by her decision. Indeed, look at Jingguei, it is still in this state. And how could I leave like this? I would feel morally unsettled. Guan Xiaoqing remarked, glancing at Jingguei, who was staring blankly at the corner. Earlier, she had indeed attempted to communicate and apologize to Jingguei, but to no avail. The spirit's fragile heart remained unhealed, which was quite vexing. Are you certain you are not deliberately approaching me to seek an exclusive interview or extract some sensational news? Gu Chun squinted at her, suspicion evident in his voice. This sudden enthusiasm from her raised his doubts. Before coming here, I did have such intentions, Guan Xiaoqing candidly admitted. However, at this moment, I have entirely changed my mind. As she spoke, a mysterious smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, leaving Gu Chun perplexed. Why? Gu Chun inquired, genuinely bewildered by their serendipitous encounter, which had initially been driven by ulterior motives. Because your assistance towards me was, in fact, for Jingguei, and that moved me deeply. Although Guan Xiaoqing articulated this, Gu Chun's gaze still bore skepticism, which she sensed. With a soft sigh, she produced a Poké Ball, and with a flash of red light, summoned a spirit, a little Huayanhou. Strangely, this little Huayanhou appeared quite peculiar. Typically, such spirits are lively and would bounce around energetically upon emergence. Yet, this little Huayanhou remained still and seemed rather frightened. With a gentle sigh, Guan Xiaoqing bent down to lift the little Huayanhou into her arms and softly explained. This little one was a spirit I encountered while out in the wild. Initially, it seemed unremarkable, but I later discovered it was unable to move. When I took it to the Pokémon Center, I learned it was a spirit paralyzed in its lower half, and I have cared for it ever since. Observing the obedient little Huayanhou resting in her embrace, Gu Chun felt even more touched. Thus, my heart must be akin to yours, Guan Xiaoqing suddenly added. If I am not mistaken. After a moment of silence, Gu Chun glanced at Jingguei in the corner and replied, then I shall relinquish the sofa to you for the night. No problem, Guan Xiaoqing exclaimed, visibly excited by his agreement. Having made this decision, Gu Chun chose to leave her to her own devices and slipped away to shower. Upon emerging from the shower, Gu Chun discovered that Guan Xiaoqing was still attempting to communicate with Jingguei. Remarkably, Jingguei was no longer facing the corner. It seemed to be on the verge of breaking down from her persistent efforts, almost ready to vanish entirely. Gu Chun couldn't help but find this amusing. A smile creeping onto his face. Suddenly, a light sound echoed as the door to Gu Chun's room swung open. It was La Lu La Si. Gu Chun gasped in surprise. How did this little one open the door? He quickly lunged forward, but it was too late. Guan Xiaoqing had already seen the scene inside. Most crucially, there was no way for Gu Chun to halt his momentum. Ah! With a light exclamation, Gu Chun lunged, inadvertently toppling Guan Xiaoqing to the ground beneath him. This unexpected turn of events startled not only the little Huayanhou and Jingguei, but also Guan Xiaoqing herself. Then, she heard Gu Chun's menacing voice whisper in her ear. You didn't see anything, did you? The tone held a hint of threat. Yet, Guan Xiaoqing, typically astute, seemed momentarily dazed. Why is Lugia shrunk? Isn't it supposed to be massive? She looked at Gu Chen, her eyes filled with inquiry and confusion. This woman had indeed noticed. Earlier that day, while at the Pokémon Inspection Bureau, Gu Chen had taken heed of Deng Tianqi's advice to keep the shrinking of his Lugia under wraps, as this transformation implied a reduction in combat capability, potentially leading to danger in the wilderness. Realizing that Guo Xiaoqin had grasped something she should not have, she quickly covered her mouth. But her gaze remained fixed on Gu Chen, who wore a fierce expression. Indeed, keeping this woman around was bound to lead to unforeseen complications. Gu Chen lamented. However, the true instigator of this predicament was La Lu La Si, who had unexpectedly opened the door. In truth, it was not La Lu La Si's fault. Gu Chen had simply been absent for too long, prompting it to seek out its master. Rest assured, I will keep your secret, Guo Xiaoqin quickly promised. You better do so. At this juncture, Gu Chen had little recourse but to rely on this woman to uphold her word and refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Nonetheless, Gu Chen was inherently laid back. If the truth were to be revealed, so be it. He was not overly concerned. At that moment, he became acutely aware that due to his earlier haste, he was still pinning Guo Xiaoqin beneath him. Their bodies were nearly pressed together, creating an undeniably intimate posture. Leaning down slightly, he caught a glimpse of her delicate features and inhaled a faint fragrance that stirred his thoughts. The atmosphere had turned palpably charged. Guo Xiaoqin seemed to sense this too, her face flushing a deep crimson. Just as she was about to speak, La Lu La Si, who had been lingering behind, charged forward. La Lu. This little creature was blissfully unaware of the chaos it had caused, tugging insistently at Gu Chen's hand. Its face revealing a mix of reluctance and jealousy, as if it disapproved of Gu Chen's closeness with another. However, its sudden appearance inadvertently alleviated the tension, prompting Gu Chen to hastily rise. Chapter 53. I can help the little Huayanhou. Since the incident involving Guo Xiaoqin, the atmosphere within the household seems to have grown rather ambiguous. Today, Gu Chen, for the first time, did not remain in his room, but instead languidly watched the television news in the living room. Meanwhile, the little creature, La Lu La Si, nestled in his embrace, appeared reluctant to part even for a moment. It clung tightly to his shirt, casting a somewhat hostile glance towards Guo Xiaoqin, as if perceiving her as its greatest rival. Gu Chen, with a hint of helplessness, glanced at the little drama queen in his arms and gently patted its petite form. This little one was not only proud but also adored being pampered, and now it seemed to be consumed with an unfounded jealousy. Gu Chen found himself perplexed. Why was this little sprite displaying such human-like emotions? He couldn't help but steal another glance at Guo Xiaoqin, for she was actively working to foster a friendship between Geng Gui and Xiao Huayanhou. Judging by Geng Gui's reactions, it appeared that her efforts were yielding results, as it had improved significantly compared to before. Moreover, Gu Chen had just realized that the reason the little monkey was behaving this way was that it was a female, which naturally made it somewhat shy. Adding to this was its paralysis in the lower half of its body. Upon this thought, Gu Chen's brow furrowed momentarily before his eyes brightened with a revelation. At that moment, La Lu La Si let out a soft cry, extending its tiny hand to push Gu Chen's face towards itself, evidently displeased with his attention on Guo Xiaoqin. This little drama queen was indeed stirring up trouble again. With a chuckle, Gu Chen affectionately ruffled its head, which seemed to delight the little creature. It showed no resistance, and even responded eagerly. Just as Gu Chen intended to withdraw his hand, La Lu La Si grasped his hand tightly, placing it atop its own little head, as if relishing the affection it was receiving. It appeared to believe that such treatment was its due, or perhaps it was a demonstration of Gu Chen's adoration. The little sprite basked in the attention, and Gu Chen found the situation amusing, momentarily entertaining the notion that he was being flirted with by the little sprite. Suddenly, a soft click resonated through the air. Guo Xiaoqin, unbeknownst to him, had captured this moment with her camera. It's so heartwarming. I couldn't resist taking a picture, she exclaimed, a smile gracing her face as she handed the photograph to Gu Chen. He had to admit, her timing was impeccable. The instant she captured was truly poignant. Upon viewing the photo, Gu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. This woman had a certain charm. Just as he pondered this, a knock echoed from outside the door, piquing Gu Chen's curiosity about who it could be. It's mine. I asked a friend to bring over some clothes, Guo Xiaoqin explained hurriedly before darting out. Gu Chen then recalled that she had previously inquired about his address, and this was the reason. At that moment, La Lu La Si seemed to sense Gu Chen's gaze and quickly supported his face with its tiny hands. All right, Gu Chen reassured, gently embracing the little sprite to soothe its jealousy. The little one then took the photograph from Gu Chen's hand, observing it quietly, its face subtly flushed. Guo Xiaoqin had likely gone to take a shower after retrieving her clothes. Gu Chen then noticed that the television was broadcasting news about a recently unearthed secret realm. This morning, a secret realm had appeared in Xinhua City. Strangely, the sprites that had emerged from this realm were unrecognizable even to researchers. Fortunately, their numbers were limited, and they had been contained. Furthermore, the secret realm had been temporarily sealed off. The camera then shifted to several bystanders, who claimed to have witnessed the flying sprites, asserting that they were not sprites at all, but monsters. They described these entities as possessing formidable aggression, and they had never encountered anything like them before. In an instant, the screen was flooded with various comments from viewers. Some criticized the bystanders, arguing that with so many sprites, it was impossible for them to recognize them all and accusing them of misleading the public. Others called for an official explanation. Regardless, the discussion topics were plentiful. Chen found the situation rather peculiar. Sprites that even researchers couldn't identify? Could they be divine beasts? Or perhaps creatures akin to Baoku Mosquito or Dubei? The news had certainly captured Chen's attention, and he resolved to keep a close watch on the developments. After this little interlude, Xiaoqin soon emerged from her shower, looking quite assured of her role in the household. Chen offered her a pillow and a blanket before retreating to his room. A night passed in silence. The following morning, as Xiaoqin opened her eyes, she discovered her Xiao Yashi playing with Gung. The two had inexplicably become friends without any prior indication. Surprisingly, both sprites bore smiles on their faces. Although Gung's smile retained an eerie quality, upon closer inspection, it was quite endearing. Nevertheless, the radiant smile of Xiao Yashi was a sight to behold, bringing unexpected joy. Xiaoqin was eager to share this news with Chen, but he had already awakened. Perhaps, the unique sprites found it easier to bond with one another, as they seemed to have opened their hearts. Chen had risen early, and despite his attention, Xiao Yashi and Gung showed no signs of embarrassment. The monkey and the ghost happily nestled in a corner, each holding a bottle of the moo fresh milk that Chen had provided, sipping contentedly. It was akin to a whimsical romance between a monkey and a ghost. "You're up so early," Xiaoqin remarked bashfully, running her fingers through her hair. Suddenly, she realized that Chen's early awakening meant he might have seen her sleeping position. The mere thought of her sleeping posture sent her into a fluster. Chen chuckled. "Your sleeping position is splendid." He gave her a thumbs up. Xiaoqin's face immediately turned crimson. She was all too aware of her own habits while asleep. There was no saving her. By the way, Chen's voice broke through her thoughts. "I might be able to help Xiao Yashi recover from its paralysis." "What?" Xiaoqin exclaimed in shock, feeling as though she had misheard. In the previous days, Chen had signed in and received a vial of sprite bone strengthening potion. The description stated that it could enhance the bones of sprites, making them stronger. This potion could indeed help treat Xiao Yashi to some extent. After contemplating this the night before and upon returning to his room, he had asked the system about it, receiving confirmation that aligned perfectly with his thoughts. However, helping Xiao Yashi would mean forfeiting an opportunity to assist Lugia in strengthening its bones. To be honest, Chen found himself in a quandary. However, when he arose this morning and beheld the delightful interaction between Gung and Xiao Yashi, an unexpected resolution took shape within him. He resolved to assist them. The reagents may be depleted, yet future sign-ins would present opportunities for acquisition. The system had indicated that such items bore a significant likelihood of being obtained through subsequent sign-ins, serving to enhance the Pokémon's abilities. Furthermore, there existed skill enhancement potions as well. Thus, they were not exceedingly precious. Rather, if Gung could alter its temperament as a result, Chen would deem the effort even more worthwhile. It could be said that this was not merely aiding Xiaoqin, but rather extending a hand to Gung. Is it true? Do you truly possess a means to heal Xiao Yashi? Xiaoqin's gaze reflected disbelief, yet, inexplicably, a glimmer of hope flickered within her. She understood that Chen was a high school graduate with a divine beast at his command. Perhaps he indeed harbored a solution. Although the doctors had asserted that Xiao Yashi's condition stemmed from congenital skeletal atrophy and was beyond remedy, not an illness, but rather a physical imperfection, it was worth a try. Chen nodded affirmatively. "You should freshen up while I prepare," he stated, turning to enter his room. 20 minutes later, Xiaoqin gazed intently at the icy blue potion in Chen's hand. She remained uncertain about its nature. However, Chen explained that it was a potion with the potential to heal Xiao Yashi. During her earlier ablutions, Xiaoqin had questioned why she placed her faith in a high school graduate to cure Xiao Yashi. The doctors had declared it impossible. Could miracles truly manifest through Chen? As her composure returned, doubts crept in, yet she clung to a flicker of hope. "Xiao Yashi, drink this," Chen urged. A natural affinity seemed to emanate from him, as the little monkey displayed no resistance upon seeing him. Perhaps it was due to Gung's presence? Regardless, Chen effortlessly engaged with it. The monkey obediently accepted the potion from the unfamiliar human's hand. Casting a glance at its owner, it noticed her encouraging nod, and with newfound courage, Xiao Yashi drained the potion in one swift motion. A minute passed without any response. Chen felt perplexed, while Xiaoqin's brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound erupted, reminiscent of the sounds produced by cracking knuckles. This sound emanated intermittently from Xiao Yashi. Chen recognized that the potion was finally taking effect. Even Xiaoqin's eyes shone with astonishment. 2 minutes elapsed before the sporadic sounds ceased, replaced by the sight of Xiao Yanho slowly rising to its feet. The little fire monkey gazed at its own legs in disbelief. Gung Gue, surprisingly, appeared overjoyed, leaping to Xiao Yanho's side. The two Pokémon danced with sheer exuberance. The rapid development of their friendship within such a short span of a night was astonishing. Gu Chan then turned to the silent Guo Xiaoqin, who had tears streaming down her face. He had never anticipated that she would be so emotional. Was she truly moved to the point of tears? However, what astonished him further was the next moment when Guo Xiaoqin, with wide eyes, flung herself at him, knocking him to the floor. This reenacted the scene from the previous night. Feeling her trembling form, Gu Chun hesitated to push her away. After all, it was rather pleasant. Yet, unexpectedly, less than 30 seconds into this comfortable embrace, the door swung open with a loud bang. Gu Chun and Guo Xiaoqin, still caught in their moment, instinctively glanced toward the doorway. Standing there, looking utterly bewildered, were Gu Haifeng and Qi Mengxian, holding bags of freshly purchased breakfast. The couple, returning home from work, had not anticipated witnessing such an explosive scene. Their son in such an intimate position with a girl. They were rendered speechless. Guo Xiaoqin's face turned crimson with embarrassment, recognizing that her excitement had led to this unforeseen revelation. I'll explain to your parents in a moment. She glanced at Gu Chun, her cheeks still flushed. The tears of joy and excitement had vanished. Perhaps it's best to let it go, the more one elaborates. The worse it becomes, Gu Chun shrugged. Frankly, he was unconcerned. Moreover, he believed his parents were not the type to misinterpret the circumstances. An hour later, having finished their meal, Gu Chun and Guo Xiaoqin stepped outside. Dear, what on earth just transpired? Gu Haifeng inquired, looking at Qi Mengxian. I noticed our son was with that girl all night. Just moments ago, they were embracing so intimately as if. Gu Haifeng faltered, unable to continue. Our son has grown up. Qi Mengxian sighed, reminiscent of Gu Chen's infancy when he was just learning to speak. How swiftly time had passed. Now he was already embracing women. Time truly flies. Qi Mengxian shook her head, feeling a mix of nostalgia and apprehension. Dear, look what I found. Gu Haifeng exclaimed suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. What is it? Qi Mengxian was startled by his sudden outburst. Look, Gu Haifeng exclaimed, reaching beneath the sofa to retrieve a black object. Is this a stocking? Qi Mengxian gasped, taking it from him. It appeared to be a torn stocking. Is this a torn stocking? Gu Haifeng gasped, his heart racing, his cheeks flushing. Dear, I don't recall you owning something like this. Why on earth would I wear that? Qi Mengxian shot him a disbelieving glance, pushing him away while her own face reddened. If it wasn't hers, it suggested. Are young people today really this wild? Gu Haifeng gulped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yet, he couldn't help but imagine such a scenario. Perhaps it was torn off during an incident. Qi Mengxian suggested hesitantly, her conviction wavering. That could be it. Gu Haifeng reassured himself. However, Qi Mengxian suddenly seemed to notice something. Is that blood? She gazed at the mark on her stockings, rubbing it vigorously with her hand, and discovered that it could indeed yield some dark red powder, resembling dried blood. This revelation left Qi Mengxian momentarily speechless, her mind racing with vivid imaginings of an elaborate drama. It was not just her, Gu Haifeng felt the same. At that moment, the couple shared an astonishingly harmonious understanding. On this moonless night, with the wind howling, a man and a woman found themselves swept away by passion. With a rip, the stockings were torn apart, leading to a series of indescribable events. Ultimately, these stockings would be used to clean up the aftermath, thus leaving behind the bloodstains. Ahem, dear, do you think the sofa we are sitting on is a bit disheveled? Gu Haifeng remarked, smacking his lips, unable to contain himself. I know what you want to say. Qi Mengxian replied, biting her lower lip, then sighed, saying, it seems we might soon become grandparents. Isn't this a bit too young? Gu Haifeng struggled to accept this notion. He had hoped to enjoy a few more carefree years before being thrust into grandparenthood. But wait. The relationship of that lad seemed somewhat complicated. How many girls had it been now? Suddenly, Gu Haifeng recalled a significant detail. Wasn't this the third girl he had seen at home? Ah, never mind. Qi Mengxian shook her head, her thoughts drifting to Guo Xiaoqin's appearance and figure. In truth, that young girl wasn't too bad, even if she appeared slightly older than their son. Your standard seems to be large breasts and a curvy figure, doesn't it? Gu Haifeng appeared to see through her thoughts entirely. He knew his wife's criteria for a daughter-in-law all too well. Isn't good fertility important? Qi Mengxian shot her husband a glance. All right. Gu Haifeng dared not argue otherwise. I can't even get a turn on the bed. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Gu Chun, Xiao Yashi, and Guo Xiaoqin were traversing through the forest. Their sole purpose for this outing was to act, and it had to be convincingly realistic. Naturally, this performance was intended for Gung Gua's eyes. Xiao Yashi glanced at Guo Xiaoqin. Although Gu Chun had introduced her as a journalist, an unspoken tension had already formed between the two women. Guo Xiaoqin sensed the subtle hostility in Xiao Yashi's gaze, feeling somewhat innocent in the matter. However, she was not surprised that Gu Chun had such a confidant by his side. What kind of spirit is she? Gu Chen suddenly lowered his voice to inquire. It's a Taizhong Lixir. Xiao Yashi replied in a hushed tone. That's excellent. Gu Chen's eyes brightened as he nodded. The Taizhong Lixir was a fighter type. Gung Gui should be able to suppress it effortlessly. Thus, Gu Chen was quite pleased with Xiao Yashi's choice of ally. Of course, Xiao Yashi beamed at the praise. Just days prior, she had conferred with Gu Chen on how to stage this performance for Gung Gui. Essentially, they needed to find a spirit to help defeat the Lalo Leisai and Xiao Luokia, creating a show to compel Gung Gui into action. Once Gung Gui made a move, it would gradually help build its confidence in battle. This was an idea Gu Chen had long contemplated, but had yet to execute due to a lack of time. Now, with Xiao Yashi's assistance, it was perfect. Meanwhile, Guo Xiaoqin was also aware of this plan. Gu Chen had forewarned her to stay out of it to avoid revealing any secrets. Where's your friend? Why hasn't she shown up yet? After walking a short distance, Gu Chen could no longer contain his curiosity. She should be around this area. Xiao Yashi frowned, equally puzzled. Just then, the small Huiyin monkey in the lead suddenly screeched and quickly retreated a few steps. Here it comes. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, for before them stood the Taizhong Lixir. However, Xiao Yashi found it strange that she did not see her friend. Chapter 56. This is no mere performance. The moment the Taizhong Lixir laid eyes on Gu Chen and the others, its instinctive response was not to approach, but to retreat. Yet, at that moment, Gu Chen had already thrown out a Poké Ball. Xiao Luokia soared into the sky. This was the battle declaration of a spirit. The Taizhong Lixir halted, glancing up at Xiao Luokia with a furrowed brow. Not far away, Gu Chen could even smell the scent of impending conflict. As he spoke, Xiao Luokia swooped down from the sky, executing a steel wing attack. Understanding that they were merely acting, it did not exert full force, merely playing along. However, the Taizhong Lixir was fierce. At the moment Xiao Luokia descended, it used its momentum to execute a powerful throw, sending Xiao Luokia crashing against a nearby tree, leaving it in a rather pitiful state. The majestic demeanor of a divine beast was nowhere to be seen. Gu Chen felt a surge of alarm. It certainly looked painful. Nevertheless, he could somewhat comprehend the necessity for authenticity in their act. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Chen found himself utterly bewildered. The Taizhong Lixir, after sending Xiao Luokia flying, did not cease its advance but instead charged forward, intent on pursuing the attack. This was getting intense. Xiao Yashi stood dumbfounded. She had clearly instructed her friend to keep things within limits. So what was happening? Just as she thought this, the bewildered Xiao Luokia found itself caught tightly in the Taizhong Lixir's embrace. What the heck? Gu Chen exclaimed. With this intensity, this brilliance, and the BGM playing, was it not akin to a battle on Earth? Lala Leisai quickly assist. At this moment, Gu Chen could no longer adhere to any gentlemanly rules of engagement. The Taizhong Lixir was evidently disregarding all martial ethics. If it continued like this, Xiao Luokia would likely need a day at the Pokémon Center. Following Gu Chen's command, Lala Leisai did not hesitate and launched a powerful psychic attack. Boom. Following the explosive sound, the Taizhong Lixir was indeed staggered, releasing its hold on Xiao Luokia. This psychic-type attack was remarkably effective against the fighting-type Taizhong Lixir. However, this also enraged the enormous spirit, which slammed its hands together and roared. Lixir. Suddenly, from the thickets behind, reinforcements emerged. 2 Muxia Lixir and 3 Taizhong Lixir. This blatant disregard for martial ethics made Gu Chen realize something alarming. This was likely not merely his friend's Taizhong Lixir, but a wild spirit, and a sizable group at that. Gu Chen quickly made a judgment. No way. What a coincidence. Xiao Yashi was equally astonished. Even Guo Xiaoqin beside them looked slightly stunned. This was not merely a performance gone wrong. It had transformed into a reality show. She frantically rummaged through her bag, hoping to retrieve a Poké Ball. However, she soon realized, oh no. I forgot my Poké Balls, and even the Huiyin monkeys is left at your place. She cast a glance at Gu Chen, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Guo Xiaoqin's words fell upon Gu Chen's ears without much impact. After all, he was accustomed to her carelessness. Yet, for Xiao Yashi, it was an entirely different matter. Left at your place? What does that mean? The implication is that this female journalist has indeed visited Gu Chen's residence. Moreover, the presence of luggage within suggests she might have stayed over. In an instant, Xiao Yashi furrowed her brow countless times, lost in her thoughts. However, Gu Chen had no time to concern himself with their inner turmoil. Xiao Luokia, Ralts, we are preparing for battle, he bellowed. With matters reaching such a critical point, he resolved to first repel the Iron Palm warriors before contemplating any theatrics. Meanwhile, Gung Gui's gaze was evidently fixated on the battle ahead, revealing a flicker of longing to assist, yet overshadowed by its fear of combat. It dreaded the very conflict that had shaped it into its current form. Deep within Gung Gui's benevolent heart lay a distaste for fighting, a yearning for peace. As Gu Chen orchestrated the battle, he had no time to attend to Gung Gui. But the situation was different for the little Huiyin Ho. Observing the unfavorable condition of the battle, it hurried forward to communicate earnestly with Gung Gui. This scene was naturally captured by Guo Xiaoqin, who recorded the moment with a photograph. On the other hand, with Gu Chen's intervention, although the enemy's lineup was formidable, Ralts and Xiao Luokia, one possessing psychic attributes and the other with flying capabilities, managed to hold their ground. Nevertheless, Gu Chen harbored intentions for Gung Gui to make a decisive move, thus refraining from allowing Xiao Luokia to evolve using the evolution key. Otherwise, the Iron Palm warriors would not have been so brazen. Xiao Yashi, eager to assist, found herself thwarted, unable to summon her Piku, as Gu Chen had already interposed himself, asserting that he could resolve the conflict. Moreover, should Piku join the fray, it would likely prove ineffectual against such formidable opponents. After all, these were colossal beings, and Piku, while adorable, would need to evolve into Pikachu before being of any real use. Furthermore, Gu Chen had yet to release Lugia, who was undoubtedly a more capable combatant than Piku. Chapter 57. Ignite Your Inner Cosmos, Gung Gui. For Iron Palm warriors and 2 Mukai warriors constituted a lineup that would instill dread in anyone who encountered it in the wild, especially for novice trainers. The sight would compel them to turn and flee. Yet Gu Chen was undeterred. Not only did he refuse to retreat, but he also chose to confront them head-on. Crucially, Xiao Luokia and Ralts demonstrated remarkable synergy. Whenever Xiao Luokia was targeted, Ralts would intervene to disrupt the adversary's attacks or attempt to thwart them. Conversely, when Ralts found itself under assault, Xiao Luokia would swiftly swoop in to whisk it away to safety. This seamless collaboration ensured that the battle remained evenly matched rather than spiraling into chaos. Of course, this was largely due to Gu Chen's adept leadership. Xiao Yashi gazed in admiration as she witnessed his unwavering command over Xiao Luokia and Ralts in combat. A profound sense of reverence stirred within her heart, intensifying her admiration for Gu Chen, which had always been present but was now heightened by today's events. Alongside her hidden affections, they surged with fervor. Just then, an exclamation escaped Guo Xiaoqin's lips. Little Huayan-ho no? It turned out that after failing to communicate with Gung Gui, the little fire monkey had impulsively charged into the fray, intent on aiding Gu Chen and the others. However, given its recently restored vigor, it stood no chance against the Iron Palm warriors and Mukai warriors. The towering creatures, unable to contain their wrath towards Ralts and Xiao Luokia, unleashed their fury upon the little Huayan-ho in a single strike, without even needing the Iron Palm warriors. One blow from a Mukai warrior sent the little fire monkey hurtling through the air, crashing into a tree with a painful cry. Yet the enraged Mukai warrior showed no inclination to relent, advancing toward the little fire monkey once more. Gu Chen furrowed his brow, glancing at Xiao Luokia and the others. Realizing they could not assist the little Huayan-ho, his gaze shifted to Gung Gui, who remained with a furrowed brow, eyes flickering towards the fray. Was there truly no way forward? A twinge of helplessness surged within Gu Chen. On the other side, Guo Xiaoqin could no longer restrain herself and prepared to rush forward to aid the little Huayan-ho. However, a figure leapt ahead, Gu Chen, determined to take the initiative. He decided that if the little fire monkey's plight couldn't sway Gung Gui, he would lead by example. Though not a complete novice, he believed he could withstand a blow from the Mukai warrior. In a tense moment, he collided with the Mukai warrior, knocking it to the ground. Gu Chen had overestimated the creature's resilience. Its stout form was sent sprawling, emitting a pained cry. Yet, before Gu Chen could revel in his triumph, he felt the piercing gaze of the Iron Palm warrior fixate upon him. Did that Mukai warrior serve as their offspring? Having harmed their progeny, retribution would surely follow. Indeed, as Gu Chen grasped the little Huayan-ho, preparing to retreat, the nearest Iron Palm warrior blocked his path, its towering frame imposing and formidable. To his dismay, another Iron Palm warrior appeared behind him, complicating the situation further. While Gu Chen could confront the Mukai warrior, the Iron Palm warrior was an entirely different beast, leaving him with no desire to resist. If this behemoth were to seize him, it would undoubtedly spell the end of his narrative. Moreover, a mere slap from such a creature was beyond his capacity to endure, given that the Pokédex claimed it could effortlessly swat a truck away. Gu Chen would not gamble with his life. In the distance, Xiao Luokia and Ralts had also taken note of the predicament. They intended to rush in to assist, yet were thwarted by 2 other Iron Palm warriors, determined not to let their opportunity for retribution slip away. Clenching his teeth, Gu Chen wondered if perhaps the only way to avert this crisis was for Xiao Luokia to evolve. Clutching the little Huayan-ho, he instinctively took a step back. Gu Chen, on the other side, Xiao Yashi, witnessing Gu Chen's peril, felt a surge of urgency to assist, only to be restrained by Guo Xiaoqin. What are you doing? Xiao Yashi glared at her in displeasure. It's gone. Guo Xiaoqin gestured ahead. Confused, Xiao Yashi turned to see that Gung Gui, who had been present moments before, had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. As Xiao Yashi turned, she found Gung Gui had reappeared in front of Gu Chen and the little Huayan-ho, launching an attack on one of the Iron Palm warriors. The shadow ball struck with ferocity against the opponent. Witnessing Gung Gui finally take action, Gu Chen felt a rush of exhilaration. After all, It signified that his efforts had not been in vain. Yet, the most elated was undoubtedly the little Huayan Ho, who, upon witnessing this moment, erupted with fervent cheers for Gung Gui. The Iron Palm warriors, provoked and enraged, disregarded the presence of the human, Gu Chun, and united their strength to charge towards Gung Gui. In an instant, they unleashed their might, attempting to strike down the ghostly figure that seemed to float like an apparition. However, to their astonishment, their attacks proved utterly futile. They could not even capture Gung Gui. The ghostly entity was impervious to their efforts. Gung Gui, you must retaliate with Thunderbolt. Just as Gung Gui remained perplexed, Gu Chen's voice resonated in its ears. In that moment, the ghost-type Pokémon finally comprehended the situation. As it drifted gracefully, a tempest of electric energy enveloped it. With a crackling sound, Thunderbolt surged forth. Gung Gui's technique was immensely powerful, sending the two Iron Palm warriors into a quivering state, crackling with electricity. Not only that, having engaged in battle, Gung Gui ignited its inner cosmos, unleashing a spectacular display of power. Without concern for the warriors' ability to continue fighting or the severity of their injuries, Gung Gui unleashed two shadow balls that struck them relentlessly, toppling them to the ground before it relented. Furthermore, having concluded this skirmish, Gung Gui soared fiercely towards the nearby Xiao Yashi, seemingly eager to assist. Yet, Gu Chen sensed a glimmer of excitement in his gaze. Was this a misstep? Chapter 58, Guan Xiaoqin's Farewell and the Article. The combat prowess of Gung Gui is indisputable. After all, it has reached its final evolutionary form. With the fighting type moves ineffective against it, Gung Gui undoubtedly held the advantage. Thus, with its addition, the battle was swiftly resolved, and remarkably so. It appeared that Gung Gui was still yearning for more action. Gu Chen finally understood. This entity, which initially seemed harmless despite its fierce appearance, was simply holding back its inner fighting spirit. Once its desire for battle was unleashed, Gung Gui's combative nature was astonishing. Fortunately, its essence remained unchanged. However, Gu Chen acquired a systematic understanding of its capabilities. Gung Gui, having surpassed the evolution potential of Xiao Yashi, was now the most formidable member of his team. Here you go. Gu Chen approached and handed Xiao Huayan to Guan Xiaoqin. Although this little creature had inadvertently disrupted Gu Chen's plans, its appearance had undeniably sparked Gung Gui's enthusiasm, which was quite positive. Thank you. Guan Xiaoqin quickly accepted Xiao Huayan, exhaling softly. When she looked at Gu Chen, a hint of gratitude shone in her eyes. She recalled the perilous moments they had just faced. Both Gu Chen and Xiao Huayan were in danger. Fortunately, Gung Gui had intervened in the nick of time. As she spoke, suddenly, another Iron Palm warrior leaped from the grass. However, before Gu Chen could utter a word, Gung Gui had already charged at it. With two consecutive shadow balls and a thunderbolt, it swiftly incapacitated the Iron Palm warrior. Just as the dust settled, a figure emerged from behind a tree. More precisely, it was a woman. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yashi's eyes lit up, and she hastened towards her. Sister Wei Wei, why did it take you so long to arrive? Lin Wei Wei surveyed the scene, taking in the defeated Iron Palm warriors and Mu Xia Li's fighters, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Did Xiao Yashi summon her for help alongside others? Didn't you call me to assist? She replied. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit speechless at this. Xiao Yashi's friend seemed somewhat unreliable. Sister Wei Wei, we encountered wild Iron Palm warriors, and the situation has been resolved. Xiao Yashi's cheeks flushed as she pulled her friend closer. Lin Wei Wei, feeling a bit sheepish, ran her fingers through her hair and said, I'm sorry, I got a bit lost. She began to grasp the situation. Although it had been a humorous misunderstanding, the outcome had turned out positively. Thus, Gu Chen chose not to comment further. After all, it was a friendly cameo appearance, and a minor flaw didn't warrant criticism. Having temporarily resolved matters concerning Gung Gui, Gu Chen and the others returned to Shishui City. By this time, it was nearing dinner. So Gu Chen wasted no time and suggested they celebrate Gung Gui's success with a hearty meal. Naturally, Xiao Yashi was eager to spend more time with him, readily agreeing. As for Lin Wei Wei, despite feeling guilty for not having contributed, she couldn't resist Gu Chen's enthusiastic invitation and decided to join. Guan Xiaoqin simply tagged along. Gu Chen chose a restaurant dedicated to Pokémon, featuring dining areas for both Pokémon and humans. Such establishments were not uncommon in Shishui City. However, fortuitously, this Pokémon restaurant was running a promotion. Diners could challenge the battle arena at the back of the restaurant. If victorious, they would receive a 30% discount, with no penalty for losses. Hence, business was booming. Gu Chen's interest was piqued. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to engage in a battle first. Unexpectedly, the restaurant's manager recognized Gu Chen, aware of his legendary Pokémon, Lugia, and proclaimed that he could not use it. Gu Chen was taken aback, realizing he had begun to gain some notoriety in Shishui City. Although he rarely kept up with online news, the fact that the restaurant manager could identify him marked a notable recognition. Nonetheless, it mattered little whether he could use Lugia or not. Gu Chen had initially intended to deploy Gung Gui. As fate would have it, That day felt as if he had disturbed the nest of the Iron Palm warriors. The restaurant's Pokémon were predominantly Iron Palm warriors, presenting a perfect opportunity. Consequently, without needing to utter a word, Gung Gue lunged forward. The thrill of battling the Iron Palm warriors was exhilarating. It was pure damage output. Thus, it came as no surprise that Gu Chun secured his discount. The restaurant manager was astonished, realizing that besides having Luokia, Gu Chun possessed such a formidable Gung Gue, which was both extraordinary and powerful. Was he truly just a high school student? He had just defeated their pride, the Iron Palm warrior of gold belt caliber. That night, Guo Xiaoqin smiled at Gu Chun and said, "I'm leaving. Come visit me in Yangzhou next time." The experiences of that day had provided her with ample memories, especially the recovery of Xiao Huiyanho. For Guo Xiaoqin, that alone was fulfilling. Safe travels. Gu Chun, being straightforward, did not prolong the farewell. By the way, here is something for you. Guo Xiaoqin handed him a photograph, depicting Gu Chun affectionately holding onto Lala Leisai, a scene of camaraderie that had unfolded in the restaurant earlier. The little creature had insisted on being fed by Gu Chun, even refusing to go to the dining area designated for Pokémon. Thus, Gu Chun found himself left with no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, was this woman once again surreptitiously capturing his image? By the way, Gu Chun, I intend to publish an article about you in the Yangzhou Jingling Daily. Is that agreeable? At this moment, Guo Xiaoqin spoke up again. An article? You wouldn't be planning to publish something peculiar about me, would you? Gu Chun furrowed his brow, unable to resist casting a glance at her. Was this woman about to stir up trouble again? Rest assured, Guo Xiaoqin chuckled, it will undoubtedly be an extraordinarily positive article. One that amplifies your charismatic persona to an infinite degree. Perhaps it might even attract a swarm of admirers, making it significantly easier for you to find a girlfriend in the future. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. Who cares about that? Gu Chun shrugged and then said, do as you please, considering the photo you have. With that, he reached out to take the photograph from Guo Xiaoqin's hand. This interaction with the little actress was indeed quite memorable. Moreover, it captured the moment of feeding her. Both of them were beaming with joy in the image. One must admit, Guo Xiaoqin's candid photography skills were truly impressive. Chapter 59, the summer camp of the elves commences. It has been 3 days since Guo Xiaoqin departed. During these 3 days, Gu Chun has acquired yet another notorious title in the Shishui City Battle Park, the trainer of the Devil Gung Gue. Indeed, over the past few days, Gu Chun has been challenging trainers in the battle park with Gung Gue, sparing neither newcomers nor seasoned veterans. Every battle has ended in victory. Consequently, whenever individuals in the battle park spot Gu Chun, they immediately turn and flee. At the mere mention of a challenge, they wave the white flag and abandon their Pokeballs. Gu Chun finds himself rather speechless. The crux of the matter lies in Gung Gue's overwhelming ferocity during battles. It seems this creature has been venting its unhappiness since parting ways with the little Huiyan monkey. The intensity of its battles is simply astounding. Coupled with its fearsome appearance as a mutated Gung Gue, it swiftly resolves conflicts. Thus, the moniker of the devil emerged. However, Gu Chun's prowess is not confined solely to the battles in the park. He has also invested in joining a battle club. To his surprise, the opponents in the club proved to be considerably stronger, yet still within the range of battling against Pokémon like Raruras. There remains a noticeable gap for Gung Gue. To address this, Gu Chun specifically invited Zhong Yufeng to create a video of him commanding Gung Gue in battle. He understood that, given his boldness in the battle park, he would inevitably attract attention. Rather than being a victim of clandestine photography, Gu Chun preferred to invite his partner to elevate the excitement. Additionally, it would be a chance to earn some extra income. Initially, it was said that Gu Chun's fame from having a Rayquaza had already waned, no longer a hot topic. After all, the internet evolves rapidly, and there are countless extraordinary individuals. It is unreasonable to expect sustained attention. Moreover, it was merely Rayquaza, not an extraordinary Pokémon like a super caterpillar or an alpaca, nor a grounded Groudon. People cannot continually focus on him. Therefore, once the heat dissipated, it was only natural for it to fade away. Yet, with the emergence of the Gung Gue video, Gu Chun's fame surged once again. His name exploded across platforms like Xiao Station, Manshou, Douyin, Donghua Video, and many others. Furthermore, it remained pinned on the homepage for several days. Trainers enthusiastically discussed Gu Chun's battle command skills and the enigmatic origins of this peculiar Gung Gue. Some even took to sketching Gung Gue's likeness, crafting figurines, and printing merchandise. It became evident that the public's fascination with legendary Pokémon mirrored that of these bizarre creatures. Furthermore, Zhong Yufeng's editing skills were undeniably exceptional. His video editing and shooting angles ignited a fervor even within Gu Chun himself, stirring feelings of excitement deep within. Thus, it is no wonder trainers revered Gung Gue. After all, the battles of Rayquaza were grandiose, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Who among them could claim to possess a Rayquaza? The outcome was evident. However, Gung Gue was different. It was a Pokémon accessible to all. Gu Chun realized that lofty ideals do not always resonate because they are unattainable. Instead, It is the commonplace Pokémon that evoke genuine empathy. This fervor persisted for several days, and just as Gu Chun sensed it waning, an article from the Yangzhou Jingling Daily catapulted public discourse about him back into the limelight. Guan Xiaoqin had not conducted any exclusive interviews with him. She recounted their day together from an observer's perspective, sharing her reflections as a fellow trainer. The article contained no tales of healing the little Huiyin monkey or stories of little Rayquaza. Instead, it focused on Gu Chen's daily interactions with the little actress, his concerns for Gung Gue, and the poignant moments leading Gung Gue back to the right path. It also highlighted his selfless actions to save the little Huiyin monkey. One must commend Guan Xiaoqin's writing. She masterfully depicted the emotional turmoil of a trainer dedicated to their Pokémon, evoking tears even from those with the softest hearts. Moreover, at the conclusion, she posed a thought. A sincere trainer will undoubtedly receive the finest rewards from their Pokémon. Gu Chun is unique. I believe this is why he can possess Rayquaza. This is why he is so powerful. As a result, after reading the article, Gu Chun himself was bewildered. Had he unknowingly become so remarkable and handsome? He was utterly perplexed. Yet, this article was fervently shared. The newspaper has been reprinted countless times. Although Guan Xiaoqin missed the exclusive interview, she managed to garner attention for her news agency on another level. However, the greatest beneficiary was Gu Chun. He has been hailed by netizens as the most positive trainer of the new era. This acclaim has even drawn the attention of the Pokémon League. Gu Chen's parents also reaped the rewards. They have become well known at their workplaces. Their boss could not help but be overly courteous, even proclaiming intentions to raise their salaries significantly and adjust their work hours. A 5-hour workday with pay skyrocketing to 5 or 6 times their previous earnings. The disparity during this period was astonishing. Relatives and friends who encountered them could not help but give their thumbs up and offer compliments. For a time, the couple was inundated with invitations, leading to a frenzy of activity. Of course, there were even more ripple effects to come. After lounging for so many days, Gu Chun was finally on the brink of his summer camp event. Furthermore, it was reported that this summer camp would be unprecedented in scale. Located by the seaside in the neighboring city. Chapter 60. At the beach, the enormous king carp is up to mischief. Donghai City by the seaside. This location has traditionally served as a vacation spot for residents of nearby cities. However, this summer vacation, a vast area was requisitioned to host the Elfin summer camp. There was no choice. The authorization from the Elfin Alliance was absolute, and despite any grievances, one had to comply dutifully. Gu Chun glanced at the row of villas by the seaside, all repurposed as dormitories, complete with a dedicated cafeteria and more. It seemed that this year's summer camp was indeed unprecedented in scale. In prior years, Gu Chun had heard that such events were typically held haphazardly in Shishui City. What puzzled him even more was that Principal Wang Jinyun had also come along this time, indicating his earnest commitment to the camp. However, what truly unsettled Gu Chun was the sheer number of participants. It was astonishingly large. He estimated several thousand attendees. Gu Chun, your accommodation has been arranged. Here is your room key. You must find it yourself, said Wang Jinyun, drenched in sweat, his lips curling into a hint of a mischievous smile. This was in accordance with their earlier agreement, granting Gu Chun a private space, which the principal had not forgotten. Gu Chun accepted the key without further ado. Acknowledging his understanding, Wang Jinyun likely had numerous matters to attend to, so it was perfectly reasonable that he couldn't escort Gu Chun. However, upon arriving at his room, Gu Chun was taken aback to find Xiao Yashi there. You are staying here too? He exclaimed, astonished. Could this be the power of capital? Xiao Yashi chuckled, a sly smile gracing her lips. This is a family-style accommodation, and fortuitously, there are 2 rooms. This arrangement was a result of my earnest plea to Principal Wang. Our family has long been acquainted with the principal of the city's first high school. Thus, the 2 of them found themselves residing together, albeit only partially cohabitating, as the space was indeed quite spacious. Nonetheless, sharing a room with Xiao Yashi had its advantages. She was well versed in the rules of the summer camp. As it happened, there was an assembly scheduled for the afternoon, and had it not been for her, Gu Chun would likely have missed it. They were assigned to the same camp, akin to being in the same class. Besides Gu Chun and Xiao Yashi, there were approximately 90 other students, led by 2 male instructors named Yu Zigong and Long Qingqing. Gu Chun observed that other classes typically had a male and a female teacher, making their class somewhat unique. It was said that both Yu Zigong and Long Qingqing had extensive experience, likely seasoned veterans of summer camps. Moreover, Gu Chun became acutely aware of his influence, as nearly every student in the class, including Xiao Yashi, cast glances in his direction. The 2 instructors did likewise, and even students from the neighboring class were similarly captivated. Thus, even Gu Chun, typically composed, could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, the attention was merely inquisitive, devoid of any overtly aggressive behavior. Just as the 2 teachers announced that they would engage in a battle for mutual understanding, a commotion erupted at the seaside. A tremendous sound resonated from the ocean, and a massive wave surged forth. This spectacle captivated the attention of all the students. No one could fathom what was occurring. Suddenly, a gigantic king carp leapt from the sea. How immense was it? Nearly 5 meters tall, easily 5-fold the size of an ordinary king carp, truly terrifying. Its emergence instantly commanded the gaze of everyone on the shore. What was even more astonishing was that this king carp leapt onto the beach, causing chaos. When had the students in this training camp ever encountered such an event? Typically, they had little opportunity to interact with wild elves, and the appearance of such a colossal king carp sent them into a frenzy. Master, a super colossal king carp has been spotted. Even Lugia, who had been quietly resting on Chen's wrist, could not resist transforming into her elfin form, exclaiming in astonishment. This indicated the magnitude of the excitement generated by the colossal king carp's arrival. Chen noticed some students rushing forward, already drawing their Poké Balls. With the first person daring to take the plunge, a wave of eager participants surged forth, disregarding the teacher's attempts to intervene. Master, we must hurry. Such a gigantic king carp could potentially evolve into a Mega Gyarados. Mega Gyarados? Chen was astonished. Wasn't that evolution dependent on a Megastone? Was there truly a possibility of it evolving into a Mega Gyarados? There was no time to inquire further with Lugia. Chen swiftly broke away from the crowd. This was no jest. The Gyarados had always been one of his favored water-type elves. Given its immense size, it could indeed become something extraordinary upon evolution. He could not let this opportunity slip away. His passion for elves propelled Chen to become part of the foremost wave of enthusiastic trainers. As he departed, the entire camp was thrown into disarray, with a large number of students trailing closely behind him. Chapter 61, The Enormous Whirlpool by the Sea. Having witnessed a king carp of such colossal proportions, Chen couldn't help but recall having seen something similar in an anime, though most instances involved Team Rocket's submarine. Now, witnessing it firsthand filled him with excitement. Yet, he had missed the prime opportunity. A multitude of Poké Balls were already hurled towards the giant king carp. Surprisingly, it seemed impervious to these Poké Balls, as none of them had any effect on it. The trainers hesitated, watching it thrash about in the water. Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the series of capture nets he had signed for earlier, specifically designed for aquatic elves. Would they work? Contemplating this, he utilized his baseball skills, leaping onto a rock and hurling his capture net at the gigantic king carp. With a swift whoosh, the sound of the net cutting through the air instantly captured the attention of all present. Students and teachers along the shoreline were drawn to Chen's impressive figure. It was no surprise that someone who had captured a Lugia possessed such remarkable throwing technique, clearly on a different level than the other students. With a soft thud, Chen's capture net successfully ensnared the massive king carp. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No way. A potential elf like this is about to be captured. However, the capture net, showing no mercy, spun twice before the colossal king carp leapt free from the ball. It cast a wary glance at Chen, then splashed, attempting to return to the ocean. Yet, Chen was already in a state of complete immersion. He surged forward, summoning Gung, who unleashed 2 shadow balls in quick succession towards the giant king carp. The creature was alarmed. It had merely emerged for a breath of air. Was such treatment necessary? Nevertheless, it was not a mere bystander. Utilizing its water splash, it successfully retreated into the depths of the sea. Chen was oblivious to everything else. Just as he prepared to strip off his clothes and dive in, he was abruptly yanked back. You mustn't go in. It's dangerous. It is their instructor from the 1st Battalion, Long Qingqing. As Chen pondered in confusion, he suddenly noticed that an ominous cloud had inexplicably formed over the sea ahead. A terrifying cloud. The overwhelming sense of dread swept over him, as if it intended to obliterate the coastline. A secret realm is approaching. Quickly, retreat from this place. Long Qingqing exclaimed, his arms flung wide, clearly a seasoned wilderness educator who instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. At this moment, the tardy teachers hurriedly assisted the students in moving to safety. A secret realm? Chen, who remained beside Long Qingqing, was also taken aback. This was indeed the first time he had witnessed the emergence of a secret realm by the seaside. Was this the prelude to such an event? Just as he contemplated, a colossal vortex cloud appeared in the sky. The formation of this vortex cloud rendered the sea below akin to the brink of apocalypse. In its center, a massive whirlpool black hole emerged. Chen turned around to find the sky behind still clear, contrasting sharply with the tumultuous front. This stark division left him both astonished and exhilarated. As he observed, 5 dragon-like waterspouts manifested in the sea ahead. The seawater was being drawn skyward, resembling a tornado in its ferocity, truly astonishing. The students, who had initially retreated, revealed expressions of shock and awe, marveling at the unexpected spectacle during their summer camp. What an unexpected delight. It was worth it. At that moment, another astonishing scene unfolded. Thunder and lightning erupted in the sky, encircling the 5 waterspouts. Gradually, these 5 colossal water columns began to converge into one. The sight was overwhelmingly breathtaking. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a voice erupted in a mighty shout. Even without the call, Chen had already spotted it. A gigantic king carp. It had risen into the sky upon the massive water column. What was happening? Was it attempting to leap over the dragon gate? Chen couldn't help but recall the legend. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The lightning in the sky struck the enormous king carp at that instant, nearly sending it tumbling from the water column. Moreover, it appeared as if the colossal water column was infused with lightning, continuously crackling with thunderous energy. It looked utterly terrifying yet profoundly awe-inspiring. Quickly, retreat to safety. This place is becoming perilous. Long Qingqing urged Chen. He certainly recognized this student, yet the current situation was far too dangerous. A misstep could be fatal. Chen seemed to sense the danger as well, gradually retreating. Just then, the enormous king carp was struck by lightning once more. It was injured. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Chen understood that this king carp was likely on the verge of evolution. Its massive size suggested that it required some unique method for its transformation. As sentient beings, the Pokémon inherently understood the conditions they needed. Just then, rain began to pour from the sky. The raindrops stung as they fell on their faces. Nevertheless, the onlooking students remained captivated. Even the teachers could not disperse them, opting instead to maintain a safe distance and witness the spectacle. After all, such a remarkable sight was a rare occurrence. To behold it firsthand was immensely enriching for the students. However, the rain seemed to benefit the gigantic king carp, which flailed and ascended once more along the water column toward the sky. This extraordinary scene was likely something Long Qingqing and the others had never witnessed, rendering them spellbound as educators. This is it. It seems it cannot evolve. Long Qingqing muttered softly. Chen, standing nearby, quickly inquired, why? Because the water column has shrunk. The secret realm is about to appear. If it cannot reach the pinnacle, it may lose its chance. It is on the brink of failure. Chapter 62, worthy of the sea god's name. Evolve, King Carp. Chen gritted his teeth, having recognized this crucial detail. The relentless lightning strikes had battered the gigantic king carp's body, leaving it bruised and battered. It was gravely injured. Strictly speaking, it was the lightning that impeded the king carp's evolution and progress. This resilient creature, despite its injuries, still exhibited unwavering determination and longing, relentlessly contending against the tempestuous forces. What would happen if it failed this time? Chen asked Long Qingqing. Would it be doomed to a life without hope for evolution? Would it remain like this forever? No. Hearing this, Chen clenched his teeth. I must lend it a hand. With that, he charged forward. Lugia flapped her wings excitedly, following closely behind. This was precisely the kind of adventure she adored. What are you doing? Long Qingqing shouted, attempting to catch up with Chen, only to find him summoning his Pokémon. Whoosh! A blue-white light illuminated the sky, revealing a fully evolved Lugia before everyone's eyes. The appearance of Lugia sent the students into a frenzy of joyful cheers. Even Long Qingqing momentarily halted, momentarily forgetting that Chen possessed such a trump card. Lugia, conjure a storm to aid the King Carp's evolution. He bellowed. His intent was clear, to sustain the storm, allowing the King Carp to ascend successfully. While not directly assisting the King Carp, he could still provide indirect support. Surely, that did not violate any rules, did it? Lugia understood her master's intentions. With a powerful flap of her wings, she soared into the sky. A tremendous roar erupted from her. The resounding call reverberated throughout the entire sky, resonating within the hearts of every trainer present. As she flapped her wings, she ascended higher, merging into the clouds. In an instant, the sea surged violently. A deluge of waves crashed against the shore, producing thunderous roars. Once again, the phenomenon of dragon-like waterspouts emerged across the expanse of the sea. Furthermore, the sky darkened. The winds howled, and the rain intensified. Amidst the tempest, the water columns converged toward the center with fervor. The once diminishing colossal water column became wildly turbulent once more. Lugia, truly worthy of the title of sea god, could quell storms and summon them alike. This terrifying power was unique to divine beasts. At that moment, all the students along the shore were filled with awe and envy. After all, this was a creature of great significance. However, as the storm intensified, the king carp began to struggle. Its body, severely injured, was marred with soot and blood, and it appeared on the verge of collapse. Yet, it had only traversed 2/3 of the journey. To ascend, to leap over the dragon gate, it still had a long way to go. A tremendous roar echoed. At this moment, above the clouds, Lugia let out a resounding cry. It was unclear what it was expressing, but it seemed to encourage the gigantic Liu Wang. As if urging it on, Lugia was cheering for it. Lugia, perched on Chen's shoulder, was already drenched, yet she radiated excitement and enthusiasm. This little girl appeared to revel in such thrilling moments. Go, Liu Wang. Don't give up. Chen bellowed, disregarding everything else. Standing on the rocks, he resembled Digga. Raising one hand high, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the sky, he was merely a step away from transforming like Digga. His thunderous shout echoed across the heavens, and Liu Wang undoubtedly heard it. Its eyes widened slightly, as if gaining newfound determination. Its body began to move. With Gu Chen's encouragement, the students by the seaside followed suit. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts of encouragement for Liu Wang erupted across the coastline. It was uncertain whether it was the cheers or Gu Chen's motivating call, but Liu Wang truly began to inch forward. However, due to its injuries, its movements were painfully slow. Yet, Gu Chen summoned a storm from Lugia. Each time the downpour began to relent, Luokia's resounding call heralded a fresh wave of tempest. Therefore, even at a snail's pace, Liu Wang would eventually reach the summit. Indeed, it was nearing the peak. However, it seemed that fate had other plans. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down. It precisely struck Liu Wang's body, enveloping it in a blinding radiance. Was this the end? Gu Chen couldn't help but murmur. Damn it, just as it was about to succeed, this happens. The onlooking students sighed collectively, lamenting the fate of such a massive, determined, and resilient Liu Wang, which might still fail to evolve. It seemed that heaven had no mercy for the diligent. However, just as everyone sighed in disappointment, Liu Wang moved once more. No, it wasn't he merely moving, it was evolving. At that moment, it radiated a mystical purple light and leaped forward with all its might. It was a splash. Astonishingly, Liu Wang executed its signature move, successfully overcoming that final distance. Moreover, it had entered the cycle of evolution. Roar. A tremendous roar erupted, leaving everyone speechless. The form of Liu Wang, shrouded in purple light, began to elongate. Faintly, the silhouette of Liu Long could be discerned. However, trainers familiar with Liu Long's shape, including Gu Chen, noticed that this form still bore some discrepancies, not only in size, but also in appearance. Yet, presently, Liu Long remained Liu Wang, and shrouded in light. No one could confirm its true form. Nevertheless, its majestic leap astonished all. Almost every trainer recognized that Liu Wang was about to evolve. Evolve, Liu Wang. You can do it, Gu Chen whispered, his eyes filled with a sense of hope. Subsequently, in a corner unseen by all, he slowly retrieved a capture ball from his pocket. He was fully prepared, merely awaiting the completion of the evolution. Chapter 63. The gigantic Super Liu Long is mine. A thunderous roar erupted. Under the gaze of thousands, Liu Wang finally completed its evolution. Unlike any other Liu Long, this one was utterly unique. In Gu Chen's words, it appeared even more formidable and fearsome than a Super Liu Long measuring a staggering 20 meters in length. Its dragon fins were exaggerated and soaring. Its silver horns glinted ominously, appearing exceptionally sharp. A pair of crimson dragon eyes emitted a sinister glow, exuding a fierce demeanor. Its dragon whiskers flowed gracefully. And to Gu Chen's surprise, it bore a few tufts of mane on its jaw and neck. Even more striking was its body, adorned with a mystical purple scale armor, setting it apart from all other Liu Longs. The scales on its abdomen, dark as ink, shimmered with a chilling light, suggesting immense defensive capabilities. Intriguingly, it crackled with arcs of lightning. This inexplicable effect, suddenly bestowed upon it, was utterly captivating, drawing the gaze of all. Even Gu Chen was entranced, nearly forgetting that he still held a ball in his hand. The Super Liu Long soared into the sky. Alas, it was destined to return to the embrace of the sea. Gu Chen pondered why Liu Long, despite its flying attributes, still could not take flight. Everyone was focused on the legendary Gula duo, neglecting to offer a modicum of affection to Liu Long. It was indeed a tragic fate. Allow me to change your destiny, Gu Chen declared, preparing himself in the most proper stance. Go, capture ball. With all his might, he hurled it. In the instant the gigantic Super Liu Long was about to crash into the sea, Gu Chen's capture ball cut through the air. At this moment, a dramatic soundtrack should have played. Whether by the grace of destiny or the protection of the protagonist's aura, Gu Chen's capture ball pierced through the distance, heading straight for the Super Liu Long. Unbeknownst to him, Luokia was secretly aiding him, controlling the storm to propel the capture ball forward. Otherwise, how could Gu Chen have thrown it so far? However, the soaring capture ball astonished everyone. What happened to the supposed positive energy of Gu Chen? We all thought you were focused on Liu Wang's evolution, yet you stealthily tossed a capture ball. Young people these days lack honor. Relying on tricks? How did you manage to throw that capture ball so far? In an instant, trainers across the coastline went wild. They too wanted a piece of the action. Thus, they rushed to throw their own capture balls. What if they succeeded? This dazzling Liu Long could belong to them. However, to their despair, beneath the immense light, Gu Chen's capture ball had successfully absorbed the Super Liu Long. Even Long Qingqing was momentarily stunned. This kid, quite interesting. Just as all the trainers paused, eager to see the Super Liu Long's form re-emerge, a blue and white figure suddenly descended from the clouds. It seemed to be calling out for something. The fierce winds and torrential rains abruptly ceased, and the sea gradually returned to tranquility. Luokia spiraled down from the heavens, clutching the capture ball containing the Super Liu Long tightly. Had the capture been successful? A wave of uncertainty surged through everyone's minds. Yet, in the next instant, they quickly grasped the answer. Yes, the capture was successful. Phew, that was close. Thank goodness Lugia intervened. Lilia's voice chimed in, and Chen finally understood what had transpired. As the conversation unfolded, Lugia had already approached, tossing the Poké Ball into his master's hands. What the heck? Why is it him again? Damn it. My Super Lugia is gone. I want to cry, but no tears come. My heart aches to the point of suffocation. In an instant, the coastline was filled with a cacophony of voices, encompassing envy, jealousy, blessings, and resentment, an overwhelming mix of emotions. Each person lamented, pounding their chests in regret, cursing themselves for not being clever enough to get closer. Perhaps that Super Lugia could have been theirs. Such complex emotions. Meanwhile, Chen had firmly grasped the capture ball of the Super Lugia. A hefty capture ball. This would be a new addition. A Gigantamax Super Lugia successfully captured. In terms of size, it even surpassed the Super Green Caterpillar by a considerable margin, right? With proper training, could it be the next Lycomzwa? Chen smiled with delight. Nothing brings more joy to a trainer than capturing a beloved Pokémon. This summer camp was truly worthwhile. Chen quietly stored the ball and also recalled Lugia. Behind him, discussions erupted, and across the visible sea, a massive whirlpool swirled, resembling a black hole. This must be the entrance to the secret realm, right? Chen licked his lips. It was his first time encountering such a secret realm up close. It looked quite formidable. Behind him, Xiao Yashi gazed at Chen's back, her eyes filled with joy, so much so that she forgot her drenched state. She was simply ecstatic for Chen, delighted that he could capture such a Pokémon, as if she herself had been captured. At the same time, on this stretch of sea, another pair of eyes rested upon Chen. Strikingly beautiful, her appearance was unexpectedly stunning. Even with a modern flair, she seemed to have stepped out of a painting. She appeared to be of a similar age to Chen. Chapter 64, Triple Attribute Super Lugia. That night, in Donghai City, by the seaside, due to the emergence of the secret realm, part of the sea was temporarily under the supervision of the Pokémon League's Pokémon Patrol Department. Ordinary trainers did not have the qualifications to enter. Chen wished to enter, but found himself unable for the time being. However, judging by the appearance of the secret realm, it likely wouldn't vanish anytime soon, so he would think of another way. Meanwhile, Chen was observing his Super Lugia. He had to admit, it was simply stunning. It was even more dazzling than Lugia, especially with the electric sparks surrounding it. The special effects were extraordinary. It resembled a player in a game who had spent money on flashy outfits, akin to the skins in the mobile game he had played in his past life. Wang Zhirongyao, absolutely resplendent. Even Xiao Yashi, who had been waiting beside him, couldn't help but steal a few glances. However, she appeared flushed and somewhat off. Yet, Chen was entirely focused on his Super Lugia and did not notice her condition. Master, this Lugia has undergone a transformation, now possessing 3 attributes. Lilia flapped her wings, her little mouth chattering excitedly. Since capturing the Lugia, she had been the most excited. She had spent the entire afternoon pestering Chen to see this magnificent creature. But now was her chance to sneak out and take a look, as they had been following the teacher's arrangements earlier. The training camp was likely to be delayed a few days, allowing everyone to stay in their rooms to get to know each other and foster friendships. Along with some advisories against casually heading to the seaside, they had been warned for an entire afternoon. What 3 attributes? Chen couldn't help but inquire. Dark, water, and electric attributes. Lilia circled the Super Lugia before confirming. Electric attributes? Chen was somewhat surprised. Did this mean the electric sparks were not just special effects? However, wouldn't the water and electric attributes conflict? Yes. Lilia seemed to understand Chen's confusion and replied, though I don't know why it possesses these 2 conflicting attributes. The Lugia seems able to control the electricity flowing through it, so it can handle being in the water without any issues. As she spoke, Lilia fluttered forward and gently touched the thick scales of the Super Lugia. See, I'm not electrocuted. Chen scratched his head, pondering aloud. Could this be due to the final lightning strike during its evolution? That's a possibility. We can't rule that out. Lilia lightly tapped her lips with her finger, then floated back to Chen's front, saying, if that's the case, this Lugia is truly rare. Master, you must nurture it well. What skills does it have? Chen glanced at the Super Lugia, unable to resist asking. Without needing Lilia to answer, he was determined to nurture this magnificent creature. Moreover, Chen's ambition was to someday ride it through the skies. Just imagining it was thrilling. It can use Bite, Surf, Dragon Rage, Iron Tail, and Thunder Wave. Lilia glanced over and added, but there is something special. It seems to have a new ability. Oh, what ability? Chen's interest piqued at the mention of a new ability. Thunder Body. Lilia explained, if it is hit directly by a physical attack, there is a chance it can paralyze the opponent. Chen's eyes brightened slightly. This ability was quite advantageous. It could be both offensive and defensive. However, the skills of the Super Lugia were rather standard and not particularly impressive. Even among the electric skills, it had only 1 Thunder Wave. Regardless, Chen was still quite satisfied. He reached out to stroke the massive body of the Super Lugia, slowly saying, let us call it a day. Rest well. With that, he took out the Poké Ball and recalled the colossal Pokémon. After completing everything, Chen turned to leave, but noticed Xiao Yashi's face was flushed, with a sheen of sweat on her forehead. Realizing she had been waiting for him, Chen furrowed his brow and hurried over to ask, "What's wrong? You look a bit off." "And no, it's nothing." Xiao Yashi quickly shook her head, trying to retreat, not wanting him to see her predicament. However, her actions only deepened Chen's confusion. Observing her condition, he stepped forward and placed his hand on her forehead. It was burning hot. "Are you running a fever?" Chen was now certain of her state. Coupled with her earlier rain exposure, she had no business being outside in the cool night air. Chen could endure it, but she, as a girl, surely could not. "And no, I'm fine." Perhaps not wanting to be a burden, Xiao Yashi shyly pulled away from his hand resting on her forehead, retreating further. "Fine, you say?" Chen gritted his teeth. This girl, despite her evident condition, was still putting on a brave face. How could Chen not feel anger upon witnessing this? "Let us go back. I'll get you some medicine." He spoke as he pulled her hand, without any hesitation, leading her towards the dormitory. However, the sea area that Chen had arrived at was still quite a distance from the dormitory. Indeed, they had barely covered 1/3 of the distance when Xiao Yashi nearly stumbled and would have fallen to the ground. The severity of her fever was far worse than he had imagined. Thus, Chen did not hesitate any longer. He simply bent down and carried her on his back towards the dormitory. This left Xiao Yashi's heart racing. Not only was Chen holding her hand, but now he was also carrying her. Moreover, there were so many people watching along the way. At one point, in her dazed state, Xiao Yashi thought she even saw a teacher. This only caused her feverish state to not only persist, but to intensify. She could only bury her head tightly against Chen's back to alleviate her embarrassment. On the other side, Chen's every action indeed caught the attention of many. Particularly, the news of him capturing the super had already spread throughout the online forums. In this small summer camp, his presence shone like a star. Therefore, it was no surprise that he attracted so many gazes along the way. However, one pair of eyes, though fixed on Chen, was different from the rest. In the dormitory of the summer camp, Chen glanced at Xiao Yashi, who lay on the bed. Earlier, he had already given her some fever-reducing medicine. Additionally, he had applied a cooling patch on her. All of this was prescribed by the camp doctor, and he was merely following the instructions. However, Chen was puzzled by the doctor's earnest words before leaving. "Young man, you shouldn't stay here for too long. It won't benefit her condition." That statement left him utterly perplexed. Could his presence actually influence her illness? Was he somehow the pathogen? Thus, Chen dismissed it as nonsense. "Are you feeling better?" he asked since Xiao Yashi's face was still flushed. Unable to resist, she nodded quickly, avoiding eye contact with Chen to prevent feeling embarrassed. Yet, she couldn't help but sneak glances at him. Indeed, she felt much clearer and somewhat stronger, but her temperature remained stubbornly high. There was no way around it. Every time Xiao Yashi saw Chen, she couldn't help but recall how he had rushed here, carrying her on his back. To put it in a young girl's terms, at that moment, Chen's boyfriend energy was simply max. Absolutely. Xiao Yashi felt her heart racing uncontrollably. How could her temperature possibly drop? "Feeling better?" Chen frowned, gently touching her cheek with the back of his hand, saying, "I don't feel any improvement." "You're still burning up. Did this summer camp hire a quack?" "No, I really feel much better," she replied, her face still flushed. But her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. "I just need to rest a bit. I'm really feeling much better than before." "All right." Seeing her so insistent, Chen didn't press further. "Next time, if you feel so unwell, don't follow me. It might lead to complications." The atmosphere had been quite pleasant, but Chen couldn't help but blurt out something blunt. Yet, Xiao Yashi, understanding his nature, didn't take offense. Instead, she smiled and said, "I just wanted to see you." In the end, companionship turned into following. She still lacked the courage to voice that word. "Take a good rest," Chen said with a smile at the corners of his mouth. "If you need anything, just call for me." Xiao Yashi glanced at him and nodded eagerly. After watching him leave, her heart remained unsettled for a long time. If a mere bout of fever could lead Chen to carry her once, it must be worth it, right? Xiao Yashi thought to herself, no longer feeling discomfort. Her joy was so simple. Upon returning to his room, Chen glanced at the little La Si snuggled under the covers and couldn't help but frown. This little fellow seemed a bit off today. Logically, he should be quite jealous since he had been taking care of Xiao Yashi. After all, when he was close to Guan back then, this little guy had already started to act jealous. Clearly, La Si did not like witnessing such scenes. So hadn't he followed him to check on Xiao Yashi? Moreover, the tablet computer, which La Si loved to play with, was right there on the bed, and Chen had not explicitly forbidden it from playing. Yet, it had chosen to hide under the covers. That was quite strange. Was it possible that this little drama queen had caught a cold too? Chen frowned, quietly approached, and attempted to pull back the covers. However, little La Si resisted fiercely, refusing to let him pull the blanket away, continuously making its usual sounds. Seeing its resistance, Chen did not want to force the issue, so he decided to browse the internet for recent news about himself. He knew that the story of capturing the super would undoubtedly become a hot topic among netizens. Thus, he was somewhat curious. As expected, the forum was already buzzing with discussions about Chen capturing the super. There were three factions: the hardliners who supported Chen's actions, the self-righteous altruists who believed he should give others a chance, and the neutral crowd representing the onlookers' sentiments. Amidst this back-and-forth discussion, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. As if he were at the pinnacle of the world, wielding the power of the keyboard. He sensed the formidable aura of those who could single-handedly conquer all challengers. Naturally, Chen could only smile in silence. To be honest, neither side could deter him from pursuing his goals, because Chen was no longer the person he once was. Just as he was lost in thought, little Lalula suddenly emerged from under the covers, scampering to his feet, tugging at his pants, and reaching out its tiny hands. Initially, Chen thought of teasing the little one. However, seeing its somewhat weak and adorable appearance, he couldn't help but feel tenderness in his heart and bent down to embrace it. "You little rascal, usually so energetic, drinking several bottles of milk. What is wrong with you today?" As he spoke, Chen couldn't help but examine the little one to see if something was wrong. To be honest, when something is amiss, there must be a reason. It must be said that little Lalula held a significant place in Chen's heart, not only because this little one was usually so adorable, but more importantly, it was heartfelt. However, Lalula didn't allow him to poke around. Instead, it tightly clutched his shirt, appearing somewhat spoiled and shy. After inspecting thoroughly, Chen found nothing out of the ordinary. He mainly wanted to see if Lalula was sick like Xiao Yashi. Ultimately, he discovered that everything seemed fine. However, the little one did appear quite tired. Lilia, who has always enjoyed spending time with Xiao Luokia, seemed to perceive something, as her gaze fell upon Lalula. She furrowed her little brows. Her eyes filled with confusion. Gradually, this uncertainty appeared to transform into determination. However, it seemed that this little creature still did not fully comprehend the situation. After merely glancing at the interaction between Lalula and Chen, she said nothing further and closed her eyes once more. Chapter 66. I will hold you in the future, rest assured. Nighttime. Chen lay comfortably on his bed, sound asleep. Beside him was Lalula, and on the other side was Lilia. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lalula abruptly opened its eyes. Following this, it stealthily attempted to rise from the bed. However, it discovered that its master's hand rested upon its petite body. Lalula understood that it needed to be more cautious. Thus, it carefully endeavored to remove Chen's large hand. At last, Lalula succeeded. Yet, it could no longer contain the impulse surging within. Suddenly, a burst of blue and white light erupted from its body, shimmering dazzlingly. Lalula sought a place to hide, but in the darkness, its luminous glow was painfully bright. In a flurry, it jumped from the bed, only to find Lilia, who had somehow opened her eyes and was hovering in the air, observing it. Lalula desperately tried to suppress its radiance and gestured for the floating fairy to be quiet. However, a voice from behind startled its petite form. "Little actress, are you about to evolve?" Chen was awake. Naturally, such a blinding light would rouse anyone. He was not one to sleep deeply. "Master, it is indeed about to evolve, but is suppressing it," Lilia spoke up at this moment. She had long recognized this fact. Chen, slightly taken aback, hurriedly got out of bed and approached Lalula, saying, "Evolving is a good thing. Do not resist it. It is detrimental to your well-being." He understood that the evolution of Pokémon was akin to human growth. How could one suppress such a natural occurrence? From his experiences watching anime, Chen knew that when a Pokémon desperately tried to avoid evolving, it became a burden and a detriment to its health. In severe cases, it could even shorten the Pokémon's lifespan. This was unacceptable to him. "I do not know, but it must have been suppressing for a long time," Lilia continued. "Little actress, evolve. Do not stifle your power." Chen gently patted Lalula's head, offering encouragement. He believed that this little actress's reaction was born from fear, hence the reluctance. "Lalu." The little actress clearly did not want to, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to escape. However, Chen swiftly scooped her into his embrace. "Do not worry, we will be with you. Evolving is not a big deal." Chen reassured her, patting her petite form once more. Lalu, realizing escape was futile. Lalula clung tightly to Chen's clothing, desperately calling out. She struggled to suppress the increasingly radiant light emanating from her body. The energy was so potent that even Chen could feel its overwhelming force. It seemed Lalula had long been showing signs of wanting to evolve. She had merely been holding back. No wonder she had been acting so strangely and appeared listless lately. Chen began to understand. "Master, I understand." At this moment, Lilia seemed to grasp the situation and spoke up. "You understand? What is it?" "It must be that Lalula fears that after evolving, you will no longer treat her as you do now and will not hold her as often, which is why she resists evolution. She wants to remain by your side in her current form and appearance." Lilia articulated her analysis. However, this unspoken insight proved to be the most impactful. Chen was astonished. casting a glance at Lalu Laisai in his arms. Could it truly be so? He could sense that Lilia's words had calmed the Pokémon somewhat. In her eyes glimmered a bright, crystalline sheen, filled with a sense of grievance, vulnerability, and helplessness. This sight melted Guchen's heart. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Silly girl. As he patted the small, glowing body of the little actress, he smiled and reassured, rest assured. Even if you evolve into Kalulian, I will still hold you like this. It will be all right. Lalu Lalu? The little actress's eyes trembled as she gazed blankly at Guchen. For some reason, at that moment, he felt she understood his words. Really, I promise, Guchen said, reaching out to gently tap her head, his face adorned with a warm smile. In that instant, it felt as though a gentle spring breeze had caressed the heart of the little actress. Suddenly, a burst of bright white light flashed, a light of evolution. Guchen sensed that Lalu Laisai had finally embraced her evolution with ease, and it was happening right in his embrace. Moments later, a radiant glow akin to that of a bright lamp enveloped the space. Lalu Laisai had successfully evolved into Kalulian. In this very manner, she completed her evolution within Guchen's arms, her hands still resting on her master's chest, held tightly in his embrace. Kikalulian. The little actress, now evolved, appeared shy, blinking her bright pink eyes at Guchen. She then buried her head into his chest, too bashful to meet his gaze. This scene elicited a smile from Guchen. What's wrong? Now you're shy after evolving? He reminisced about when this little creature was a mere child, so clever, yet utterly unaware of the concept of shyness. Now, could it be that the legendary transformation of a girl at 18 had indeed taken place? Had her mindset changed as well? Guchen found this quite intriguing. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. Little actress, you truly are still the little actress. How could you possibly be shy? Mua. A gentle kiss from the Pokémon landed on Guchen's cheek, leaving him astonished. Even Lilia, who stood nearby, could not help but cover her small face with her hands. Upon seeing this, the little actress in Guchen's embrace now wore a sly and gleeful expression in her eyes. Indeed, she was still the same. Chapter 67. My name is Mu Kursin. The matter of the little actress's evolution had finally reached a temporary conclusion. Guchen gazed at her sleeping form, unable to suppress a smile emerging from deep within. To be honest, this little creature truly felt like a cozy little quilt, fulfilling such a comforting role by his side. If he had to draw a comparison, it would be akin to the enduring companionship of Ji Yi and his beloved Pikachu during their adventures. While Xiao Luokia was undoubtedly his first Pokémon, this was indisputable. However, Guchen could not help but smile at the sight of the somewhat aloof creature sleeping nearby. He and Xiao Luokia shared a unique bond. Yet it was different from that with the little actress. The two of them resembled comrades and friends who supported each other in times of need. At this moment, Guchen suddenly recalled that Xiao Yashi was still suffering from a cold and fever, and he wondered how she was faring at such a late hour. With that thought in mind, Guchen, oblivious to the inappropriateness of entering a girl's room at such an hour, made his way to her. He approached quietly and, to his surprise, found that Xiao Yashi's door was ajar. Inside, she appeared to be soundly asleep, her breathing steady and calm. Guchen glanced at the fever-reducing patch on her forehead, noting that it was still intact and likely did not need to be replaced. He gently touched her face and found that her temperature had indeed improved. She was no longer burning with fever. Sighing softly, he tucked her blanket in before quietly leaving the room. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped out, Xiao Yashi opened her eyes. She had actually awakened the instant he opened the door. Guchen was unaware that his seemingly casual actions had stirred deep emotions within her. Regardless, he returned to his bed, blissfully unaware, and fell into a comfortable sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Guchen woke up promptly at 8 o'clock as usual. However, he felt as if he had been through a rigorous training session, a weight pressing down upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that it was none other than the little actress, who was perched on his abdomen, her large eyes gazing at him. The moment she saw him awake, a radiant smile spread across her face, and she couldn't help but pinch his cheeks with both hands. This was intolerable. Pinching his face was a challenge to his dignity as her master. In a playful spur of the moment, Guchen abruptly sat up and seized the little actress. With a light slap, his hand landed on her tiny backside, instantly invigorating the entire morning. As he headed out for breakfast, the little actress followed closely behind, her face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed this little one finally understood the meaning of shyness. Due to the mystical nature of the coastal area, the summer camp had been on hold for the past few days. Nonetheless, meals were still provided as usual. Upon exiting, Guchen noticed that Xiao Yashi had just risen. Her condition appeared to have improved significantly, though she still seemed a bit weak and in need of rest. Thus, he advised her to refrain from unnecessary movement, promising to bring her breakfast. Having completed this, Guchen certainly could not remain cooped up in the room. He stealthily slipped out to explore, eager to discover a way into the mysterious realm. Frankly, his curiosity was piqued, as it was said that one could encounter peculiar sprites and perhaps even uncover treasures within. Regarding today's attendance, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. He received a skeletal enhancement agent previously intended for the little fire monkey, contemplating its future use on Lugia. In the waters ahead, numerous personnel from the Pokémon Patrol had surrounded the mystical area with remarkable efficiency, leaving no apparent gaps for entry. The enormous whirlpool seemed impenetrable. Chen observed throughout the morning, noting their unwavering vigilance. Was he to simply abandon hope? A wave of frustration surged within him. This was the first time he had encountered such a mystery. Could he leverage his identity and influence to persuade the patrol personnel? As he concealed himself behind a rock, deep in thought, a melodious voice broke through his contemplation. He knew immediately it belonged to a girl, and in an instant, he recognized her as a beauty, albeit one he had never met before. When he turned, a stunning figure came into view, a girl who seemed to have stepped out of a painting. She possessed an ethereal quality, with an oval face, delicate features akin to polished jade, and naturally curled black hair reminiscent of a doll. Her most captivating feature was her sparkling eyes, which glimmered like gemstones, filled with warmth and surprise. Her figure, while not exaggerated, was perfectly proportioned, embodying an exquisite S-curve. She wore denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, and delicate pink sandals that revealed her playful toes. On her upper body, she donned a white puff-sleeve blouse, complemented by a large yellow straw hat. This ensemble was undeniably refreshing and eye-catching by the sea, capturing Chen's attention instantly. "Who are you?" He couldn't help but inquire. The girl seemed to have anticipated this question, smiling as she replied, "My name is Chen." Chen? He echoed yes. "Remember this name," she insisted. Chen thought to himself, what an odd girl, despite her beauty. However, her next statement left him utterly bewildered. "Because this might be your future name," Chen declared, tilting her head playfully, her smile enchanting. "What did you just say?" Chen asked, having not quite caught her words. She seemed to sense his confusion. "Forget it, I'll say it once more," she said, lifting her chin slightly with a hint of playful arrogance. "You want to enter that mystical realm, right? Do you have a way?" Chen's attention was instantly captured. "Yes," she replied, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Come back here at 8 o'clock tonight. I have a plan." She glanced into the distance before continuing. "All right," Chen responded, feeling a glimmer of excitement at the confirmation. "I'm off," Chen said, waving her delicate hand goodbye. Then, to Chen's astonishment, she placed her large yellow straw hat atop his head, saying, "Here, this way you have to endure the blazing sun while observing." With that, she darted away like the wind, leaving Chen dumbfounded in her wake. What just happened? The fragrance of the hat, imbued with Chen's essence, lingered in the air. Around the corner, hidden from Chen's view, Chen pressed herself against the wall, her hands clasped modestly before her chest. A slight blush adorned her beautiful face, yet her lips curved into a faint smile. She pondered whether her first attempt had been too embarrassing. Chapter 68, Stealthily Entering. At 8 o'clock that evening, after informing Xiao Yashi of his departure, Chen arrived at the rocky outcrop, where he had encountered Chen earlier in the day. Upon his arrival, he spotted her swaying gracefully in the wind, her slender figure bathed in the moonlight, exuding an ethereal allure. The gently curling long hair danced in the sea breeze. One must admit, it truly possessed the aura of a boy's dream goddess. As Chen approached, Chen had already turned around. A playful smile adorned her face. "You're here? How shall I get in?" Chen glanced at her briefly, then returned his gaze to the front. There were still members of the patrol department present. Was there any chance to slip in? They will change shifts soon. And that will be the moment of weakest defense. We can quietly sneak past then. Even during a shift change, the guards should not be weak, right? Chen observed the area beyond the reef and spoke. "Do we truly have a chance?" "Indeed," Chen asserted confidently. "However, there will certainly still be some present. It may require you to utilize your Guan's hypnosis. We can incapacitate them and then proceed. Are you brave enough?" A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes, as if challenging Chen to join her in this daring escapade. "What is there to fear?" Chen smirked, dismissing how she had come to know about his Guan's hypnosis. After all, Guan had battle videos online, and anyone observant would be aware. "I have long desired to do just that." A smile crept onto Chen's lips. One must be daring in youth. How could he shy away from such an endeavor? "That's splendid." Chen seemed to have found a kindred spirit. "Then we shall sneak in together, riding on your mighty Lorola." As if struck by inspiration, she appeared quite exhilarated. "You know much about my affairs, don't you?" Chen furrowed his brow and leaned in closer, nearly cornering Chen against the rock. This was almost an instinctive action. For some inexplicable reason, seeing her ignited an impulsive urge within him. Quite peculiar. Isn't this common knowledge? Chen showed no fear, instead wearing a smile that outshone the stars. "And for someone as fabulously beautiful as I, knowing your secrets surely brings a sense of happiness, doesn't it?" Suddenly, she uttered a surprising statement. Yet, the blush that crept across her cheeks revealed that such words were not her usual fare. "As for whether or not I am a super invincible beauty, I cannot say, but you must certainly be rather narcissistic." Chen could not help but chuckle at her demeanor. The previously somber atmosphere seemed to have been instantly enlivened. Quite remarkable. The two conversed as if they were longtime friends, comfortably chatting away. Hee hee, did not deny it, playfully sticking out her petite tongue, slightly embarrassed. You caught me. Shoo. Chen gestured for silence, as if something was amiss. In the distance, the patrol members wore expressions of anxiety. After conversing for a while, just as Chen had predicted, most of the personnel departed, leaving only 4 behind to keep watch. However, from Chen's observations, it did not seem like a routine shift change. It felt more like they were responding to an urgent situation. They are leaving, summoned Gung quickly. We must act swiftly, Chen urged, her voice tinged with excitement. Yet, her eyes flickered, as if she had anticipated this all along. All right, Chen wasted no time. Fortune favors the bold. He would take a significant risk. Thus, he summoned Gung without hesitation. Gung did not disappoint. Now, Gung was far more reliable than before. Not only did the 4 patrol members succumb to slumber, but even their water-type Pokémon, Shui Jian followed suit. It was an overwhelming success. After witnessing Gung accomplishment, Chen dashed to the seaside, summoned his mighty Lorola, and sped towards the entrance of the secret realm with Chen. What's wrong? Are you frightened? Chen glanced back at Chen, unable to suppress his inquiry. Her expression appeared slightly askew, lacking the initial carefree exuberance. No, she shook her head. I just cannot swim, so being at sea makes me a bit anxious. She spoke no falsehood. She genuinely harbored a phobia of the ocean. It was not fear of entering the secret realm that troubled her. Then why come to this seaside summer camp? Aren't you afraid? Chen remarked, dampening the mood. However, speaking of which, Chen covered her mouth and chuckled. Glancing at him, I had to find a reason to come. Worry not, I shall protect you. Just stick by my side and do not wander off. And you shall be safe, Chen assured, puffing out his chest. In that moment, his typical straight man demeanor faded, prompting a sweet smile from Chen. All right, but this is something you ought to do. Just as I was saying, they had already arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. This seemingly endless abyss resembled a black hole, occasionally emitting a purplish-black glow. No one knew what lay within. Thus, under the cover of night, it exuded an air of dread. Let's go. Chen was unperturbed, patting Lurila's sturdy body as they plunged into the depths. Ah! A startled exclamation escaped him as he lost his balance. The central area possessed an immense pull, swiftly drawing Chen and Chen inside. In a moment of instinctual reaction, Chen grasped Chen's hand. Together, they were swept into the secret realm by the formidable force. Chapter 69. This is not a realm for Pokémon. Donghai City by the sea. The accommodation area of the summer camp. Have you found anyone? The head of the patrol department, Hao Tianxiu, inquired of his subordinate, casting a glance at him. We have searched the entire summer camp area, but found no one. The subordinate wiped the sweat from his forehead, evidently having been on the move for some important task without a moment's rest. Could something have gone awry? Hao Tianxiu frowned, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. But I heard she is not good with water. He murmured softly. Director, it's bad. Another team member in uniform rushed in hurriedly. What is it? The continuous stream of issues was becoming increasingly burdensome for Hao Tianxiu. The 4 guards watching the secret realm by the sea have all been incapacitated. What? Hao Tianxiu's expression shifted dramatically. What is the current situation? Fortunately, we have regained control. However, it is uncertain if anyone managed to enter. His subordinate reported honestly. Hao Tianxiu pinched the bridge of his nose and then asked, how did those guards fall unconscious? They must have been put to sleep by a Pokémon. Director, is it possible? At that moment, another subordinate spoke up. He did not finish his thought, but Hao Tianxiu seemed to grasp the implication. He sighed deeply and said, it is said that her temperament is quite eccentric, and perhaps it is indeed possible. What shall we do then? We must not disturb the campers. Let us enter the secret realm under the cover of night, Hao Tianxiu decisively declared. However, the researchers have yet to reach a conclusion. No need for that. Hao Tianxiu shook his head. This is merely a formality. It is evident that this is not the realm of spirits. Let us proceed. With that, he took the lead, advancing ahead. His 2 subordinates exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. Within the secret realm. Hey, Chen, wake up quickly. Chen gently tapped her fair cheek with the back of his hand. This girl must have fainted upon entering the secret realm alongside him. Nevertheless, he was not in a much better state, having just regained consciousness himself. As for the super violent carp dragon, it had already been captured within a Pokeball by Chen. Currently, only the hidden presence of Gung remained by his side. Even the little drama queen had no opportunity to make an appearance, for there were too many uncertainties in this place. Chen could not allow it to take risks. Seeing that Chen was momentarily unable to awaken, Chen could not help but begin to survey the surroundings of this secret realm. The sky was shrouded in a dim gray hue. They found themselves in a forest. Behind them, the spatial portal they had entered through should lead back out of the secret realm, the very place from which they had been abruptly drawn. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any signs of human activity. Not even a single spirit could be seen. This indicated that the personnel from the Spirit Patrol Department had likely not yet ventured into this secret realm. It was unclear as to why. Yet, even so, Chen still sensed the peculiarities of this realm. Have we entered? At that moment, Mu Kurson finally regained consciousness. She glanced around the environment, rubbing her aching head. This is nothing like I imagined. She surveyed her surroundings, her expression tinged with disappointment. Oh, what is different? Chen looked at her. I had expected it to be a beautiful place, lush and verdant, but instead how ugly. Mu Kurson expressed her disdain. Chen found her sentiments entirely understandable. Let us walk a bit further. I have a feeling there is something extraordinary about this place. As he spoke, he stood up. Mu Kurson, without hesitation, also rose and followed closely behind him into the woods. An eerie silence enveloped them, akin to death itself. The expansive forest appeared lifeless, devoid of any signs of life. The deeper they ventured, the more anxious Mu Kurson felt within her heart. Unable to help herself, she drew closer to Chen, her hand eventually resting upon the fabric of his back. It was not that she was particularly timid, but the oppressive silence of the forest was terrifying. Chen had instructed her to remain quiet to avoid any unforeseen dangers, thus creating an uncanny atmosphere. Suddenly, Mu Kurson sensed Chen turn abruptly, covering her mouth with his hand, executing a tree hug. Simultaneously, his voice reached her ears. There is something, do not make a sound. His low voice resonated. And at last, Mu Kurson caught sight of what he referred to. The creature stood approximately 3 meters tall, its body shrouded in long black fur, rendering it indistinct. Alarmingly, this massive beast moved without a sound, making it exceedingly difficult to detect its presence in the dark surroundings. However, Mu Kurson's focus was not on the creature itself, but rather on Chen's instinctive reaction, which caused their bodies to align almost seamlessly. In that fleeting moment, she could even hear the rhythm of their heartbeats, particularly her own. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Chen released her, and they parted. Upon glancing at her reflection, Mu Kurson's face was flushed a vivid red, appearing strikingly beautiful. Chen suddenly became aware of the awkwardness of the situation. His earlier reaction had been overly intense, and he had been too focused on observing the creature to notice anything amiss. Now, it seemed he had realized something. I was too absorbed, my apologies, he said, rubbing his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, the heavens bore witness that Chen had genuinely felt nothing. As though it had been an instinctual action, Mu Kurson softly acknowledged, then looked towards the direction the creature had departed, saying, "What on earth was that? It looked rather terrifying. Is it a spirit? It does not resemble a spirit." Chen shook his head, recalling the earlier scene, and continued, "It seems as though they cannot see, merely moving forward in the darkness. Moreover, the faces are entirely unfamiliar. If they're spirits, they must belong to a species never before encountered." He shared his speculation. Never before encountered? Upon hearing this, Mu Kurson pursed her lips, unsure of what to think. Shall we attempt to capture one for examination? A flicker of curiosity ignited in Chen's gaze. Capture? How do we capture it? This will require Chen remarked, glancing at his side. Indeed, a figure slowly emerged, revealing the stealthy Gung. He had resolved to uncover what these beings were before proceeding. Let us capture one for observation. Chapter 70, The Peculiar Monster. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding echoes erupted in the previously tranquil forest. Behind the massive black-furred creature, a ghostly white spirit appeared. It was Gung. The moment it materialized, it unleashed 2 shadow balls, striking the black-furred creature and detonating upon impact. However, to everyone's surprise, the shadow balls seemed to have little effect, and the monster did not sustain significant damage. Instead, enraged, it puffed up its fur, revealing its crimson eyes and menacing fangs. Charging toward Gung like a vengeful spirit, the horrifying sight sent chills down Mu Kurson's spine, causing her to instinctively grasp Chen's clothing. Sensing her reaction, Chen cast her a reassuring glance. "It's all right, do not worry." Meeting his steadfast gaze, Mu Kurson felt an inexplicable warmth rise to her cheeks. Nodding slightly in response and inching closer to him. Ahead, the battle raged on. If the creature resembled a vengeful spirit, then Chen's Gung was the embodiment of a malevolent ghost. Though not as large in stature, it was equally formidable. Gung was no longer the timid spirit it once was. Now, it fought with fervor and aggression. Thus, when faced with the charging adversary, Gung vanished from sight, leaving the opponent without a target. When it reappeared, it unleashed 2 more shadow balls that struck the black-furred creature's back. Although aware of the lackluster effect of the shadow balls, Gung's proficiency with the skill was unparalleled, allowing for swift execution. As a result, it became its signature technique. After this series of exchanges, the black-furred creature was toyed with like a mere wooden post, ultimately collapsing under the weight of a thunderbolt. Gung concluded the battle, not forgetting to cast hypnosis, as it had been instructed by Chen. Indeed, this was not a spirit, it was quite hideous. As the moment drew near, Mu Kurson gazed disdainfully at the creature sprawled on the ground. It was no surprise she felt this way, as Gu Chun shared the same sentiment. Nevertheless, he reached out to touch the dark-furred beast, discovering that its fur felt no different from that of an ordinary animal. The only distinction was the chilling aura emanating from its body, hinting that it might indeed be an extraordinary beast. At that moment, Gu Chun spoke up, recalling a news report from a few days prior about the discovery of unidentifiable spirits in a secret realm. Was this creature before him not akin to that phenomenon? The term extraordinary beast was evidently a novel concept for Mu Kursin, as she displayed a look of surprise. This creature possesses a significant amount of dark energy. Just then, Lugia could no longer contain herself and transformed into her visible form. The moment this little sprite appeared, she captured Mu Kursin's attention, who was astonished to find such a being by Gu Chen's side. Moreover, it could speak. Dark energy? Indeed, and it's not a spirit at all. I've searched extensively through the guide and found no record of it. Lugia exclaimed, reverting to her guide form and snapping 2 photographs of the dark-furred creature. I must document this. It may prove useful in the future. This little creature seemed to return to its initial enthusiasm for learning and sharing knowledge. Finally, Mu Kursin recognized what it was, the Luotong Tujian. It was indeed a current entity, but did the Luotong Tujian not have only one form? Gu Chen's version could change appearances? Mu Kursin was somewhat astonished. In that instant, she realized Gu Chun harbored numerous secrets. He resembled a man shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery. The more one sought to understand him, the thicker the fog seemed to grow, potentially ensnaring one within its depths. Just as Gu Chun was about to speak, an unexpected change occurred. The dark-furred creature suddenly convulsed for reasons unknown. Gu Chun braced himself, thinking it might lash out. But it swiftly deflated, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that attempted to flee. Yet, it was a moment too late, as Gung Gue had been waiting ahead. Curiously, instead of attacking the smoke, Gung Gue opened its mouth wide and absorbed it. This bizarre scene left both Mu Kursin and Gu Chen momentarily stunned. Gung Gue, it just swallowed it? After consuming the smoke, Gung Gue emitted a faint black glow. Its previously ethereal form appeared to solidify significantly. Gung Gue, do you feel anything unusual? Gu Chen inquired, stepping forward. Gung Gue shook its head vigorously, its crimson eyes gleaming with a sense of satisfaction. Master, Gung Gue's power has increased, and its age has grown. Increased age? Gu Chun felt a bit bewildered, associating aging with the quality of fine wine. However, he suddenly recalled a character from an anime, the Millennium Ghost on the lighthouse. In that instant, Gu Chun seemed to grasp something profound. It seemed that ghost-type spirits truly grew more formidable with age. Could Gung Gue also reach such an existence? Chapter 71. The Frenzied Consumption and Enhancement of Gung Gue. Just as Gu Chen had surmised, the strength of the ghost-type Gung Gue manifested not only through its skills and attributes, but also through its age. It was akin to those mystical beings in dramas that had cultivated for a millennium versus those with merely a century of experience. With a millennium of cultivation, I must surely surpass you. Gung Gue's rapid ascent suggested that in encounters with other spirits of the same attribute, it would likely achieve swift victories. This revelation transformed Gu Chun and Gung Gue into hunters of the jungle. Upon encountering these dark-furred creatures, there was no need for inquiry. They would simply seize them without hesitation. Additionally, these creatures proved to be rather foolish. They were solitary by nature, wandering alone throughout the jungle. Gu Chun observed that the most he encountered together were pairs. Thus, hunting them posed little challenge. Gazing at Gung Gue's expanding and solidifying form, Gu Chun could hardly contain his astonishment. Throughout the entire hunting process, Mu Kursin had not uttered a single word of fatigue, remaining beside Gu Chun, keenly observing his every action. This intrigued Gu Chun, as it was rare for a girl to possess such stamina. Nonetheless, he was accommodating towards Mu Kursin, maintaining a leisurely pace and frequently stopping to rest. Even so, as they ventured deeper, it became evident that Gung Gue was reaping substantial benefits. However, with their deeper exploration, Gu Chen noticed an increasing frequency of dark-furred creatures. This implied their numbers were growing. Fortunately, after Gung Gue absorbed the energy of these creatures, it seemed to restore its stamina, allowing it to maintain its combat readiness. Otherwise, Gu Chun would have had to summon other spirits for assistance. As the quantity of dark-furred creatures increased, the pace of Gu Chun and Mu Kursin slowed. Yet, at that moment, Gung Gue's form began to undergo a transformation. Previously around 1.5 meters tall, it was now steadily approaching 2 meters. Moreover, a swirling aura of black mist enveloped it. The contrast of its white body against the black glow added an eerie quality to Gung Gue's already fearsome visage. While discussing this, Gu Chen suddenly felt an icy chill rise behind him. Almost instinctively, he lunged forward. A piercing sound erupted. Unbeknownst to him, a black figure had materialized behind him, floating ominously in the air. With sharp claws and a visage reminiscent of a terrifying specter from a drama, it was indeed a ghastly sight. More alarming was that had Gu Chun not reacted swiftly, this creature's attack might have struck him directly. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Mu Kurson rushed to Gu Chun's side, attempting to help him up before she even had a glance at the monster. With a loud crack, the creature remained oblivious to the fact that a far more fearsome predator lurked in the shadows of the night. Gung Gui unleashed a powerful thunderbolt, teaching the creature a lesson. Yet even more astonishing to Gu Chun was that Gung Gui disregarded the monster's transformation into smoke, instead opening its mouth wide to devour it. This scene was undoubtedly shocking. Be careful! Another exclamation echoed as Gu Chun swiftly pushed Mu Kurson down to the ground. Just moments before, as Mu Kurson attempted to assist him, his peripheral vision caught sight of the same menacing figure once again. It was the same monster, aiming to ambush them. In an instant, Gu Chun reacted, narrowly avoiding the attack. At that moment, Gung Gui re-engaged with renewed vigor. Are you okay? Gu Chun cast a glance at Mu Kurson beneath him and instinctively inquired. Just moments ago, he had distinctly witnessed the creature's sharp claws sweeping towards her. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head, yet a lingering sense of trepidation remained. After all, she had felt the rush of danger as those claws had skimmed past her. Fortunately, Gu Chun was there. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Get up quickly, he urged, rising to his feet and extending his hand toward her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mu Kurson placed her delicate hand into his strong grasp, and with his assistance, she stood as well. Stay close to me. It feels perilous now, Gu Chun said, his expression grave as he led her forward. All right, she murmured, glancing at their intertwined hands before following closely behind him. The Gung Gui swiftly dispatched its adversary. After a moment of indecision, Gu Chun resolved to press on. He remained unaware of what lay ahead, and turning back seemed far too simplistic. Although the situation appeared more precarious than before, a bit of caution would suffice. Fortunately, after that brief episode, no similar threats re-emerged. However, Gu Chun and Mu Kurson continued in their previous manner, their hands unknowingly clasped tightly together. Meanwhile, the Gung Gui, having entered this secret realm, became frenzied, ravenously consuming the dark energy described by Lugia to augment its own power, growing increasingly exhilarated. At last, they arrived at a site resembling an altar, where Gu Chun and Mu Kurson halted their advance. Is this the end of the secret realm? Mu Kurson inquired, gazing at the altar ruins. It seems so, Gu Chun replied, pursing his lips. This place resembled a central point amidst the surrounding forest, the only open space allowing a view of the overcast sky. Is there something in the center? Gu Chun mused, noticing a peculiar stone situated at the center. Let's take a look, he declared, moving forward. Wait. Mu Kurson suddenly grasped his arm. What if a monster jumps out, like a guardian beast? She clearly watched her fair share of dramas. Yet, perhaps there was truth to her concern. After all, climactic moments often introduced a formidable boss, a trope not only in dramas but also in games. You stay here. I'll go check it out. I'll be fine, Gu Chun assured her, his curiosity outweighing his fear, leaving little room for hesitation. No. Mu Kurson quickly shook her head and clung to his arm. Let's go together. A delicate blush adorned her cheeks, making her stand out even in the darkness. Gu Chun suspected she sought an excuse to hold his arm, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply nodding as they proceeded. Contrary to expectations, there was no guardian beast or formidable boss. They effortlessly reached the ancient ruins. The site bore the marks of time. Not in ruins, but with a palpable sense of history, evoking sensations of millennia past. A thick layer of dust enveloped the surroundings, adding to the weightiness of the atmosphere. You mean this stone? Mu Kurson, now less fearful, pointed to a stone at the altar's center. The stone was unremarkable, resembling a smooth pebble akin to an egg. Yet oddly, it was black and emanated a faint, chilling glow, possessing an inexplicable allure that seemed to draw the eye. Yes, that's the one. Gu Chun thought he sensed the stone calling out to him. He bent down, lifting it from the stone slab and holding it in his hand. Instantly, a refreshing chill coursed through him, quite pleasant. What does it feel like? Mu Kurson inquired, her curiosity piqued as she blinked at him. Touch it. Gu Chun generously offered the stone before her. She extended her slender finger and poked it. It's so hard, she remarked, her tone tinged with disdain. Swiftly losing interest in the object, Gu Chun found her reaction amusing. He understood she was merely indicating her lack of interest, subtly suggesting he put it away. After all, they had entered together, and he had been the one to gain from it. She was indeed astute. It looks like an egg to me, Mu Kurson pouted, continuing, yes. It resembles a much smaller egg. Gu Chun only then realized the stone was indeed somewhat egg-like in shape. See, I'm clever, she said with a hint of pride. Enough of this, let us prepare to leave. Gu Chun surveyed the area, concluding that the altar held no further secrets. He could see its boundaries clearly and found nothing else of value except for the stone, which still bore some potential worth. All right, Mu Kurson acquiesced, fatigue evident in her demeanor. As Gu Chun secured the stone and ready to depart with her, a sudden whistle echoed from the sky. Gung Gui, mistaking it for an attack, revealed its presence. Gu Chun glanced upward to discover 5 three-headed dragons soaring above, heading their way, and there was something familiar about them. It's the members of the Elven Patrol. Chen recognized their uniforms immediately. Don't worry, it's fine, Mu Kurson interjected nonsensically. Just then, the members of the Elven Patrol were upon them. A middle-aged man leaped down from above. It was none other than Hao Tianxiu. Are you Mu Kurson? He directed his gaze at Chen's side, taken aback by the apparent closeness between the two. In that moment, Hao Tianxiu found himself at a loss for words. Yes, Mu Kurson affirmed, seemingly unsurprised by the recognition. Nodding directly. However, Chen sensed an unusual undertone. This girl exhibited no anxiety towards the Elven Patrol and appeared to anticipate their arrival. This suggested that her identity was likely far from ordinary. Chen began to form a hypothesis. Subsequently, Hao Tianxiu noticed something else, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Is that a Gengwei? Is it your spirit? He exclaimed, taken aback. This was his first encounter with such a Gengwei. He could barely recognize its form, and its size was truly formidable, at least over 2 meters tall. Such a colossal Gengwei, as the head of the Elven Patrol. This was his first experience of astonishment due to someone else's spirit. Who exactly was this young man? Hao Tianxiu regarded him closely, finding him somewhat familiar. However, in that fleeting moment, he could not recall who that person was. In truth, it was not solely him. His subordinates behind him shared the same bewilderment. This colossal Gengwei was indeed astonishing, wasn't it? Minister, we have discovered this stone slab. Before Chen could respond, Hao Tianxiu's subordinate had already approached him with an object in hand. This was the very slab that had just been used to support that stone. Only then did Chen take notice of it. Could it possibly be some treasure? For a moment, Chen found himself in a quandary. However, from their conversation, he deduced that this slab was likely not their first encounter. Perhaps it was merely an ordinary item? Let us take it back. Hao Tianxiu glanced at it and declared, this secret realm seems to hold little value now. Indeed, the subordinate nodded eagerly. Let South leave this place. At that moment, Hao Tianxiu looked toward Chen and his companion, stating, this secret realm is about to close. We must depart. Chapter 73. The disappearance of the secret realm and the commencement of the summer camp. Following the personnel from the Spirit Patrol Department out of the secret realm, Chen was not subjected to the usual inquiries and accountability. After merely 2 questions, he was allowed to leave. Thus, he gained a preliminary understanding of Mu Kurson's identity. If this girl did not have a strong backing, it was likely that their stealthy entry would result in an extensive brainwashing session. They would have searched her for any items taken from the secret realm. However, Chen did not experience such scrutiny. Rather, the Spirit Patrol Department personnel were exceedingly courteous, offering him a few words of advice. Hence, it was understood by those who knew. Do you know this lad? Why do I feel he looks so familiar? After Chen and Mu Kurson departed, Hao Tianxiu could not help but exclaim, Minister Hao, you cannot be serious. You don't recognize Chen? Upon hearing this, the young subordinate became animated. Should I know him? Hao Tianxiu was taken aback. He was in the spotlight. Almost every video featured news about him. Simply creating an account on Douyin and sharing his videos could instantly garner tens of thousands of likes. Unbelievable. The young subordinate, while speaking, pulled out his Douyin. Upon viewing it, one could only marvel. He was indeed a devoted fan of Chen. The likes in the video section were predominantly his. Minister, look, this is it. The video playing on the phone was Chen's very first upload. It was this video that sparked Hao Tianxiu's recollection. Is this for real? It is not surprising that he was unaware. He was simply too busy with work to engage in such youthful pastimes. Therefore, he had not kept up with current events. Indeed, it is real. One could say that most participants in this summer camp came because of him. As the young subordinate spoke, he seemed to recall something and added, but what is up with his Gengwei? It seems to have evolved or something. It's quite exaggerated. How so? A rare curiosity flickered in Hao Tianxiu. Here it is. The young subordinate swiped to a video of Gengwei battling. The difference was indeed stark. How many days have passed since then? In that instant, Hao Tianxiu became intrigued by Chen and wished to learn more about him. However, at that moment, his phone rang. Hao Tianxiu glanced at the number and hurried into the office to answer. I'm off now, back to my place. In the summer camp area? Mu Kurson waved her delicate hand at Chen. All right, let us go back. Chen nodded, intending to watch her leave. Yet, Mu Kurson remained motionless. Why aren't you leaving? He suddenly inquired. Chen, are you a blockhead? Mu Kurson placed her hands on her hips, her eyes rolling lightly, and pouted with a hint of exasperation, then sighed and said, don't you know it's so late? Shouldn't you see me off? After all, I am a girl. She shook her head, implying that Chen was indeed a blockhead, needing her guidance. If you want me to see you off, you could simply say so. Chen responded, taking a step forward. Girls are truly peculiar, always speaking in contradictions. Let us go? Hey, you're quite perceptive. Mu Kurson was not annoyed. She fell in step beside Chen and remarked, but how did you know my dormitory is this way? Aren't all girls living over here? Chen casually replied. Wow, so you're concerned about these things. Do you have ulterior motives, Chen? You've run out of things to say, haven't you? Hee. Why are you holding my arm? I'm scared. This isn't the secret realm. Hey, with a super invincible beautiful girl like me holding on to you, You should feel lucky. In this lighthearted exchange, Chen escorted Mu Kursen back to her dormitory. Upon returning to his own room, he discovered that Xiao Yashi had yet to sleep. She opened her door almost immediately upon hearing Chen's entrance, which surprised him slightly. You're not resting yet? Although time appeared to differ in the secret realm compared to reality, it was nearly 1 in the morning. No. I just got up to use the restroom. Xiao Yashi blushed as she took a couple of steps toward the bathroom. Oh, Chen nodded. Then inquired, how is your cold? Much better. I should be full of energy tomorrow. Xiao Yashi replied, clenching her fist with a smile. That is good to hear. Chen nodded. The summer camp was about to commence. He said something that left Xiao Yashi somewhat perplexed. The summer camp is starting? It's supposed to wait until the secret realm disappears? The secret realm is gone so soon? Xiao Yashi was a bit confused. Get some rest early. Chen nodded again and then entered his room. He was, of course, aware of the secret realm's disappearance. After all, he had witnessed its vanishing process. Xiao Yashi bit her lip, watching his disappearing figure, and let out a gentle sigh. She hadn't really gotten up to use the restroom. It was genuinely out of concern for Chen. After all, he had not returned so late. However, Xiao Yashi was clever enough to understand that some matters did not require excessive inquiry, just as she didn't need to ask where he had been. She only needed to see him return safely. Chapter 74. To deal with the spiny shell, it's best to use the big rock snake. A night without conversation. Just as Chen had mentioned, the following day at noon, a notification was received stating that the summer camp was about to reopen. The secret realm had vanished the previous night. Instantly, the students in the summer camp area erupted with excitement. Finally, they could frolic by the seaside once more. They could gaze upon the lovely ladies in bikinis. How delightful. Consequently, a large crowd surged toward the beach. Naturally, Chen followed suit. This afternoon, due to time constraints, they were directly assigned to practice fishing at the beach. The summer camp area provided fishing rods. However, many were aware that they had already prepared their own rods for the seaside, meaning only a few needed to use the provided ones. Chen, naturally, fell into the category of those who did not require one. After all, his fishing rod was obtained by signing in at the beach. The super invincible divine fishing rod used by Jiang Taigong. No bait required, just casually fish anything, perhaps even catch a gayoka. The system style of commentary was quite cheeky. However, this time, there were no small letters. Chen had clearly magnified the text several times. Just as he was speaking, a student exclaimed, damn, I'm going out to sea. I'm going to fish for gayoka. A student and his friend set off in a small dinghy. At their shout, many others followed suit. But Chen was puzzled. This dinghy, let alone catching gayoka, would likely capsize even if they managed to reel in a common carp. Moreover, fishing for gayoka? Surely this unfortunate child could not be so foolish in reality. Has he been poisoned again? Thinking of this, Chen chuckled. He decided to play along and soak in the atmosphere. Saying this, he sat atop a rock and took out his fishing rod. Chen, can I join you? Just then, Xiao Yashi approached. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she looked at Chen and asked. Of course, he replied generously. There were plenty of fishing spots in this sea area, and he would not claim them all for himself. However, the little drama queen beside him was displeased. Yesterday, it had stayed in its Poké Ball to avoid the sunlight, but now it was unwilling to miss the chance to spend time with its master. Yet, it had only been a short while before others arrived. Naturally, the little drama queen felt unsatisfied. This was their rare moment of solitude. Grumbling to itself, it knew its master wouldn't understand. So it climbed into Chen's arms and settled on his lap, a small consolation. However, Chen was uncomfortable. He was trying to fish, and the 40 to 50-pound Carulean was crashing down on him. How could he manage? But looking down at the little drama queen's puffed-up face, Chen realized that shaking it off was likely impossible. If this little fellow decided to act up, it would certainly give him a headache. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the situation. After all, the fishing rod didn't require bait. He could make do with whatever. You and Carulean seemed to have a great bond, Xiao Yashi remarked after casting her line, glancing at Chen and the little drama queen. This little one is quite clingy. It's driving me mad. Chen smiled, nonchalantly dismissing her words. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yashi's gaze remained fixed on his face. What's wrong? Chen sensed her stare and couldn't help but inquire. You're engaging in some Versailles literature again. Xiao Yashi covered her mouth and laughed. Chen was taken aback. He never expected that the term Versailles literature, which belonged to his world, would be used by Xiao Yashi. Looking again, the little drama queen was blissfully nestled in Chen's embrace, its face beaming with joy, eyes slightly squinted in utter contentment. Just then, a gasp suddenly erupted from the shore, followed by a commotion. Chen turned to see what had happened and discovered that a student had accidentally caught a shellmet while fishing. This creature was quite troublesome, prompting the students to scream in alarm. Given their level, they clearly couldn't handle a shellmet. Merely breaking its defenses would be a challenge. However, Chen couldn't help but laugh. He used to enjoy watching humorous Pokémon memes, and seeing the shellmet now reminded him of them. Chen, what are you laughing at? Xiao Yashi asked curiously. Even the little drama queen lifted its face to glance at him, curiosity evident in its gaze. Do you know which Pokémon is most effective against Shelmet? Chen posed a question. Xiao Yashi pondered, lightly tapping her lips, her brows furrowing. Electric type, grass type, or fighting type Pokémon? She thought Chen was testing her knowledge of Pokémon. No. Chen shook his head, appearing enigmatic. But just then, someone provided the perfect answer. Not far away, their instructor, Long Qingqing, arrived just in time and shouted, "Come out, Onyx. Onyx, use Harden." Chen watched this unfold, exclaiming in delight. "Be careful, teacher. Shelmet is about to spray water." A student hurriedly warned. "What spray?" "That S called hydro pump." Long Qingqing calmly directed. "Onyx, dodge and use tackle." Ignoring the student's cries, he remained unperturbed. The hydro pump had a low hit rate, although it was a signature move of water-type Pokémon. Its low accuracy made it rather ineffective. Generally, those lacking luck wouldn't prefer this as a skill. Thus, Onyx easily evaded the hydro pump and executed tackle against Shelmet. "Onyx, keep tackling." Long Qingqing was quite bold, commanding Onyx to repeatedly strike Shelmet. The well-trained Onyx left Shelmet with no chance to counter, and it ultimately fell into the water, defeated. Witnessing this, Chen exclaimed in admiration. Instructor Long Qingqing seemed to be an expert at dealing with Shelmet. Every attack unfolded precisely as Chen had envisioned, simply marvelous. He even suspected that the instructor was well aware of the meme. In Chapter 75, Chen, teach me how to swim. In fact, the interaction between Onyx and Shelmet was also a reference from the games. Back in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, there was a couple of trainers who used a combination of Shelmet and Onyx. Thus, online users created this meme. Onyx used Harden, and Shelmet was utterly terrified. Onyx then used Mega Evolution, and Shelmet unleashed Hydro Pump. Onyx executed Horn Drill for a critical hit, yielding impressive results. Shelmet used Screech, activating its swift swim ability to unleash Surf. It was simply unbelievable. Onyx was knocked out in an instant. Onyx, foaming at the mouth, could not maintain its state and suffered a narrow loss. In the end, it was humorously dubbed, "I want to put my Onyx inside your Shelmet." If a male trainer sought a mate, he would ask, "I have an Onyx. Would you be willing to be my Shelmet?" This was a humorous reference from the world of Pokémon. Chen was well aware of this, hence his joyful laughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Yashi looked perplexed. Is it because of Onyx's ground type that it's effective against Shelmet? The girl innocently posed her question, unaware of the underlying meanings. This world didn't contain such references. Pretty much. Chen chuckled. Xiao Yashi seemed to grasp something, nodding in agreement. However, just then, a voice chimed in beside them. "Chen, you're lying. You definitely haven't thought this through." It was Mu Kursin. When did she arrive? Chen was momentarily stunned. Yet, the one more astonished was Xiao Yashi. This girl was strikingly beautiful. Even though she was a girl, one couldn't help but admire her. Mu Kursin's cheeks were slightly flushed, wearing a large straw hat as she appeared behind Chen. She wasn't blushing from sun exposure. It was purely because she had overheard Chen and Xiao Yashi's conversation. Then, one witnessed Long Qingqing confronting the CGBI. The girl seemed to harbor an inkling of understanding regarding the situation, which caused her cheeks to flush involuntarily. However, she remained uncertain whether her conjecture aligned with Chen's thoughts. "What is wrong with me? The CGBI is not one I caught." Chen chuckled, for he had little faith in Mu Kursin's comprehension. She was merely a tad bolder than Xiao Yashi. Fundamentally, they were quite similar. You clearly haven't thought this through." With that, Mu Kursin boldly sat beside Chen. "It's so hot. Why are you sitting so close to me?" Chen remarked, shifting slightly to create some distance. The little drama queen nearly voiced her discontent, but was silenced by her master's instinctive movement, choosing instead to enjoy the moment in quietude. Initially, Xiao Yashi felt a twinge of discomfort, yet witnessing this scene inexplicably lifted her spirits. Truth be told, she could never muster the courage to sit so boldly next to Chen as Mu Kursin did. However, this detail confirmed to Xiao Yashi that the beautiful girl undoubtedly harbored feelings for Chen. A rival had emerged. In truth, Xiao Yashi had anticipated this day. After all, the current Chen effortlessly attracted admirers. She frequently perused the comments beneath Chen's videos online, where many female trainers expressed a desire to give Chen a little Huayna. This illustrated his popularity. Yet, she hadn't expected competition to arise so swiftly, and formidable competition at that. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yashi, she was unaware of when Chen and Mu Kursin had become acquainted. "Hey, where's your hat?" Mu Kursin inquired. "What hat?" Chen feigned ignorance. "The straw hat I gave you yesterday." Mu Kursin playfully swung her dainty, pale feet, exuding an air of mischief. "I tossed it," Chen replied nonchalantly. "What? You can't do that." Mu Kursin immediately protested, a frown of displeasure and indignation adorning her petite face. "Just kidding. It's in my room," Chen continued, genuinely enjoying teasing her. "I knew you couldn't be that bold. But why did you buy such a masculine hat?" Chen inquired. glancing at the feminine hat adorning Mu Kursen's head. That was just a random pick. I have plenty of hats and don't even like it. She lifted her chin slightly, displaying a hint of pride. That's why I gave it to you for sun protection. Who knew you wouldn't appreciate it? All right. Guchen nodded. Meanwhile, Xiao Yashi remained silent, quietly absorbing their exchange. Yet, her heart was filled with her own judgments. Guchen, Mu Kursen suddenly seemed to recall something. Teach me how to swim. Absolutely not. Before Guchen could even respond, Xiao Yashi had already stood up, drawing both Guchen and Mu Kursen's attention. I meant Guchen is too busy to teach you this. Xiao Yashi's face flushed crimson, her nerves causing her to stumble over her words. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and continued, I can teach you how to swim. I would be much more convenient. Teaching someone to swim involved such intimate proximity. Xiao Yashi reacted immediately upon mentioning it. Her heart raced as she finished speaking. Yes, I think it's a good idea for Xiao Yashi to teach you. Guchen agreed, nodding in affirmation. After all, he was simply too lazy. Chapter 76. The CGB I caught from the sea. Ultimately, the matter of who would teach Mu Kursen to swim remained unresolved. For Guchen had successfully hooked something. It was a blue and white sea lion Pokémon, the Xiao. Wasn't he this the Pokémon of the legendary girl who fished up Gik? However, Guchen felt no interest. After all, he already possessed a Super Boll, which perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. The XSHHIRN was not his preference at all. Besides, it could very well be male. Yet, while Guchen was uninterested, someone else was captivated, Xiao Yashi. The moment she spotted the Xiao, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her desire palpable. Guchen naturally took note of her reaction. Xiao Yashi, capture it. Guchen urged, observing the confused Xiao that had been caught. Mu Kursen's attention was entirely elsewhere. She had no interest in the Xiao. What she truly desired to capture was Guchen's heart. Can I? Xiao Yashi glanced at the Xiao, then at Guchen, aware that he had hooked the Pokémon. Of course, if you don't act quickly, it will escape, Guchen reminded her. Having already noticed the Xiao's intent to flee. Okay, Xiao Yashi promptly sent out her Pichi. The battle commenced instantly. Though Xiao Yashi appeared delicate, she was fierce in combat, demonstrating no hesitation. Electric shock, guard, and continuous slap combined in rapid succession, swiftly overwhelming the Xiao. While water-type Pokémon were inherently weak against electric types, Xiao Yashi's tactics and command were impressive. Otherwise, the Xiao would not have fallen so quickly. After all, this Pokémon showcased excellent overall skill quality, and its offensive moves were judiciously chosen. In summary, it was undeniably gifted in battle. Thus, Guchen found himself nodding in quiet approval. Surprisingly, the moment Pichi defeated the Xiao, it reached maximum intimacy, evolving in a flash of silver light. Truly, today Xiao Yashi was the epitome of a life winner. However, she clearly understood that this was not the time for celebration. For she needed to throw out her own Pokéball. A burst of light flashed, and after a brief shake, the Pokéball fell silent. Capture successful. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out from the edge of the sea. Guchen hadn't even had the chance to congratulate Xiao Yashi when the sound drew his attention, compelling him to turn and look. It turned out to be the students who had set out on a kayak, boasting about their plans to fish for Gik. Now in peril, even Guchen, standing on the rocks, felt a jolt of alarm. What a mess. Had they disturbed the nests of the Toxapex and the Manowar? In the distance, the sea was teeming with a frightening swarm of Toxapex and Manowar jellyfish. The students' kayaks had long since capsized. Moreover, they had fallen into the water, and judging by their struggle to swim back, they appeared to have been poisoned by the Toxapex. This was a significant crisis. If they didn't rescue them soon, they would surely perish. And they were supposed to be fishing for Gik? In the blink of an eye, Gik had been cursed by the Toxapex. In the depths of the ocean, a certain divine beast remarked, "What has that got to do with me?" With such thoughts in mind, Guchen did not hesitate and summoned his Super Lizard King, leaping into the air. Under the watchful eyes of Mu Kursen and Xiao Yashi, he set off riding his Pokémon. The two girls had yet to process what was happening when the Super Lizard King had already soared into the sky. At this moment, Kalulian, nestled in Guchen's arms, peeked out from his shoulder, gazing at the retreating figures of Xiao Yashi and Mu Kursen. Her small face adorned with an exceedingly proud smile. It was anthropomorphically delightful. Look, the only one left in the end will be my Kalulian Shineduo. Haha. However, the little creature's triumph was short-lived, as Guchen recalled her into her Pokéball. The end of the show. No, in truth, it was because the ocean was too perilous for her, unfit for such a little one who lacked the ability to use psychic powers. Out of concern for her safety, Guchen decided to temporarily return her. On the coastline, the teachers who witnessed this scene prepared to spring into action to rescue the students. They sped off in their yacht, moving swiftly. However, the Super Lizard King matched their speed. From a distance, Wang Jinyun let out a sigh of relief, thankful for Guchen's presence. But soon, he realized he needed to summon the doctors to be on standby, as poisoning was no trivial matter. With that thought, he hurried away. Just as Wang Jinyun departed, a ripple suddenly disturbed the surface of the sea. Then, a cerulean figure burst forth from the water. Guan, riding the Super Lizard King, was taken aback. Not only him, but the students along the shore erupted in cheers and gasps. Even the teachers rushing to aid were astonished. For Guan, this was an old friend he had encountered before. It was Suicune. It had reappeared, soaring majestically above the ocean, exuding an ethereal elegance. Chapter 77. The story of Guan and Suicune. Zhong Yufeng, under Guan's arrangement, had also accompanied the summer camp this time. The only regret he felt was that when the gigantic Kingler evolved into Super Lizard King last time, he had not brought his camera along. Thus, he missed the perfect moment when Guan captured the Super Lizard King. He lost a significant topic for discussion. Although Guan had said nothing about it, Zhong Yufeng felt a pang of guilt. After all, now that he was in a cooperative relationship with Guan, capturing footage was his responsibility. However, it was precisely because of that previous oversight that Zhong Yufeng now carried his camera everywhere. This time, something extraordinary was indeed unfolding. The appearance of the toxic jellyfish swarm. With Guan bravely rescuing his classmates while riding the Super Lizard King. Such a topic, such a perfect positive image, was precisely what Zhong Yufeng had been waiting for. He quickly set up his camera. Yet, just as he was about to capture the rescue, another wave of excitement arose. Above the ocean, Suicune appeared. Suicune, one of the legendary beasts. Zhong Yufeng was ecstatic, as if once again witnessing a surge of popularity rushing toward him. He was perfectly prepared, eager to see if Guan could spark a connection with Suicune. Even if not, Suicune's topic alone would suffice. Ahead in the waters, Guan spotted Suicune, who also gazed back at him. The man and the Pokémon locked eyes across the distance for half a minute. Then, Suicune sprang into action. It surveyed the toxic jellyfish below and unleashed a barrage of icy beams from its mouth. In an instant, the waters below froze solid. The toxic jellyfish found themselves immobilized, perfectly isolating them from the students beneath. Immediately following, Suicune let out a gentle cry, moving gracefully as it leapt, shedding a cascade of silvery wind. The swirling ice shards danced beautifully around it. Even the act of unleashing the blizzard attack was executed with such elegance. Truly unparalleled. Moreover, its skills and call effectively instilled a sense of dread in the toxic jellyfish swarm, causing them to gradually retreat into the depths of the ocean. Suicune's actions naturally incited a wave of cheers from the students on the shore. The legendary beast aiding human trainers was truly a heartwarming tale. These students, ensconced in their ivory tower, believed in such beautiful legends. Undoubtedly, Suicune's name would ascend to the forefront of the legendary beasts for quite some time due to this incident. Guan initially intended to assist, but Suicune had already taken the initiative. Yet, why did he feel that the legendary beast had always been around him? Was he being overly conceited? Or did Suicune truly harbor some intentions toward him? Did it wish to bow before Guan's genes? Was his charm truly that potent? With this thought, Guan felt a small surge of excitement. On the other side, the teachers at the summer camp had approached, gradually escorting the injured and poisoned students back. This saved Guan quite a bit of trouble, as he was no longer needed. The crisis had been averted thanks to Suicune's arrival. The rescuing teachers led the students toward the shore. According to the usual narrative, at this moment, Suicune should have gracefully departed the area. However, this time it did not. It seemed to gaze at Guan once more from above. On the shore, Zhong Yufeng's camera was perfectly focused on this moment. All the students held their breath, eager to see what would unfold next. Why had Suicune suddenly halted? Was it not supposed to float away? A student raised a question. Damn it, is that Guan again? Could Suicune have taken a liking to him? What on earth? Why does every legendary beast seem to fancy him? Just because he is handsome? Does being handsome grant one the right to do as they please? What about me? The student's outburst drew the attention of many. But in the next moment, countless eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, did Guan just reach for his Pokeball? To their astonishment, the hand behind him seemed to be itching to make a move. Ever since Guan captured the Super Lizard King, the sales of Pokeballs at the summer camp's Pokémon shop had undoubtedly surged by several percentage points. Everyone understood, at critical moments, regardless of whether capture was possible, just throw a ball. So, when they saw his motion toward the Pokeball, they were all stunned. However, Guan did not. He merely experienced a fleeting itch and scratched his backside. He had no intention of throwing a ball. Not only that, but he could also sense that Suicune did not wish to be captured by him. Thus, the man and the legendary beast continued to gaze at each other, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. In that moment, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. The space itself felt frozen, leaving only Guan and Suicune locked in an intense gaze, as if conveying something profound. After a long while, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Suicune finally moved. It gracefully ascended, its ribbons dancing in the wind, enchanting and ethereal. It did not look back, simply floated away with an effortless elegance. But wait, what was that? By the coastline, a keen-eyed student appeared to have spotted something. Wait, was that a feather? Did Shuai Jun leave behind a feather? Was this a sign of contempt for Guan? Did it imply an intention to tame him? Who did he think he was? Some students even began to add their own sound effects. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and laughter erupted uncontrollably. In an instant, the shoreline was abuzz with activity. Only Chen stood silently, gazing at the delicate feather drifting downwards. Oh, foolish humans! This is the rainbow feather, the token of the hero of rainbows. To behold it is to witness the emblem of the divine beast, Feng. Chen's heart raced as he reached out and grasped the rainbow feather. The magnificent plume, resting in his palm, radiated a spectrum of colors. Chen smiled. He was indeed a trainer with a pure heart. Surely, this must be the highest praise, right? Regardless, it was undeniably delightful. Chen held the feather tightly until its brilliance faded, reverting to its original hue. In truth, he was eager to meet this magnificent creature. The extraordinary big-mouthed sparrow. Perhaps it was currently lurking in some corner, posing for a photographer? Chapter 78. Must you treat me so specially? In Donghai City. At the summer camp area, by the coast. Chen, let me see it. Mu Kursen's curious voice rang out. See what? Chen knew, but wished to tease her. That thing of yours. Mu Kursen mumbled, sounding slightly displeased, fully aware he was playing coy. What thing? Ah. Mu Kursen's voice grew frantic, and without needing to look, Chen knew her face was flushed with embarrassment. All right, he chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. If you want to see that thing so badly, here it is. With that, he retrieved the rainbow feather from his pocket. Isn't this the rainbow feather from the legend of Feng? She gazed at the feather without touching it. Her large eyes filled with curiosity. Her cautious, inquisitive demeanor was adorably naive. Not just her, even Xiao Yashi couldn't resist coming closer. In an instant, Chen found himself surrounded by them. Do you know that legend? Chen was taken aback. It seemed this world had its own tales. But it made sense. Given the presence of the rainbow feather, I know about it too. It appeared to be her first time encountering something so magical. Even Xiao Yashi seemed more animated. This rainbow feather signifies that you, Chen, are the hero of rainbows, right? You will have the chance to meet Feng in the future. However, Chen shook his head, feeling uncertain. I have a feeling it's not that simple. He glanced at the rainbow feather in his hand and spoke. Deep down, he genuinely felt that way. That night, Chen sat in his room, watching the video that Zhong Yufeng had just uploaded. It had barely been a short while, yet it was already flooded with likes and shares. Unlike the students present, those online recognized what it truly was. What feather? It was unequivocally the feather of Feng, the rainbow feather. Although the video was shot from afar and lacked clarity, the radiance was still captured. Instantly, the internet erupted. The news of Chen being the hero of rainbows spread like wildfire across the web. Discussions among trainers ensued. Even those who typically overlooked Chen began to take notice. Among them were even some top-tier trainers, male and female, renowned figures, or perhaps representatives of various organizations. Their gazes were fixed upon Chen. However, the person in question remained oblivious to all of this. Yet he understood all too well. He would attract attention. But it was of no concern. Chen boldly declared that even if he were to give away the rainbow feather, it would be of no use to anyone else. Only he could wield its power. That was his confidence. At that moment, Chalu, the little drama queen, momentarily set aside its tablet to scamper over to Chen's feet, gazing up at him. This little creature was now at least 80 centimeters tall, no longer needing to stretch on tiptoes to reach him. Thus, it climbed into his embrace without needing to be held. Chen, familiar with the little one, knew it was tired and ready for sleep. So, without further ado, he cradled it in his arms. The little drama queen nestled comfortably against Chen, akin to a child. But suddenly, it seemed to remember something, and it playfully pecked Chen's face before returning to its previous position. Was that a goodnight kiss from the little drama queen? Chen pondered, lowering his gaze to the little one whose face radiated a gentle smile. Truly, the air was sweet. The following day, Long Qingqing approached Chen. Chen, we will have some battle training next. The teacher glanced at him, a hint of awkwardness on his face as he continued. However, your Pokémon is simply not suited for this battle training. So, I won't need to participate. Chen assumed he was exempt from the training. But Long Qingqing's next statement left him bewildered. No. Long Qingqing shook his head. You still need to participate in the battles, but not with your own Pokémon. As he spoke, he produced a Poké Ball and handed it to Chen. This is a temporary Pokémon for you to use. I believe you will make good use of it. Long Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed as he said this. Thus, Chen's curiosity was piqued regarding the Pokémon within the ball. 5 minutes later, Chen finally laid eyes on the Pokémon. Oh no. It was the infamous Caterpie, rumored to evolve into a super green caterpillar at level 100. Indeed, what lay before Chen was a solitary Caterpie. Moreover, this little creature exhibited no sense of danger. Upon emerging from the Poké Ball, it silently munched on the leaves before it. Chen never imagined he would be treated so specially in this training camp. They gave him a Caterpie? Observing the munching little one, Chen could only ask Lugia to check its skills. To his dismay, he discovered it had only 2 skills, tackle and string shot. How was he to conduct battle training with this? Was he destined to be thoroughly thrashed? Gu Chun had already noticed the many ill-intentioned gazes directed at him. Students from all around were now aware that Gu Chun could only battle with a caterpie. Thus, each one believed this was the perfect opportunity to defeat him. Missing this chance would mean losing out on a year's worth of bragging rights. Just think about it. When school resumed in September, how impressive it would be to say you had once defeated Gu Chun. Such a claim would be a glorious badge of honor. Hence, in that moment, nearly everyone was eager to commence their challenges. They were determined to defeat Gu Chun. Yet, the individual at the center of it all could only look at his caterpie with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Chapter 79, Why Not Use You for an Experiment? Experiencing defeat at the hands of others is something that Gu Chun wishes to avoid at all costs. Despite possessing only a caterpie, he firmly believes that attempting to defecate on him without even asking for permission is entirely out of the question. Thus, while holding onto the caterpie, he begins to prepare for today's sign-in. After all, he can only place his hopes on the system at this moment. As for why he is clutching the caterpie, that is quite evident. Gu Chun has discovered that the closer he is to this creature, the items he receives upon signing in are invariably related to it. He hopes to uncover something worthwhile. With a determined bite of his lip, he declares, "Sign in." With a prompt, he receives the notification, "Sign in successful on the 30th day." At the beach. Following this, he is informed that he has obtained 2 bug-type skill potions, and because this is his 30th day of sign-in, the rewards are doubled, resulting in a total of 4 bug-type skill potions. The system delivers several notifications in quick succession. To be honest, this is the first time Gu Chun has received such potions from a sign-in. Hence, he immediately turns his gaze towards the description of the potions. Bug-type skill potion, a potion that can double the effectiveness of a bug-type Pokémon skills and can be used cumulatively. This detailed explanation is quite serious, and it is precisely this seriousness that allows Gu Chun to sense its immense power. Not only does this potion enhance skills, but it can also double and accumulate their effects. This implies that when Gu Chun applies these 4 potions to his caterpie, the strength of its skills could potentially reach an exponential level. This is undoubtedly a significant enhancement. However, it seems these potions can only enhance the existing 2 skills. Even so, Gu Chun is already filled with excitement. Meanwhile, the battles within their camp have commenced. Gu Chun can even feel the concerned gaze of Xiao Yashi upon him. Yet, given the team dynamics, they are unable to converse. Gritting his teeth, Gu Chun promptly applies 2 potions directly onto the caterpie. In an instant, he hears the notifications. The caterpie's skills have been enhanced. The repeated notifications indicate the number of potions he has utilized. However, the caterpie still gazes at Gu Chun with its large eyes, entirely unaware of its newfound strength. Finally, Gu Chun faces his first opponent, a trainer named Wang Gang. This individual clearly does not belong to the same school as Gu Chun, as he perceives Gu Chun as a rival. Notably, while using a caterpie, he also brings out a Pidgey, showcasing his strategic mindset. Nevertheless, with the enhancement of skills, Gu Chun feels confident. He pats the caterpie encouragingly, saying, "Little one, when it's your turn, just go for it. Don't be timid, trust me, alright?" The caterpie chirps twice, its large eyes narrowing into a slit. Resembling a carefree child, Gu Chun is uncertain if it truly comprehends his words. Unexpectedly, as the caterpie steps onto the field, it faces the Pidgey and shows no signs of fear. On the contrary, it appears eager and filled with fighting spirit. It is almost as if it exudes an aura of confidence. Logically, the caterpie and Pidgey are natural enemies. Yet this little creature seems undaunted and brimming with enthusiasm. This surprises Gu Chun greatly. Just then, the Pidgey descends from the sky with incredible speed, delivering a peck to the caterpie. The caterpie cries out in pain. But this attack allows Gu Chun to gauge the Pidgey's capabilities. As the next attack approaches, he shouts, "Caterpie, use string shot." Remarkably, despite taking a peck, the caterpie responds promptly to the command, launching a stream of silk towards the Pidgey. Ordinarily, this skill could be easily countered by a gust of wind, yet Wang Gang, as a trainer, reacts far too slowly. As a result, the caterpie's attack hits its mark. This reinforced string shot proves to be incredibly resilient, ensnaring the Pidgey and preventing it from escaping. Gu Chun, maintaining his focus, instructs the caterpie to follow up with a series of tackle attacks. Bound tightly, the Pidgey can only be repeatedly slammed by the caterpie until it ultimately succumbs to exhaustion. This scene catches the attention of Long Qingqing, who observes with mild surprise. After all, this caterpie was casually caught in the forest the previous day to prepare for Gu Chun. Little did he expect that this creature would achieve victory, especially by countering its natural enemy. It seems that someone capable of attaining 3S ranks is indeed formidable. Long Qingqing licks his lips, having witnessed the interaction between Gu Chun and the caterpie, indicating that the trainer had bolstered his Pokémon's confidence before the battle. Otherwise, how could the caterpie display such fighting spirit? With this thought, Long Qingqing's impression of Gu Chun elevates further. This is something Gu Chun remains oblivious to. Wang Gang's defeat resonates with the other students, Yet they do not share the same perspective as the teachers, who might ponder if Guan is simply too strong. Instead, they question whether Wang Gang is inadequate. In an instant, the crowd disparages Wang Gang, deeming him utterly lacking. "Well done, little one," Guan exclaims, lifting the victorious caterpie into his arms. Truth be told, most would find caterpies repulsive and avoid touching them. However, this little creature feels surprisingly soft and pleasant to the touch, defying the notion of being disgusting, and instead appearing rather endearing. This is largely due to Guan's lack of fear towards insects. As the battles continue, Guan faces no immediate challenges. Nevertheless, he shifts his focus back to the caterpie, resolute in his decision. Since the skill potions can only be applied to bug-type Pokémon, he decides to use them all. He is eager to discover just how powerful the enhanced skills can become. Furthermore, Guan also considers the skeletal reinforcement potions. It is widely known that insects lack bones. Yet the pink antenna on the caterpie's head is indeed a form of skeletal structure. Guan ponders whether applying this potion to the caterpie's antenna would result in a significant enhancement. With this thought in mind, he acts swiftly. Administering the potions to the caterpie, he is eager to experiment with the extent of these potions' power. The caterpie shall serve as a test subject. And with the system by his side, Guan feels no remorse. Chapter 80. Even caterpies can have their springtime. Guan applies both the skeletal reinforcement potion and the skill enhancement potion to the caterpie. The experimentation is one reason, but more importantly, it is a reward for this little creature. After all, it exhibited no fear when facing its natural enemy, the Pidgey. Guan is very pleased with its performance. It truly deserves this. Upon utilizing these reagents, the essence of this little creature appears to have transformed remarkably. It looks plump and robust, suggesting a significant enhancement in its strength. Moreover, the antenna atop its forehead, upon the slightest touch from Guan, reveals an unexpected hardness within, a stark contrast to its original softness. The skeletal reinforcement reagent is indeed formidable, instantly fortifying its structure. As Guan contemplates this, he is unexpectedly confronted by an unknown challenger. This time, he is filled with confidence. Even the green caterpillar seems to share this newfound assurance. To Guan's surprise, his opponent is a trainer wielding a second-stage evolved Pokémon, the rocket sparrow. It is a rarity to encounter a trainer at this stage possessing such a formidable creature. This trainer piques Guan's interest. Evidently, he has endured numerous battles. Without further ado, the battle commences. The rocket sparrow demonstrates remarkable caution, circling in the sky before choosing to dive down with astonishing speed, executing a move akin to a flash of lightning. In terms of attributes, the rocket sparrow possesses a considerable advantage over the earlier encountered Pidgey, given its fire and flying types, which exploits significant weaknesses against the green caterpillar. "Do not fear, green caterpillar." Guan's voice resonates, instilling a sense of calm in the small creature. It raises its gaze to meet the descending rocket sparrow, eyes filled with determination. Now, the command for impact is given. All present are momentarily taken aback. Instead of allowing the green caterpillar to utilize its silk to disrupt the rocket sparrow's attack, Guan has opted for a direct collision. Such audacity. The students around, though silent, seem to foresee Guan's impending defeat. Even Long Qingqing lets out a slight sigh. It appears that this is where Guan's remarkable performance concludes. What? Long Qingqing is stunned. It is as though he has seen a ghost. In an instant, as the rocket sparrow descends with its electric attack, Guan's green caterpillar leaps forth to deliver a head-on collision, withstanding the electric strike. Remarkably, the rocket sparrow finds itself at a disadvantage in this encounter, landing on the ground in a daze. Is this truly a mere green caterpillar? It seems more akin to a legendary creature. How is it even possible? Could this green caterpillar be hiding divine powers? The sheer intensity of this single strike has sent the students into a frenzy. Even the trainer of the rocket sparrow appears momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Where is the expected advantage of type and species? Has my 9 years of compulsory education been wasted? The rocket sparrow's trainer is left in disarray. Guan, undeterred by the spectators, commands the green caterpillar to charge once more. He remains resolute in proving the validity of his strategy. The green caterpillar, upon receiving the command, charges forward with unwavering determination, its speed akin to a bolt of electricity, enhanced by a shimmering white aura. This must be a result of its mastery of the air. The onlookers can almost hear the sound of rushing energy. Long Qingqing gasps in disbelief. Is this truly the same lethargic green caterpillar he caught just yesterday? The rocket sparrow flaps its wings, attempting to ascend, but finds itself paralyzed by the green caterpillar's imposing presence. The impact of the caterpillar's charge lands squarely on the rocket sparrow, propelling it like a meteor. Silence envelopes the scene. No one anticipated that such a diminutive green caterpillar could harbor such immense power. Their astonishment is palpable. Long Qingqing watches as the green caterpillar approaches its trainer, his heart swelling with a mix of complexity and pride. What could be more heartening than witnessing hope and vigor in a young individual? Guan is indeed extraordinary. This day of Pokémon battles will extend for an entire 24 hours, ensuring Gu Chun will have ample opponents and subjects for experimentation. Yet, as the battles progress, the other participants begin to desire encounters with Gu Chun, only to become increasingly apprehensive at the thought of facing him. Is this green caterpillar even a mere bug? The force behind its charge surpasses that of a dragonite's headbutt. It is a creature that relies on its head for combat. How can this caterpillar be so relentless? As the day unfolds, Gu Chen's green caterpillar's reputation soars throughout the summer camp. Everyone is aware that even a simple green caterpillar under Gu Chen's care is formidable, showcasing hidden abilities. Why? Because throughout the day, regardless of type advantages or the stage of evolution, be it fledgling Pokémon or those in their second stage, Gu Chen's victories are indisputable. Most impressively, his green caterpillar has utilized only one move, Charge, a singular, unassuming strike capable of overcoming all obstacles. Even Geodude and matchup's moves are ineffective against it. By the end of the day, chaos ensues at the summer camp as everyone rushes to witness Gu Chen's battles. After all, how could one miss the spectacle of a legendary green caterpillar in action? Chapter 81. Visitors from Donghai Battle Pavilion. As the day of battles concludes, tales of the green caterpillar's exploits circulate throughout the summer camp. Everyone understands that Gu Chen's green caterpillar is exceptional, and not just any ordinary caterpillar can achieve such feats. Meanwhile, the protagonist Gu Chun is currently commanding his green caterpillar to unleash its full power against a large tree. The resounding crash echoes as the tree, capable of being embraced by a single person, splinters and falls in mere moments. Truly, the enhancements from the 4 consecutive skill reagents have made the caterpillar exceptionally powerful, rivaling the speed of an electric rodent. What astonishing speed! Gu Chun is about to speak when a familiar voice interrupts him. He need not turn around to recognize Mu Kurson, who has stealthily followed him after dinner. How did you find me here? Mu Kurson finished speaking and approached Gu Chen's side. She glanced at the green caterpillar beneath his feet, reached out to touch it, and remarked, "How firm it is. How can these antennae be so hard?" Her words were laced with curiosity. She had long wanted to ask Gu Chun about the green caterpillar's battle performance that she had witnessed earlier, but only now had the opportunity. Despite her young age, each word she uttered was sharp and incisive. Gu Chun could not help but tease her. "What an impressive display." "What do you mean?" Mu Kurson replied, her face flushing slightly at his comment. "I am speaking to you seriously." She stood up and shot him a playful glare, her cheeks glowing like stars in the night. This girl, at such a tender age, was already so captivating with her every expression. If she were a bit older, like Luo Wuxi and her peers, it was hard to imagine the effect she would have. Even the sprites beside me exhibit such charm, don't you think? "I cannot explain that," Gu Chun responded, shrugging his shoulders, and then commanded the green caterpillar to unleash its silk attack on the nearby tree. In the next moment, Mu Kurson was taken aback as she witnessed the silk skill striking the tree like a cannonball, leaving a gaping wound larger than a bowl on its trunk. This silk skill can be utilized in such a manner? I thought it was supposed to be soft and weak. How can it be so robust? Before she could fully process her astonishment, Gu Chun spoke again. "Green caterpillar, try to bind this tree with your silk." Just as Gu Chun had anticipated, it was possible to attack in such a way. However, he was eager to see how it could be used in a gentler manner. This was the reason he had brought the green caterpillar out tonight. Clearly, executing the silk attack with the same finesse as before was proving to be quite the challenge, as it required impeccable control. Otherwise, every attempt would resemble a cannonball, making it nearly impossible to bind anything. After several failed attempts, the little creature, demonstrating remarkable perseverance, continued to try. Gu Chun patiently observed, occasionally offering guidance. Mu Kurson chose to remain silent, wearing a gentle smile as she watched him work. She finally began to comprehend that everything in this world has its reasons. She thought she could understand why Gu Chun was chosen to be the rainbow hero. After numerous failures, the green caterpillar finally succeeded. "Yes, that's the feeling. Remember it," Gu Chun exclaimed, unable to suppress his pleased smile. Surely, nothing could bring more joy than achieving success after countless failures. After training late into the night, Gu Chun decided to leave when he felt the green caterpillar had become sufficiently adept. "Hey Gu Chun, take me to capture a sprite." Mu Kurson spoke up on their way back. "Sure, what sprite do you want?" Gu Chun replied, glancing at her and readily agreeing. "Really?" Mu Kurson's face showed a hint of surprise, her expression adorably innocent in that instant. "You didn't even ask why before agreeing?" She pouted, slightly dissatisfied. "I had prepared a whole speech, and now I can't use it." Gu Chun chuckled. "Given how quiet you've been tonight, speak up. What sprite do you desire? I shall take you to capture it." I haven't thought it through." Gu Chun's quick agreement caught Mu Kurson off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Well, let me know once you've decided." He was in no hurry. Delighted by Gu Chun's promise, Mu Kurson unconsciously quickened her pace as they walked. What brought her even more joy was that Gu Chun, without her needing to say anything, knew to escort her back to the dormitory. This realization filled her with happiness, akin to a blooming iron tree or kindling damp firewood. The night passed without incident. The next day, due to the disruption caused by Gu Chun during the previous battle, the training camp's battle sessions continued for some time. However, Chen was evidently no longer part of the battle training. It was likely that no one at the summer camp wished to face his green caterpillar. Thus, Long Qingqing, feeling helpless, directed him to go fishing instead. However, during lunch, someone unexpectedly sought out Chen, introducing themselves and their purpose. They were from the East Sea Battle Hall and wished to challenge Chen to a duel. In the context of this era, battle halls were akin to martial arts schools. They provided opportunities for apprenticeships, various combat experiences, and equipped trainers with an array of tools for training sprites. The only difference was that a city could host 3 or 4 battle halls, all of which could be established as long as they received recognition from the Sprite League. One similarity to the anime's gyms was that challenging the hall's master could earn a qualification badge. Collecting 16 badges from different cities would grant one the right to participate in the league, which was primarily aimed at elevating a trainer's status. For instance, if Chen held the title of Golden Trainer, he would not need to worry. He could directly enter the secret realms, as the Sprite League would grant him passage. Thus, in this era, a trainer's standing was determined through the league, where the prestige was considerable. After all, only the top 3 could earn badges that elevated their trainer status. You wish to battle me? Chen inquired, gazing at the middle-aged man before him, who appeared to be at least 30 and was reportedly the sole master of the East Sea Battle Hall, named Meng Haifei. Indeed, let us duel. Meng Haifei's voice revealed a hint of trepidation, for he was aware of the powerful sprites Chen possessed. Yet, he was compelled to accept the challenge. As his followers had insisted he confront Chen after hearing about him, and they wished for the duel to be broadcasted live. Initially, Meng Haifei had been reluctant, claiming he would only come if he received 20 super spaceships as a bribe. To his surprise, that very evening, a wealthy individual gifted him 40, declaring the additional 20 as a reward. Thus, Meng Haifei had no choice but to comply, as the income from those super spaceships amounted to nearly 200,000 star coins, a sum he had accumulated over many years of streaming. Chen understood that challenging a hall master could earn qualification badges. However, he had not yet intended to embark on his challenge journey, planning to postpone it until after entering university. He hadn't anticipated that this moment would arrive so soon. Since you are here, let us battle, Chen declared, adhering to his principle. Do you have your badge ready? He inquired, having noticed the equipment in the hands of Meng Haifei's team in the background. He had a suspicion they were preparing for a live stream. However, he wondered why the surrounding students were gathering. Weren't they supposed to be training? Chen felt slightly bemused. Yes, it's ready, Meng Haifei confirmed. Meng Haifei never anticipated that Chen would acquiesce so swiftly. Initially, he had intended to make some excuses, yet now it seemed he must give it his all. With determination, Meng Haifei clenched his teeth, assumed his stance, and set up the camera. Even Zhong Yufeng, Chen's dedicated cameraman, had promptly arrived on the scene. It was evident to all that this was a 3 vs 3 battle. As trainers, both sides possessed a certain level of awareness. For the first match, Meng Haifei selected the Emperor Nebo. Chen, unsurprisingly, opted for his ultimate form Pokémon. Meanwhile, in Meng Haifei's live streaming room, chaos erupted. His viewership, which previously barely reached 10,000, skyrocketed as news of the battle with Chen spread. The Douyu live streaming platform immediately prioritized his channel, causing his viewership to surge from 30,000 to 100,000, then to 200,000, and ultimately to 1 million. Regardless of gifts, the audience numbers were wildly increasing. Additionally, Meng Haifei noticed his follower count had soared to 200,000, causing the backend system to lag. This was the influence of Chen. Meng Haifei gazed at the young man across from him. Regardless of the outcome, this battle was a significant gain for him. He called out, "Come on, send out your Pokémon." At that moment, the audience in the live stream witnessed Chen produce his own Poké Ball, instantly heightening their anticipation. The comments flooded in. Is the Super Gyarados about to battle? Show us the dashing Gung-Gue. Come on, let us see a legendary Lugia take him down. However, in an instant, all reactions on the screen coalesced into one word. What? Chen had sent out a Caterpie? In such a serious and sacred battle, a Caterpie appeared before everyone's eyes. It was evident that, apart from the students present, even the viewers online and Meng Haifei himself were bewildered. What was going on? After all this build-up, he sent out a Caterpie? The online community erupted in outrage. Are you joking? A Caterpie? Meng Haifei stared at the Caterpie, its big eyes brimming with determination, and couldn't he help but swallow hard. Chen, you could easily defeat me with your strongest Pokémon. There's no need to show me any mercy. This is what a trainer ought to do. Yet, why bring out a Caterpie? Meng Haifei, feeling increasingly agitated, tugged at his collar and exclaimed, as the master of the Donghai Battle Hall, "This is an insult. Do you realize this is an affront to a trainer?" Meng Haifei's anger was not without justification. The respect owed to a trainer is to exert oneself fully to overcome the opponent. Yet, what was Chen doing? He possessed powerful Pokémon, but chose to send out a Caterpie. This was nothing short of an affront to Meng Haifei. It was a trivial act, yet profoundly insulting. Thus, as the master of the Donghai Battle Hall, how could he not be enraged? It must be said that Meng Haifei's words resonated strongly with the viewers in front of their screens. They flooded the comments with accusations of Gu Chen's arrogance, disrespect for the competition, and disdain for the identity of a trainer. After capturing a legendary Pokémon, had he forgotten who he was? In an instant, the negative comments proliferated, escalating rapidly. However, Gu Chen remained unfazed. This Caterpie is also my Pokémon, he stated, his gaze steady. In my heart, Pokémon are equal, each holding the same significance. If you look down upon my Caterpie, it is you who shows disrespect to me and to the profession of a trainer. Do you understand? What right do you have to scorn a Caterpie? Chapter 83. Every Caterpie harbors a dream of battle. Gu Chen's words detonated like a bomb in front of the audience, resonating like a profound adage. Pokémon are equal. To disdain my Caterpie is to disrespect me, to disregard the profession of a trainer. The sheer simplicity of his statements silenced the viewers. The flood of negative comments vanished in an instant. Was Gu Chen mistaken? Absolutely not. This was the fundamental belief of every trainer, albeit dulled over time. Yet, as Gu Chen revived this sentiment, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of resonance. In that moment, they were almost moved to tears, reminiscent of a time when they had caught a Caterpie in the wild, unable to sleep with excitement. That initial experience belonged to every generation of Pokémon trainers. Suddenly, the comments section fell silent, as if each person was lost in thought. Even the venue was enveloped in an eerie silence. Each individual's mind echoed Gu Chen's calm, yet impassioned words. Young emotions are easily stirred, and they drank in Gu Chen's motivational speech wholeheartedly. Thus, every person along the coastline felt their spirits lifted. Not just the students, but also the observing teachers and coaches were similarly affected. Their hearts swelled with sentiment, excitement, and fervor. Gu Chen, go? Caterpie, let us do this. It was uncertain who first found the courage to speak, but soon the air was filled with those two phrases reverberating all around. Unbeknownst to them, the comments section was frantically refreshing with these sentiments. In this shifting tide of opinion, everyone stood firmly behind Gu Chen. No one noticed that Caterpie, having heard Gu Chen's words, shimmered with emotion. It glanced back at Gu Chen, its gaze now resolute. Gu Chen, you are a wonderful trainer. After a pause, Meng Haifei finally spoke, not out of pressure from public opinion, but purely because he felt the same resonance. I apologize for my earlier words. Now let us battle. Caterpie. Gu Chen refrained from further chatter as the battle was about to commence. Emperor Nebo, use beak drill. Meng Haifei commanded, and Emperor Nebo complied flawlessly, launching the attack aimed at swiftly defeating the seemingly fragile Pokémon before it. However, in the next moment, Meng Haifei and his Pokémon were astonished. For the Caterpie not only refrained from dodging or using string shot to disrupt their rhythm, but instead charged directly toward Emperor Nebo with remarkable speed. The comments section erupted in astonishment. What? This Caterpie can use quick attack. Is there a glitch? In the live broadcast room, there were effects, wasn't there? Yet, in the next moment, they fell silent. For the LMOCH-ing had already collided fiercely with the DW-ing-NB. In an instant, a dull sound of impact reverberated. The audience soon discovered that not only was the LMOCH-ing unharmed, but it stood resolutely in place. Behold, the DW-ing-NB, which was 6 times the size of the LMOCH-ing, was actually sent flying. It staggered back 5 or 6 meters before regaining its footing. Everyone watching was left dumbfounded. They even forgot to send messages in the chat. However, combat unfolds in a mere heartbeat. On this side, under GCHN's command, the LMOCH-ing chose to press the advantage. No sooner had the DW-ing-NB steadied itself than the LMOCH-ing struck again. In an instant, it was once more overwhelmed. This scene was utterly unexpected for M-ing-HIFI, so much so that he stood stunned for a while before remembering to issue a counterattack. But the DW-ing-NB had already endured no less than 5 strikes from the LMOCH-ing and was completely dazed. With the final blow, it was sent flying 10 meters away. GCHN was not at all surprised by this outcome, for he had witnessed in the experiment the previous night that even trees could be broken. However, it seemed this little creature had grown significantly stronger. While he remained unfazed, the viewers in front of the screen, including DHIFI, were astonished. Could it be that this was still the LMOCH-ing? No wonder GCHN had the audacity to make such a proclamation earlier. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. One must wonder, how many LMOCH-NGS in the world are like this? Nevertheless, the battle raged on. This time, M-ing-HIFI sent forth the TOL-ing-Shi. As this Pokémon emerged, it radiated an aura of majesty, appearing larger than the typical TOL-ing-Shi. This indicated exceptional development. As the battle commenced, the TOL-ing-Shi rapidly closed in on the LMOCH-ing. Its massive pincers glimmered with a silvery sheen, charging forth with the intent to deliver a decisive blow to the LMOCH-ing. Indeed, this was a significant threat. Thus, GCHN commanded, spit silk. These simple words prompted the LMOCH to act without hesitation, unleashing a stream of silvery silk from its mouth. Do not fear, sever it. DHIFI, unfamiliar with GCH's LMOCH, instinctively chose this offensive method, aware of the properties of the silk. However, a cacophony ensued. The silk struck the TOL-Ng's pincers, producing an odd sound. It was truly mind-boggling. Was this truly the silk of a LMOCH? In an instant, the crowd began to doubt. Could this be some divine beast clad in the guise of a LMOCH? Yet, the battle continued. In a moment of distraction, the carelessly bold TOL-Ng raised its pincers again, attempting to swat away the silk. However, this time, the LMOCH clearly did not grant it such an opportunity. The silk not only remained intact, but ensnared the TOL-Ng's pincers. In this fleeting moment of distraction, the LMOCH's silk descended once more, completely binding the TOL-Ng. The resilience of this silk was simply astounding. No matter how the TOL-Ng struggled, it could not break free. Seeing this scene, DHIFI could not help but break into a cold sweat. He had never encountered such a battle before. What was he to do? Yet, the LMOCH conveyed to him that no further thought was needed. For the TOL-Ng, she had already followed the same path as the DW-Ng. Chapter 84, The Ultimate Choice of the LMOCH. The defeat of the TOL-Ng was utterly unforeseen by all. After all, this formidable creature appeared poised to crush the LMOCH, yet it still faced defeat. In an instant, the chat in the live room erupted with excitement. LMOCH is amazing. Divine Beast LMOCH. There was not a single irrelevant comment. All were in praise. DHIFI's heart was more than just shocked. He had been completely blindsided by these two battles, left utterly dazed. He exhibited none of the composure expected from a battle arena master. He felt more like an inexperienced student, filled with shame. Continue the battle. GCH spoke at this moment. Not only him, but even the fighting spirit of the LMOCH remained fervent. With but one opponent left, this tiny LMOCH could potentially sweep away the entire opposing team. It seemed time to call upon you. DHIFI gritted his teeth and retrieved his Poké Ball. Go, Hueling! With a resounding roar, the crimson giant Pokémon soared into the sky. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Hueling appeared robust compared to others. This indicated that DHIFI was indeed a person of considerable strength. However, he had been thoroughly intimidated by GCH's LMOCH. GCH too felt a sense of gravity. The Pokémon soaring above, the Hueling, was formidable indeed. It even surpassed the previous Huji and Xiao. Its attributes further overwhelmed the LMOCH. This battle would be a hard-fought one. GCH himself believed it to be extremely challenging, even likely to result in defeat. However, he clearly did not concern himself with such matters. He merely wished to hone the abilities of the LMOCH and discover how far it could go. Hueling, fire spin. This time, DHIFI exhibited considerable caution, intending to ensnare the LMOCH in flames. In truth, he need not have worried, for any hit from the Hueling would spell defeat for the LMOCH. Thus, it must not be struck. The LMOCH charged towards a nearby stone. The moment GCH's command fell, the LMOCH executed it without hesitation. It placed immense trust in its trainer. Meanwhile, the onlookers, after a moment of confusion, finally grasped GCH's intent. Evade the fire spin, and it succeeded. GCH understood clearly that the LMOCH required a target to initiate its charge, thus leveraging this principle to allow it to evade the attack. Just as everyone was about to praise this brilliant maneuver, they were compelled to sweat once more for the LMOCH. The Hueling had already pounced downward, and at an alarming speed. In a flash, it aimed to grasp the LMOCH. The Hueling succeeded. While evading the fire spin was impressive, the flying-type Hueling was no pushover. The LMOCH, firmly grasped in its claws, clearly suffered, its face contorted in pain. However, after a moment of circling, the Hueling ascended back into the sky. In an instant, GCH understood its aim. It intended to throw the LMOCH down. This was dire. Falling from such a height, the LMOCH would either perish or be gravely injured. This was a real battle, not a turn-based game where one could respawn after defeat. In reality, a Pokémon's demise is final, and countless Pokémon have met tragic fates due to the unforeseen events of battle. Such is the cruel nature of the Pokémon world. GCH could not admonish DHIFI. After all, this was an attack method chosen by the Hueling itself. In a moment of brilliance, Chen seized an opportunity as the green caterpillar was about to fall from the sky. It spun silk to ensnare the feet of the Charizard. one cannot help but admire the remarkable quality of the green caterpillar that Chen casually captured in the wild. Its mental resilience and intelligence surpassed that of many other Pokémon. Thus, it quickly comprehended Chen's intention, even in a state of imbalance. It swiftly expelled its silken thread, accurately hitting the Charizard's foot. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the green caterpillar swiftly propelled itself upwards. Initially, everyone, including Chen, believed it was merely attempting to cling onto the Charizard. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The thread snapped. A faint silvery glow emanated from the antennae of the green caterpillar. A howling sound resonated from the sky, reaching the ears of every person present. With unwavering determination, the green caterpillar made what it deemed the most righteous choice. With a whoosh, riding the retracting force of its silk, the caterpillar shot upwards like a cannonball, delivering a heavy blow to the Charizard's pale yellow underbelly. This was a life-or-death strike. At that moment, the green caterpillar had severed its ties with the silk, meaning its body would be left entirely unbalanced, facing the inevitable fall from the sky. Yet, the results were nothing short of astounding. The Charizard's belly caved in severely, and it lost the ability to maintain its balance in the air. Everyone was left in stunned silence, captivated by the green caterpillar's choice. It was not until a resounding crash echoed that the Charizard and the green caterpillar crashed onto the beach, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the crowd on the beach, including trainers in front of their screens, finally discerned the outcome of the event. The Charizard had plummeted from the sky, completely incapacitated. Moreover, it bore a black mark on its pale belly, emitting steam, a testament to the injury inflicted during its battle with the green caterpillar. Despite the force of the collision, which carried an element of inertia, its impact left Chen momentarily taken aback. It was extraordinarily powerful. However, the crowd noticed the absence of the green caterpillar, the very Pokémon responsible for this spectacle. Where could it be? Though puzzled, the atmosphere remained hushed, as everyone anticipated whether the green caterpillar had emerged victorious or if the battle had ended in a stalemate. They could see that the Charizard, having suffered a heavy blow and fallen from the sky, had undoubtedly lost the ability to fight. Its defeat was beyond question. But where was the green caterpillar? The valiant little creature that had risked everything for victory? As if to answer the crowd's unspoken questions, a sudden movement beneath the Charizard's wings revealed a verdant figure gradually emerging before the spectators. Although slightly soiled, it approached with steadfast determination, glancing around with wide, bewildered eyes, still trying to comprehend the quietude surrounding it. Had it not won? Then, a thunderous roar erupted, a cacophony of cheers, applause, and the enthusiastic 666 from viewers in the livestream, all directed towards the green caterpillar and its exceptional trainer, Chen. Chen understood that prolonging the entanglement with the Charizard would only lead to one outcome: defeat. The Charizard had too many ways to secure victory. Yet, the green caterpillar's choice in that moment was undoubtedly the most astute. It was even more aware of this than Chen himself, embracing a resolute belief that led to such a decision, ultimately securing its victory, its own triumph. It deserved the thunderous applause. Even Chen should applaud it. From a distance, the victorious green caterpillar turned its gaze towards Chen. In that fleeting moment, the two, trainer and Pokémon, shared a profound connection. Chen smiled, and the green caterpillar beamed back, its eyes squinting with joy as it rubbed its front limbs together in delight. Incredible, Chen! Du Haifei exclaimed with genuine admiration. Though he was merely the director of the Donghai Battle Arena with little fame, he was also a golden trainer, proud in his own right. His heartfelt praise underscored his deep respect for the young man before him. Thank you, Chen replied humbly, accepting the blue and white metallic badge from Du Haifei. Feel free to visit the Donghai Battle Arena anytime. You are always welcome. Du Haifei extended an invitation. Sure, I will if I have time. Chen responded as he prepared to leave, but the audience in the livestream was unwilling to let him go without a few words. Even Du Haifei found it challenging to persuade him to speak. To be honest, Chen found himself at a loss for words. Although he was known for his eloquence, he struggled to articulate anything meaningful in that moment. Was it really just about winning against the director of the Donghai Battle Arena? It felt overly pretentious. Hence, after some contemplation, he finally spoke. Actually, I have no interest in legendary Pokémon. This remark sparked another wave of 666 in the comments. Only those who possessed legendary Pokémon would dare to claim disinterest in them. Those who achieved a 3S rating could boldly declare that it was all about skill. Have you all understood? He quipped. Well, I certainly have. Honestly, I have no interest in legendary Pokémon. I don't even know what their purpose is. Chen didn't care about the barrage of comments mocking him. He simply continued expressing his genuine feelings. The happiest days of my life were those spent playing with Pokémon as a child. My affection for them is pure. Therefore, I hope that you, as trainers, can remain true to your original intentions, forever young and perpetually moved to tears. After delivering this heartfelt message, Chen departed without hesitation. To be frank, although his words were inspired by a well-known quote, they genuinely reflected his heartfelt sentiments. Chen recalled that his happiest days were spent with his colorful Game Boy playing Pokémon Gold and Silver. That summer, with a fan and a Game Boy, encapsulated his entire childhood. He still remembered that the first Pokémon he captured was a green caterpillar, and the first Pokémon he received from the professor was a little fire dragon. Although reborn into a world where Pokémon became reality, those cherished memories remained vivid. Little did Chen know, as he walked away, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted once more. Everyone began to echo his final words, forever young, forever moved to tears. Trainers, thus, I hope that you, as trainers, can remain true to your original aspirations, forever youthful and perpetually moved to tears. Within the vast confines of the villa, an embedded 120-inch television continuously replays the final segments of Chen's live broadcast. A woman, tall and graceful yet imbued with a hint of languor, reclines elegantly on the sofa. Her features remain obscured by a facial mask, yet her poise suggests she is indeed a stunning beauty. It seems rather intriguing. A languid voice resonates, capable of sending shivers down one's spine and quickening the heartbeat. She extends her delicate hand to casually pick up a book from the table and glances at it. YNGZHUJNGLing Very well. It shall be decided here. In the coastal summer camp area of DNGHI City, Chen savors his solitary dinner time. Beside him sits a small actress diligently attempting to consume fairy cuisine. On the table, a recently battle-scarred cater pie is hunched over, feasting. As for Gungue, its frightful presence prevents it from dining. Little Lu Qy ought to remain low-key. If the super Magikarp were to emerge, countless individuals would be deprived of dining space. Lilia consumes only electricity. Thus, only QLEN and cater pie are permitted at the table. Nonetheless, opposite Chen sits Mu Kursen. Xiao Yashi, due to her commitment to accompany her best friend, is unable to join them. Alas, she was the one who initially invited others to this summer camp, and cannot leave them in the lurch. Thus, she is not as free as Mu Kursen. Aren't you anxious sitting across from me? Chen inquired, casting a glance at her. Anxious? Why should I be anxious? Mu Kursen's dining posture is extraordinarily elegant, savoring each bite, entirely unlike her usual boisterous demeanor. With so many people casting unkind glances your way, you don't feel any pressure? The term unkind holds dual meanings. First, she is seated across from the most controversial figure in this summer camp area, Chen. Secondly, Mu Kursen herself is exceptionally attractive, drawing the eyes of many who wish to admire her in secret. After all, the hearts of these young men and women are often quite tumultuous. If you feel no pressure, why should I? Mu Kursen pouted and shot a glance at Chen, seemingly indifferent. This girl appears to have grown accustomed to such attention. After sipping her milk tea, Mu Kursen suddenly lifted her gaze to Chen and exclaimed, by the way, Chen, I've thought of a Pokémon I want to capture. It seems she has genuinely conceived something remarkable, her eyes sparkling with excitement and her face radiating eagerness. It appears she believes her decision is splendid. Oh, which Pokémon? Chen recalled his promise to her. You must agree once I reveal it. As if fearing he might retract his words, Mu Kursen added a preamble. However, her cheeks flushed unexpectedly. You're not asking me to help you catch a legendary beast, are you? Chen asked, somewhat embarrassed. Sensing his emotional fluctuations, the small actress beside them could not help but glance over. Yet, after a slight pout, she returned to her meal with focused determination. Indeed, in the presence of delectable food, everything else must take a back seat, including Chen, the host. Not at all. Mu Kursen quickly shook her head, her face slightly flushed. She glanced around before whispering, could you not speak so loudly? Realizing he may have overreacted, Chen awkwardly cleared his throat and replied, then go ahead and tell me. As long as it's not about those legendary beasts, it's all negotiable. To his surprise, after a moment of hesitation, Mu Kursen shyly confessed, I want to capture Love Disc. When she uttered those 3 words, she momentarily lost her usual composure, displaying a hint of shyness. Chen was slightly taken aback, then coughed lightly and inquired, is this Love Disc particularly powerful? Is it absolutely necessary for you to capture it? Chen was well aware of what Love Disc symbolized. Although somewhat oblivious, he was not dim-witted. The significance of Love Disc was all too apparent. Oh dear, just say whether you'll help me or not. Mu Kursen gazed at Chen with wide eyes. Her bright, star-like irises shimmering. She felt her heart racing, fearful that Chen might inadvertently decline. Very well, Chen nodded and then added, however, this Love Disc is somewhat elusive, so we may need to set sail. Is that acceptable? This Pokémon is notoriously difficult to fish out from the shallow coastal waters. Moreover, fishing in reality does not mirror the instantaneous results seen in games. It could take half an hour to catch anything. Thus, venturing out to sea is essential. No problem, ISNT it just going out to sea. She giggled. Upon hearing Chen's consent, Mu Kursen was filled with joy, having completely forgotten her previous trepidation about sailing. Perhaps she hadn't truly forgotten, but rather reassured herself that with Chen present, she was safe. Thus, they happily decided to set sail the following day. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen observed the online events unfolding. It must be noted that Zhong Yufeng's editing skills were impressive, perfectly compiling his battle footage and commentary from today. Furthermore, Chen discovered that his video account had, unknowingly, gained a considerable number of followers. All were inundating the screen with the same phrase. Upon visiting platforms such as Xiaopobo, Douyin, Manshou, Donghua Video, and Nankanjian Video, Chen's words from today dominated the feeds. A plethora of imitators emerged, causing Chen to chuckle. Indeed, a wave of individuals online claimed to be captivated by Chen, pledging lifelong support as loyal fans. Should any keyboard warriors dare to criticize Chen, they would undoubtedly rally to his defense. Initially, it was presumed that this person merely sought to ride Chen's coattails. Yet it turned out he had genuinely formed a so-called fan club, attracting a multitude of admirers. Upon witnessing this, Chen found himself at a loss for words. However, as long as it did not bring him negative news or harm, he would typically remain unconcerned. Some comments merely targeted Caterpie. They could not fathom why Chen's Caterpie was so extraordinarily strong. Numerous individuals even speculated online whether they had genuinely underestimated the potential of any Pokémon. Some things cannot merely be assessed through data. With dedicated nurturing, a seemingly low-potential Pokémon might indeed create miracles. Such discussions sparked a series of debates online, all stemming from Chen's emergence. Meanwhile, the individual responsible for it all lay in bed, preparing for slumber. Chapter 87, The Legendary Chinchou School. The following day, as arranged, the students of the summer camp were to engage in the requisite battle training. Due to special circumstances, Chen was certainly exempt from these activities. Now he can be considered the most relaxed and comfortable person within the training camp. Additionally, there is another individual who is essentially quite similar to him, and that is Chen. Setting sail now. The moment she saw Chen summon the mighty Biao Li Long, her excitement was palpable. According to today's plan, Chen was naturally to set out with her to capture the heart fish. The primary concern was whether these creatures were even nearby. Chen had done some research yesterday and discovered that sightings had been reported in the East Sea, although the odds were terrifyingly slim, akin to finding a thumb-sized pearl in a shell. Where should we go? Chen asked cautiously while perched atop Biao Li Long. I've heard that the chances of encountering heartfish are higher near places with sun corals, so let us head there and try our luck, Chen suggested, clearing his throat. He hadn't noticed before how revealing her attire was until she had removed her jacket in preparation for the sea voyage. Cough. Isn't that a swimsuit? He remarked awkwardly. While such attire was quite normal at the beach, the close quarters between the two of them made the situation feel somewhat awkward. However, Chen appeared completely unfazed. She suddenly shifted back with delight and exclaimed, "Did you really go out of your way to look up information for this?" Chen, concerned she might tumble into the sea, instinctively reached out. To his surprise, Biao Li Long, understanding the situation, abruptly halted. In an instant, Chen was propelled forward. Ah! Chen gasped, mirroring his reaction as they collided. She found herself enveloped in his embrace, her delicate face pressed against his chest. Listening closely, one could even hear the rhythmic beating of his heart. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. At that moment, they resembled a couple in an intimate embrace. "Are you all right?" Chen couldn't help but glance down at her, his own heart racing. "I'm fine," Chen replied, her earlier bravado replaced by a noticeable nervousness. Despite the sound of waves crashing around them, the atmosphere had turned quite suggestive. "Why your hand?" Chen's voice trembled as she spoke. It was then that Chen realized his hand rested on her waist. He quickly retracted it. "That was an instinctive action," he explained, perplexed about why Biao Li Long had suddenly braked. "Did the creature just get restless?" "I understand." Chen nodded vigorously, revealing her underlying anxiety. "Sit tight, or you might really fall in," Chen advised. "Okay." After this experience, she seemed considerably calmer, no longer as exuberant. They maintained a slight distance, the ambience both intimate and subdued. However, due to Biao Li Long's continuous journey, the tension felt lessened. Eventually, they arrived at a stretch of ocean, a considerable distance from the shore, surrounded by reefs. This area should be abundant in sun corals. Chen scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the sun corals nestled among the rocks. These creatures appeared quite at ease, unperturbed by their presence. Closing their eyes once more in a display of comfort, "Let us head to that larger rock, and let Biao Li Long dive to see if there are any heart fish," Chen decisively stated. "All right," Chen readily agreed. However, before they reached the reef, Chen noticed a small fish suddenly surfacing. "Is that a weakling fish?" Chen inquired, observing the blue and white fish. "Yes. This creature is known for its frailty, residing at the bottom of the food chain," Chen replied, attempting to catch it, but the nimble little fish darted away. "That weakling fish seems to possess a certain group dynamic. It must be quite formidable," Chen remarked suddenly. "Group dynamic?" Chen thought he had almost forgotten about it until she brought it up. The group behavior of weak-dinged fish indeed made them formidable in the ocean, at least a minor tyrant among marine life. Suddenly, Chen's gaze caught a dark shadow approaching in the water. Its size was undeniably substantial. "No way," Chen exclaimed, panicking. Biao Long, steer to the side, he urged, patting the creature beneath them. Understanding the urgency, Biao Long swiftly accelerated toward the nearby rocks. Mu Kurson, upon seeing the enormous shadow, fell silent, too startled to speak further. Fortunately, Biao Long's speed was impressive, allowing them to reach the rocks safely. At least for the moment. However, Biao Long was not one to let the weak-dinged fish group off easily. After all, this creature was quite temperamental. Did the weak-dinged fish dare to provoke it? As soon as they landed, Biao Long let out a furious roar and surged upward, charging toward the massive weak-dinged fish group. At this point, Chen had no choice but to remain silent. After all, Biao Long had yet to engage in battle since its capture, and now it faced an opponent, excitement coursing through it. Chapter 88, The Sovereign Aura of Biao Long. The dark blue-black figure, approximately 10 meters in size, exuded a menacing aura. The weak-dinged fish group leapt high out of the ocean, defiantly challenging Biao Long. Truly, they were deserving of their title as the CS Demons. The audacity of the weak-dinged fish group was astonishing. However, this provocation had enraged Biao Long. With a thunderous roar, it plunged into the depths of the sea. When Chen saw it again, Biao Long had leapt from the water, its jaws aglow with blinding light. It was the dragon's fury. Boom. It struck fiercely at the shadow in the ocean. Instantly, waves erupted. The force of the water spray was tremendous. Biao Long was indeed ferocious. Chen and Mu Kurson, watching from the rocks, were momentarily stunned. This battle unfolded in an instant, and Biao Long was far from the docile creature that had ferried them. At that moment, it seemed to unleash its true nature. Chen, your Biao Long is incredible, even more than my father's. Mu Kurson seemed to realize something and quickly silenced herself. What? Chen turned to look at her, inquiring, what were you about to say? Nothing. I was just saying your Biao Long is impressive. Mu Kurson hurriedly replied, then subtly stuck her tongue out, silently reproaching herself for nearly letting something slip. Very well. Chen glanced at her before returning his attention to the battle unfolding in the ocean. At that moment, Biao Long executed a sweeping tail attack, sending the high-flying weak-dinged fish group soaring. The creatures splashed down into the sea, creating a spray of water. Nevertheless, Chen's keen eyes discerned that the rooting fish swarm was beginning to scatter. This clearly demonstrated the formidable power of the super-violent Kairyu. Indeed, this creature measured nearly 20 meters in length. Its ferocity certainly matched its impressive size. Just as he was contemplating, the rooting fish swarm prepared to flee, realizing they stood no chance against the colossal entity before them. This was their first experience of being so relentlessly pursued, and the sensation was most unpleasant, prompting their instinctive retreat. However, the rooting fish vastly underestimated the pursuit capabilities of the super-violent Kairyu. With a surge akin to surfing, the creature dashed swiftly, closely following them as they plunged into the depths of the ocean. Chen had intended to call out and halt the chase, but the beast had vanished without a trace. Was this all right? Mu Kurson glanced at him, seemingly sensing his unease. It should be fine. Chen shook his head. In the vast ocean, the super-violent Kairyu possessed an advantage over many Pokémon. Unless faced with the king of the whales, it should prevail in a battle of size. Indeed, Mu Kurson nodded, adding that with so many reefs in the vicinity, the king of the whales was unlikely to appear. Before she could finish her thought, her eyes widened in shock, and her words faltered. Why? Because a startled Chen had suddenly stepped forward and covered her mouth. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, just as he mentioned the rooting fish swarm. A king of the whales might show up. Wouldn't that spell disaster? In this era, Pokémon were far from docile. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded subtly. Boom. In that moment, a tremendous noise erupted. It turned out the rooting fish swarm had leapt high into the air above the surface of the sea. Following closely, the super-violent Kairyu launched itself from the ocean, its mouth agape as it lunged toward the rooting fish swarm. In that instant, it resembled a true totemic dragon, exuding an aura of majesty and unmatched dominance. Chen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It bit down. An invisible maw shot forth from the gaping mouth of the super-violent Kairyu. The rooting fish swarm scattered in panic, utterly overwhelmed. A silvery radiance spread through the air, and the rooting fish were now in disarray. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, they could only flee in all directions. Having achieved this, the super-violent Kairyu let out a triumphant roar. Its gaze fixed firmly on the sky above, as if declaring itself the supreme ruler of these waters. Its position was unassailable. One must admit, it was Chen's first time witnessing the battle prowess of the super-violent Kairyu, and truth be told, it had indeed taken him by surprise. It hardly required guidance. Its ferocity in combat was already formidable. Moreover, its choices were nearly flawless. This indicated that the super-violent Kairyu possessed an exceptionally strong combat instinct, necessitating little training. It merely required enhancement of its skill intensity. However, It was indeed a veritable weapon of destruction. Contemplating this, Gu-chun felt an intensified longing for the super-violent Kairyu's dream of flight. If only this creature could ascend into the skies. It would surely soar high into the heavens. Such a feat would mean it could traverse both sky and sea, truly capable of anything. The Licanswell. When it encountered the super-violent Kairyu, would it need to reconsider its own prowess? Alas, the system was uncooperative. 4 days now, despite various attempts to check in, it had failed to yield such an entity. With this thought, Gu-chun could not help but mutter in frustration. As he pondered, the super-violent Kairyu returned to his side. He had just intended to suggest that it explore the seabed for love-heart fish when he suddenly remembered that he had not checked in today. Realizing this, Gu-chun felt a spark of excitement as he approached the super-violent Kairyu, all while Mu Kurson looked on in confusion. Check-in, he internally proclaimed. Ding. Check-in on the 32nd day. Successful check-in with super-violent Kairyu. Ding. Check-in successful. Obtained 1 piece of spirit feather. What? Spirit feather? Gu-chun's heart raced, as he faintly sensed an unusual significance. Could it be that the system had finally come to its senses? Without further ado, Gu-chun quickly turned his gaze to the description of the spirit feather. Spirit feather. With dreams, one can soar, right? Groudons. How can we not learn Yin Fan? What the heck? This is rather cheeky, isn't it? Gu-chun was momentarily speechless upon reading this description. What was this nonsense? However, knowing the system's peculiar tendencies, he directed his attention downward. Indeed, there was a line of smaller text that required magnification to read. Without hesitation, Gu-chun enlarged the text. With dreams, one can fly. Pokémon that consume spirit feather have a chance to soar, but who knows? Gu-chun, Chapter 89, A Sudden Change, A Surprising Bird Call. Although Gu-chun felt quite at a loss reading this annotation, he ultimately decided to give the spirit feather to the super-violent Kairyu. There was a chance it might actually fly, right? After all, it was a reward from checking in, and Gu-chun resolved to take a gamble. What did you just feed the super-violent Kairyu? As soon as they reached the reef, Mu Kurson could no longer contain her curiosity and asked him. After all, Gu-chun had just been tinkering about without any clear explanation, which piqued her interest. I fed it something that can help it fly, Gu-chun casually replied. Uffed. Seeing his serious demeanor, Mu Kurson could not help but laugh, and the atmosphere on the reef suddenly felt as warm as spring. What else with you? Gu-chun blinked innocently and replied, I'm telling the truth. You think I'm foolish? You merely fed it something to restore its stamina. Mu Kurson scrunched her nose at him playfully, a hint of adorableness in her expression. Moreover, how could the super-violent Kairyu possibly fly? If it could take to the skies, I would. After a lengthy pause, she still struggled to articulate her thoughts. She realized that the Pokémon around Gu-chun were rather peculiar. Perhaps, Gu-chun understood that speaking the truth often led to disbelief. However, Mu Kurson's reaction amused him, prompting a smile as he teased. What if one day my super-violent Kairyu could indeed fly? What would you do? I don't believe it. Humph. Mu Kurson turned her face away, a slight air of pride evident, yet it was clear she felt a bit insecure. Seriously, you're not even willing to take a chance. Gu-chun chuckled, a teasing smile gracing his features as he glanced at her. Naturally, Mu Kurson noticed his expression. Are you joking? Why would I be scared? What do you want to do? The girl placed her hands on her hips, looking at Gu-chun with a feigned pout. Yet, there was something undeniably endearing about her demeanor. At least, Gu-chun thought so. Thus, he felt a strong urge to tease her further. Well, I wouldn't know. That's something you'll have to decide for yourself. I can't dictate it, he said, feigning indifference as he shrugged his shoulders, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. However, Mu Kurson truly fell for this. All right. The girl gritted her teeth and declared, if the Chaoji Balilong could soar through the skies, I would comply with any of your requests. Humph. I refuse to believe it can fly, Mu Kurson declared, casting a skeptical glance at the massive creature beside her, her face etched with disbelief. Infuriated by Gu-chun's demeanor, she felt somewhat flustered. The super Chaoji Balilong was utterly innocent. Ha ha. Observing her reaction, Gu-chun couldn't help but chuckle. It was delightful to see Mu Kurson flustered. As she was not easily provoked, so such moments of levity were truly splendid. Do not forget your words. I certainly remember them. Just as Gu-chun finished speaking, the previously clear sky inexplicably darkened. He looked up to see dark clouds swiftly gathering above. In an instant, flashes of lightning flickered across the sky, which had been absent moments ago. It appears a storm is imminent. We must quickly find shelter from the rain, Gu-chun hurriedly suggested. Scanning the surroundings, he realized there were only rocks, with no suitable place to take cover. How about there? Mu Kurson suddenly tugged at him, pointing ahead. There. 2 rocks formed a small sheltered space. However, the area was quite limited. Just as they hesitated, large raindrops began to pelt down. Let us hurry. Gu-chun had no time to ponder, and swiftly grasped Mu Kurson's small hand, leading her towards the rocky alcove. Indeed, as soon as they entered, a cacophony of raindrops followed them. The downpour was torrential. The sky had turned pitch black. In July, the weather could change in an instant. Gu-chun, you should come in a bit more. Mu Kurson gently patted his hand from behind, her voice laced with concern. You are getting soaked. The space was cramped. So Gu-chan, to provide her with ample room, leaned outside. Consequently, most of the space was granted to Mu Kurson, yet the splashing rain still managed to hit him. Witnessing this, Mu Kurson urged him to move in closer. Very well. With a slight sigh, Gu-chan shifted further inside. In that instant, they were notably closer, barely 20 centimeters apart. Facing one another, the proximity felt slightly awkward. Gu-chan contemplated turning around, but the confined space made it inconvenient, leaving him to angle his body slightly. Fortunately, he could still gaze at the outside sky. I checked the weather forecast specifically for our outing today, and it indicated splendid weather. How could it suddenly turn to rain? Moreover, a tempest. Noticing the silence enveloping them, Mu Kurson broke the quiet. Weather forecasts are unreliable. Gu-chan glanced at the sky again, intending to speak, when suddenly, a deafening crash erupted. A bolt of lightning struck down from the distant heavens, directly impacting the ocean's surface, sending up a spray of water. This was not the end. 2 or 3 more bolts followed, splitting the sky open with accompanying thunderous roars. Terrifyingly intense. Suddenly, Mu Kurson gasped from behind, clutching Gu-chan's arm. What is it? Gu-chan turned to look. Something touched me from behind. Mu Kurson pointed anxiously behind her, but Gu-chan could sense her trembling form. The tremor in her voice revealed her fright. In such tumultuous weather, with incessant lightning and thunder, and being startled by an unknown presence, it was understandable. Gu-chan lifted his gaze, spotting what appeared to be a rock. Then, the creature revealed itself. It was a Gigiageo. Do not be afraid. Gu-chan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we do not provoke it, we should be fine. I was nearly frightened to death. Mu Kurson pressed her lips together, her brows knitting in worry. Yet, she clung to Gu-chan's hand, seemingly unable to release it. Suddenly, a shrill call echoed. Chapter 90. The Emergence of the Lightning Bird. A battle on the brink. Gu-chan turned to see that the torrential rain outside had significantly lessened. However, the lightning in the sky was more ferocious than before. The sound emanated from the depths of the cloud cover. Gu-chan furrowed his brow, looking up at the sky. All he could perceive were flickering lights and light rain. Did you just hear something? Gu-chan couldn't resist glancing at Mu Kurson and inquired. It sounded like a bird's call, perhaps? The girl had a rosy hue on her face, appearing quite demure. Their current posture resembled that of a couple in love, with her affectionately clinging to her boyfriend's arm. However, Gu-chan was entirely absorbed in the strange call, oblivious to the romantic undertones of their situation. Otherwise, he might have realized how intimate their positioning was. So it seems I did not mishear. It is indeed real. Gu-chan pressed his lips together, his brow furrowed. Just then, the bird's call rang out again. Caw, caw, caw. The sounds echoed from within the clouds. Yet, the source remained elusive. Look at the Super Chaoji Bali Long. Mu Kurson suddenly nudged him, pointing forward. The Super Chaoji Bali Long raised its head high, seemingly drawn to something in the sky. It sensed it too, Gu-chan remarked. At this moment, the wind had calmed, and the rain had ceased. However, the sky remained dark, and the lightning persisted. Caw, caw. Suddenly, a large bird with yellow feathers burst forth from the clouds. Despite its disheveled appearance, it exuded a magnificent aura. Gu-chan recognized it instantly. It was the lightning bird, one of the legendary 3 sacred birds. It was flying eastward, seemingly attempting to escape this maritime region. Gu-chan finally understood the sudden shift in weather. The appearance of lightning was due to its presence. Mu Kurson appeared slightly astonished as well. She felt that being beside Gu-chan somehow increased her chances of encountering these mythical creatures, such as his own Lugia, the water monarch not long ago, and now this lightning bird. Could it be that Gu-chan was some sort of talisman? Mu Kurson couldn't help but glance at him, observing his serious expression as he gazed intently at the outside. They say a man who is earnest is the most handsome and charming. Clearly, at this moment, Gu-chan embodied that sentiment. Mu Kurson felt her heart racing at this moment. However, as Gu-chan contemplated stepping out to behold the lightning bird, an unexpected event occurred. The Super Chaoji Bali Long let out a furious roar directed at the lightning bird in the sky. This was undeniably an act of provocation. The roar successfully caught the lightning bird's attention. Its sharp gaze instantly fixed upon the Super Chaoji Bali Long at the edge of the sea. A silent dialogue transpired between the two creatures. At that moment, Gu-chan felt a jolt of apprehension. They wouldn't actually fight, would they? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Super Chaoji Bali Long unleashed another thunderous roar. It bared its fangs and claws, its massive body towering above the waves. The lightning bird, thoroughly incensed, was provoked. The 3 divine birds are not to be trifled with. One of them, directly confronting its adversary above the sea, unleashed a thunderous strike. Such a challenging attack, typically difficult to land, was rendered trivial in the presence of the lightning bird. Steady, precise, and ruthless, it struck with formidable force upon the colossal form of the Super. The sound of sizzling echoed as Super writhed in agony. Yet, the lightning bird was even more relentless. It showed no inclination to grant this provocateur any time for a response and dove down with fervor, radiating a blinding light that signified its volt tackle. Chen gasped in astonishment, but it was already too late. The speed of the lightning bird was unmatched. It was mere moments away from Super. Boom. Just as Super had finished enduring the previous assault, it was struck again, much like a clumsy giant receiving unrelenting blows. Shouldn't he a Pokémon assisted? Curson could not help but question Chen. With the situation turning dire, why wasn't he deploying and the others? No, Chen resolutely shook his head, his gaze unwavering. This moment of adversity was not detrimental to Super. Upon evolving, its enormous form was undoubtedly imbued with a sense of arrogance. Thus, having the lightning bird teach it a lesson was quite beneficial. His reasoning held merit. Given Super's current predicament, it was apparent it required some discipline. Presently, there were only two options. Either Super would triumph over the lightning bird, or it would face a life-threatening situation that would compel Chen to intervene. Those were the only two choices. Ahead, the lightning bird clearly sought merely to bestow a lesson upon Super, with no intent to take its life. Therefore, upon witnessing its opponent receive the deserved punishment, the lightning bird swiftly lost interest and resumed its circling in the sky. One must admit, Super was remarkably resilient. Under such an onslaught, it merely exuded steam and leaned heavily against the rocks, yet it did not fall completely. Evidently, it was quite tough. After casting a glance at the massive creature, the lightning bird prepared to take flight. It had seized the advantage by delivering a thunderous strike. If the giant were to engage it head-on, the outcome was uncertain. Thus, the lightning bird decided to retreat. It was not foolish. Super, ascend. Chen suddenly appeared atop the rocks, shouting fervently to his Pokémon. Below, Curson opened her mouth in astonishment. Was Chen so eager to run out just to say this? Was he still fixated on their wager? The thought made her cheeks blush slightly. How foolish. How could Super possibly take flight? Chen must be out of his mind. Ascend, Super. It is not your opponent. As long as you take to the skies, you can do it. Chen gazed at his Pokémon, his voice echoing in the howling sea breeze. Ascend. You can do it. His steadfast gaze aimed to instill confidence in Super. The essence of the hard-S feather, was it not said this way? A Pokémon can soar as long as it believes in itself. Super's enormous eyes trembled, echoing its Master-S voice. Ascend. You can do it. Roar. A thunderous bellow erupted as Super once again directed its fury towards the lightning bird. In that moment, its gaze mirrored that of its master, equally resolute. It yearned to take flight, to bring down the great bird above. Chapter 91. Rise up. Super. Curson thought her eyes were deceiving her. No. It must be an illusion. What had she just witnessed? After a flash of silver light, the previously grounded Super, which had been unable to fly, suddenly soared into the sky. It raised its head high, rocketing upward with its vast body. Curson was utterly mesmerized. The Pokémon that had just moments ago been declared incapable of flight now ascended into the heavens, all due to Chen's two words. Could such a simple phrase possess such extraordinary power? Observing Curson's astonished expression, Chen found it somewhat amusing. Alongside his laughter, he felt exhilarated. The hard-S feather had indeed worked its magic. Just then, the battle in the sky commenced. The nearly 20-meter-long Super soared into the air, exuding an imposing presence that even surpassed that of. Even the lightning bird was taken aback. This massive creature, which had moments ago been unable to fly and had been subjected to relentless attacks, had transformed in an instant. What had transpired? However, there was no time for contemplation. Super's assault was already upon them. With its jaws agape and dragon fins unfurled, it lunged forward to bite at the lightning bird. Yet, the fiery avian was not an easy opponent. It swiftly accelerated, evading the attack. However, it underestimated the formidable size of Super. The creature stretched a full 20 meters in length. Thus, just as the lightning bird narrowly dodged, Super's tail, aglow with silvery light, struck with tremendous force. A powerful iron tail. It left the opponent with little chance to escape. The lightning bird was sent tumbling downward. Yet, as one of the three divine birds, it could not be so easily vanquished. In an instant, it regained its composure and executed a graceful aerial maneuver. Chen recognized it immediately. This was the lightning bird's temperament seemed to be remarkably fierce. Volt tackle and were both direct assaults on the opponent, revealing the nature of this Pokémon. Likewise, Super, caught in the grasp of, found it nearly impossible to evade. Moreover, as it had only just learned to fly, controlling its massive body proved challenging. Thus, it had to endure a heavy blow from the lightning bird. Nevertheless, its resilience shone through. Super merely let out a pained cry before lunging once more at the lightning bird. Its momentum suggested a desire to reclaim not only the dignity lost, but also to extract retribution. Thus, the two creatures collided fiercely in the sky. The intensity was breathtaking. Amidst the ceaseless flashes of lightning, the two Pokémon collided time and again. It seemed as if both harbored a fierce unwillingness to concede. Ultimately, they resembled bolts of lightning in the sky, clashing repeatedly, illuminating the heavens with dazzling brilliance and echoing roars. The sensation was truly one of earth-shattering magnitude. Chen watched in astonishment. It was as though he were witnessing a sci-fi epic unfold before his eyes, complete with its own special effects. Meanwhile, Chen remained transfixed. At that moment, she likely had no thoughts regarding the question of why Super could fly. Instead, she was wholly absorbed in the epic battle unfolding before her. This was undoubtedly a display of combat power far beyond that of a novice Pokémon. Suddenly, a cry of pain resonated from the sky. It belonged to Super. Due to previous injuries, this formidable creature ultimately found itself at a disadvantage amidst the relentless clashes. However, battles at the pinnacle are often decided by the narrowest of margins. A Pokémon of such caliber as Diancie would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to its opponent. Indeed, at this very moment, a terrifying sphere of electricity had coalesced before Diancie, a thunderbolt. Chen could not help but voice his concern for the Mega Gyarados, as this thunderbolt was indeed a formidable move. Although its accuracy might be somewhat lacking, the consequences of a successful hit were unequivocal. Moreover, given the current state of Mega Gyarados, it was indeed time to unleash the thunderbolt and decisively conclude the battle. Diancie's choice was undoubtedly sound. The overwhelming energy of the lightning, imbued with cataclysmic power, surged downward with great force. Roar! It seemed that Mega Gyarados had sensed its precarious situation and, with a sudden twist of its body, erupted in a blinding yellow radiance. It then charged forward with relentless momentum, its brilliance intensifying, illuminating the sky with an almost otherworldly glow. "Is that Volt Tackle?" Chen inquired. Indeed, Chen nodded. He had not anticipated that, at this critical juncture, the creature would master a new skill. As Mega Gyarados deftly maneuvered through the air, it successfully evaded the thunderbolt, and in that fleeting moment, its speed appeared to accelerate even further. With another roar, Mega Gyarados closed the distance, its massive form crashing into the bewildered Diancie. The startled Pokémon could scarcely comprehend how its opponent, seemingly plummeting, had suddenly rebounded with such vigor. Yet, at this moment, understanding was no longer necessary. Following this ferocious assault, Diancie plummeted heavily downward. Chen turned to look for Chen, who had been by her side just moments ago. Where had he gone? She glanced again and found him atop a towering rock formation, having already produced a Poké Ball. In an instant, she realized his intentions. Sure enough, Chen hurled the Poké Ball with determination and strength, sending it hurtling toward the descending Diancie with an impressive swiftness. Chen had been present when Chen had previously captured Mega Gyarados, and she recalled how captivating he had appeared in that moment, embodying an aura of confidence. This time, it was no different. The Poké Ball struck Diancie without deviation, instantly encapsulating the bewildered Pokémon within. It landed upon the surface of the sea, remaining tranquil for an extended moment. Chen was certain Diancie had been successfully captured. As Diancie was ensnared, the sky cleared in an instant. It was indeed this creature's presence that had stirred the tempest. The Poké Ball containing Diancie was retrieved by Mega Gyarados and delivered to the shore for Chen. He accepted it, feeling the weight of the Poké Ball in his hand. In the past, he had only encountered Diancie in games, and now, it had swiftly joined his team. The sensation of capturing it was undeniably gratifying, although Diancie had not been part of his original plans. Given that Lugia was the supreme entity among the three legendary birds, he felt no fear of being unable to command them as long as Lugia was present. It was simply a fortuitous encounter. "Do you want it?" "Here." Chen offered the Poké Ball to the still-dazed Chen. "What? Is this for real?" she exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected gesture. "While you may not be able to capture the love disc, you can have Diancie if you wish." Chen met her gaze earnestly. He spoke sincerely, acknowledging that Diancie had come into their lives partly due to her presence. It was a serendipitous moment. For reasons unknown, Chen felt a sweetness welling up within her heart at that instant, though she concealed it well. "Are you truly giving it to me? You won't regret it?" "This is Diancie, a Pokémon that countless people yearn for. Do you realize its value? If auctioned, it could fetch millions, perhaps even billions of star coins. It is exceedingly rare." As she spoke, her eyes scrutinized Chen, hoping to discern his genuine reaction. Chen was indeed fortunate. Unaware of how exceptionally rare encounters with such Pokémon were, many individuals might go their entire lives without ever coming across Diancie. Yet for Chen, even a fishing expedition could yield such an extraordinary find. It was as though he were the favored child of destiny itself. Unfazed, Chen replied, "In my heart. The worth of a Pokémon is measured through its bond with a person, not in monetary terms. Therefore, regardless of its value, it holds no significance to me. If I wish to gift it, I shall." In those succinct statements, he epitomized a sense of grandeur. To him, Diancie was hardly a noteworthy prize. It was merely a matter of desire. His demeanor radiated an unmatched confidence. At that moment, Chen felt as if her heart had been filled with honey, overwhelmingly sweet. From Chen's words, she sensed an undercurrent of affection. Moreover, even as she articulated the creature's worth, His gaze remained unwavering, steadfast, and composed. It was evident that his desire to bestow Diancie upon her was genuine, not mere words. This realization brought her joy, and a smile graced her face as she shook her head, declaring, "I don't want your Diancie." Pouting slightly, she continued, "Not to mention I have no means to command it. Whether it would heed my commands is another matter entirely. Besides, it's rather unappealing. I simply don't like it." With a giggle, Mu Kursin found amusement in her own words. Fortunately, the Pokémon within the Poké Ball was still recuperating, its awareness dulled. Otherwise, her remarks would have been a severe blow. Very well, Guan observed her demeanor, recognizing her utter disinterest in Diancie, and thus relented. "Hey, Guan." Mu Kursin suddenly spoke up again. "Yes? What is it? Do you want it after all?" "No." She shook her head vigorously. "You cannot give this Diancie to anyone else. Understand?" "What?" Guan was momentarily perplexed by her sudden declaration. "Because we captured it together. Although I don't want it, I will always be its second trainer. So you cannot just give it away carelessly." As she spoke, Mu Kursin reached out, grasping his arm, her face adorned with a playful smile, her lips curving ever so slightly. At that moment, her features were strikingly beautiful, and the surrounding scenery seemed to pale in comparison to her radiant smile. Guan seemed to sense his own heart beating with a faint rhythm. Almost instinctively, he responded, "I understand." "That's good," Mu Kursin replied, releasing his arm, a blush creeping onto her face. Yet, in an intangible way, she felt a closer connection to Guan. At the very least, they now shared a bond, didn't they? Suddenly, Guan's gaze turned towards the rocks ahead, where a pink figure was continuously swaying. He had noticed it long ago, initially mistaking it for the shadow of a sun coral. However, it seemed not to be so. "Bao Li Long, use Iron Tail on that rock," Guan exclaimed, pointing forward. Though the super Bao Li Long was somewhat fatigued, executing an Iron Tail was still within its capacity. In an instant, it swept out with force. Amidst a cacophony, a pink figure was sent soaring into the sky before crashing down heavily. Quick as a flash, Guan leaped up and caught the figure in his arms. It was the love heart fish. At first, Mu Kursin thought something had gone awry, but upon seeing the figure in Guan's embrace, she finally understood. It was their goal for this journey, the love heart fish she had longed for. "Here, the love heart fish you have been dreaming of," Guan said, handing the little creature to Mu Kursin. It truly could be described as an unexpected delight. She had not anticipated encountering it at all. With a giggle, Mu Kursin, without pretension, graciously accepted the little creature. However, the love heart fish proved to be quite unruly. As soon as it landed in her arms, it flopped vigorously, instantly falling to the ground. Before Guan's eyes, a heart-shaped, multicolored scale rolled out. "Is this a heart scale?" Guan was taken aback, not expecting to encounter such an item. In the game, this heart scale seemed to serve as a reward for memory skills. Yet in this world, such a necessity evidently did not exist. What, then, was its purpose? Upon seeing the scale, Mu Kursin's face lit up with surprise, and she beamed with joy. Without a second thought for the love heart fish, she immediately picked up the heart scale, treating it as a treasured possession. Chapter 93. Let us catch an ugly fish together. In this world, there exists a beautiful legend. It is said not every love heart fish possesses a heart scale. The probability of obtaining such an item is exceedingly low, akin to winning the lottery. However, if a couple encounters a love heart fish with a heart scale, they shall enjoy everlasting happiness together. This is the legend of the love heart fish, embodying the beautiful wishes of couples, and it is something many ardently seek. In truth, for Mu Kursin, capturing the love heart fish was secondary. The foremost desire was to find her very own heart scale. Naturally, she would not disclose to Guan that her quest was for the sake of the legend, as that would be akin to an outright confession. The thoughts of a young girl are often inscrutable. She had come simply to test her luck. Thus, when the heart scale fell from the love heart fish, Mu Kursin was overjoyed. This was the very thing she had always yearned for. "Look, this is mine," she exclaimed, shaking the heart scale in front of Guan. Her head held high in a display of pride, asserting her claim to the scale. "Isn't it just a heart scale? Is it truly worth such elation?" Observing this scene, Guan could not help but chuckle. From the expression on her face, he understood she had come solely for this item. Otherwise, she would not have neglected the poor love heart fish that had fallen aside. "Humph, you're a blockhead. You wouldn't understand," Mu Kursin pouted, tightening her grip on the heart scale as though it were an invaluable treasure. With a sigh, Guan bent down to pick up the love heart fish from the ground, gently patting the little creature as a gesture of comfort. Suddenly, from the surface of the sea, a series of cries echoed, instantly capturing the attention of both Guan and Mu Kursin. Another love heart fish. It gazed at them with shimmering, tear-filled eyes, pleading for their help. Guan was not foolish. He immediately grasped the situation. Even Mu Kursin understood. The love heart fish was indeed a pair. "The one you have seems to be its partner," she remarked, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. That seems to be the case," Guan replied, glancing at the love heart fish in the water, easily deducing that it was pleading for its companion's release. Just as he hesitated, the love heart fish suddenly dove beneath the waves. When Gu Chun and Mu Kurson thought it had departed, it resurfaced, this time clutching an object resembling a heart scale in its mouth. This scale was also multicolored, though shaped like a fan. The love heart fish's gaze remained imploring, as if offering this in exchange for its partner. Gu Chun felt a sense of familiarity with the item, but could not place it at that moment. Master, that's a beautiful scale. At that moment, Lugia finally made her entrance, appearing before Gu Chun. She had been waiting for an opportunity to demonstrate her worth by helping him with an unfamiliar item. Beautiful scale. Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback, but instantly recalled what it was. Now I understand what it is, a smile graced his face. This beautiful scale was far too familiar. Huh. I haven't even had the chance to show my abilities yet. Lugia huffed, crossing her little arms in frustration. She had finally encountered something her master did not recognize, only for him to identify it with just a name. This was quite vexing for the little fairy. Why must you know so much, you silly master? She secretly grumbled. In her annoyance, she transformed back into her original watch form. Meanwhile, Mu Kurson looked puzzled. She truly did not know what the beautiful scale was. Although she usually paid attention to theoretical knowledge, she realized at this moment that her accumulation was still insufficient. You don't really want the love heart fish, do you? Gu Chun suggested. How about we release it in exchange for the beautiful scale? That sounds good, though she had no opportunity to learn what it was. Mu Kurson agreed with Gu Chun's idea of releasing the love heart fish. After all, they were a loving pair in the sea. It seemed unkind to separate them. To be honest, Mu Kurson felt somewhat moved by the actions of the love heart fish. That is settled. With her consent, Gu Chun promptly exchanged the love heart fish for the beautiful scale. The pair of love heart fish, after a moment of gentle entwinement at the shore, slowly submerged into the depths of the sea. You must prefer beautiful spirits, right? After witnessing this scene, Gu Chun turned to Mu Kurson, a gentle smile gracing his face, causing her cheeks to redden once more as she nodded eagerly. Yes, she realized she was becoming someone she hardly recognized. Once upon a time, Mu Kurson would not have blushed so easily. Then let us proceed. We shall return, Gu Chun declared with renewed energy. I will take you to capture the ugly fish. Let us make a bold charge. Mu Kurson was evidently taken aback by his words. Ugly fish. She had always favored beautiful and charming spirits. How could Gu Chun suggest that he would take her to capture an ugly fish? She was stunned. Was he testing her resolve as a member of the Spirit Aesthetics Association? Her mind began to spiral into chaos. However, Gu Chun remained oblivious to her thoughts. Indeed, with beautiful scales, it would be a waste not to capture the ugly fish, he mused with a hint of confusion. All right, Mu Kurson acquiesced, though she had no idea what beautiful scales were. Trusting Gu Chun, she nodded and accepted the premise of capturing the ugly fish. Yet, her heart ached. What would she do if Gu Chun presented her with an ugly fish? She couldn't simply refuse, could she? But that ugly fish was truly hideous. Sigh. Mu Kurson felt a tearless sorrow. Nevertheless, she followed Gu Chun, boarding the super, hastening towards the shore. She could only comfort herself, telling herself that it was a gift from Gu Chun, and thus worthy of remembrance. Chapter 94. Gu Chun's Obsession. Upon returning to the summer camp area, it was still midday. Gu Chun, a man of action, swiftly took Mu Kurson for a quick meal before sneaking away once more. Xiao Yashi had intended to follow Gu Chun that afternoon, but they moved too swiftly for her to converse with him. To be honest, upon witnessing their figures, Xiao Yashi felt a momentary pang of sadness. Meanwhile, Long Qingqing silently chose to ignore the scene. After all, these two were beyond the realm of understanding. They could not be judged by conventional standards. One was too out of place, and the other, well, it was best to let them be. If they wished to slip away from the summer camp, so be it. If they wanted to pursue romance, let them do so. Long Qingqing resigned himself to this fate. The lake? Mu Kurson glanced at the vast expanse of water ahead. Gu Chun had brought her out of the summer camp area to this place, signifying a deep-seated obsession. Yes, it was an obsession with the ugly fish. This is the spot, Gu Chun affirmed. I have researched, and this lake is home to the ugly fish. He gestured towards a few sparse trainers fishing on the opposite side, around 10 in number. Moreover, the area was not overly crowded. However, Gu Chun quickly assessed that this lake was unsuitable for releasing the super. After all, it was not large, and if that massive creature were to emerge, chaos would ensue, disturbing the tranquility of others' fishing endeavors. Clearly, it was not an appropriate setting. Let us fish first, Gu Chun decided. If the ugly fish is indeed here, it will show itself soon enough. It is not difficult to catch. With that, Gu Chun produced his prepared fishing rod and sat down on the ground. Directly engaging in fishing, Mu Kurson observed him but refrained from speaking. Lacking a fishing rod of her own, she remained by Gu Chun's side. At that moment, whether they caught the ugly fish or not became inconsequential. Simply accompanying him in this tranquil activity was quite pleasant. As Mu Kurson contemplated this, her heart swelled with joy. However, she soon realized that maintaining a peaceful solitude with Gu Chun was impossible, for the spirit had arrived. The little trickster could certainly sense the world outside. Previously, while at sea, it had obediently heeded its master's warnings not to cause mischief. Now, at the lakeside, With such beautiful scenery, how could it resist the temptation to play? Yet, for the little trickster, there was nothing more comfortable than snuggling up to its master while he napped. Thus, it naturally nestled against Chen's thigh, reclining and squinting lazily. Its small hands mischievously clutched at her master's clothing, its face radiating dependence. This sight was simply adorable. In that moment, Curson felt as though she was merely a light bulb in their midst. Suddenly, Chen felt a weight on his fishing rod. He paused momentarily before abruptly reeling it in. In an instant, a spirit leaped from the water to the shore. It was a mosquito tadpole. The little creature, bewildered, glanced at the human trainer before slowly turning away. Chen found it utterly uninteresting and resumed fishing. Once more, he caught a mudfish, a round tadpole floundering about, a blissfully dazed lotus leaf child, a nonchalant poison frog. Chen remained by the lake from noon until nightfall, yet he still could not catch the ugly fish. However, Curson relished the leisurely time, making several trips to fetch water and snacks for Chen. After all, her thoughts had never been on the ugly fish. She treated this outing as a delightful picnic. Not only she, but even the little trickster felt the same. Today was truly the most enjoyable moment of its summer camp experience, spending the entire afternoon beside Chen while indulging in food and drink. Chen, it is dark now. Shall we call it a day? Curson glanced at the sky and then at the many spirits that had been caught and had yet to leave. It is not that these creatures do not wish to attack the one who is fishing. Rather, they are deterred by the imposing figure of the white, ghostly creature that is watching them closely, leaving them without the opportunity. Otherwise, Chen would have already been swarmed. No, we cannot simply give up. Chen gritted his teeth. A man must persevere. Just as he spoke, his fishing rod suddenly trembled with an unprecedented intensity, one he had not felt all day. He sensed it coming. With a swift motion, he cast his rod. Damn it, it's a king carp. Curson couldn't help but chuckle at the disappointment etched across his face. This was indeed a rare sight of Chen experiencing a setback. Time to unleash my ultimate move, Chen declared angrily, retrieving the Poké Ball for the super. Initially, he had intended to demonstrate some sportsmanship. But since the ugly fish refused to cooperate, he would have to resort to more forceful measures. As Chen spoke, he glanced across the shore and noticed that there were no trainers left fishing. However, just as he was about to summon the super, he caught sight of an unsightly, deformed figure out of the corner of his eye. There, by the lake's edge, on a lotus leaf, he instantly recognized the shape he had been yearning for, the ugly fish. Ingwe, give me a 10,000. Chen's command was not yet complete when a green figure darted out beside him. Is that a caterpie? Curson exclaimed. Indeed. The figure was a caterpie that had emerged and was now munching on leaves nearby. With a swift charge, the little creature propelled itself like a cannonball, crashing down onto the lake's surface, striking the just visible ugly fish and sending it tumbling onto the shore. This little one, who had been playing hide-and-seek with Chen, executed a perfect arc in the air before landing heavily on the grass, floundering about. However, at that moment, Chen could no longer focus on the ugly fish. As the caterpie had landed in the lake, he had barely begun to call for Ingwe to help when the green caterpillar astonishingly emerged from the water, swiftly paddling towards Chen with its front legs. It could swim. Curson gasped in amazement. She was not alone. Chen was equally startled. This green caterpillar truly possessed remarkable intelligence. Without needing commands, it understood his intentions and could swim on its own. With this thought in mind, Chen gently cast his fishing rod into the water. Sure enough, the clever caterpillar bit onto the rod and pulled itself up. Chen could not help but marvel at this little creature, which displayed more intelligence and understanding than many sprites. It was indeed extraordinary. He even began to wonder, as some online discussions suggested, whether this little fellow was a green caterpillar disguised as a divine beast. Chapter 95. The Evolution of Cho-Cho-Yu into Mei Na-Si. After the little interlude with the green caterpillar, Chen finally caught a Cho-Cho-Yu. In this era, the number of sprites one could capture was variable, as long as one could afford to care for them. Additionally, the Poké Balls worn were a matter of personal preference. However, most individuals typically carried 6 Poké Balls, while other sprites were kept at home. It could be said that only the wealthy would choose to raise numerous sprites, as it was quite resource-intensive. The reason for the 6 Poké Balls was due to a battle mode known as All-Out Battle, which involved 6v6 matches, just like in the games and animations. With the capture of the lightning bird and this Cho-Cho-Yu, Chen now possessed 7 Poké Balls. Nevertheless, it did not pose an issue, as he intended to send the Cho-Cho-Yu to Curson. At the Pokémon Healing Center, Chen placed the Poké Ball containing the Cho-Cho-Yu onto the transmission device. Here it is, he said. Curson looked at his smiling face, finding it a bit peculiar, yet she nodded in agreement. However, the next moment, she was left speechless. She had witnessed the shimmering light of evolution in the transmission imagery. The Cho-Cho-Yu was evolving. She was astonished. She had never conceived that a Cho-Cho-Yu could evolve. In fact, throughout this world, no one believed that a Cho-Cho-Yu was capable of evolution. Thus, it had always been regarded as a despised sprite. Yet, Curson was witnessing its evolution light. Next, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. A dragon-like pale yellow sprite appeared in the communication imagery. It exuded grace and nobility, with its beautiful and enchanting tail scales. Mu Kurson found it hard to believe and instinctively covered her delicate mouth with her hand. Gu-chun was filled with curiosity. Was this reaction truly warranted? The evolution of Cho-Cho-Yu into Mei Na-Si was merely a natural occurrence, so why was she so ecstatic? Gu-chun was puzzled. However, the next moment, Mu Kurson had already seized the Poké Ball, dragging Gu-chun outside. The two wandered into a nearby grove. Gu-chun glanced around the serene environment, illuminated only by the moonlight. Was this not the perfect setting for a romantic rendezvous? Why had Mu Kurson brought him here? To be honest, Gu-chun felt a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, Mu Kurson had summoned the sprite from the Poké Ball. A flash of light. The very sprite that had appeared in the communication imagery manifested before them, still exuding elegance and grace. Its elongated eyes glanced at Mu Kurson, imbued with a hint of tenderness, as if recognizing her as its master. Gu-chun. Mu Kurson's voice trembled with excitement. How did you manage this? Gu-chun remained in a daze. How had this sprite, the Cho-Cho-Yu, evolved? Mu Kurson grasped Gu-chun's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This sprite is Mei Na-Si, the evolved form of Cho-Cho-Yu. Did you not know this? Gu-chun was perplexed. Had she become so overwhelmed with excitement that she had lost her senses? Was it truly that extraordinary? Mei Na-Si. Mu Kurson, however, paid no heed to Gu-chun's astonished expression, slowly continuing. What a lovely name. I adore it. I really love this sprite, Gu-chun. As she spoke, she impulsively embraced Gu-chun, her joy radiating exuberantly. She was utterly captivated by the Mei Na-Si, finding it increasingly enchanting with each glance. Perfectly aligning with her aesthetic appreciation. Was this level of excitement truly warranted? Gu-chun quickly took hold of her shoulders, gently creating some distance between them. Did she not understand the boundaries between genders? The key was that her exuberance was rather overwhelming for him. He was a young man with normal sensations and fervent emotions. You have no idea how ecstatic I am. Mu Kurson, utterly unfazed, gazed at the Mei Na-Si beside her and continued. This is the first time I've seen this sprite. It's not even in the Pokédex. It has never appeared before. You've truly discovered something remarkable. Gu-chun felt somewhat dazed. The first time? Not in the Pokédex? However, he quickly realized that perhaps people in this era were unaware of the evolution method of Cho-Cho-Yu. Thus, no one had ever discovered the existence of Mei Na-Si. Was it possible that he was the one to bring it to light? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, especially considering Mu Kurson's demeanor. She did not strike him as someone lacking fundamental knowledge of sprites. This meant that this Mei Na-Si was perhaps the only one in the world? Or were there undiscovered sprite forms yet to be revealed? This thought stirred something within Gu-chun. He yearned to return to the summer camp immediately to conduct thorough research. And indeed, he acted upon that desire. However, on the way back, Mu Kurson remained exuberantly animated, chattering away like a small sparrow, clearly displaying her deep affection for Mei Na-Si. Throughout their conversation, Gu-chun confirmed that no one in this world knew about the evolution method of Cho-Cho-Yu. This sprite required not only beautiful scales, but also communication evolution to achieve the final, stunningly graceful form of Mei Na-Si. Such a method was evidently something that had yet to be discovered by research institutions. Thus, it was no wonder Mu Kurson was so ecstatic. After all, Gu-chun had gifted her something truly unique in this world. Chapter 96. Many sprites do not exist. Summer camp area. Hee. Mom, did you see? This is my new sprite. It was said that girls have a sense of vanity, and this was certainly true. Upon returning to her room, Mu Kurson could hardly contain her excitement and immediately summoned Mei Na-Si, showcasing it to her mother through a video call. On the other side of the screen, Mu Yuqing was left speechless. Xian, where did you find this sprite? This was a sprite Mu Yuqing had never encountered before. Do not claim that she has never encountered it. This world does not possess a Pokédex for such a spirit, understand? It is well known that Mu Yuqing is referred to as a living, humanoid Pokédex. The fact that even she cannot identify this spirit speaks volumes about the magnitude of her astonishment. Furthermore, she is a doctorate holder specializing in spirit research, having authored countless papers on spirit evolution. Yet now, Mu Yuqing is consumed with an overwhelming desire to teleport instantly to her daughter's side. This is precisely why Mu Kurson feels the need to flaunt her discovery to her mother. It is not merely about what I have found. At this juncture, Mu Kurson recalls Gu-chun, her cheeks flushing as she remarks, Yes, it was a gift from someone. Mu Yuqing, discerning her daughter's bashfulness, is nevertheless more intrigued by the nature of this spirit. What on earth is it? A gift from someone? How did he come upon this spirit? Under normal circumstances, a parent would inquire about the identity of the giver. However, Mu Yuqing is evidently more engrossed in her research on spirits, prompting her to delve deeper into the origins of this entity. It is known that each new spirit discovered reverberates throughout the spirit world. However, Mu Yuqing harbors no intentions of plagiarism. Her curiosity as a researcher is purely genuine. This feeling ignites a yearning within her, akin to a restless itch. Mu Kurson seems to anticipate her mother's sentiments, and her laughter radiates joy. I want to tell you, this is my research achievement, humph. With that, she scrunches her nose at her mother and reaches out to caress the cool, smooth body of the Maynaz. A faint smile lingers on her face. Oh, Mu Kurson, it seems your wings have hardened after just one summer camp trip, haven't they? Mu Yuqing feigns fury before the screen. Indeed, Mu Kurson appears utterly unperturbed. Even pulling a face at the screen, their interaction reveals a glimpse of their daily lives and the camaraderie between mother and daughter. At this moment, Mu Yuqing has regained her composure. She suddenly recalls a conversation with her husband from a few days prior, in which he mentioned that their precious daughter attended the summer camp for a certain boy. Moreover, she even sneaked into a secret realm with others. Now, as she reflects calmly, could this spirit possibly be a gift from that boy? She has heard whispers of a name. Guchun, was it? Xinshin. How about I come to Donghai City to spend some time with you? Mu Yuqing contemplates. No. Mu Kurson shakes her head, asserting that her summer camp experience has just begun, and she does not wish for her mother to disrupt it. Then I shall come during the last 2 days? Mu Yuqing is left to settle for this compromise. Nevertheless, her eagerness to see, touch, and study the spirit in front of her remains palpable. Mu Kurson bites her lip before conceding. All right, but only you can come, no bringing Dad along. Haha, agreed. Mu Yuqing chuckles in acceptance. Just as she concludes her video call with her daughter, she notices her husband, Mu Tianxi, entering after a shower. Are you video chatting with Xinshin again? He queries. At times, he envies the bond shared between the mother and daughter, which is so profound it resembles that of sisters. Yes. Mu Yuqing nods and then inquires. Do you know what I discovered today? Is it a new dress? A newly captured spirit? Mu Tianxi seems unimpressed. Indeed, it is a spirit. Mu Yuqing suddenly stands, presenting her tablet to her husband. Have you seen this spirit? What? Mu Tianxi stares in disbelief at the screenshot on the screen, momentarily forgetting to dry his hair. Where did this come from? It was a gift from someone. Mu Yuqing replies casually. What is this spirit called? I have never seen it before. Mu Tianxi's interest is piqued. According to Xinshin, it is called Maynaz. I am unsure if that is a name they devised themselves, but it feels rather poetic. Mu Yuqing purses her lips. In her imagination, her daughter appears to be involved with the young man named Gu Chen. Otherwise, why would he gift her such a precious entity? Moreover, the name seems like a symbol of their budding romance. Indeed, one cannot keep a daughter forever. However, Mu Yuqing knows better than to voice her suspicions. After all, her daughter is now an adult. She has always engaged with Mu Kurson as an equal. Yet, it must be said that Mu Yuqing's imagination is running wild. She has begun to concoct scenarios that surpass even Gu's parents. Shall we pay a visit? Mu Tianxi suggests after a moment of silence. I'll go during the last 2 days of the camp, but Mu Yuqing glances at her husband, firmly stating, I am designating you not to come. At this, she cannot help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Gu Chun cradles a sleepy little actress in his arms, who daily requests to be held. He continues to explore the information of this world. Beside him, the green caterpillar watches the screen with wide eyes. For a moment, Gu Chun is led to believe it recognizes the characters. However, upon noticing the confusion in its gaze, he merely smiles. In this world, there are no instances of Cho Yu evolving into Maynaz. The evolution methods for Xianzi Yibu, Taiyang Yibu, and Yueguang Yibu are also absent. Additionally, there are no spirits like Bing Yibu and Yi Yibu, which require specific conditions for evolution. The evolution methods for the likes of Lu Mang Xiongmao and Inai Melu Long are almost entirely non-existent here. Yet, the peculiar aspect is that Lilia is aware of these entities' existence. Thus, it follows that Lilia is from the same era as him. This explains why she did not react upon discovering Maynaz. Nevertheless, these revelations are advantageous for Gu Chen. After all, such findings could lead to numerous research papers, earning him a substantial income and recognition. This is a quintessential win-win scenario. With this discovery in mind, Gu Chen wastes no time documenting everything that comes to mind from memory onto his computer. Chapter 97. The reappearance of the toxic jellyfish swarm. After recording all the details, Gu Chen feels somewhat fatigued and reclines in his chair. Habitually, he opens his Douyin app only to be captivated instantly by a pinned video on the homepage. Shocking. A battle between Rayquaza and Zapdos. This video swiftly grasps Gu Chen's attention, as the mention of Zapdos is incredibly sensitive. He cannot help but glance back at the puffed-up bird sleeping behind him. Despite its formidable strength, it still ranks beneath the soft, plush Snorlax pillow. Clearly, Zapdos dislikes being confined within a Poké Ball, as it almost always escapes the moment Gu Chen returns to his room. It is fortunate that this fellow did not appear on the street, for otherwise, Gu Chen would have once again graced the front page of trending topics. Retrieving his gaze, Gu Chen entered the video, only to discover it depicted the events he had experienced with Mu Kurson at noon, a clash between the lightning bird and the super Magikarp. However, the video was evidently filmed from a considerable distance, rendering the details unclear, akin to a reversed low-resolution image. Nonetheless, the lightning bird, due to its distinctive appearance, was immediately recognizable. In contrast, the super Magikarp was misidentified by the crowd below as a Licongzuo. One cannot deny the subpar quality of the footage, yet it failed to diminish the surging excitement surrounding it. This illustrates the revered status these legendary Pokémon hold in the hearts of the people. Glancing through the comments, Chen found himself hesitant to reveal his identity. Capturing a Licongzuo was one thing. Now, he had added another formidable warrior to his roster. Moreover, how could he explain the fact that the super Magikarp could fly? Would he merely claim it was a dream? Who would believe that? It was quite a headache. However, Chen was not one to dwell on trivial matters. He could only take each step as it came. As 2 days passed, Chen remained quietly within the summer camp, refraining from any mischief. Aside from occasionally training his green Caterpie, cuddling with the little drama queen, and swimming with the super Magikarp, everything was calm and serene. Yet, during these days, his fishing skills had noticeably improved. Chen felt that he was merely a net away from capturing a Gaoka. As for Mu Kurson, she had naturally returned to her regular training regimen. As had Xiao Yashi. The primary purpose of the summer camp had been to enhance their interactions with Pokémon and engage in battles, while the latter part involved venturing into the forest for wilderness training against wild Pokémon, culminating in a perfect resolution. However, Chen did not quite fit into this category. He was now a trainer of exceptional prowess, with few willing to challenge him. After all, enduring the torment inflicted by a Caterpie was no pleasant experience. Moreover, Long Qingqing's intentions had become glaringly apparent. The Caterpie was merely a gift to Chen. He had no intention of reclaiming it, having caught it on a whim. Initially, he had hoped to lend an air of fairness to the battling game, but it seemed he had miscalculated. Nevertheless, it was Chen who had nurtured the Caterpie into such an exceptional specimen. Truth be told, Long Qingqing could hardly ask for it back now. In the past 2 days, Chen's sign-ins yielded no remarkable items, merely some peculiar Pokémon food. Thankfully, the system provided some warmth, or else he would struggle to sustain such a large family. It is also worth mentioning that the video of the Licongzuo battling the lightning bird gradually lost its heat with the passage of time, which was precisely what Chen hoped to see. One day, as Chen prepared to fish as usual, rod in hand, the students trained in the background, leaving him in a state of leisure. However, one could hardly call it leisure. After all, the Pokémon he caught were sent into battle by his Caterpie. In a sense, he was training the Caterpie in his own unique way. Suddenly, a student, pointing towards the ocean, shouted, "Look, what is that?" At his exclamation, nearly everyone's gaze turned to the sea, including Chen's. "Uft, it's merely a tentacruel. Why the fuss?" "Merely? Are you blind? Those shadows are all tentacruels." Indeed, the swarm of tentacruels that had once been driven away by the Suicune had returned, causing an uproar among the students, who were merely eager for some excitement. Chen glanced over. It was still a distance from the ocean, and no one was in immediate danger, so he chose to ignore it. However, his Caterpie seemed quite agitated, continuously shouting at the tentacruels in the ocean. One could hardly imagine this little creature possessed such a fierce fighting spirit. What surprised Chen was that this recent appearance of tentacruels seemed to create a greater disturbance than the previous encounter with Suicune. Not long after, he spotted personnel clad in blue and white uniforms arriving. They belonged to the Pokémon Maritime Defense Bureau. Chen surmised that the camp leaders must have informed them out of concern for potential trouble. However, his assumption was not entirely accurate. Regardless, the emergence of a large number of tentacruels would inevitably attract the attention of the Maritime Defense Bureau. Last time, the presence of Suicune had been an exception since the tentacruels had been dispersed. But this time, it was different. No Suicune was present. Thus, the arrival of the Maritime Defense Bureau personnel was accompanied by reporters from a television station, quickly transforming the coastal area into a bustling scene. Crowds gathered to observe how the Bureau would handle the tentacruels, while the reporters conducted a series of broadcasts. This turn of events somewhat dampened Chen's enthusiasm. After all, he had come to fish, but with the tentacruel's appearance, he had not only failed to catch a Pokémon, but had also been left sunbathing unnecessarily. Moreover, with the beach now so lively, Chen felt little desire to remain and opted to return to his room. However, just as he stood up, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chapter 98. They are not allowing me to remain low-key. One must say, Chen was not particularly fond of meddling in others' affairs. After all, someone else was already taking charge. Yet, despite his aversion to interfering among his Pokémon, there were some who delighted in such chaos. Suddenly, the lightning bird burst forth from its Poké Ball, soaring into the sky. Its appearance was nothing short of startling. Initially, no one noticed until it let out a cry, drawing attention. Look, the first to notice was a trainer specializing in electric-type Pokémon, who exclaimed, "Is that a lightning bird? Am I dreaming? I cannot believe I am witnessing my idol. Hey, you fools, look at what Chen is doing." The trainer's words effectively redirected everyone's attention to Chen. Whoa, he has stood up. He is on the rocks. He pulled out a Poké Ball. Oh my gosh, he is striking a pose. It was as if they had returned to that afternoon when Chen captured the Super Magikarp. The students of the summer camp began to tease him, and Chen, of course, heard their playful banter. After all, they were not being particularly quiet. What? Has Chen still not thrown the Poké Ball? Is this even him? Chen is not throwing the ball. What a shock. The chorus of voices continued. However, it was precisely due to such commotion that the personnel from the Pokémon Maritime Defense Bureau quickly noticed the young man on the rocks, along with the lightning bird soaring in the sky. As the lightning bird circled in the sky several times, an extraordinary spectacle suddenly unfolded. The heavens darkened swiftly, and once again, the atmosphere crackled with thunder and lightning. Chen gazed helplessly at the magnificent creature above him, realizing that the lightning bird was indeed a significant force to be reckoned with. It could have directly attacked the toxic spikes jellyfish, yet here it was, showcasing its prowess with an extravagant display. Unbeknownst to him, the green caterpillar at his feet was poised and gazing upward, filled with admiration and yearning for the dazzling lightning bird soaring above. Greetings, I am Wu Xiaoyi, a reporter from the Donghai Elf News Channel. Earlier, I introduced the perilous situation along the coastline of Donghai City, where an abundance of toxic spikes jellyfish had appeared, a fact you are likely already aware of. However, at precisely 1:12 p.m., a turning point emerged. To everyone's astonishment, the lightning bird made its grand entrance in the sky, and we will continue to provide live coverage of this event. As the winds howled and the world transformed, the lightning bird appeared before the onlookers. In an instant, viewers at home went into a frenzy, thrilled to witness the lightning bird so vividly and up close. The news broadcast had become a spectacle worth watching. The lightning bird screeched incessantly, its form radiating terrifying electric energy. It was anything but gentle, unlike the water sovereign. This fierce creature seemed to abide by the principle of dominance through overwhelming force, unleashing a barrage of electromagnetic blasts and thunder upon the ocean. In an awe-inspiring display of power, the sea was illuminated with flashes of lightning, creating a terrifying scene. The presence of water amplified the lightning bird's attacks, rendering them devastatingly effective against the toxic spikes jellyfish, which trembled under the onslaught. This battle, though a one-sided affair, saw the lightning bird delivering relentless damage while the jellyfish passively endured, akin to mere wooden stakes, unable to retaliate. It seemed that the lightning bird, perhaps still feeling the sting of defeat from its encounter with the super-violent carp, was in a particularly irritable mood today. Consequently, the coastline of the summer camp was engulfed in a continuous barrage of lightning. Moreover, the audience watching the live broadcast was thoroughly captivated by this once-in-a-decade spectacle. When would they ever witness such a magnificent lightning bird again? Thus, the viewership ratings for the Donghai Elf News Channel skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. Word spread rapidly, and everyone turned on their televisions. However, even the most riveting television programs must eventually conclude. Ultimately, the toxic spikes jellyfish, battered by the lightning bird's relentless assault, retreated, lowering their flags in defeat. The lightning bird, having accomplished this feat, soared high and let out a triumphant cry. Just when everyone assumed the lightning bird would flap its wings and vanish into the clouds, its gaze suddenly shifted downward. The crowd followed its line of sight, and the camera captured the moment. Before their eyes stood a young man on the rocks, clad in flip-flops, dressed in a white tank top and beach shorts. While somewhat unrefined, this ensemble was indeed the quintessential beach attire. Yet, the youth possessed striking features, with bold brows and bright eyes, exuding the aura of a resolute man. Undeniably captivating. Could it be Chen, the one who possessed the legendary beast, Lugia? The barrage of greetings from netizens ensued. Is that him? The young man? It's Chen. Once again, it's Chen. Why is it always Chen? Such direct expressions of admiration could only be from the summer camp students present. Quick, Chen is taking out a Poké Ball. Everyone rush in. If we delay, we might miss the lightning bird. The students erupted in excitement, frantically retrieving their Poké Balls as they charged forward. However, at that moment, Chen merely raised the Poké Ball in his hand. In a flash of red light, the lightning bird was drawn into the Poké Ball. Indeed, it was captured. The scene erupted in chaos. Students, trainers at home, and netizens alike were sent into a frenzy. The lightning bird belonged to Chen. Was there any justice in the world? The audacious lightning bird clearly did not wish for him to remain inconspicuous. Chen let out a soft sigh, his voice laced with unmistakable frustration and disdain. Little did he know, a wireless drone was recording nearby, ensuring that every word he uttered was broadcasted to viewers at home. Chapter 99, The Beast Collector. In light of the lightning bird's formidable display, the personnel from the Elf Sea Defense Bureau departed as swiftly as they had arrived, for the swarm of toxic spikes jellyfish had completely dispersed. However, Chen's maneuver of capturing the lightning bird at the last moment caused a sensation. Every viewer witnessed Chen's actions and heard his final words, allowing even the older audience members, who seldom ventured online, to fully recognize who Chen was. Consequently, Chen swiftly ascended to the top of the elf headlines, emerging as a rookie trainer with even greater popularity than seasoned champions. savvy netizens quickly unearthed the viral video of the lightning bird battle against Li Kongzuo, bombarding the uploader with inquiries about the precise time and location of the shoot, speculating wildly. Upon receiving a response, they were convinced that Gu Chen was undoubtedly present during the lightning bird's battle, for it was his Pokémon. What of Li Kongzuo, you ask? Some analyzed that while Li Kongzuo was indeed powerful, it could not have been captured by the lightning bird. It was likely that Li Kongzuo had fled. Gu Chen had not succeeded in capturing Li Kongzuo. Yet, such minor analyses sparked envy among many, as some would never behold Li Kongzuo in their lifetime, let alone witness its battle. Thus, the crowd's admiration for Gu Chen intensified. Others speculated that Li Kongzuo might have already fallen into Gu Chen's possession, for he possessed more than one legendary beast. With Lugia at his side, in a battle of attrition, Li Kongzuo would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Based on Gu Chen's last statement, it was clear he wished to remain low-key, blaming the lightning bird for not allowing him to do so. Consequently, the online discourse became a cacophony of opinions, each more bizarre than the last. Among them, some well-reasoned analyses even made Gu Chen break into a cold sweat. There were claims that, through extensive magnification, they had perfectly deduced that the dragon-like Pokémon was not Li Kongzuo. However, it was the Super Latias that Gu Chen had recently captured in the East Sea. He even analyzed that Gu Chen's Zapdos might have been captured during that very battle. Although the person who made this analysis stated so, they failed to provide substantial evidence, resulting in relentless criticism from keyboard warriors. Many believed that a Super Latias could soar into the sky, mocking the idea. They challenged him to capture a Latias and show it flying. Consequently, this post was heavily criticized, and it successfully caught Gu Chen's attention. The individual knew that the analysis was not unfounded. In fact, it could be deemed a truth. However, the lack of compelling evidence meant that these were merely conjectures. Perhaps, this person was a fan of mystery or detective novels. When viewed through 1,000 times magnification, it was purely an act of boasting. Nevertheless, the cautious Gu Chen decided to follow the post and see if there were any updates. Regardless of the quality of the analysis, whether good or bad, Gu Chen had already been bestowed the title of Beast Harvester by netizens. This was a serious title, while the more casual one was Beast Guy. Netizens claimed that Gu Chen had encountered a number of mythical creatures that others could only dream of seeing in a lifetime. Not only that, but he also held at least 2 or 3 mythical creatures in his possession. Such a title was indeed perfectly apt. Thus, due to the recent incident involving the toxic spikes jellyfish, Gu Chen's fame surged once again, and it was of a frenzied nature. What are the repercussions of someone who has become wildly popular? Gu Chen was now hesitant to even open his phone. He was unaware of which scoundrel had disclosed his phone number to the public. As a result, various live-streaming companies and short video platforms clamored for Gu Chen to live-stream for them, promising preferential resources and constant top-page visibility. Additionally, representatives from numerous merchandise companies, spanning various brands, inundated Gu Chen with requests for endorsements. From clothing and socks to food for Pokémon, the endorsement fees ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions. Many even loitered by the summer camp's coastline, eagerly awaiting Gu Chen's emergence. Consequently, a significant number of personnel from the Pokémon Inspection Bureau discreetly monitored the area, vigilant against any unforeseen incidents. Even more astonishing was the call Gu Chen received from his parents, who informed him that relatives delivering gifts had worn down their doorstep. Those who had just finished their college entrance examinations were now visiting again, accompanied by numerous unfamiliar faces. This influx of visitors had turned their home into a constant hub of activity, leaving them unable to attend classes and compelled to passively receive guests. Gu Chen advised them to temporarily relocate, seeking a safer place, as he was concerned for their security. However, shortly thereafter, he received another call from his parents, informing him that the Pokémon Inspection Bureau had dispatched personnel, ensuring their safety and urging him not to worry. This news provided Gu Chen with some relief. Nevertheless, he resolved to assess whether his parents would move to Yangzhou City. If they chose not to, he would arrange for them to relocate, perhaps purchasing a new home for their safety and security. Furthermore, he intended to acquire a powerful Pokémon to guard them. Speaking of a formidable Pokémon, Gu Chen's gaze fell upon his Gungue. However, he worried that his parents might not be able to handle its appearance. If they encountered Gungue in the corner during a midnight bathroom trip, wouldn't that terrify them? Nevertheless, Ghost-type Pokémon were undoubtedly suitable for protection, given their ability to strike unexpectedly. If Gungue were insufficient, Gu Chen could always capture 2 more powerful Pokémon, ideally of at least quasi-divine caliber. Fortunately, summer vacation still offered time for Gu Chen to strategize, so there was no need for haste. Thankfully, this era was not one of absolute chaos. Crime still bore significant consequences. Both humans and Pokémon had to pay the price. Therefore, relative safety was assured. Gu Chen's primary concern was that his newfound fame might expose his parents to the harassment of paparazzi. After all, these individuals represented the most unstable factor, using legitimate reasons such as interviews to stake out outside their home, which was truly the most repugnant aspect. Other matters did not trouble Gu Chen in the slightest. Chapter 100, already under surveillance. 3 days passed. During these days, Gu Chen remained steadily at the summer camp. Although his popularity had not waned, it was no longer as overwhelming as before. At least, there were no frenzied fans or throngs of reporters waiting outside the summer camp. One must commend Principal Wang Jinyun for his adept handling of the situation. Gu Chen was very pleased with this. However, he was unaware that Wang Jinyun was overjoyed. After all, Gu Chen's rise to fame also brought recognition to their school. This year's enrollment rate at the first high school was astonishing. It could be described as a degree of scarcity akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Numerous students declared their determination to enter the first high school, with some even willing to repeat a year just to gain admission. Moreover, some students, despite living far apart, traveled from different ends of Shishui City to attend the first high school. This situation led to an overwhelming shortage of available places. They had even frantically added nearly 10 classes, yet still could not meet the demand. In short, the first high school had become immensely popular. The greatest beneficiary was undoubtedly Wang Jinyun. After all, Gu Chen was a student he had nurtured during his tenure as principal. However, these unseen circumstances were also why Wang Jinyun was so eager to assist Gu Chen. Ultimately, it was a mutually beneficial relationship. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was free from distractions. Under the guidance of their coach, they had stealthily ventured into the wild. The decision to hold the summer camp in Donghai City was motivated by its proximity to the wilderness area. Just behind the summer camp, they could easily access it. After crossing the bridge at the back, they could directly enter the wild. Gu Chen had followed the group into this wilderness area. However, there was an unexpected addition to their team. "What are you doing in our camp's group?" Gu Chen glanced at Mu Kurson and inquired. He was not the only one. Even Xiao Yashi beside him couldn't help but glance at Mu Kurson several times. Mu Kurson shrugged, smiling helplessly, and then spoke. "I don't know, hee hee. Why don't you take a guess?" She playfully stuck out her pink tongue, showing no signs of shyness or embarrassment. This girl had undoubtedly sought out Wang Jinyun or Long Qingqing in secret. Gu Chen shot her a look that said, "I can guess your intentions." Nevertheless, whether it was Mu Kurson or not, at least Gu Chen didn't feel the atmosphere was overly tense. After all, the others were hesitant to speak with him, maintaining a certain distance. Alas, such was the burden of fame. Xiao Yashi, who was normally quiet, found Mu Kurson to be more talkative. As she continued to engage Gu Chen in conversation, sharing amusing comments she had seen online in recent days, Gu Chen found himself unable to counter her. After all, he was well aware of these jokes and memes. One must admit, the creativity of netizens was astounding. However, this caused Xiao Yashi to pout slightly. She was well aware of all this. However, she was at a loss for words on how to approach Gu Chen, merely watching the two of them engage in cheerful conversation. To be candid, entering the wilderness was primarily about allowing the students to acclimate to interacting with wild spirits and even engaging in battles. Additionally, it was an opportunity to experience life in a campsite. After all, such outdoor training courses were quite common in university. Yet, for Gu Chen, this experience held little significance. Nevertheless, he relished the ambience of the wild, as it afforded him the chance to encounter various spirits and perhaps discover one that possessed great potential in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Gu Chen, however, they had already attracted the attention of others upon entering this wild area. What to do? With so many of them, they were not easy to deal with. Behind them, 3 trainers clad in camouflage were whispering amongst themselves, 2 men and 1 woman. The taller man was nicknamed Blade, while the shorter man was called Spike. The woman, surrounded by the 2 men like a star amidst her admirers, was known as AI Luo. All 3 hailed from the same organization, the Xinghuatuan. It was Spike who first spoke, suggesting that they follow and observe Gu Chen. Blade pursed his lips and continued, stating that the organization had not issued any orders regarding him. However, this was an opportunity for merit, and they certainly intended to seize it, whether by capturing all his spirits or by apprehending him to uncover the secret behind his encounters with so many divine beasts. Spike's eyes gleamed as he observed Gu Chen's silhouette, almost as if he were envisioning the merit of capturing him. "This operation was under my command. You'd best not act recklessly, do you understand?" Spike's words did not earn him Blade's respect. Instead, they made him frown subtly. The atmosphere between the two grew tense. "Spike, I believe he has a point. We should observe him first. Furthermore, the organization merely instructed us to watch him, not to take any aggressive action," AI Luo interjected. Very well. Spike had no objections to her words. Although Blade was the leader of this group, Spike was a contrary presence. Believing that Blade's leadership stemmed from his longer tenure in the organization rather than any inherent capability. Yet, for AI Luo, he had no idea why he was so inclined to heed her words. Thus, the group's atmosphere remained relatively harmonious as they continued to trail behind Gu Chen's team from a distance. Time passed swiftly, and dusk soon approached. Under the guidance of Long Qingqing, Gu Chen's team finally arrived at a clearing, where they decided to set up camp for the night. However, they first needed to satiate their hunger. Just as Gu Chen settled down to eat a couple of pieces of bread, not having even taken a sip of water or rested, a sudden scream pierced the air. Assuming something was amiss, he turned to see a whirlwind of sand and dust rising before him. No wonder the students had reacted with such alarm. They had only just arrived at this clearing. Presumably, it was due to their inexperience. However, Chen appeared much more composed, furrowing his brow as he speculated about the cause, or rather, the spirit responsible. But soon, the dust settled, revealing a sight that left Chen momentarily stunned. It was a Bangilas, an entity revered as a quasi-divine beast, with its dinosaur-like appearance. Bangilas was beloved by many. Upon sighting these two formidable creatures, Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had been contemplating where to find bodyguards for his parents. And here they were, two Bangilas, a perfect opportunity. Yet, Chen understood that encountering a Bangilas in the wild was quite rare. He pondered why they had suddenly attacked their group. While it was true that dark-type spirits were more prone to ambush trainers in the wilderness, Chen sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. Up ahead, Long Qingqing and Yu Zigong had already dispatched their spirits, a Shui Jiangui and a Dilly Croc, both of which had an advantage over Bangilas due to their water type. Among them, the Dilly Croc was even comparable in size to Bangilas. However, the quasi-divine beast was not intimidated. It seemed to sense a challenge. One Bangilas, larger than the other, charged forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. The battle was about to commence. Sand flew up as Bangilas unleashed a sandstorm, enveloping both Dilly Croc and Shui Jiangui. Nonetheless, having only one spirit to combat two was somewhat of a strain. Yet, Chen was astonished by the incredible combat prowess of Bangilas, even against their combined assaults. It held its ground, displaying remarkable agility and a strong battle instinct, skillfully evading damage. This left Chen increasingly eager to capture it. As everyone presumed that the other Bangilas was merely a spectator, Bangilas finally sprang into action, having been on the lookout for the opportune moment to unleash its ultimate attack. A devastating beam of destruction struck Shui Jiangui, eliminating it instantly, showcasing its immense power. At that moment, Bangilas executed a final assault on Dilly Croc, sending it flying. The battle concluded under such circumstances, with Long Qingqing and Yu Zigong suffering defeat. Truly, the might of a quasi-divine beast was undeniable. Chen nodded in acknowledgement from behind. In response, Yu Zigong and Long Qingqing readied their Poké Balls once more, preparing to summon their spirits again. After all, losing this battle was a source of great embarrassment in front of their students. Long Qingqing was baffled as to how such a situation could arise. They had previously scouted this area and found only simple, fledgling spirits. At most those in their second evolution stage, posing no significant threat. Yet, the emergence of these Bangilas had left them utterly flabbergasted. Moreover, the combat power of these two spirits was indeed formidable. In a moment of humility, both coaches felt a bit flustered. Just as they were about to throw their Poké Balls, a brilliant light flickered, followed by the appearance of a colossal figure before them, Super Ligialong, letting out a mighty roar. It expressed its frustration at not having been able to dive into the sea for several days. Chen finally made his move. In an instant, everyone also witnessed a figure emerge, a LV Maochong. Indeed, facing Bangilas, Chen dispatched the LM Ok Ing and the Super LOLL Ing. Behind, Mu Kurson observed this scene with a twinge of excitement. Her greatest delight now lay in witnessing Chen command his Pokémon in battle, which was undeniably thrilling and captivating. Not far away, the trio from Xingho Tuan continued to whisper amongst themselves. These two BNQLS could undoubtedly stir up a tempest in this tranquil pond. Daofeng slowly spoke, indeed. I did not expect these two Pokémon to possess such formidable combat prowess. Sifeng echoed in agreement. Meanwhile, AI Luo clutched a Pokémon egg in her hands, its color resembling that of the BNQLS. Look, that fellow is about to send out his Pokémon, Sifeng exclaimed. In the next moment, before their gaze, the massive form of the Super LOLL Ing emerged. Wow, Sifeng couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. This was far more terrifying than it appeared in the video. The size of this Super LOLL Ing was simply astounding. Daofeng and AI Luo also displayed expressions of surprise and shock. After all, the Super LOLL Ing was indeed fearsome. Just as they were speaking, the battle ahead had already commenced. My goodness, how exaggerated. A single iron tail has sent BNQLS flying, Sifeng exclaimed, as if he were providing a live commentary. And that LM Ok Ing, it can attack like this? The usually composed Daofeng was taken aback by the leaping LM Ok Ing using tackle, expressing his astonishment. He was even more shocked than when he first saw the Super LOLL Ing. After all, he had never witnessed such an aggressive LM Ok Ing before. Its speed surpassed that of a Pokémon using quick attack. What kind of peculiar Pokémon surrounds this fellow? Sifeng couldn't help but curse under his breath. It seems wise to observe first. At this moment, AI Luo, who had remained silent, finally spoke. However, the battle ahead was rapidly drawing to a close. There was no choice. Chen's Super LOLL Ing executed a surf attack, striking all the BNQLS. Coupled with the LMOC in diverting the enemy's attention, the battle unfolded with effortless grace. The synergy between the dragon and the bug was remarkable, despite never having battled together before. Consequently, the BNQLS soon succumbed to defeat. At that moment, a student who had been fixated on Chen exclaimed, "Look! What is Chen doing? He is taking out a Poké Ball. No way. Is he going to catch it? I'm so envious." Chen, amidst the gazes of his peers, exerted himself to throw his Poké Ball. Instantly, 2 beams of light flashed. Chapter 102. Capturing BNQLS, a conspiracy. As expected, the Poké Ball containing BNQLS stabilized after shaking twice. Chen had successfully captured BNQLS, amidst the envious stares of his classmates. Chen retrieved the Super LOL-ing, as it was rather large and conspicuous. The clever LMOC even understood to fetch the Poké Balls back for Chen. Thus, with its assistance, Chen hardly had to lift a finger. As the 2 Poké Balls containing BNQLS were delivered to his hand, Long Qingqing and Yuze also let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Chen took action. Otherwise, if they had to summon their Pokémon again and still face defeat, it would have been utterly humiliating. In truth, they harbored little confidence in overcoming these 2 BNQLS. It was not that they were weak, but rather that these BNQLS were exceptionally powerful. What could the other students say? They were merely there to experience life. Chen was out there capturing legendary Pokémon, and they had grown somewhat numb to it. Envy had dulled their senses. The disparity among individuals was stark. In the distance, the trio from Xingho Tuan observed. "It seems this fellow is not to be trifled with. We should deliberate our next moves." Daofeng commented. "I wonder if secretly stealing his Poké Balls would be a better idea?" Sifeng suggested. "But acquiring them won't be that simple," AI Luo interjected. "Stealing his Poké Balls is indeed a clever thought." Surprisingly, Daofeng found merit in Sifeng's words. "If this fellow continues to develop, it will become increasingly difficult for us to contend with him, unless we choose not to be his enemies." Daofeng elaborated, continuing, "Otherwise, it would be best to eliminate him while he is still in his infancy. I will contact the organization to discuss whether we should act now. You can rest assured." That night, Mu Kurson was searching for Chen's figure in the camp's clearing. She distinctly remembered that Chen had been present earlier, and his tent was still there. After briefly organizing her belongings in her tent, she stepped outside, only to find Chen had vanished. Thus, she felt quite frustrated. However, her eyes soon brightened. She had spotted him emerging slowly from the forest. A smile immediately graced Mu Kurson's face as she hurried to greet him. "Hey, Chen, where have you been playing? You didn't take me with you." The girl pouted, clearly displeased with his sneaky behavior. "I haven't gone anywhere. I merely went to feed the BNQLS." Chen replied, pursing his lips. Yet, as he spoke, he subtly glanced around. Chen was indeed speaking the truth. He had just spent some time bonding with those 2 formidable creatures. "I could have accompanied you to feed the BNQLS," Mu Kurson insisted. Still fixated on that trivial matter, sensing something more significant at play. "Everyone is gathered around a bonfire chatting. Why don't you join them instead of bothering me?" Chen glanced toward the group encircled around the fire, engaged in lively conversation. "Boring. They are just telling ghost stories. It's utterly uninspired." Mu Kurson quickly shook her head, as if recalling something, and continued, "By the way, Chen, my mom is coming to Donghai City in a couple of days." "Why are you telling me this?" Chen asked, bewildered. What did Mu Kurson's mother coming have to do with him? "It's possible my mom actually wants to meet you," Mu Kurson replied. "Do you remember the evolution of the CHUQY?" She added. "Did you tell your mom about it?" Chen was not surprised at all. In fact, he found it quite reasonable. After all, if he had given the M in S to Mu Kurson, it was not merely for her to admire. It was undoubtedly meant for battle. Once it entered the fray, the discovery of this new Pokémon was merely a matter of time. Moreover, Chen had already penned a thesis regarding the evolution of CHUQY, waiting for the opportune moment to publish it. However, given his current prominence, it was prudent to remain low-key. Such matters could be postponed. Indeed, Mu Kurson nodded, continuing. "Didn't you mention a few days ago that you had already completed the thesis on the evolution of CHUQY? Perhaps my mother could assist you in finding an appropriate opportunity to disseminate it, and then you shall become renowned." The girl, upon uttering the word famous, appeared to be even more exhilarated than Chen. It was as if Chen's fame was synonymous with her own. "Oh, your mother is a researcher?" Chen seemed to have formed a conjecture. This is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. After all, having a reliable individual to assist in the dissemination would mitigate the risk of it being misappropriated. Indeed, once you meet her, you will understand. At this juncture, Mu Kurson unconsciously leaned a bit closer to him, pouted, and inquired, "So, will you meet her?" As she spoke, her cheeks inadvertently flushed slightly. "Certainly, this poses no issue." Chen felt no apprehension. He was simply willing to meet her. That's splendid." Upon hearing his response, Mu Kurson immediately beamed with joy, her face radiating delight. Her hand instinctively grasped Chen's arm. He noticed that this girl had recently developed a propensity for physical contact with him. As night deepened, Tranquility enveloped Gu Chen's camp. Within the tent, the whispers of clandestine conversations had long since ceased. In the distance, I believe they are all asleep now, Xifeng remarked in a hushed tone. They should be. Dao Feng responded slowly. They had received confirmation from the organization to take action. If they could indeed capture Gu Chen's Pokémon, a substantial reward awaited them. Should we send out Gung Gui to employ hypnosis? AI Luo suggested, her voice lowered. However, hovering nearby was already a Gung Gui, its intentions evident. Among ordinary Pokémon, none were more adept at ambush than this one, especially in the case of a nocturnal assault. Yes, we will adhere to our previous strategy, incapacitate him, and let Gung Gui seize the Poké Ball. Dao Feng nodded and stated. Chapter 103, Unraveling the Conspiracy. The devoured Gung Gui. Dao Feng possessed a very cautious disposition. Therefore, they waited an additional half-hour before preparing to let Gung Gui act. Are you ready? Dao Feng glanced at the Pokémon he had meticulously nurtured and inquired. Gung Gui, the plump specter, nodded in affirmation. All right, prepare to approach that tent and hiss. However, before Dao Feng could complete his sentence, a massive, ghostly white creature materialized before them. At that moment, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the three. Instantly, a chilling breeze surged through their minds. What on earth is that? The trio was taken aback, with the usually loquacious Xifeng stammering, his voice trembling. That appears to be a Gung Gui, right? AI Luo, more alert, quickly discerned that this was a white Gung Gui. However, for reasons unknown, it had taken on this terrifying form. This Gung Gui, why is it so large? Xifeng gulped, horrified by its enormous size. The three of them gazed at the floating entity, nearly twice the size of their own Gung Gui, feeling a wave of unease wash over them. This white demon, is it even a Pokémon? It utterly surpassed their comprehension. Even their own Gung Gui stared ahead in a daze, sensing an aura of fear and trepidation from this counterpart. Yet, what horrified them further was the sudden burst of light. Suddenly, two Banjiras appeared before them. Upon spotting the trio, their eyes ignited with fury, as though harboring a deep-seated vendetta. Nevertheless, they remained relatively composed, refraining from any immediate action. This only heightened the alarm in Dao Feng and his companions, but soon they seemed to have a realization. Then, Gu Chen's voice resonated. I've been observing you for quite some time. A figure gradually emerged from the thicket. It was Gu Chen. The very person they had sought to target now stood before them. Friends, is there some misunderstanding here? Dao Feng stood up, a smile gracing his face. Yet his hand discreetly reached toward his waist. Misunderstanding? Gu Chen had naturally taken note of this gesture. You have followed me all this way, and yet you speak of misunderstandings? His words sent a chill down the spines of Dao Feng and his companions. However, they were evidently experienced. We merely happened to pass by here. How could we have followed you all day? Don't jest. Oh, merely a coincidence? Gu Chen chuckled. You are likely unaware that my Gung Gui has been tailing you all along. Isn't that so? He took a couple of steps forward and patted the massive Gung Gui, which immediately nodded as if to affirm. Indeed, that is correct. Dao Feng swallowed hard. Even Xifeng and AI Luo stood upright at this revelation. Gu Chen continued. You have been shadowing me. Perhaps I did not notice, but my Gung Gui has relayed everything to me. Gu Chen spoke no falsehood, given his meticulous nature. How could he fail to take precautions? Since entering the wilderness, he had instructed Gung Gui to remain hidden and ambush. No Pokémon was more suited to such tasks than this one. Gung Gui had dutifully fulfilled its mission. Moreover, not long ago, the reason Gu Chen had vanished and Waimu Kursen could not locate him was precisely due to this. Although Gu Chen may not comprehend the language of Pokémon, no one was a better interpreter than Lilia. Thus, Gung Gui communicated the situation to Lilia, who then conveyed it to Gu Chen. Consequently, he was aware that someone had been trailing him. Furthermore, he had also come to understand why the Banjiras had suddenly appeared to attack them. Their eggs had been stolen, and the culprits were none other than these three. This was the result of Gu Chen's deductions. With both new and old grievances at hand, Gu Chen had no choice but to confront them. Otherwise, how could he let it go? Dao Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. He never anticipated that a mere student would prove to be so formidable. Attack! Dao Feng bellowed, abruptly reaching for his weapon. Xifeng and AI Luo sought to retrieve their Poké Balls. However, they were a moment too late. At that moment, a verdant figure emerged from above the trees. It was a caterpie. It unleashed silken threads from its tiny mouth, piercing through Dao Feng's arm like bullets. With a cry of pain, Dao Feng's weapon clattered to the ground, his arm streaming with blood. The two Banjiras, seizing the moment, unleashed their sharp stone attack. These two Pokémon showed no regard for whether they were human or Pokémon. They simply attacked. In an instant, Xifeng and AI Luo were pelted by stones, forced to cover their heads and flee, their cries echoing in despair. They had no time to summon their own Poké Balls. An even more terrifying scene unfolded. The lone Gung Gui they had summoned sought to assist its master in battle. Yet, it was utterly unprepared for the white specter lurking in wait. Before it could react, the white Gung Gui appeared behind it, its gaping maw sinking viciously into the original Gung Gui. This Witnessing this scene, Chen was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that ever since Gungue had devoured those dark-furred creatures, it would now turn on its own kind. As the words were being spoken, a chilling scream erupted from the enemy, only for by Gungue to devour them without a hint of hesitation. The scene, devoid of bloodshed, was nonetheless exhilarating. Bai Gungue, seemingly unsatisfied, licked its lips as if craving more. Chen could only feel that this creature had indeed strayed from the path of righteousness. It appeared that he had no choice but to keep it by his side, leaving no room for thoughts of its parents. Daofeng and his companions were merely members of the Xingho Tuan, typically engaged in mundane tasks, and truthfully, they had not committed many unlawful acts. Thus, witnessing this spectacle left them shivering in fear. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as the silken threads of the green caterpillar arrived once more. In a moment of distraction, Daofeng found himself bound tightly and unable to escape. As for Ailuo and Xifeng, they bore the brunt of the assault, having been relentlessly battered by the Bankalasi. In an instant, both were left bloodied and collapsed on the ground. Among them, Ailuo was the most unfortunate. The Bankalasi showed no mercy, pummeling without regard for delicacy, nearly resulting in death. Chapter 104, The Egg of Bankalasi. Bound tightly, the three individuals led by Daofeng were utterly helpless, a sight of utter disgrace. The Bankalasi seemed to vent its frustrations upon them, delivering powerful blows. Had it not been for Chen's intervention, these two formidable creatures would have certainly faced grave consequences. After all, in this era, violations of treaties and agreements by elves were taken quite seriously. Otherwise, in a world where elves existed without any constraints, chaos would surely ensue. Nevertheless, due to this very reason, the commotion caused by Chen's battle attracted the attention of others. Students in the camp, who were not deeply asleep, were awakened, along with teachers Yu Zigong and Long Qingqing. After all, their primary duty was to ensure the safety of the students, so they could not afford to be overly drowsy. Without hesitation, Chen began to rummage through the belongings of the three, searching for anything of value. Unfortunately, aside from firearms, nothing of interest was found. A roar echoed as the Bankalasi called out to Chen, presenting its egg. The creature watched Chen with eager eyes. Its meaning unmistakable, it wished for him to care for its egg. Faced with this scene, Chen had no choice but to extend his hand and accept it. Surprisingly, it was his first time holding an egg, and it felt surprisingly heavy. Yet, having previously incubated eggs in games, the reality of holding this tangible object imbued him with a profound sense of responsibility. Fear not, I shall take good care of it, Chen promised the Bankalasi. This egg would surely hatch into a delightful little Ujira. The benefit of the Elf Monitoring Bureau was that they would respond promptly to any report made at any time. Therefore, shortly after Long Qingqing filed a report, personnel from the Bureau arrived. They traveled on Charizards, which explained their rapid arrival. Naturally, Chen assisted in providing a testimony, detailing the motives behind the crimes of these individuals. His account was not without embellishment, claiming that they had brandished firearms, threatening the lives of defenseless students. Such heinous acts warranted severe punishment. He recounted how, compelled by an urgent need to relieve himself, he had discerned everything and, disregarding personal safety, bravely brought these offenders to justice. Truly, a manifestation of wisdom and courage. In truth, Chen was aware that these individuals had targeted him specifically. However, to ensure they faced a lengthy imprisonment, this was a small price to pay. After all, those harboring ill intentions deserved no less. Daofeng and his companions remained silent, left with no words to express. How could they? Chen was the talk of the town. Everything he said was believed by the Elf Monitoring Bureau, rendering them obsolete. To Chen's surprise, the female inspector who arrived requested a photograph with him and, as a bonus, a signature. Was this what it felt like to be a celebrity? The trio of Daofeng did not impede the progress of the summer camp's outdoor training. They continued with their tasks, as usual. For Chen, these exercises were trivial, given his overwhelming combat prowess. However, for novice trainers, these sessions were invaluable. Many students began to react to encounters with elves in the wild, demonstrating courage and a willingness to engage in battles and throw Pokeballs. This was indeed commendable. Nevertheless, Chen found himself feeling like a mere accompanying student doubling as a bodyguard. The only consolation was the company of Mu Kursin and Xiao Yashi, which alleviated his boredom. Mu Kursin radiated maternal warmth towards the Ujira egg, enduring its almost 40-pound weight for an hour before finally returning it to Chen. Xiao Yashi's eyes sparkled with desire, but she hesitated to speak up. This girl was simply shy. Chen understood that in this era, hatching an elf egg was not merely a matter of steps taken. It required the egg to sense the breath of life, which facilitated the hatching process. Hence, holding the egg was essential for Ujira's incubation. Amusingly, the little drama queen also wished to express her maternal instincts and attempted to hold the egg. However, upon picking it up, she nearly faced her demise. It was no joke. When Ujira hatched, it would weigh approximately 140 pounds, and even as an egg, it weighed around 40 pounds. The drama queen, currently weighing about the same as the egg, could hardly lift it. This reminded Gu Chun of the time when Ji effortlessly carried a 140-pound Ujira, striding with ease. In the world of day and night, he had even carried a nearly 2,000-pound Cosmigu, truly a testament to his prowess. Yet, Gu Chun also experienced a taste of being a true newcomer. Why? Because the little drama queen insisted on expressing her maternal love and was adamant about holding the egg, leaving Gu Chun no choice but to bear its weight while she clutched it. Goodness, an impressive 80-pound burden, akin to carrying a sack of rice. Were it not for Gu Chun's regular workouts, he would have surely faltered. Indeed, he felt the strain. By the next day, his arms were sore beyond measure. Ding. Signed in for the 38th day. Signed in while holding the elf egg in the wild. Ding. Sign in successful. Received elf egg acceleration nutrient solution. Ding. Signed in for the 39th day. Signed in on a rainy day. Ding. Sign in successful. Received skill key. Sunny day. Ding. Signed in for the 40th day. Signed in while interacting with Gingue on the beach. Ding. Sign in successful. Received mysterious skill key. Shura ghost domain. 3 days passed, and Gu Chun finally returned to the coastal summer camp area, having exchanged a few words with Gingue when an unusual item appeared. He quickly pulled up the system panel to take a look. Shura ghost domain. Domain skill, directly confronting the horrific realities of the illusory hell, capable of instilling dread in either elf or human, with specific effects dependent on the individual. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary skill, at the very least. Gu Chun knew that such a thing did not exist in the Pokémon world. Yet, he had not anticipated that the system could yield such abilities. Moreover, this domain skill proved beneficial for both humans and elves, making it truly rare. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chun promptly utilized it on Gingue. Without seeking out the thrill of testing effects, Gu Chun pondered on waiting until later. His primary objective now was to assist in the hatching of the Ujira egg. Previously acquired acceleration nutrient solution had remained unused due to the wilderness conditions. Chapter 105. The hatching. The meeting. In the summer camp area, within the room, Gu Chun gazed curiously at the Pokémon egg immersed in blue nutrient solution. Logically, once this egg fully absorbed the nutrients, it would hatch. Accompanying Gu Chun in this observation was, of course, the little actress. This adorable creature also widened its eyes, intently focused on the front. Its curious demeanor, as perceived by Gu Chun, radiated an endearing innocence. Evidently, the little actress possessed a considerable amount of affection and maternal instinct. Chilu, as if sensing Gu Chun's gaze. The little actress blushed slightly, adorably clinging to his arm. Yet, its eyes remained fixated on the Pokémon egg. At that moment, the Ujira egg finally began to react. A silver light emanated as the egg gradually cracked open. With a crisp sound, the eggshell shattered completely, revealing a small creature with a tiger-like appearance. It seemed somewhat perplexed by the world, blinking its large eyes and surveying its surroundings. Its gaze was bewildered. Eventually, it settled its gaze on Gu Chun and the little actress. Its eyes blinked twice, as if questioning why they looked so different from itself. Seeing this chubby little figure, Gu Chun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and reached out to embrace it. Wow, this hefty creature weighed a solid 140 pounds, truly not an exaggeration. This diminutive being, less than 60 centimeters tall, was surprisingly plump and sturdy. It was noteworthy that the little actress stood merely 80 centimeters tall and did not weigh as much as the Ujira. Indeed, this rock-type Pokémon was extraordinary. The little chubby one glanced at Gu Chun, seemingly aware that he would be its future trainer, fixating on him with intent to remember. Chilu. To Gu Chun's surprise, the little actress once again produced a bottle of moo moo milk from seemingly nowhere and offered it to the Ujira in his arms, attempting to befriend it. Truly, the little actress had a knack for winning hearts. The newborn Pokémon clearly could not resist the allure of such offerings. Consequently, the Ujira accepted the moo moo milk, displaying its first smile of the day towards the little actress. Witnessing this amicable scene, Gu Chun felt no further desire, only smiling as he set the Ujira down. It was too heavy. He must not allow the Ujira to develop a habit of seeking to be held, otherwise it would be disastrous. Initially, Gu Chun believed that the life of the newly hatched Ujira would be smooth sailing. However, he was mistaken. Within less than half an hour, this little creature had engaged in a tussle with a caterpie. Both of these little beings evidently exhibited stubborn temperaments. However, the Ujira appeared more honest and simple, while the caterpie seemed more ambitious and energetic. Thus, it was inevitable that these similarly temperamental Pokémon would clash. The Ujira suffered its first significant setback in Pokémon life, being knocked down multiple times by the caterpie. They even ended up colliding into the restroom from outside the room. The battle raged on, but it was a one-sided victory for the caterpie. The Ujira was clearly bewildered by the overwhelming situation. Gu Chun could only watch helplessly. Nonetheless, he did not intervene, sitting on a chair with the little actress, observing the spectacle. As of now, among Gu Chun's Pokémon, the only ones comparable in level to the caterpie were the Ujira and Chilulian. Naturally, the little actress preferred to avoid such battles, believing it more worthwhile to cuddle with her master instead. Thus, the caterpie focused its efforts on the newly hatched Ujira. This unseasoned creature could only glare and bite, facing a grim fate of passive punishment. Witnessing this scene, Chen wished to convey a message to the Ujira regarding the caterpie. In 30 years, the river may flow east or west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. After a day filled with playful skirmishes, the following day, Chen set out with Mu Kursen. In her words, her mother had long awaited them in Donghai City. Therefore, they would meet first before discussing anything else. 30 minutes later, at a CAF, Chen finally laid eyes on Mu Kursen's mother, retaining her charm, with a fair complexion, graceful demeanor, and elegant poise. Upon seeing Mu Kursen and Chen together, Mu Yuqing's face lit up with a smile. She promptly approached them. This detail certainly enhanced her appeal. Hello, Chen. Mu Yuqing was evidently adept at social interactions, and upon seeing Chen, she welcomed him warmly. Chen nodded in response, maintaining an air of respectful composure. He had previously memorized her name from Mu Kursen during their car ride. Moreover, as someone who had experienced rebirth, he could hardly falter in such a situation. Besides, with no demands on others, Chen found no reason to feel timid. However, his demeanor surprised Mu Yuqing. Chen projected an air of maturity far beyond his peers, clearly illustrating why he had achieved such success. Mu Yuqing silently nodded in approval, clearly pleased with him. Meanwhile, Mu Kursen, sitting beside her mother, had shed her usual playful demeanor around Chen, appearing more demure, with a faint blush upon her cheeks. Lost in her thoughts, Chen, may I call you that? Mu Yuqing inquired again. Of course, Chen replied with a smile from across the table. I have reviewed the paper and analysis that Kursen provided, Mu Yuqing stated, directly addressing the matter that had been on her mind, the evolution of the Cho-Cho fish into the Manasi. Chen appreciated this straightforward manner of conversation. I never expected that the Cho-Cho fish's biological chain could evolve into such a wondrous and beautiful Pokémon. I am truly curious, Chen. How did you conceive of this idea? What led you to seek these answers from it? Your thoughts are truly remarkable and imaginative. Mu Yuqing's words were filled with admiration. This was a recognition from a researcher, and nothing could excite them more than such praise. Within his paper, Chen had previously articulated his experimental aims, so Mu Yuqing was not solely interested in those aspects. She sought to understand what had inspired Chen to conduct this experiment on the Cho-Cho fish. What coincidence had prompted such innovative thinking? Chapter 106. A conversation with Mu Yuqing. Faced with Mu Yuqing's inquiry, Chen paused momentarily before responding. In my heart, I believe that a Pokémon's potential is limitless. One day, a caterpie will transform into a beautiful butterfree, and a duckling can become a lovely swan. So why should the Cho-Cho fish remain unattractive? It was precisely for this reason that I felt compelled to explore its potential. Chen's response was flawless. Though it carried a hint of pretentiousness, yet it was grounded in sincerity. At the very outset, Mu Yuqing nodded in agreement, particularly impressed by his assertion that the potential of Pokémon is boundless. This perspective resonated almost perfectly with her own beliefs. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she remarked, Indeed, it appears that you possess a profound passion for Pokémon. Chen nodded in affirmation, for how else could he be so invested in matters concerning them? At that moment, Mu Kursen returned, bearing 2 cups of juice, evidently having stepped out solely for this purpose. By the way, Chen, Mu Yuqing continued, having perused your paper, I have grasped the elements of evolution and gained an understanding of the Pokémon, Manus. However, how do you intend to proceed with this paper? Do you have suitable channels to disseminate it? To be truthful, Mu Yuqing wished to assist Chen but feared he might misinterpret her intentions. So she posed her question tentatively. Experienced as he was, Chen discerned the underlying meaning in her words and promptly responded, Andy Mu. That is precisely why I am here today. You must also be aware that I am currently focused on my studies, alongside numerous other commitments. Just as he spoke, a flash emanated from the Poké Ball in his pocket, and the little actor emerged. This little creature had been quite eager lately, often making its appearance without waiting for a prompt from its master. This was undoubtedly a bad influence instigated by the Zapdos. As soon as the little actor appeared, it captured Mu Yuqing's attention. Regardless of age, women invariably harbor a soft spot for such adorable Pokémon. Chilu. Without hesitation, the little actor let out a soft call and quickly climbed into Chen's embrace. Clearly, this action was executed with great familiarity, as it had practiced it countless times. In one fluid motion, it grasped Chen's hand and took a few sips from the juice he held, realizing the delightful taste and letting out a few satisfied sounds before indulging further. This anthropomorphic scene left Mu Yuqing slightly astonished, while even Mu Kursen found herself momentarily taken aback. She felt an inexplicable sensation, akin to being showered with affection, and from a Pokémon, no less. Conversely, Chen wore a look of helplessness and mild exasperation, recognizing that the little actor was up to its usual antics again. It seems, Chen, that you enjoy a splendid relationship with your Pokémon, Mu Yuqing remarked with a smile. This little fellow has always been a bit awkward, haha. Chen chuckled as well, attempting to ease the atmosphere. However, at that moment, The little actor, aware that its master was laughing at it, pouted and clung to his shirt, seeking a comfortable position to bury its head. I don't want to be seen. I'm too shy. Seeing this, Mu Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. I'll go fetch you another cup of juice. Mu Kurson, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, expressed her desire to leave the immediate vicinity. Chen, cradling the little actor's soft form, said, Auntie Mu, let us return to our previous discussion. In truth, I am quite busy with my studies and training my Pokémon, so I would like to entrust you with the task of sending out this paper. On the way here, Chen had gleaned some information about Mu Kurson's mother's background. She was the director of the Yangzhou Pokémon Alliance Research Institute and a PhD-level researcher. Her title alone was substantial. Do you trust me to handle this for you? Mu Yuqing inquired with a friendly smile that mirrored Mu Kurson's. Absolutely. Chen affirmed with a nod. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. However, I am entrusting the entire matter of this paper to you. He was not concerned about Mu Yuqing misappropriating his work, primarily due to his trust in Mu Kurson and Mu Yuqing's esteemed position. Moreover, Chen had plenty of similar research papers, so he was not overly worried. If one paper could reveal a person's character, then it would be worth it. Very well, Mu Yuqing replied, her expression turning serious. Rest assured, I will submit this research paper under your name, ensuring that everyone recognizes it as your achievement. Chen, sensing the gravity of the moment, nodded in agreement, his smile fading into sincerity. After a brief silence, Mu Yuqing seemed to recall something and suddenly said, by the way, Chen, I have one more request that I hope you will consider. Of course, Auntie, he replied. Would you be able to stay at our home for a few days? The expression of surprise did not come from Chen, but rather from Mu Kurson, whose face turned crimson. Upon returning, she had just heard her mother inviting Chen over, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She hastily set the juice before Chen and returned to her seat, composed. Mu Yuqing observed her daughter for a moment before continuing. You see, I wish to study your Zapdos. If it is convenient, could you come to Yangzhou for a few days? Chen, initially puzzled, began to understand. Upon realizing that her mother's request stemmed from a desire to study the Zapdos, Mu Kurson inexplicably felt relieved. Yet, she soon recalled something and her face reddened again. Chen was not surprised by the request to study the Zapdos, as it was a legendary Pokémon, and many researchers were eager to observe it closely. Especially someone of Mu Yuqing's caliber. Auntie, would this arrangement work? Chen pondered before suggesting. I could visit Yangzhou for a few days before officially starting at the Pokémon University, allowing me to acclimatize before I come to visit. Considering this, it would only be a matter of approximately half a month. Mu Yuqing readily agreed, her face lighting up with a smile. Thank you in advance. Thus, Chen's subsequent plans were joyfully confirmed. Chapter 107, Farewell and Return. That night, in the summer camp area, Chen sat before his computer, reviewing information about Mu Yuqing. This data was readily available online and was not particularly confidential. However, this only represented the accessible portion. The intricacies of hidden relationships remained obscured. Mu Yuqing, Earth Master Trainer, Pokémon PhD Researcher, Director of the Yangzhou Pokémon Alliance Research Institute. There were many other biographies listed, but they need not be detailed here. However, the title of Earth Master Trainer undoubtedly captivated Chen's attention, necessitating a discussion about the hierarchical structure of trainers in this era. Novice trainers, such as Chen, who are freshly graduated from high school and somewhat bewildered. Elite trainers, those who have challenged 16 gyms and earned 16 badges. Silver trainers, trainers who have successfully secured a top 3 finish in the Silver League and received league badge recognition. Gold trainers, trainers who have achieved a top 3 finish in various Silver Leagues and have previously failed at this rank, competing again for top honors to obtain the Gold Trainer badge. Amethyst trainers, trainers who have achieved a top 3 finish in the Gold League and have previously failed, competing again for first place. Above Amethyst trainers stands the Earth Master Trainer. However, the number of Diki trainers is fixed, totaling only 36 nationwide. Therefore, to become a Diki trainer, a Zijing trainer must successfully complete a 6v6 challenge to qualify. Advancing further leads to the position of Tianwang trainer, of which there are 16 in total. This represents the pinnacle of achievement. Unlike what is depicted in anime and games, there are no champion trainers. The Tianwang trainers hold a ranking from 1 to 16, competing against each other for positions. Different ranks confer varying benefits provided by the Spirit Alliance, which is why becoming a Tianwang trainer has long been the aspiration of trainers. Chen was aware of this rule, yet he was taken aback to discover that Mu Kurson's mother was one of the 36 Diki trainers. This revelation was unexpected. However, upon reviewing additional information about her family, Chen felt considerably less surprised. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When Chen opened it, he found it was Xiao Yashi. Upon seeing him, her face flushed slightly. Chen, we are heading back to Shishui City tomorrow. Shall we return together? Sure. Let's go back together, Chen replied after a moment's thought. Shishui City was not far from Donghai City. The train journey would take just over an hour. Moreover, during the summer camp, transportation was arranged for arrival, but everyone would return to their respective homes afterward. That's great, Xiao Yashi said, her face brightening with a gentle smile upon hearing his agreement. Then, make sure to get a good rest. With that, she waved at Gu Chun and hurried back to her room. Her sudden shyness left Gu Chun momentarily dazed, but he soon smiled as if recalling something. In her room, Xiao Yashi lightly patted her cheek, feeling a bit warm. Her mother had mentioned she would come to pick her up, but she had declined the offer. Thankfully, Gu Chun had not turned her away. Otherwise, she would have had to return alone. Smiling at this thought, Xiao Yashi began to pack her belongings. The final day of summer camp was imbued with a theme of farewell, tinged with a hint of sadness. After all, they had spent over half a month together, and the camaraderie formed in the dormitory had fostered genuine feelings. So, when it came time to part, they shouted various phrases at one another. Next time we meet, I'll definitely crush your fiery chick. XXX, wait for me. Once my Suantu evolves, you'll see what happens. Train hard and don't be so weak. Or I'll bully you again next time. XXX, remember, you owe me a pack of spicy strips. When I see you next, I want 10 packs. Stop whining. I'll give you 20 packs. The atmosphere became quite chaotic, with a flurry of noise. Gu Chun found himself reluctantly coerced into participating. Why? Because only when everyone was leaving did they muster the courage to ask him for a group photo. Thus, Gu Chun obliged their request, as they were all classmates after all. However, this quickly spiraled out of control, as at least half of the campers wanted a photo. Consequently, it was not until the afternoon that Gu Chun finally found relief. He looked over to see Xiao Yashi waiting for him on a nearby bench, as if she were a delicate flower in the sea of chaos, standing out in the coastal setting. Her gentle smile revealed that she had witnessed Gu Chun's earlier predicament and found it amusing. As soon as their eyes met, her smile faded slightly. But she suddenly stood up, knowing it was time to leave. Let us go, Gu Chun said as he approached her. Just as he reached to wipe the sweat from his forehead, Xiao Yashi stopped him. Don't do that. She grasped his hand, while her other hand produced a tissue. In a moment of surprise, Gu Chun watched as she gently stood on her tiptoes to wipe the sweat from his brow. Her delicate and earnest demeanor made Gu Chun's heart flutter, rendering him momentarily speechless and unable to refuse her gesture. All done, Xiao Yashi said with a smile, straightening up. Let us go? Gu Chun repeated, taking a couple of steps forward and effortlessly grabbing both their suitcases as they moved ahead. In this era, there exists a type of automatic storage backpack, offering nearly 5 cubic meters of space. Thus, carrying 2 suitcases was hardly burdensome. As Gu Chun walked ahead, Xiao Yashi's gaze flickered, as if she had an idea, and she quickly pulled out her phone to sneakily capture this moment. Gu Chun striding forward, dragging both suitcases. She wished to preserve this scene as a keepsake. Aren't you leaving? Gu Chun called back, having walked quite a distance while she remained behind. I'm coming. Xiao Yashi replied quickly, chuckling at her phone before hurrying to catch up with Gu Chun. Their figures elongated beneath the sun as they departed from the place they had called home for the past 15 days. On the train back to Shishui City, Gu Chun called out, Yujira, don't run around. Stay in place. This little chubby creature had just been fed by Gu Chun and was now refusing to return to its Poké Ball. Gu Chun felt helpless, as the little fellow was clearly fascinated by the train, wide-eyed and bouncing about. Thus, he had to intervene. After being reprimanded, Yujira finally settled down, obediently staying by Gu Chun's side. Its honest and simple demeanor made Xiao Yashi, sitting next to Gu Chun, stifle a giggle behind her hand. It was undeniable that Gu Chun exuded authority. Upon his command, the mischievous Yujira complied. As a trainer, this was a source of pride, especially since Yujira, being a quasi-divine Pokémon, was typically disobedient. While Xiao Yashi giggled, she couldn't help but look at Gu Chun with admiration, a sentiment she had often displayed. Gu Chun, give this to it, Xiao Yashi said, retrieving a round, red fruit from her bag. Gu Chun hesitated, recalling the fruit's name. This is a spicy coconut. How did you bring this? The spicy coconut was particularly suited for a Pokémon like Yujira, whose personality was characterized by a fear of loneliness, stubbornness, playfulness, and courage. Well, Xiao Yashi hesitated before explaining, my Pikachu has a similar temperament, so I always carry these spicy coconuts. And I thought Yujira might enjoy the spicy flavor as well. Such fruits were typically a luxury for trainers, given their cost. Gu Chun estimated that the one in Xiao Yashi's possession was worth around 500 star coins. After all, this fruit was not only filling but also favored by Pokémon, unlike the purely filling energy cubes. The former, evidently, is far more popular. Ah, indeed. Yujila has already reacted to the spicy coconut, its gaze fixated upon Xiao Yashi's hand, as if 3 words were written on its face. I want it. Gu Chun felt a sense of humility. To be honest, he had never encountered such a thing before. He did possess energy cubes, but those were quite unpalatable. It seemed he ought to prepare some tree fruits for himself as well. Hurry and give it to him, Xiao Yashi urged. Having noticed Yujila with its mouth agape and eyes sparkling, nearly drooling onto Gu Chun's trousers. Thus, he relented. Gu Chun took the spicy coconut from Xiao Yashi's hand, intending to offer it to Yujila. However, at that moment, a gust of blue wind swept by. The spicy coconut in Gu Chun's hand was suddenly knocked away. tumbling to the ground. As he looked over, he discovered that a blue figure had snatched the tree fruit from the ground and swiftly stuffed it into its mouth. It turned out to be a small cabby beast. Ugila was furious, letting out a roar. In a flash, it lunged forward and bit down on the little cabby beast's arm. The scene turned tense, and the surrounding passengers gasped in shock. After all, although small Pokémon could be summoned on this train, they were still apprehensive about a potential battle. Realizing a confrontation was imminent, Guan hurriedly rushed to restrain Ugila. Xiao Yashi, likewise, quickly retrieved another spicy coconut from her bag and followed suit. Ugila, I have more here. Please don't fight. Just as she spoke, however, she found that the tree fruit in her hand had been ambushed by the little cabby beast, which had taken a large bite out of it. Moreover, it had bitten the juiciest part, leaving almost nothing. Now, only this remained. Xiao Yashi felt somewhat embarrassed. She had initially prepared quite a bit, but it had been consumed during summer camp. After all, Pikachu required 1 or 2 every day. This was truly the last of her provisions. Ugila, who had always been bullied and treated like a soccer ball by the green caterpillars, never complained or showed sadness, silently enduring it all, was now crying. Its tears flowed freely, and it was utterly heartbroken. Guan felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, at this moment, as its owner, he could only express for Ugila, a man sheds tears not easily, but only when truly grieved. Who said Ugila could not cry? It was too hard. I'm truly sorry for the trouble caused, Guan said to the female attendant in front of him, whose face was filled with regret and helplessness. The little cabby beast was now clinging to her leg, standing behind her like a child who had misbehaved. It's all right, it's not your fault. Guan shook his head. He gently patted the quivering little creature in his arms, weighing 140 pounds, still offering comfort. This little one was remarkable, crying to the point of sobbing. Had it not been for his promise to buy spicy coconuts as soon as they disembarked, the train would have been in utter chaos. I sincerely apologize. At that moment, the train attendant approached. She was also a woman, though appearing somewhat older. This little one is a wild Pokémon. We don't know why it enjoys staying on our train so much. Moreover, it is the type that doesn't leave even when chased away. So just let it be. We are truly sorry for the trouble today, said the female attendant, slightly bowing to Guan and Xiao Yashi. A wild Pokémon, you say? Guan glanced back at the little cabby beast. This creature, when eating, could cause quite the ruckus, managing to infuriate Ugila so. Yet, upon realizing its mistake, it also exhibited fear and shame. Guan understood that this was merely the cabby beast's gluttonous nature. After all, that was simply how these Pokémon were. He could not blame them. It was in their nature. Yes, it is a wild Pokémon, the attendant continued, turning to pat the cabby beast's head. The little creature displayed a content expression. Having been on the train for so long, it has developed an attachment, and we occasionally feed it. Sometimes, it even approaches passengers for food. Perhaps it was just too hungry today, which is why it acted this way, so we are truly sorry. Guan glanced at the little cabby beast and instantly comprehended. This little one, though small, was a voracious eater. Who would dare to raise such a creature? No wonder it was a wild Pokémon. Chapter 109. Pokémon choose their own trainers. Guan, why does that little cabby beast keep staring at us? The earlier incident on the train had passed, and Ugila was now peacefully sleeping in Guan's embrace, safely returned to its Poké Ball. Nevertheless, the little cabby beast continued to cast its gaze in their direction, prompting Xiao Yashi to inquire. Perhaps it is watching you? Guan chuckled and replied. Watching me? Xiao Yashi thought he was joking, but upon closer inspection, she realized that indeed seemed to be the case. What is it looking at me for? Xiao Yashi pondered. Glancing at the little cabby beast, Guan voiced his speculation. Perhaps it is because you just fed it. But that was for Ugila. The cabby beast did not care. It simply relished the food, causing Guan to laugh. All right then. Xiao Yashi looked at the little cabby beast, which seemed to notice her gaze and promptly scurried to another carriage. However, Guan noticed that throughout this journey, the little cabby beast had stolen glances in their direction numerous times. He began to form a hypothesis. It would take just over an hour to reach Shishui City. Therefore, the train soon came to a halt. Guan had already promised Ugila that he would buy spicy coconuts, and as a trainer of integrity, he naturally could not break his word. After all, Pokémon often possess a childlike seriousness. Thus, to procure the spicy coconuts, Guan naturally accompanied Xiao Yashi once more. According to her, she knew the best places for spicy coconuts at fair prices. Hence, Guan decided to follow her. Initially, Guan intended to take a taxi, but Xiao Yashi insisted that it was not far from the station and that they could walk. Thus, he had no choice but to carry his luggage along the way. However, he soon realized that the journey was anything but short. It was quite the distance indeed. Yet, seeing the gentle smile on Xiao Yashi's face, Guan chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, he did notice something. Look, that little cabby beast has been following us all along. Guan suddenly stepped forward, speaking up. The light-footed Xiao Yashi, who was walking ahead, turned back in surprise. Indeed, just as Guan had said, the little cabby beast was trailing behind them. As she turned her head, the little creature swiftly concealed itself once more. Why has it been following us? Is it hungry? At this moment, Xiao Yashi was entirely oblivious to the fact that the little KBSHU had already taken a liking to her. This was, at least, Gu Chen's perception. However, he chose not to reveal this thought, instead saying, perhaps it was attracted by something delectable you had in your hand earlier. Is that so? Xiao Yashi paused, gently resting her chin in contemplation as she glanced back. Just then, the little KBSHU peered out from the neighboring shop. In an instant, their eyes met. Yet, instinctively, the KBSHU sought to hide again. Come here, little KBSHU, Xiao Yashi called out, standing in the street and energetically waving her hand toward it. This drew the attention of passersby, who turned to observe the scene. Nevertheless, the little KBSHU remained bashful and refused to emerge. Helpless, Xiao Yashi decided to run forward, seemingly intent on engaging with the timid creature and persuading it to come closer. Gu Chen understood her intentions and remained where he was, patiently waiting. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had disguised himself earlier with a large mask and dark sunglasses. Otherwise, he would have likely been the subject of scrutiny by countless onlookers. Before long, Xiao Yashi returned, accompanied by the little KBSHU, which still appeared somewhat shy. It was unclear what she had said to it, but it had indeed followed her back. However, judging by her demeanor, it seemed she must have made some form of promise or offered kind words. Gu Chen found himself not overly curious about the details. Resuming their journey, Gu Chen finally arrived at the establishment Xiao Yashi had mentioned, a shop specializing in selling tree fruits. It was a privately owned establishment run by a couple in their 40s or 50s. Xiao Yashi was evidently a regular here, as the owner greeted her warmly upon her arrival. At that moment, the little KBSHU gazed at the spicy coconuts with eyes aglow, drooling profusely, nearly allowing it to trickle to the ground. However, to Gu Chen's surprise, at that instant, a little XJ-ing, having caught a whiff of something enticing, darted out from its Poké Ball. QL. As soon as it landed, the little XJ-ing rushed over, tugging at its owner's clothing while fervently pointing towards the tree fruits ahead, glancing back frequently, its eyes brimming with longing, as if to convey its desire to indulge. Gu Chen took a look and discovered that the fruit in question was a type of sour papaya. Unexpectedly, aside from its usual preference for vinegar, the little XJ-ing also enjoyed tangy flavors. However, Gu Chen inquired, but that's a sour fruit. Are you certain you want that? Acquiring a treat for the little creature was not an issue. After all, thanks to his recent videos, he had come into some money. Besides, the rewards from school for acts of bravery and other accolades were all in his possession. Thus, he had the means to purchase some sustenance. Upon hearing his question, the little XJ-ing eagerly nodded, affirming its choice. Gu Chen had no choice but to comply, indulging in the expenditure. After all, the profession of a trainer was inherently extravagant. As for Xiao Yashi, she had indeed purchased a significant quantity of spicy coconuts for the little KBSHU, yet the creature hesitated and refused to eat, which was rather uncharacteristic of it. Xiao Yashi was puzzled by this behavior. At that moment, Gu Chen finally spoke up. I suspect the little KBSHU wishes to accompany you home. Xiao Yashi appeared somewhat astonished. But isn't it quite fond of that attendant at the station? She glanced at the little KBSHU, seeking answers.